Klay takes it off balance. Three, it's nothing but net. Largest lead of the night for the Warriors is right now. Golden State 105, Minnesota 99.
Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. And, oh, baby, the Warriors absolutely still won last night at Chase Center against the Minnesota T-Wolves. I thought the game was over about 5 different times, but Klay Thompson, Dante DiVincenzo, Loon Dog doing his thing. All 5 starters scoring in double figures last night as the Warriors win their second straight and go a game or get a game above 500 at 31-30. And look, man, they're still in the box to play in tournament, but you know what? You feel good for a day. You feel good for a day if you're a Golden State Warriors fan. And I know there was a lot of doom and gloom on the show Friday. I feel a little bit better this morning, Shasky.
I feel a lot better. What are you talking about? I felt like a week's worth of games packed into one. Crazy emotion. The end of that third quarter, if I would have just take the temperature of Warrior fans and the organization, I was so angry. Yeah. So angry at the end of 3. Like, oh my.
You were angry?
They were down 9.
Yeah, but why were you angry?
The final 5 minutes, I don't think they scored.
Why were you angry?
Because it was like, come on, you're at home. We got to get this. They don't have Karl Anthony Towns. Like I was expecting. Edwards wasn't playing well. I thought that was the kind of game they needed.
Nas Reed killed him for the second straight time.
Nas Reed looks like Wilt Chamberlain against him.
Listen, Nas Reed's a good player. You guys were laughing at me back on February 1st.
Who was
with
laughing
Nas Reed? Undrafted out of LSU. This guy's a player. He's gotten himself into shape. He'd be a perfect Warrior. Coming off the bench or starter. Man, I mean, this guy could do it all. 3-pointers, dunking, or whatnot. But I went to the game thinking like this, Shasky.
What's that?
I was bracing myself for an L.
Why?
Because no Draymond Green. No Andrew Wiggins. No Stephen Curry. Of course, GP2's out. We don't know when he's coming back. And no Andre Iguodala. And Minnesota coming off 2 straight losses. Now they've lost their 3rd straight. They're just a lot better than Houston. They're better coached. They have better players.
Agreed.
They have a better system than the Houston Rockets. And the Warriors didn't, I know they nailed the 3-ball Friday night against Houston, hit 26 threes, but they had the 19 turnovers. They got outscored in fast break points, second chance points. It was like, all right, you just take the win. You just take the win and you move on. But I thought, man, it's going to be an uphill battle playing Minnesota. And the first quarter played out like that.
Damn.
I mean, Minnesota was up 23-9 in the blink of an eye. It's like, boy, this is how it's going to go.
Kirk called a timeout in like 5 seconds into the game.
I mean, they were down 7-0 right off the rip.
I know.
So, end of the third quarter, I'm thinking, you know what? The score is appropriate because the Warriors had no business leading at the half. No business.
Oh, I'm in agreement with you, but they fought so hard to get back, and it felt like that second half of the third quarter was so bad. I mean, Bonte, it was so bad, and they gave up a couple buckets late. I think they went scoreless. I swear they went scoreless for like 5 minutes.
The third quarter was long because Tony Brothers and Adam Sago, 2 of the worst referees in the NBA.
Oh, my God.
I mean, Tony Brothers, the game lasted, I think it lasted like 2 hours and 45 minutes. It was a long one. It was a long one because of Tony Brothers wanting to stop the rhythm and stop the flow.
Well,
and
yeah,
Natalie Sago's DiVincenzo at the end of the game is getting mugged right in front of her. She calls nothing.
How about the Austin Reeves head bob back where Jordan Poole didn't or Austin Rivers, doesn't even touch him, and he just fades, and then the crowd sees it, and then the crowd is giving Tony Brothers smack, and he smiles like he's a WWE villain.
He's also smiling, but he's also looking at Jordan Poole because Jordan Poole's looking at him, and Tony Brothers was waiting to give him a technical. I watched Tony Brothers because I was in the tunnel in the first quarter.
Yeah.
I watched Tony Brothers run down the court looking for somebody mugging at him.
Really?
To give a team. Oh, that's what he does. He takes things personal.
See, that's awesome that you get to see that because, like, it's so hard to focus on just the referees when you're watching on television.
It was a terrible call.
Oh, it was
just a bad call. But after 3, I'm like, all right, they're dead in the water. I mean, they just don't have enough.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole struggling. He goes 5 of 20.
What is going on there?
Klay Thompson was doing his thing, but I'm like, it's just not enough. And then you get to the fourth quarter, they're down 94-84, and I'm like, all right, this is the game. This is the game right here. And they got stops. They made timely baskets. And then Klay, as Bully called it last night, called heavy metal, hits the side of the backboard, and it goes in. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, maybe it is their night. And they run away with it.
If I gave you and me, now I'm not saying we're on the same, 2 hours to try to hit that shot.
Yeah, it wouldn't happen.
Right? In an empty gym.
Wouldn't happen.
I mean, that was an incredible shot. Clay's been playing out of his mind. I have a question for you on Klay, because we were talking about Draymond. I don't know, did you listen to any of Spadoni this morning?
I listened to a lot of Spadoni this morning. I listened to you guys. I listened to Spadoni 5 in the morning. It was up and rolling.
Clay's been great
for show, baby.
It feels like 2 months offensively. Just been absolutely great. This is going to sound like I'm diminishing Draymond. I'm not trying to diminish Draymond. Is there something to be said or is it just coincidence that Klay feels like he's going off right now in terms of carrying the offense and Draymond's out? Or is it too small of a sample size to make any kind of, indications one way or the other?
Well, I heard you talk about the spacing. Is there more spacing?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think there's more spacing because Steph Curry's not there.
No,
Steph Curry is the ultimate gravity puller.
I'm talking about when Dre was on the floor with Klay, no Steph.
If it's Dre and Looney, then everything's congested.
Yeah.
Because you saw Anthony Davis last Thursday say, Draymond, you could shoot it all you want to. Now, Kuminga's a threat offensively. You got to find out where he is cutting. Now, teams are going to allow Kuminga to shoot the three. However, Kuminga's being smart.
I agree.
Kuminga's shot selection last night, taking only 1 3 and letting the game come to him. He's more of a threat offensively, so defenses do have to respect that. They have to play, now Looney, teams are maybe going to sag off of him, but Naz Reid is down there, so I'm not sure if the spacing is there, but Klay knows if he doesn't go off, they will not win.
He's carrying them, B.
He has to have these games.
I'll ask you the question that I posed last night on the internet. You know this team inside and out. He's probably had better in terms of they were 41-13 and he had a 4-week stretch where he went blah, blah. Given the circumstances of who's out, given the circumstances of the season, this feels like it's on the line on every single night, even though we know it's not, but it feels like it. Is this the best stretch of him carrying the offense in his career?
I mean, there's no doubt the numbers back it up. People laugh. It's like, hey, January's never played better. Since the calendar is flipped to 2023, this guy's shooting 44.5% from the three-point line.
That's crazy.
That's 20 games. In 20 games, since the calendar is flipped, Klay Thompson is shooting 44.5% from three.
Yeah.
All right, another 46% from the floor. He's giving you 26, 27 points a game. He's giving you 4 rebounds. He's trying to play defense. Yeah, is he the defender that he was? No, he's not. He's not. He may never get back to that point.
But now they need their offense.
Trying. And his offense.
Yeah, they need his offense.
And by the way, Friday night against the Rockets where he scores 42, his fourth 40-point night of the season, this guy did not hit a 2-point field goal. It was all threes.
He was amazing.
All threes. So, and that's the other thing when you look at the Rockets and T-Wolves, it's like, there's no Steph. There's no Wiggins. There's no Draymond. Klay Thompson should be the number 1 option on the scouting report, and yet he still gets 14 three-point attempts. I don't know what these teams are doing. Anyway, Klay Thompson's playing out of his mind right now. And you know what? The story of Klay Thompson doesn't get enough love.
No, I agree.
It doesn't get enough love. 2 gruesome injuries. Just a year and a month removed from when he came back and made his return. And it was sluggish right off the rip. But for him to play this well, this soon, the 1 foot the jump stop that he has with the pump fake, he's going to the rim, he's dropping dimes. Klay Thompson, I swear to God, and I told Loveman this last night on the way home.
What's that?
I don't want him wearing another uniform for the rest of his career. I don't care what that costs. There's certain guys who belong in a Warriors uniform. There's certain guys who belong in a Niners uniform. There's certain guys who belong in the Giants uniform. I don't want Klay Thompson to leave. He embodies what a Warrior is. First of all, to come back from those injuries and regain that confidence and shoot the way he's shooting and talking that talk, too. He's talking that talk.
He's much
showing
more vocal.
emotionals. He's showing vocal, and he's showing vulnerability as well, saying, look, man, mentally it's been a hurdle. It is a hurdle, but he's trying to do one thing. trying to help this team win another championship.
Yeah.
And I could ride with a guy like that all day long, 7 days a week, and twice on Sunday. This guy needs to be a Warrior. So if it's $20 million, $25 million, I don't care. This guy needs to be in the Warriors uniform for the rest of his career.
Well said. I don't have any kind of retort or any issues with any of those things. The guy's carrying them right now. It's impossible to watch the Warriors right now and say that he's not the best player on the team, willing them to victories. And I don't care. People can say, "Oh, it's the Rockets, it's the Timberwolves." You're fighting for the same slots as the Timberwolves right now. I don't care who's in the lineup, who's not in the lineup. Like, I'm not scoffing at any victories. I don't care who they're playing right now. Beggars can't be choosers. He's been amazing. B. What's going on with Jordan Poole though? I feel like he's the easy person to criticize right now, but at the same time, his game is so erratic. His discernment on shots is driving me crazy.
Well, Friday night, I thought he played a nice floor game. 15 points, 8 assists, only 1 turnover. That's what I like. 1 turnover. Last night he got 4 turnovers. He was a little erratic. He sprained the ankle at one point. There was something going on with the calf. He's getting beat backdoor. He's 5 of 20. There's going to be nights like that for Jordan Poole. Bad shot selection. But I think what we tend to forget is he's in his 4th year in the league. And this is really his 2nd year where he's been put on this pedestal to have a big-time role on his team. I mean, this is really his 2nd year having that role. Rookie year is a wash. He's learning how to play the NBA game, goes to the G League. 2nd year, he goes to the G League, starts to figure some things out towards the tail end. I'm not gonna be too concerned with Jordan Poole because he's had the short end of the stick this season in terms of rotations, whether he's starting, whether he's coming off the bench, who he's playing alongside. Is it DiVincenzo? Is it Kuminga? Is it Wiseman? Is it Green? All these different combinations. And he's had 10 eyes on him on defense.
Yes.
So he goes 5 of 20 last night, 1 of 8 from the three-point line. I believe he'll bounce back tomorrow against Portland, where he's averaged damn near 40 points a game against the Blazers so far this season.
It just feels like he's lost that he had a flair to him last year where he would have the ball on a yo-yo and he was able to kind of not just get any shot he wanted, but to be able to blow by anyone he wanted. And I think that there is something tangible to he has lost the ability to do that carry kind of like crossover heavy dribble that he was so good at last year.
He got to the cup at will yesterday, though. He got to the cup a lot.
But Bonte, I feel like he settles for crummy shots.
Well, he does. He did. There was one shot that drove me crazy. 90-84, I believe. And he just comes in and chucks a 3 out of nowhere. I think it was an offensive rebound. He grabs it, just launches it. And it was just like, JP, be better. But again, it's his 4th year. He's learning. I will ride with JP. I'm not going to freak out about him right now.
But we need him to play better right now. In the absence of Steph, I'm not asking him to be Steph because right now Klay's giving you what Steph would normally give you offensively. I mean, he's giving you unbelievable efficiency.
He's got to play better.
But I just need Poole a little more consistent. And for me, it starts with shot selection. It's just very simple.
He'll get better. I believe this day off, getting to play the Blazers who play no defense. Damian Lillard, by the way, 71 points. 71 points. Damn, he was on fire. But Jordan Poole's averaged 40 against them in 2 games this year. He's going to bounce back.
What?
Yeah, he's had monster nights against the Blazers.
He averages 40 this year?
39 and a half against the Blazers this year.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I believe a bounce back is coming. Wow. I really do. But what if from the 3-point line, he'll get back to the lab, he'll get some treatment. But the other story, outside of Klay Thompson, we'll get to RJ and Fairfield in just a second. It's Kevon Looney.
I love him.
And it's Dante DiVincenzo.
Dude, DiVincenzo's such a winner. He's just he does so many little things when you're watching the game. He comes over to help somebody on defense, which forces a bad pass that somebody else intercepts. He jumps passing lanes. He sparks defense. He gets a big defensive rebound, sparks transition, makes great shots. His 3-point catch and shoot is so much better than I thought. I didn't know he could shoot like this.
No, I didn't either.
And then his ability to knife into the lane with the finger roll. I mean,
Dude, defensively.
I love watching him play.
And look, he has a player option for next year, $4.75 million. Yesterday's price is not today's price. He's going to get paid. But
who do you feel more comfortable paying $10 million to, him or Gary Payton Jr.?
DDV.
Right?
And you know what?
He does so many
little things. DDV will want to stay here.
I hope.
This is the perfect system for him.
Yeah.
He's the perfect type of player for the Warriors. He's hitting the 3.
Yeah.
He's getting to the rack. He's playing defense. He's communicating. He's getting the offense in the right set. DDV needs to be a Warrior for a while. So him and then Kevon Looney, 6 straight games where he grabs at least 13 rebounds or more. Lubman and I was talking. I was like, Lubman had a tweet yesterday saying he's the most underappreciated Bay Area athlete in a very long time. You know, I get I don't know if this is appropriate. I don't know if this works, but he gives me like Jesse Sapolo vibes of the 49ers. He gives me Guy McIntyre vibes of the 49ers. And I was telling Lubman this last night.
I swear to God, I was going to say the same thing. He's an offensive lineman at heart because he does all the dirty work and he never gets any praise. Yep. And yet you look up and the guy's somewhere near a double-double every night. He plays in every single game. He's the heart and soul of the team.
No, he is playing out of his mind. And where would they be? Hell, the last 2 years. When you think back to Memphis Game 6, you think back to Dallas Game 6, you think back to the NBA Finals. Loon Dog has been there. You know what? Nas Reed went crazy in the first quarter with the 18 points and the 6 rebounds. And Nas Reed, he gets a career high with 30. But you know what? Looney stepped up so big in that second half, clearing the boards, altering shots, finishing at the rim. I love when he scores 10 to 12 points. I really do. The guy could score. He's shooting over 68% on the season. So Loon Dog, DiVincenzo, Klay carrying his team. Now Jordan Poole will come along for the ride. Now we got issues, right? We don't know what's going on with Draymond Green's right knee. I have no idea when Stephen Curry's coming back. I have no idea when Andrew Wiggins will rejoin the team. I hope Andrew Wiggins is okay. I have no idea when GP2 is going to play. But you know what? Mully and Fezzi said this to me off air yesterday. They said this has a March Madness feel to it. It's surviving events. And what they mean by that is you just take it game by game and you just try to stack wins. Surviving events in the last 21 and get in the damn tournament. Get in the damn playoffs. And I'll ride with this team. I'll put down the chips with the Golden State Warriors and see if the team can beat them 4 times in 7 games. But right now, it's just buckle up and take it game by game. That's all we can do.
I kind of like this. You're just on fire right now.
It's go time.
No, I just feel like I'm in the front row of church and you're the reverend preaching.
Well, you know what? The NBA, I got to give them credit. As this segment is presented by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. The All-Star Weekend was so damn bad. The NBA, I felt like, was at rock bottom. This past weekend, the NBA got some people back. This was a hell of a weekend of basketball.
Were you doing what I was doing?
What's that?
I was oscillating between PGA Tour Honda Classic, Live Tour, and then I was watching the Mavs Lakers back and forth. And when LeBron fell and did I felt it pop. I heard it pop. I was like, you're fine. Get up. If your leg popped, you'd have been walking out on a stretcher.
There was no oscillating with golf. It was strictly basketball.
Well, on 3 consecutive channels, that's what I had going. Back, boom.
My
the back
TV
button was working left and right. This is why I can't stream. I have to use Xfinity, as we say, text in on the Xfinity mobile text line. I have to be able to go back.
No,
I'm not Chris Berman.
Yeah. I'm not
you were
oscillating.
just watching Lakers Dallas?
Well, no. Lakers went down 27.
Yeah.
I started watching Godfather of Harlem.
Oh.
And I'm kind of tracking the score. Okay, they're down 14 at the half. Maybe they'll make it a game. Yeah. They come back and win.
Yeah, I was watching that whole comeback.
Sixers Celtics was unbelievable Saturday night.
Sixers have been in some of my favorite games
this
year.
Games.
I'm rooting so hard.
And by the way, James Harden's lost a step. He has lost a step.
Yeah, but you know what, though? I've seen him dive on the floor now like 3 times in the last week.
Took him 12 years. It took him 12 years.
And you know what, though? He plays a pretty damn good point guard.
The Bucks and Suns in the morning as the Bucks won their 14th straight.
I didn't catch that.
You know, that was a great game. Last night I fell asleep, but it was Clippers Nuggets goes to overtime and the Nuggets outlast the Clippers. Jokic had he had like 43, 17 to 10. Kawhi's bombing. So the NBA as a whole, I felt charged up.
24-game season next year?
Yeah.
I'm teasing.
The owners will never give up this game.
You know
this shouldn't. But no, seriously, the NBA had a nice bounce back weekend. They had a nice. We've ripped the NBA all season long. This past weekend, I felt the intensity turned up. I felt like teams saying, you know what, it's go time. It's time to get ready for the playoffs. And that fired me up. I said, damn, these guys are playing hard.
Were you more fired up over the beam being lit in Sacramento? Or Casey Schmidt going yard and then making a sick play down the line, looking like Matt Chapman Jr.?
I can tell you right now, I did not watch one spring training highlight. I don't give a damn about the Giants right now.
One highlight?
Not one highlight. I don't care. I don't care about
first baseman.
I've been watching you and Lubman bitch and moan during the thread about pitch clocks and
but now
money and everything.
You're
so angry. I'm not talking baseball today.
About? Pitch clock's
great.
The
hell with baseball. You know what I did, though? I watched college basketball highlights Saturday night. 2 teams won in half-court shots. Arizona State beat Arizona.
Wow.
Basketball's turned up. Wow. To me, it's basketball.
The new Pac-10,
spring training, I can
ACC.
yawn. I can go to sleep on it. I don't care about Casey Smith. Do it in game 1 at Yankee Stadium. Do it in game 2 at Yankee Stadium.
Well, he's 23 right now. I want to see him break camp. I don't care what the roster's looking like. He needs to break camp. The glove is Major League ready.
I'm here to tell you right now.
I saw one play I knew right away. Brandon Crawford said, I have never seen another infielder that I've played with, and it's no shade on any other infielder.
Oh, my gosh.
He said he's the best infielder he's seen ever. In a Giants uniform.
Right. I'm here to tell you right now.
Of the guys he's played with.
I'm here to tell you right now.
And that's
Monday
Longoria,
morning.
Panic.
I'm here to tell you right now. All the roasters on the Xfinity Mobile text line, on YouTube, on Twitch, don't give a damn about what Brandon Crawford said about Casey Smith. They don't give a damn. I'm here to tell you right now, Casey Smith, best, okay, whatever. We'll see it once the regular season starts. But I'll tell you right now.
You didn't see the swing.
No, I didn't watch it. Highlight of spring training.
Play down the line.
I don't watch spring training.
He started a 5-4, whatever, 3 double play. You didn't see that?
But the highlights. What's coming up on the game sponsored by AC Transit? I did not watch a second. Not a second. But you guys can talk a little baseball if you want to. Talk a little baseball. It's Warrior season. They're the champs. The Giants they were 500 last year, 81-81, and they limped to that. It's all about hoops right now. It's about Klay Thompson, your boy. By the way, Raymond Ritter told me to send you a message.
What's that?
How's Klay look?
So why do we do this?
No,
I don't hear from nobody for 2 months. Crickets. The second somebody pops up, y'all chirping.
No. Klay Thompson's been balling for a minute. He's been balling for a minute.
Just because I have the guts to put stuff out there.
No.
I put my name on it. I'm not unnamed sources in an executive role.
You got poisoned by some toxic rhetoric and some reckless talk about Klay Thompson. And you drunk the Kool-Aid. You drunk the Kool-Aid. You drunk the Kool-Aid.
No, let's have this conversation.
And all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? I want to come down your road. But that's what Raymond Ritter told me. He said, send this message to you. I said, I'll do you a solid. By the way, prayers up to Raymond Ritter, also family member. Prayers up to Raymond Ritter. Our condolences go out to him. Anyway, RJ Fairfield. That's what happens when you bring baseball. I'm bringing up Klay Thompson. Nobody cares about Casey Smith right now. Anybody care? 888-957-9570. Who the hell cares about what Brandon Crawford said about Casey Smith's glove? Seriously, Casey Smith?
If we didn't have to go to break, I would destroy you on this right now.
On what? Klay? On you being wrong on Klay?
How was that? Time out. How was I wrong when he was playing bad?
You caught him washed up.
Real time.
Last year, you caught him washed up. Earlier this year,
I didn't use the W word. I didn't use the W word. I said he can't play defense against twos.
You called this guy Kyle Korver.
I said he's closer to Kyle Korver than old two-way.
You called him Kyle Korver.
Time out. You have to have nuance. You have to listen. You're too triggered.
No,
I'm
not triggered. No, you're triggered. You're the one who wants to break. You're mad right now because I'm bringing up the fact that Klay Thompson's hooping.
You're the one
screaming. You called him out this year. You called him out.
Where were you in October, November, and in December?
I was right here picking up Klay Thompson.
He can't guard twos.
I was right here.
Both are true.
I was right here picking up Klay Thompson. I ain't went nowhere. What's coming up on the game sponsored by AC Transit?
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators to join their team.
buzzer sounds, and the Warriors close it out. There it is, the victory opening of the can.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Klay? Game high 32 points after 42 Friday night against the Houston Rockets. Yes, folks, that's 74 points scored in 2 games for Klay as the Warriors remain in the 7th spot in the Western Conference. Half game behind the Mavericks in the loss column, tight with the Clippers in the loss column. They'll see the Clippers on Thursday at Chase Center as they round out this 5-game homestand. Of course, Game 2 was last night against Minnesota. Phoenix, a game ahead of the Warriors there in the loss column. So this thing's going to go down to the wire in the Western Conference. Real quick, before we get to taking them to school, let's go to RJ in Fairfield. RJ, what's happening?
Good morning, guys. Good morning, Vontae, Shasky. Good morning. Hey, I just wanted to congratulate you guys on a win. I called in good faith. I just want to start off with that. But I think DiVincenzo really came through for you guys defensively and offensively. When the Kings had him, and he was known for his defense, but when you put 2 and 2 together, he could be a dangerous player. But Vontae, can you mention the game of the weekend, though? The Clips and the Kings going to double OT. Just want to put it out there. But
hey, RJ,
for you guys,
RJ, I hope the Warriors see the Kings in the first round to shut you up. You have been flexing hard with the Kings. I feel it. You guys should feel good. It was a great game, great win. Well, come on.
They celebrate like they won the championship. It was fun to see that.
Yeah, no, you know what? Good for Kings.
I know.
Actually, that win for
them.
That win for them to me felt very reminiscent of when the Warriors went down to South Beach and beat LeBron. Remember the baby Warriors with Draymond Green with the layup.
And Jared Jack was being interviewed by our friend.
Ooh, which one?
Jim Barnett.
Oh yeah,
and then he referenced Mayweather putting money on the game. And don't talk about that.
Yeah.
You don't remember that?
I don't remember that. No, that's good. Don't talk about that.
That's exactly it.
Damn.
You don't remember that Mayweather was sitting courtside. And Draymond hit it.
I remember Mayweather sitting courtside, and I remember. So I was in the
Jared
house.
Jack said Mayweather was talking smack about putting money on the Heat, blah, 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 blah. And Jim Barnett came back with this retort.
Bunch of my
don't talk about that.
This is one of my favorite moments in television history.
But we were celebrating the Bachelor Pass so hard. It's like, we beat the Heatles. We beat South Beach by Heat Dex.
It was a coming of age game.
It was a great game.
It was a coming of age game. But like at least the Heatles were like champions. The Clippers aren't champions, but it's a huge win for Sacramento nonetheless.
No doubt. And they should be like beat. KC Kitty Caraway had a great video Friday night. He went down to the B, went downtown. Nice. He goes, stop playing with us. Stop playing with us. I was like, all right, Casey, I feel you.
I mean, about time the Dragon woke up. It's been about 25 years.
Oh, man.
All right, let's do the Steve Kerr taking him to school, because I do want to get into the Klay thing. Because, Bonte, I think it's an interesting conversation.
No, it's not. It's time for Taking Them to School, brought to you by Evergreen Valley College. Make connections that count at EVC. Klay Thompson, he was on fire.
Off the screen, bounce pass to Looney at the elbow. Looney turns, hands it back to Klay. Takes an off-balance three. It's nothing but net. Largest lead of the night for the Warriors is right now. Golden State 105, Minnesota 99.
Game 6 Klay, killer Klay, champion Klay, 4-time champ Klay. He's back, folks, and he's leading the Warriors to a couple victories here on this homestand. They'll take on the Blazers tomorrow. 32 big points, 6 made threes, 12 of 23 from the floor. To hit the side of the backboard in the fourth quarter from the corner. Klay Thompson's on fire right now. It is good to see Klay being back again. Since January 1st, when the calendar flipped, Klay Thompson has never played better. All right, 27 points per game in January, shooting 44% from three, 44.5% from three since that time frame. Now he's playing in back-to-backs. Klay is back. Now, he may not be the same defender. I get all that. The lateral movement, still not quite there. But damn it, all right with Klay. You could be in my starting five any day of the week on a championship team.
What our job is we're assessing in real time what's going on. That's literally what we're doing every day. No, I'm explaining this to you and the audience for a second.
I'm gonna kick my feet up and I'm gonna turn my mic off.
Now, if you know anything about the stock market at all, right, how you're feeling on one day or how Bitcoin's doing a year ago is not how they're doing today. In real time, if you were being reasonable and logical and you watched the Warriors at the beginning of the year, Klay was not playing good basketball. It's that I'm not saying it's fair to sit here and go, man, Part of the reason the Warriors are in the position that they're in right now, it's not just him, but a big part of their early season struggles was Klay was not good at all. Like, at all.
Can I ask you something?
What?
Doesn't Klay usually get off to slow starts?
Bonte, he hadn't played for 2 full seasons. It's fair to sit here and go, I don't know if we're ever going to get that version of Klay. Simultaneously, he's been amazing offensively. But what made Klay Thompson so unique, not just his offense, was the other side of the ball where you could throw him on Dame Lillard. For long stretches of the game, he would guard the best perimeter players. Now, that version is no longer there.
And we knew that. We knew that in the playoffs last year.
But they were still early on in the season trying to guard other guys on the perimeter with Klay Thompson, and it wasn't working. And in my original, this is not working with Klay, if you go back and listen, because we've listened to it, me and Lubman, I said he can't guard 1s and 2s like he used to. He's more a 3 stretch 4.
We all agree with that. On defense, we all agree with that. We all agree with that.
When he's playing really well right now, I'm the first to raise my hand and say he's playing out of his mind. But that doesn't mean that the opinion in October and November was wrong.
You were saying cut him down to 25 minutes to come off the bench.
At that time, they needed to try something different.
Silly-ass Kyle Korver comparison. I'm saying, God.
No. See, you didn't listen. You're so triggered by the name Kyle Korver.
No. You said he's closer to Kyle Korver
than he was old Klay.
Oh, my God. Kyle Korver is...
Bonte, when you used to say old Klay, the first thing people would say, best two-way player in the game. One of the best two-way players in the game.
But we saw that last year when he played in the 32 regular season games. We saw it in the postseason. But at the same time, although he was still struggling defensively to get back, we saw him at times check Ja. We saw him at times check Jason Tatum.
We saw him at
times Jaylen Brown. For
no
a couple possessions, maybe you can steal it from him. He's not barbecue chicken all the time, but at times his IQ can help him play defense. And he showed up in the biggest moments for you to win your 4th championship. So that's why it was reckless to me. The beginning of the year, oh my God,
he's struggling. Reckless.
He didn't practice in the summer.
That's why they are where they're at right now. Part of the story of this season, he's not the only one. If it's a pie chart of issues, like he's a slice of it. Like you can't say that. Yes, both are true. Now he's playing great offense, amazing offense. Probably the most efficient he's ever played, carrying them on offense. I still stand by what I said back then. And you know what? Unlike unnamed sources that you get from this guy and that guy who write stuff, I put my name on it every day. Look, I'll be the first to say he's completely shutting me up. But just because he's playing great offensively, which he is, doesn't mean that my original point of he's no longer the 2 that you could throw on a perimeter player and lock up for the entirety of the game.
That wasn't the only thing. That wasn't the only thing you said, though. That wasn't the only thing you said.
I talk for freaking 25 hours a week.
Robin, SF, what's happening?
Hi, you guys. Can you hear me?
We can always hear you, Robin.
Okay. So here's the deal. I agree with both of you. Here's the thing. Klay's not what he was defensively because he has to get back to where he was defensively. People always say, oh, it's going to take 2 years. We understand. No, you don't understand, because if you understood, you wouldn't be ragging on him about not being able to defend right now. So, it's kind of like, I know this is a bad analogy, but it's kind of like somebody that's addicted on drugs or whatever. It's like, all those years you were addicted on drugs is going to take you that much and even longer to get back to where you were before you weren't addicted. And I kind of look at that with Klay in terms of an injury. Whether he gets back to 100%, I don't know. But if he gets back to at least 85, 95%, that's fine. So the second thing I want to talk about is I appreciate, forget what he has or what he hasn't done. I appreciate his leadership last night.
Yes.
You could see in Klay Thompson last night that he was not going to allow them to lose. You could see the dog in him. You could see the championship pedigree in him. And I really appreciated that last night. And then the third thing I want to say, let's talk about hypocrisy in this fan base. And I can specifically mean you, I remember you, Shotzi, saying this. I'm not coming down your road, Sugar, but I just want to say everybody loves Loon Dog now. But before, everybody hated him. They wanted him traded. He was no good.
I'll admit that.
This and that. You know what I'm saying? I know that, baby. So we can be wrong, but I just wanted to point it out.
And the thing with Looney, the thing that he's gotten really good at is finishing around the rim. A couple of years ago, he could not finish around the rim. Pump fake, blocked at the rim. He's gotten way better at that.
All right, let's talk about the Dubs one. We can talk about Poole, Klay, whatever you want to talk about. 888-957-9570. How you feeling on a Monday morning about the Golden State Warriors after
Much
last
better.
Friday. Last Friday was a lot of doom and gloom. Panic meters hit. We had no idea what was going on. They had to beat the Rockets. Some people said it was a must-win. I said it was a better win, and they won. Then you still won last night against Minnesota. How can you follow it up? Can you get a 3-game winning streak here without Wiggins, Steph, Draymond Green? We'll have updates on the need. Tim Roy's going to join us at 8 o'clock. We'll be talking dubs. A lot of dubs here. 888-957-9570. That's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Yes. Thompson now waiting, left side, good pump fake, dribble drive by Klay, dishes out to DiVincenzo, catch and shoot three, yes! Warriors 102, Minnesota 99.
I think he won 2, didn't he? He won 2 championships there and another one in Milwaukee. I mean, he's been around winning his whole life. And what I love about Dante is he just fills up the box score. He's not just a shooter or a playmaker or a defender. Like, he's everything. He just brings it every game. Huge energy, great competitive desire, relentless, really fun to coach Dante.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
You know, Steph and Steve Kerr, you just heard from him about Dante DiVincenzo. A lot of people have made noise about Gary Payton II and how much the Warriors have missed him or whatnot, and they should have re-signed GP2, but they got GP2 back. Now, you traded James Wiseman, and, we'll see what type of player Wiseman becomes in Detroit or wherever he goes. When we're all pulling for Wiseman, there's no hate there. It just didn't work out with the Golden State Warriors. GP2 hopefully will be back if the Warriors make the playoffs, and he'll be back hopefully by the postseason. But Dante DiVincenzo, who has a player option for next season, $4.75 million. He may opt out and he may get $10 million a year. And I hope it's with the Golden State Warriors. He's been perfect. He's been really, really good. And it all started on that road trip, Shasky, where they go 1-5, but his father traveled on the trip. Remember, he hit the 5 threes in the first quarter against Philadelphia. And since then, he's taken off. His last 24 games, he's shooting 44% from 3. He's giving you 11.5 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists. 2 steals. Very smart basketballer last night. 21 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists. Boy, it works out perfectly. The system works for him. He works for the system. He's been a really good pickup for the Golden State Warriors. One of the best pickups in the NBA.
He really has. And I feel like his temperament really fits the team, just in general. Like, he seems like he's locked in, but at the same time, he's willing to teach some of the younger guys. And he's always communicating, which I always feel is like an underrated skill that you've got going. Was that Steve Kerr quote? Was that from last night? That was from last night. God, he's like, I didn't watch any of the post game or whatever, but I was thinking the same. The guy's just a winner. He just makes so many small winning plays that go unnoticed, where he's communicating. He helps over, which stops a driver. The guy has to kick it out. Somebody else might get the steal. He stops ball. And then offensively, how many times does he get the hockey assists?
Yeah, a lot of hockey assists. If we kept that stat, I'm sure there's a stat somewhere where they have that stored. He's been really good. The thing that DiVincenzo has killed him earlier in his career is injuries. He hasn't been able to stay healthy. Even when the Bucks won the championship, he was in a walking boot.
Did you know
he's in a team photo in a walking boot?
Did you know he could shoot this well? Because I didn't.
He was erratic. He's never shot this well before in his career. You look at his overall career, he's been in the 30s. Rookie season, 26.5% from 3. Second year, 33.5% from 3. Then he goes up to 38% his third year with the Milwaukee Bucks. Then he gets back down to 34%. Last year, he split time in Milwaukee and Sacramento. Milwaukee, he was atrocious. 28.5% from the three-point line in Milwaukee. He gets traded to Sacramento. Wow. He shoots 37% from 3 in Sacramento. A lot of people thought, man, maybe the Kings will keep him. Maybe the Kings will think about keeping him. Well, now he's shooting a career-high 41.6% from the three-point line. And it didn't start off well. Early on in the season, I'm thinking, oh, boy, I don't know about DDV. And he was getting blown by Bones Highland in the second game of the season against the Denver Nuggets. He got hurt, strained a hamstring. He's come back, and he's been balling, man. DiVincenzo, 26 years old, man, playing well. Never shot the 3 this well in his career.
He's just been so much better than I ever anticipated, and it feels like right now I've got way more confidence in him than Jordan Poole. Like, if we're just talking about who's facilitating the offense and late game situations and kind of closing games out, I know you got to have Poole on the floor for a lot of the right now with no Steph because of what his shot can do. But, like, man, just I feel so much more confident in DDV right now.
How many people are down on Poole? Because you look at his overall numbers, and the 33% from 3 is not pretty. It's just shot selection.
How about Klay knocking him off the free throw line the other day and was like, yeah, I'm going to take this, whatever it was, technical free throw shot.
Like,
and I was like, yeah, I want Klay taking this technical free throw shot.
I got this.
Yeah, but wasn't that surprising? This is a guy that led the league in free throw shooting last year.
Yeah, no, it's happened a couple times with Jordan Poole this year where a couple guys have knocked him off that free throw line. 20 points, though, on the season. Now, a lot of people will say maybe it's empty calories.
This is
the one thing. This is Jordan Poole.
Jordan Poole.
Shooting 43% from the floor. Now, where's his impact at? Does he make players around him better? Can he create for others? He can. But is it more in a Russell Westbrook fashion in OKC? Or is it in the fashion of a Steve Nash? You know what I mean?
Well, it's not Steve Nash.
Like, it's not even close to that.
No,
not even close
but
to Chris
there are
Paul.
games where he has really nice floor games. It's just they're few and far between.
Right. Friday night was a good floor game.
Yeah.
1 turnover, 8 assists.
Yeah.
Last night, 5 of 20 from the floor, bad shot selection, 1 of 8 from the 3-point line, 4 turnovers. He's got to get right. They need him. But
he didn't
they
slip
need to
as much
figure out,
yesterday.
yeah, no doubt. But also,
I'm just being real.
No, he slips all the time.
Like yesterday, he did not slip as much as the game before.
But he's been the one guy who doesn't have a defined role, I would say, on this roster. Like Kuminga knows, he goes in there, he knows what he's supposed to do. Looney has his role. Klay has his role. What is Jordan Poole's role? Is it to score? Is it to facilitate? Right now, they want him to play natural point guard, right?
It does feel like it's been evolving as the season's gone on. Hey, we want you off the bench, instant offense. Then with injuries and things like that, it's like no. Now I want you to be the floor general, lead the team, get us into our offensive sets, be smart with the ball, and also provide the scoring. That's a lot to ask.
It's a lot to ask for a fourth-year player.
Am I wrong on that?
He's still young. He's still a fourth-year player. Now, I'm not making excuses for him. He does have to be better. And defensively, he's got to be aware. He gets lost on defense way too many times. And that's why.
One pass, and they just go backdoor.
And that's why he doesn't close games.
He shouldn't right now.
Steph closes games. GP2's going to close games. DiVincenzo's going to close games. Draymond, Wiggins, Klay. Like, he's not going to close games with the way he plays defense. And you know what? That's fine. Well, how can he help us? Well, he's an instant bucket when he's in his back, when he's taking good shots. 1, 2, 3 dribbles pass. He gets in so much trouble when he over dribbles. And so it's been a really up and down year, but he is 24 years old. So we've kind of anointed him as the next face of the franchise, the guy who's going to take over the throne once Steph Curry retires. Maybe we're a little premature in that. Let the guy grow to who he's going to be. He's still only 24 years old. He's a young player.
Agreed. Face of the franchise is so difficult. Like, it's one thing to be the 2 or the 3 somewhere.
It's unfair.
It's another thing to be the face of a franchise. Like, I don't care what sport it is. Like, you see this in a lot of industries, where somebody is a great number 2 or a number 3 or an assistant or whatever, however you want to phrase it, whatever the title is, and then they become the dude, and it's totally different. Like right now in the league, just take a step back. How many true faces of a franchise are there in the league? Not every team has one.
Not every team has one. Milwaukee has it.
Yes,
Philly has it.
Yes.
Brooklyn did have it. Boston has it. Dallas has it. You know, Miami, is Jimmy Butler the face of the franchise?
Like, as much as I love Booker, I love Booker. Before Durant came, is Booker? I'm asking.
Yeah, he's the face of the franchise.
You think so?
Yeah, absolutely.
Even at this age,
he's a star.
You think
he's a star? Absolutely.
I'm not saying he's not a star. I'm saying also the face.
Yeah,
of the
absolutely.
Because it feels like they were kind of up and down this year.
After winning, after going to the NBA Finals and then going to the second round, absolutely.
Okay, all right. I'll take your word on that. Does Sacramento have one?
Yes, De'Aaron Fox.
You think he's that guy already?
He's the face of their franchise.
It's been kind of rocky for him the last couple of years.
But this year he's turned it up.
Doubt.
He's become an all-star. And he's been projecting up and up and up. He's trended up. So he's the face of the franchise there. You got Dame in Portland.
Yes.
Now the Clippers, who's the face? It's hard to say Kawhi because he's never on the floor.
Like Trae Young is quote unquote a face, and I think he's a terrible leader. And I think he is a terrible leader. And I think he plays a brand of basketball that's not sustainable nor winning basketball. And I look at him, not that their style of play is identical, but like I look at him and Poole the same way. A lot of empty calories and inefficiencies. I was hoping he'd clean a lot of that up this year, as he got older. But God, it's just been so inconsistent.
No, he's and again, what is his role?
Well, what would you like his role to be?
You know what? When the guys get back, Curry, Wiggins, Draymond, when they all get back, I want Steve Kerr to maybe put his arm around Jordan Poole, say, you know what, young man, just go out there and score.
Just go out
be
and
an
score.
assassin.
But right now, they don't have that luxury.
Right. That's why I said when Steph, Draymond, and Wiggins get back.
But you might not get
that. Right now. He's got to be that point guard. He's got to facilitate a little more. He's got to play off ball. Yeah. Or maybe you just let Dante DiVincenzo facilitate. You let Kuminga handle the ball a little bit coming up the floor, and you let Jordan Poole just go out there and be an assassin. Just go score. So right now he's just overthinking everything, even offensively, when he's going through his bag and going through his moves. It's got to just settle down here. It's got to settle down a little bit. And, that's why early in the season, not to bring it back to Klay, I was just, hey, let's pump the brakes on him starting right now, because that's a weird thing. When you come off the bench and you're averaging 16, 17 points a game, but yet you start, that goes up 10 points per game. There's got to be a happy medium here to where Jordan Poole could be effective whether he starts or comes off the bench. It shouldn't matter. What should matter is he's going to see 25 to 30 minutes, and he's going to have the ball in his hands. And just let him go. Let him go. Just go score. Right now, when the guys get back, go be Monte Ellis.
Yeah. I know.
I'll live with that.
When other guys are on the floor with him, there is like when he relocates, when he passes to someone, he expects that ball right back.
Right.
Immediately.
And there's some lineups yesterday I was watching.
Well, there were some lineups on Friday night that
it drives me. But
early in the game, I was like, "Are we really going to do this against the Rockets?" Was I the only one thinking that?
No, you're not. You're not. Listen, you can't. How can you not with this team? They're 31-30.
I was like, really?
But you look at Jordan Poole, and he's playing next to Anthony Lamb. And there's no knock on Anthony Lamb. It's no knock on Ty Jerome. It's no knock on PBJ. It's no knock on JaMychal Green.
I have no problem with PBJ's.
I got no problem about that.
I want him to play.
One's a rookie, two are two-way guys, and JaMychal Green is kind of lost in the sauce right now. So
what's going on there?
I don't know. He just has.
How many minutes did he play yesterday, JaMychal Green?
Just 12.
And then how many did Lamb play?
Lamb played 24 minutes and 34 seconds.
Man, that signing is not good.
Hasn't gone well.
Like, I don't even, you talk about roles. I still don't even know what the hell his role is. He'll be our third center.
Right.
Like,
but just think about that lineup.
No, that's a weird lineup.
With two-way guys.
And they aren't
a rookie and PBJ and JaMychal Green. So that's a lot on Jordan Poole's shoulders to try to manufacture offense. And then it leads to a 5 of 20. And then you have 10 eyes on you on defense saying, okay, Jordan Poole's their one guy. He's their playmaker.
Yeah.
He's the NBA champ. Let's go get him. That's tough. And it's been a lot of lineups like that for JP. So I got faith in JP. Look, he's a little inconsistent right now in his fourth year offensively and with the shot selection. But you know what? He'll be fine. I think right with him. Honestly, I think he's going to bounce back in a major way tomorrow night against the Portland Trailblazers.
Is his ankle or foot or whatever, is that okay?
Yeah, he finished the game.
I know, but I was worried. Was there any update in postgame?
Nah, I felt like he was good.
Because that scared the crud out of me.
Yeah, no, you can't.
Well, I mean, this team is down a million guys. They can't go down another. They're going to end up shooting 6 guys like my St. Brendan's team. I mean, geez Louise.
I mean, it is.
It's tough.
Boy, Guy Santos may be coming up from Santa Cruz with the way the team's dropping, right?
What were they calling him? The Brazilian Luka?
Oh,
what was his?
He did drop 41 in the G League.
Yeah, but what was his nickname? Was it the Brazilian Luka? I don't know,
but he did drop 41 for Santa Cruz the other day. Santa Cruz.
Did he really?
Yeah, he did. What was that sound?
That was the boardwalk.
It's the boardwalk. Santa Cruz.
Going on down to have some fun.
Would you bring a can of Coke, you get 50 cents off or something like that?
That was the best.
Never took advantage of that.
The boardwalk is actually a lot more fun than people give it credit for. It's aged, but I have a good time.
It's a perfect date place, too. If you're trying to just meet someone, you get a good feel for them, whether they like the boardwalk or not. You got the beach there, you got the games, you got mini golf, you got the arcade. Come on.
I need to make a trip down to Santa Cruz.
That's a good call.
I used to go down there a lot when I was working at, I was a junior director in the Park and Rec system here in San Francisco.
Really?
Richmond
Were you
Playground.
a junior director?
Yeah, absolutely.
What park?
Richmond Playground.
Really?
Right down the street from Argonne.
Wow.
Yeah, we used to take
tennis?
the kids. Basketball, tennis. We played a lot of Trouble and Sorry.
Nice.
All of it, man.
We didn't see you at Kimball on Saturday.
Nah, I couldn't make it.
I saw Coach Evans was out there.
Coach
I gave
Evans.
him the 2 fingers up.
Yeah,
you know?
Shout out to Sacred Heart Cathedral winning the Open Championship, CCS. Shout out to Camp Orlando winning a championship. Shout out to my George Washington Eagles girls basketball team winning a city championship. Let's go.
Did you see who Camp Orlando's playing on Tuesday?
Who they play?
Reardon, at Reardon.
What time
7 o'clock.
Oh my God.
I know. Is Hathaway a Camp Orlando guy?
His daughter, Libby. Libby Hathaway is on the cheer team at Camp Orlando.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Libby.
Yeah, because he was like live tweeting the game, essentially.
Yeah. No, I told him, send us that stuff at hss@957thegame.com.
Yeah.
So Camp Orlando's going to start flooding us with emails. That's a big game. Yeah. Who does Sacred Heart have?
I don't know, but I watched Nate Ford, who runs the Rebels program, and everybody who's played Ernest England for years knows who he is. He put out a tweet. I think he might be right on this, which is a crazy thing to say, that Miller and Mixon from Sacred Heart might be the 2 most accomplished athletes in terms of team success in the history of the school.
Wow.
And that's a sentence.
Fox and Taylor Johns were good. I remember them.
Lorraine Russell. Come on. Justin
really
Love and Lorraine Russell were ridiculous.
Yeah, that's damn.
I mean, we're talking about. I mean, give love to my boy Johnny Moylan. He's out there somewhere, 3-sport athlete. You know, there are some great athletes to come out of there.
Yeah.
Isn't that? But those two kids, they won a state championship in football. They've now won CCS in basketball. It's pretty incredible.
Who do they have this week?
I don't know. I didn't see their bracket. Middy's in the open bracket.
Jefferson also is making an NCAA. They're in the state tournament now too. Jefferson as well.
Nice.
So shout out to Jefferson High out there in Daly City.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, no doubt. By the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. That last segment sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. The great Tim Roy will join us at 8 o'clock. Tim Roy, the voice of the Golden State Warriors, to discuss what's going on with them. Yeah, see, I told you. Drop 41. Quinones dropped 41. Nike Santos. I thought they were the same dude. I could be wrong. Somebody dropped 41 in Santa Cruz.
Bonte, this is all news to me. I'm doing the best I can to support Kevin Dana's career, who does play-by-play. But I would be honest with you if I say that
cash me out one time.
I was watching spring training baseball instead of the Santa Cruz Warriors.
Yeah, I don't
Oh, boy.
know. I was not doing that either. What was Baby Chaz and I were at Philly Zoo's house. My boy Sean Seeger.
Paying up that burrito bet?
Nah, he didn't want. I was like, yo, I'm running by Gordo's, man. You want a burrito? He's like, nah, I'm good. So then he sends in a thread. Oh, Bonte tried to pay off his bet with the burrito. No, I didn't, but it is what it is. But watching the Sixers lose, and he was throwing his hat around, and Baby Chaz was just laughing at him. Uncle Sean crazy. Uncle Sean crazy. So it was a lot of fun over there watching the Sixers lose to the Boston Celtics.
Did you show him the Jaylen Brown comments about Philadelphia Sixer fans?
No.
Oh, yeah,
Jaylen Brown said something Saturday?
Yeah, about how disrespectful they are and some of the things that they say.
Shocking.
And then Jason Dumas, who's, puts on for Philly, basically quote tweeted and showed the video of Boston crowd
of course,
yelling, "Screw you, Draymond," but the explicit way.
Yeah, of course. Both those towns stink when it comes to being a fan. I mean, they're
Boston
terrible fans.
isn't as bad as Philly, though. Yeah. And I can't believe I'm saying that.
It just, every Philly person, too, it's just we're so passionate. That's all we have is the Eagles. We're so passionate.
You have the sound?
That's not passion.
Here's Jaylen Brown talking about the Philadelphia crowd.
They all count as one, but in this rivalry, is it any sweeter winning in Philly?
Not really. I just look at it as, each and every game you just take with a grain of salt. I'm sure we'll see them down the line. So you just be ready when it's time to go. It's fun playing here. The crowd was a little bit, hostile. In moments, there was, people on the side was talking crazy, et cetera. But, you persevere, you make some plays, and you get the win.
Do you enjoy that?
It depends. I started talking to, one of the fans because it got a little bit excessive, where it got a little disrespectful, and stuff like that. Even before the game, it was entering the arena, there's people saying, I hope you tear your ACL, and it's just, I understand people care and they love, the team that they cheer for, but I think it gets a little excessive at times.
I hope you tear your ACL.
I mean, they told Fred Warner's wife that we hope your plane crashes. I mean,
what?
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Dude, I'm telling you, Philadelphia has got some of the worst fans. They're scum. But you know what?
Who says that? Honest to God, who says that?
That's why they lost the Super Bowl.
Hey, Luka.
God don't like ugly. And Karma bit their ass so hard. They got to live with that Super Bowl loss forever. They don't deserve a parade down Broad Street.
Not. I hope you lose. I hope you're out for a year plus and your career is in the balance.
I want you to tear your ACL.
What?
You tell somebody's wife at a Niners game that you hope her plane crashes back to the Bay Area. What is wrong with you guys out in Philadelphia?
I don't even know.
You know what? Philly fans,
you think
and people defend them. That's the worst part. We have people at the station defending Philadelphia fans.
Well, yeah,
whatever.
They enable. It's like, oh, well, that's just how Philly is. They threw snowballs at Santa Claus, so it's allowed.
It's a Philly thing.
That's the dumbest excuse ever. That's
you know what? It's a Philly thing to always lose. Angelo Cataldi was talking about his 33 years of radio, and he retired. He was like, 33 years of radio. That's like over 130-plus seasons of sports with all these teams. And we saw 2 championships. So it was kind of fitting that the Eagles lost. 2 championships. They stink. Philadelphia. I enjoy every time they lose. Flyers, Sixers, Eagles. You have no idea. I enjoy it all. When Jason Tatum hit that 3, oh, yes. Thank God. They deserve misery. Now, our friend Kate Scott, she's got to call Sixers games. But you know what? You went to the 215. Kate Scott, come on home. Get out of that dump. Get out of that dump in Philadelphia.
We tried to ask for tickets to one of those games. It was Jokic versus Embiid, and couldn't come through. I was very disappointed. Wells Fargo Center.
We don't need to go there. I'd rather talk Phillies baseball than talk about what happened.
Trey Turner.
Trey Turner. You like Trey Turner.
Don't talk about that.
I do.
You like Trey Turner.
Well, he signed with Adidas and with Rawlings, and so I've been following his Instagram profile, looking at some of the gear that he has.
He has some good gear.
Oh, really, he's got some sweet gear.
Really good. But Celtic fans, Jaylen Brown not knowing he plays in Boston and the things that they say, those two can have each other. They really can. It's the worst fandom ever, man.
Eastern Conference Finals. Don't count out the Bucks. I know. I still feel like the Bucks have, but okay, this is just me being a Warrior fan here. God, I kind of hope they go out early.
So Giannis.
So Giannis hits the eject button. I really do.
I know. I do too. Trust me.
Before we hit,
or Philadelphia can bow out early. And maybe Embiid's like, you know what? I had it. James Harden's old. He's washed up. Tobias Harris gives me nothing. Get me out of Philadelphia.
Hey,
get him with his Under Armour brother, Steph Curry. That'd be nice.
I wouldn't be mad at that at all. Draymond Green, the knee injury.
Let's get to it on the other side. Draymond Green, right knee flare up. We'll get to the calls. 888-957-9570. He had a setback. We'll discuss that. What about Andrew Wiggins, Stephen Curry? A lot going on the injury front with the Golden State Warriors, but they do get a win. They beat the T-Wolves and rallied back from a 14-point deficit. They held the T-Wolves at 17 points in the fourth quarter. 17 points and get the win 109-104. And for all you degenerates out there, the Warriors covered the 3. How about that? How about that? After all said and done, they covered the spread. They get the win. That is crazy.
Are you pulling an Al Michaels? You betting on the games you're calling?
I used to bet, when I was writing for this site, when people forget I was writing for 95.7 The Game. I've done it all at the station.
Okay.
Listen, I may not have placed a couple bets in my time in the press box. May not. I mean, Kevin Durant's on the Warriors. They go down 15, and the thread's going crazy. Load up, boys. Time to live bet. They'd be down 15 and win by 30. It'd be crazy.
Yeah, well, that was a different time.
It was a different time.
Different time and place.
So KD, by the way, making his debut with the Phoenix Suns Wednesday against the Hornets.
Yeah, newsflash. He's probably going to be good.
Let us know about the biggest
Kevin
story
Durant
in the Bay Area. By the way, shout out to City College as well. Girls, women's and men's basketball. Men's basketball going to the Sweet 16 next Saturday. Warriors don't have a game, so I think I'm going to take baby chance of that. Go see City College.
I saw a kid who plays for the baseball team wearing a coat. I have to get this coat. Justin LeBeau, if you're listening to me, it is a black City coat with cursive. I will pay whatever it takes to get it. I don't know. It's just like a satin coat. It looks so sick.
Vanacini, I think. I can go talk to him too.
Yeah, I'm a large.
What are you spending on? Spending his East Bay. Let us know. HSS at 957thegame.com and be featured on the Prep Rally podcast will debut this week, this Wednesday. Listen, man. A lot of prep stuff happening. Reardon Campolindo.
Isn't that going to be a great game?
I covered Reardon at Campolindo back in, I want to say 2010 or 2011. Coach Buck was coaching. They went to Campolindo for a chance to win the NCS or get to the NCS title game.
Gotcha.
This is with Jade and Chiefy, who ended up going to SF State.
Yeah.
That game was incredible. Went to overtime. Reardon outlasted them.
I think Campolindo and Reardon were supposed to play the COVID year, but then COVID hit.
De La Salle.
I think.
No, De La Salle was supposed to come to Reardon.
Oh,
Remember
is that what it was? I thought it was Campolindo for some reason. It was De La Salle? Okay.
Yep.
I knew that the Reardon was supposed to play someone that COVID year, and then they couldn't play, and it was like a big outbreak. Bad. So I'm excited for that one.
Yeah, that should be a good game. Prep Rally Podcast debuting this Wednesday. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by 5 Hour Energy and Living Essentials. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. What's the most impressive thing about the Warriors win yesterday, and how concerning are these injuries moving forward? We'll get into it here on The Roast.
Remember college?
He has it. I hear him all the time. He's like, I'm not losing faith in the Chaps. What does Guru say? Until I see them lose under Steve Kerr in the West, then I don't believe it, Steiny.
Who does he believe in more, his Lakers or his Warriors?
Probably his Warriors. Lakers still look good, though. Lakers. How dumb. By the way, played Minnesota last night. Gobert missed the second straight game against the Warriors. He actually has been playing well over his last 18 points, 14 rebounds. But think about the trade they made.
Oh, it's one of the worst trades in the last few years in any sport.
So the Lakers been sitting back, chilling in the cut, down in 13th spot, 12th spot, 14th spot. And the T-Wolves this past offseason trade away Kessler, Vanderbilt, Malik Beasley, and they get rid of Patrick Beverly. Then at the deadline, they get rid of D'Lo. And the Lakers somehow end up with all three of those players. Vanderbilt, Beasley, D'Lo. And Minnesota has Mike Conley Jr., who, by the way, may be the most overpaid athlete, and not just the NBA, in all of professional sports. Guys made one All-Star as a replacement. He did nothing last night.
I've never really been high on him.
Yeah,
as high as everyone else
right.
is.
Yeah, no, he's a solid player.
Exactly.
He's not a superstar. He's not an all-star. No. He's a good player who's good enough to get you beat in the second round of the playoffs. Rudy Gobert, they trade for him. Now you have to play him and Karl Anthony Towns together. And you got Naz Reid on the bench. I'd rather have Naz Reid than Rudy Gobert.
Well, let me ask you about that, because every time I watch Naz Reid, I always go, where's Karl Anthony Towns on this team?
Yeah.
I feel like he never plays.
Well, he had the calf injury, and it looked like an Achilles, but looks like he's working himself back. But that was a gruesome injury when he suffered it, man. He suffered against the Wizards, late November, I want to say. He hasn't been back since. So
he played a lot last year, and that's why I felt really encouraged. But it feels like the couple years before that, and then this year, he's just always hurt.
Yeah, he's not. It's not good. But how dumb is Minnesota? They gave up all those draft assets for Rudy Gobert, like he was going to bring them over the top. Now they may not even make the play-in tournament.
It's such an overpay. I don't know why they did that. And anyone who watches Rudy Gobert during the regular season's like, yeah, okay, solid defensive player, even though I think he's dramatically overrated in terms of his actual impact on the game defensively. And then come playoff time, he gets taken right off the floor.
Off the floor.
So, it made no sense to me. And, again, if you have Karl Anthony Towns, if you have Naz Reid, I don't see the fit.
Yeah, I don't either. Wow, Naz Reid, unrestricted free agent.
Oh, I'd love to get him.
That's what I see here.
I would love to get him. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, dude, he's going to get paid.
I would love to get him.
I would love Naz Reid on this team. Oh, my God. 24 years old, undrafted free agent out of LSU. Boy, give me Naz Reid. Let's get to the calls here. 888-957-9570.
Can we still play the Bochy sound even though he's in Texas now?
Absolutely.
Oh, come on. He's a legend.
Is that what we're going to do?
He's for free in the Bay. Come on now. Let's go to
do the Rangers play the Giants this year?
They play everyone, right?
Yeah, I thought everyone played everyone.
No, I'm saying here. Oh, my bad. Here. Do they play them here?
I don't know. Might be a nice trip to Dallas, though.
Not today. We'll talk about it later.
Casey Schmidt. Coach
looks great.
Hurt his bat. Stinks, though, according to Lubman.
He just hit a bomb.
Lubman said his bat.
He batted 286 in single A.
I'm telling you, the biggest Giants fan I know, Lubman, told me his bat's not ready to roll.
Joey Bart with a double, though. Huge.
Coach Vallejo, what's happening?
Hi, Coach.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Haven't talked for a while. Morning, and I want to say the Warriors picked up two guys in the at the trade deadline that they can play, and that's Jonathan Kuminga and Patrick Baldwin Jr. Those are the two pickups. Those watching Kuminga play, he brings the element that the Warriors haven't really had. That's slashing to the middle and being physical, going up to the hoop. I thought the greatest play, one of the best plays last night was when Kuminga drove to the hoop, shot the ball. It didn't go in, but he sucked everyone in, and DiVincenzo got the tip in on the other side. This guy, I could just imagine him and Wiggins on the court together. Even if Draymond's playing the five at the time, Kuminga brings that extra element. And the play he made against the Lakers the other night when he came across and blocked the shot. Those type of things, the Warriors haven't had that. And I think Kuminga is being a very impactful player at the time. What do you think?
No doubt. 27 minutes last night, Coach. 5 to 10. And we got through a phone call from Coach without any Jordan Poole slander.
Kuminga's been so active after loose balls and going up on the glass, whatever they've spoken to him in terms of like attacking the hoop as an offensive rebounder, he's really taken that to heart. He's really tried to like jump up and like, if he's not going to be the one to get it, use his athleticism to bat it to somebody else.
Well, it's the same thing that Klay Thompson was talking about Friday night, simplifying his role, simplifying his game. That's what the Warriors have done with Jonathan Kuminga, saying, hey, look, you're not going to be shooting 20 times a game. You don't need to shoot 5 threes a game. Simplify your role. Play in a dunker spot. Screen, pass, rebound, block shots, be active. He took Anthony Edwards out that basketball game.
Yeah, he did.
Anthony Edwards, 5 and 19, 12 points. He really struggled 2 of 8 from the three-point line. And when he didn't have a shot going early on, and no Spinoni was at the game, he started to try to force it. He forced it, and he shot a seam out of the game, basically. Kuminga, 5 of 10. I love that. 1 3-point attempt. I love that as well. Rebounds, okay, maybe you can give me a couple more than 5, but you know what? He scored in double figures, and he played a nice, controlled game. But the coaching staff has told him, simplify your role. Know what you need to do to help us win a championship this year, because his time will come in the future with the Warriors. It better be with the Warriors.
I hope it's with the Warriors. The thing on Edwards, B, for just a quick second, like Anthony Edwards in same draft class as Wiseman. A lot of people, I wish we could have gotten him. Well, he went before Wiseman.
Right.
His development is not this straight line, straight upward. Like, it's not this just like never-ending trajectory to the top of the league. Like, you're going to have some ups and down moments as we look at like Kuminga or even Moody, who gets a little run here and there, and I thought had a couple of nice rebounds. Like, you look at it and you're expecting all of this ascension. Even the great players in the league have bad nights.
Yep.
And so, like, the young players are going to have more bad nights than than anyone else out there. So, like, watching Edwards yesterday, to me, was a great reminder to Warrior fans, like, you can't expect Kuminga to play flawless 4 games in a row.
Right.
Like, you're just going to have ups and downs. Development is not a straight line.
There was downs yesterday. He turned the ball over, committed a foul on the same possession. Steve Kerr just had his arms crossed like... But you got to let the rookie play through that.
Exactly.
You got to let Kuminga, second-year player. You got to let him play through that stuff.
He might as well be a rookie.
Right, exactly. He didn't play much in the playoffs last year. Man, on YouTube, somebody just pointed this out on Xfinity Mobile text line, 650. We're almost at 25,000 subscribers on YouTube, 24.7. So like us, love us, hate us if you want. Comment on everything.
Hell yeah.
24.7 subscribers, 24,000. It's 700 subscribers on YouTube. We'll get to 25K before the week is over. Let's go to George in the jungle. George, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah, gentlemen, beautiful morning. Love the rain. Got to tell you, went to the game last night.
Nice.
My boy, my 16-year-old is a sophomore, got first team all-league. And
where at? What school?
By going to the game.
What school?
Credo. It's a small school up in Sonoma County.
Well, congratulations.
High school.
Congratulations, man, to your son. That's a big accomplishment.
Oh, it's huge. But, we went to the game, and I got last-minute tickets. And I tell you, working man can't take a family to the game too many times in this day and age. $500, and we were sitting at the back of the stadium. But I got to tell you, the worst seats in the house, but there isn't a bad seat in the house.
No.
What you think about the game?
Built that well.
What you think about the game?
The Warriors got to learn to start, and they got to learn to finish. They play the middle well, but they got to learn to start, and they got to learn to finish. The boys and I were talking about this last night, and they have 20 games this year where you say, how did they lose? They win those 20 games. They're 10 up on the Nuggets. There are actually 20 games where it's like, what happened there?
No, I hear you, George. Good call. Let's go to Hubert in Georgia. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, fellas, it's a pleasure. First of all, I want to say good morning. It's a pleasure listening to you guys. But I need to take my blood pressure pills when I listen to y'all, because y'all get me so hyped early in the morning. The Warriors are killing me. Steve Kerr is killing me. He's in the head of these young boys, these young players. How come you get rid of James Wiseman? Send him to Detroit. He gets 10 points, 10 rebounds. You get rid of it. Should have been Draymond Green should have been the one that's going to Detroit. Free up some of that cap and develop these young kids. He's in the heads of Kuminga. He's in the heads of Patrick Baldwin. How come Ryan? We never see Ryan.
Ryland's because he's hurt.
Out for the
year.
Got
the foot injury, the Jones fracture.
How How come these kids are not on the floor?
Well, because Ryan Rollins, who are you going to play him for? I love you, Huber, but you're going to play him ahead of Steph? You're going to play him ahead of Ty Jerome? You're going to play him ahead of Jordan Poole and Dante DiVincenzo? Ryan Rollins is not ready. He's not ready. He needs work in the G League. It's okay. He knows that, and everybody knows that. But, as far as Steve Kerr goes, because I know we came at Steve Kerr pretty hard on Friday, and I haven't been impressed with Steve Kerr this season. But I will say the last 2 games, when you look at this lineup and you look at this roster, what choices does he have? I mean, he's got to play Lamb. He's got to play Jerome. He's got to play PBJ. He's got to play JaMychal Green. He's got to dust off Moses Moody, even if it's just for 4 minutes and 18 seconds. He's got no choice right now. You know what I'm saying?
I do like that he's playing PBJ, though.
Yeah, he's got no choice.
I know he yanked him at some point, and I would have probably yanked him too. Like, you're trying to win the game. You see a game like this on the schedule against a team that you're fighting for position with and an opportunity to play in the playoffs. You got to play the guys that give you the best chance. That being said, it is funny because, look, Lamb does a lot of good things. He does. He boxes out. He did a good job yesterday defensively clearing rebounds. Then he had one of the most horrific inbound plays I've ever seen in my life.
I know.
And Steve Kerr just didn't even bat an eye. Now, if Kuminga had made that exact same mistake in that situation, you don't think he's like karate chopping a clipboard?
Well, Poole or Kuminga, he comes.
But that's what I'm talking about, situational awareness. Like,
but I think
I'm not saying you got to treat everyone the same, but that is one of those. You're in the game because I think you're more seasoned, so you won't commit that mistake. And then you do,
Klay also
and you don't even
mistake.
bat an eye.
Klay also had an egregious turnover, too, down the stretch. And it
Horrible.
was just like, I was like, oh,
yeah,
boy.
but Klay also had 40.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But still, you can't turn the ball over.
I'm with you.
And McLaughlin has a wide open 3. If McLaughlin
He picked his pocket from behind.
McLaughlin, if he pump fakes, maybe he gets the foul on Klay. He wanted nothing to do with that 3.
I thought Edwards stripped Klay on the second one where they gave him a foul. I don't know. I didn't see the replay, but it looked.
But you
Edwards looked. I mean, every NBA player looks angry when they get called for a foul. But Edwards thought he batted it from behind again.
But DiVincenzo was fouled on the jump ball.
100%.
And Natalie Sago.
100%.
Natalie Sago, who was second in charge yesterday with the officials.
Natalie
Sago is looking dead at Dante DiVincenzo getting bear hugged. And she calls a jump ball. I mean, Tony Brothers and Natalie Sago, I knew going into the arena, I was like, man, who's ref? You know me. I always look to see who's officiating. I say, oh, God. I'm not even going to.
Who's coming on the NBC set? Who's reffing?
No, we get that ahead of time. But Powerhouse Hobbs. Powerhouse Hobbs, AEW, next Sunday at Chase Center. Powerhouse Hobbs from East Palo Alto. Big time.
He's an EPA guy?
He's an EPA guy.
Totally insane.
EPA guy. So he was cool.
You have no idea what I'm talking about.
I had no idea.
Yeah, Totally Insane was a rap group that was coming out of East Palo Alto in the early 90s. Did some songs with Nicotina.
Yeah, don't remember them.
You don't remember those?
No, I don't remember those.
West Coast Bad Boys, Master P.
Maybe if I listen to them.
Oh, boy.
But no, EPA, Powerhouse Hobbs. Powerhouse Hobbs is good, man.
He got you in a headlock, huh? Was that your decision? I saw the photo.
Yeah, that was kind of my decision.
Yeah?
I told him his headlock was weak. And then I was like, yo, you got to give me a headlock for the grabs. I got one with Sergeant Slaughter.
Oh, did you? Move. That's pretty cool.
Then I got Mankind with the sock.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool. Oh, wow. Lubman with breakfast.
Did you hear about Lubman hurting himself yesterday?
Yeah, what happened?
Lubman hurt himself playing Pee-wee golf.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, it's so much worse than that.
He was playing.
Was he on a date?
Yeah, he was on a date.
Really?
He said it's a friend. You say we're just a friend.
Now, Lubman's been out there. He's trying to get active.
Swiping right?
He's trying to shoot a shot, man. I'm not mad at Lubman right now. Leave Lubman alone. No, the end of the game, and Tony Brothers and Natalie Sago, it was just the game lasted like 2 hours 45 minutes because of Tony Brothers start.
Thank God it started at 4:30.
I mean, thank God.
So here we go. I want to ask you the question that I think everyone's thinking this morning when they wake up. Draymond gets kind of scratched from the game yesterday. You think he might be okay. Okay, 2 things are true here. I think they have to have Draymond to win a championship. To get anywhere in the playoffs, like of significance, you're going to need Draymond Green. For the time being, why do I feel like they can weather the storm a little here? Am I over? I'm not. That's not me making a knock on Dre. I think it'll give other guys opportunities right now.
I'm taking it game by game. I'm taking a March Madness approach.
Okay.
Survive in advance. Play Portland. Can you get by Portland?
You should be
without Draymond Green.
Although Dre does own Portland.
He does own Portland. You're not winning a championship without Draymond Green.
No,
not this year.
I think we all.
And
agree.
I don't know if you make the playoffs without Draymond Green. All right, so Draymond Green, his right knee, having a setback there. It's a little concerning. Will we see him on the rest of the homestand? I hope so. Because without Andrew Wiggins,
more? For those that don't know?
3. So you got his 5-game homestand. You get Portland tomorrow. You get Clippers Thursday, and you get the Pelicans on Friday.
What I don't really know what the injury is because they're being vague with it.
Right knee bruise. That's what they said.
It's a bruise,
but they said he had a setback with the bruise. So
that means
contusion is just another. It's a sexier way of saying bruise.
So it's not a sprain.
Not a sprain. At least we don't know.
Okay.
MRI is coming though.
I mean, it's just. They could really use him right now, especially with Steph out.
I mean, when you say weather the storm, do you mean just his homestand? Do you mean in the last 21 games?
Stay around 500. Like to me, it's like one game up or below 500 is what I'm until reinforcements emerge.
I want to see them get in the top 6. If they emerge.
And then we get some update on Steph this week.
Yeah, this week we get an update on Steph. And hopefully we'll get an update on Andrew Wiggins. Hopefully everything is good with Andrew Wiggins. Let's go to Malik in Oakland. Malik, what's happening? You're on the roast.
How you guys doing this morning? Hey, Shasky, I respect you, man, because you really know your Frisco music, man. You know your Bay Area music, man. I got a different respect for you, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I always hear you make a reference to Bay Area artists, so I know you're really from here.
Thank you.
But what I want to say is, Jordan Poole, do you guys think he's regressing a little bit? Because I believe he's been in the league, 4 years? And for him his game is to not even really flourishing. He don't play balance. He play kind of sporadic. And I'm like, for him to been in the league for about 4 years, his game should have been calmed down. And he play like a rookie half the time. And I really want you guys' opinion on that, because we had an argument about it last night, that he regressing. You know what I'm saying? Some people said he's not. He's just going through something, but I feel like he's regressing for some reason, man.
Well, he's averaging over. You guys he's averaging over 20 a game, and his development. You got to remember, he's a 4th-year player. I bet you any other 4th-year player on a team like this that's coming off a championship that has all the star power that they have in Klay, Steph, Dre. Looney's now becoming a star out here. Wiggins, a 2-way player, former number 1 overall pick. It's got to be difficult on a game-by-game basis to not know what your role is. One day you're the point guard. One day you're the 2 guard. One day you're starting next to Steph. One day you're coming off the bench and you're playing next to JaMychal Green and Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome. It has to be difficult to find consistency at this. Like Jordan Poole's never had to go through anything like this where the defense is locked in on him. Last year, he may have slipped under the rug on the scouting report. He's looking at Steph and Klay and Wiggins. Now the scouting report, Poole's one of the top 3 guys to stop. And yesterday, he's probably 1 or 2. And it's like, we got to slow down number 3, Jordan Poole. So I'm not overly concerned with him. He gets into the same trouble, over dribbles, bad shot selection. But I saw signs of that Friday where he cleaned it up. Didn't have bad shot selection. He only had 1 turnover. So I'm not going to freak out about Jordan Poole at all. Not right now.
I wouldn't call it freaking out. Like a year ago. 1 year ago today, it was like, man, they can't live without Jordan Poole, it felt like, and then you knew the contract extension was looming, or at least there'd be the decision that would be looming. And he just felt so charismatic, and the fans reacted to him. The team reacted to him. His punch offensively was desperately needed. All the numbers that you cited might all be, factually correct and tell you that, hey, look, he's actually not as bad as people think it is. I'm just watching the game, and I look at someone like Dante DiVincenzo, does so many winning things. Simultaneously, I'm looking at Poole. He does a lot that helps them. He also is just so streaky and so frustrating. And it's like, I don't want to label him like he doesn't play winning basketball, because I don't think that's fair. But there are times where I question his basketball IQ.
He overthinks sometimes. He overthinks. The game's going too fast.
I love him. I'm a big Jordan Poole fan. Like, I've been at the front of the bandwagon.
No, Jordan Poole's going to be fine. But no. But there's, when you're, for example, if you were here at 95.7 the game and he said, all right, one day I want you to work the morning, one day I want you to work at night, one day I want you to work weekends. It's tough doing all those different roles. I had to go through that. One day you're in the captain seat. One day you're in the 2 chair. One day you're in the 3 chair. One day you're writing articles. You know what I'm saying? It's difficult to find a rhythm. And right now, I think that's going on with Jordan Poole, where, yes, he's starting right now, but he's asked to do different things on a game-by-game basis. Now, does he have to get better defensively? Absolutely. He does. Shot selection, he has to get better. Take care of the basketball. But I think Jordan Poole's going to be okay. 5 of 20 yesterday. All right, you throw it out the window, you move on to Portland. I think he'll be a lot better tomorrow. And I know the contract. The contract doesn't kick in until next year.
I'm not worried about the contract.
Right now, he's only making $3 million and some change.
I'm not worried about the contract.
So, don't worry about the contract, folks.
I'm worried about form. Okay. Are you playing good basketball right now? Like my biggest issue with him right now, you could say over dribbling and playing quickly. I would just say shot selection.
Right.
Understanding who has the best shot on the floor, meaning who do I pass it to, and is this the best shot for my team given the circumstances? Like, great example. They'll go through a drought. It was the end of the third quarter yesterday, and it's just like he's playing up tempo. It's like, no, slow it down. Let's get a good shot here. And I know part of that is who you're playing with. Yep. You're right on that, B. But, like, I wish I could inject some of the Dante DiVincenzo, veteran patience into Jordan Poole's game.
Yeah, I mean, look, he took a shot yesterday. I believe it was 90 to 84.
This is in the fourth?
In the fourth quarter, 90-84. The T-Wolves ended up going up 94-84, and I thought that was the game. Now, the Warriors obviously go on a 20-3 run. They take the game over. They win by 5, and we're all happy about that. But JP, he took a shot. They were down 90-84, and he just chucked one. And I was just like, he could get a better shot. You're rolling right now. So shot selection has got to be a lot better. Let's go to Tamir in Oakland. Tamir, what's happening, man?
Hey,
Long
Tamir.
time no talk. Good morning.
Hey, what's up, guys? I was gonna talk about Anthony Lamb, but that can go into the point about JP that everybody's talking about. If you're playing with with Anthony Lamb, Ty Jerome, Looney, and JaMychal Green on the court with you, you're gonna have all 10 eyes on you. They're not worried about that. So,
it's true.
Like you said, Vontae, the role for JP changes every game. And then, Joe, you said with Dante, he's not catching all the eyes that JP's catching either. No. So when you don't know what your role is, when 1 minute you got to be that dude, the next minute you coming off the bench, you got to play with a whole bunch of guys that 2 of them are two-way players that most teams don't want. Like, you're going to be inconsistent. You're going to be like, do I have to do this all the time, score more, or do I have to pass it to this guy or whatever? So people got to lay off JP. Like Vontae said, this is 4th year. You're young still. He's still learning that role. He's not Steph. We all say that all the time. Steph, when he was in his 4th year, wasn't doing certain things and all that other stuff. So he's inconsistent, but he's still averaging 20. Who's averaging 20 points in the NBA? That's not like you got to be some type of dog to average 20 points in the league. So, but yeah, if you're playing with, like I said, Joe knows, he hits me up, follows me on Twitter. I'm not a fan of Lamb. I think everybody's saying he's good on defense and stuff. Every time I see him, this barbecue kicking, like he's getting punked out by Reed and McDaniels yesterday, throwing away the ball. I'm like, you might as well play PBJ or Kuminga to do the same thing if he makes a mistake. Like, I don't like how he doesn't get chastised the way the young dudes do. Like, he's like the All-American or something on the Warriors. Like, Lamb gets away with a lot more stuff than the young dudes do, and I don't see why when he, to me, is the same as the PBJ to me.
Good call, Tamir.
The thing for me that's the most, I would say, frustrating from the beginning of the year to now, forget what your opinion is of Anthony Lamb. The fact that JaMychal Green has been relegated to the status that he's at, given where everyone's out right now, isn't that like, that to me is the biggest indication of, man, they whiffed on that one.
Yes, they did. They did whiff on that one, and it makes it disappointing about Wiseman, how he couldn't. That ankle injury Wiseman suffered, that was detrimental. Because those 3 weeks that he missed.
Kinda?
Well, those 3 weeks that he missed, that was a good time for Wiseman to develop and get run and submit himself for that backup 5 spot. But he left the door open for JaMychal Green, and JaMychal Green had a really good stretch when we came back against Cleveland.
A couple weeks.
Yeah, he had a good stretch. So he's not, look, he's going to play 10 to 12 to 14 minutes a game. You just hope for the best. As far as Anthony Lamb.
Yeah, but he's 33. I hear you. He's 33.
But what are you going to do?
And, well, no, I know, but and it's not a like for like. But when they lost Otto Porter Jr., you were thinking you'd get not what you got from Otto Porter Jr. That was unfair because you expected Kuminga and Moody to take a leap.
The thing with Otto Porter Jr., and he had good moments.
He rebounded like crazy down the stretch.
He had very good moments. But he also went through a 3-month slump.
Was it that long?
It was like from end of January to the playoffs.
Oh, okay, but he was very good.
He was solid in the playoffs. At times, he was solid. He also made like 5 threes in a 2-month span. So, like, we remember, like, Otto Porter, oh, my God, Otto Porter Jr. We're lucky to get through the season with him healthy.
No, I agree, but let's just take a step back.
I thought it was okay.
He was a lot better than JMG.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying he's not.
Yeah,
but you know what?
It's a big drop-off. I think that's an area, there was a miscalculation. We thought the youngsters, myself included, would be better and farther along, and you wouldn't need JMG as much. That was wrong. They need JMG more than I anticipated, and he's been not as good.
He's going through a little slump right now. I think, again, roles change, right? Now he's better off when he's playing with guys like Klay and Steph and Draymond, JaMychal Green, playing with veterans.
I would agree with that, in the dunker spot.
Right, and you're playing with guys like Anthony Lamb, and I'm not trying to discredit Anthony Lamb at all. I think Anthony Lamb is, for a two-way guy, is giving you maximum production as a two-way guy.
He's giving you more than what you want because you didn't expect a two-way guy to be playing this much.
You didn't expect him to be playing this much. So Anthony Lamb's been fine. He grabbed 7 rebounds yesterday, came up with 2 big block shots. Ty Jerome took a step back yesterday after having a solid night against the Houston Rockets. They are who they are right now. But Anthony, I'm looking at JaMychal Green right now, last 4 games. He scored a grand total of 10 points. So he's come back from the All-Star break. Hasn't played too well. And before that, you look at his game logs. He had 4 or 5 games where he scored double figures.
What are his rebounding numbers? Forget the scoring. What are his rebounding numbers?
The rebounding numbers have not been.
Because they need somebody to rebound.
They have. Outside of Looney, they do need some guys to rebound.
That's an area where Otto Porter Jr., I think a lot of people forget how good. He was a really good rebounder for them.
JaMychal Green, last 13 games, averaging 4 rebounds per game. It's got to be better.
That's more than I thought, actually.
It's got to be better.
Okay.
Got to be better. Now I'm eager to see what Otto Porter Jr. did last year. By the way, Otto Porter Jr. out for the season with a foot injury.
Well, they threaded the needle on how to utilize him last year, and they avoided key injury because he did hurt his foot at some point last year down the stretch.
He did.
Remember that?
He did.
Scared the crud out of me.
He did. Otto Porter Jr. last year, it's weird seeing him in his Raptors uniform. Last season, he averaged 5.5 rebounds per game. 5.5 rebounds per game for Otto Porter Jr. at 8 points. Shot 37% from the 3. All right, let's get to Zach. Zach, you're on the morning roast. What's going on, Zach?
Hello?
Hey, what's up, Zach?
How does Draymond's injury affect the Warriors?
How does Draymond's injury affect the Warriors? Good call. Good question, Zach. Great question, actually. It affects them on both ends of the floor. Offensively, he's a facilitator from the point forward spot, getting guys off those down screens, running the split action. Defensively, obviously, he's your quarterback. He's communicating, one of the best weak side defenders we've ever seen in the league. So missing Draymond Green affects both your offense and defense, and he's your vocal leader on the defensive end. So missing him, knowing where to be on the floor, setting up your offense, knowing where guys supposed to be. Yeah, you miss Draymond Green, and you're going to miss a lot of him on both ends of the floor.
They tried to use Kuminga in Friday night's game in a way, the way they used Draymond Green at times, where he would be like a passer.
He's not that guy.
No, and it frustrated me. And like that was a great example of my frustration with Steve Kerr. Like, oh, Draymond's out, Kuminga, you're going to play the exact same way. It's like, nah, dude, they're totally different players, and they've adjusted. They haven't run that same stuff. I thought they were much better last night. Who gets the most opportunity with Draymond out?
Well, we see Kuminga getting that opportunity.
You think he's the beneficiary?
Well, I mean, you don't have any. Who else are you going to go to?
I was thinking maybe. No, I'm not saying to start him, but I'm saying maybe you give JMG some more run or PBJ. I don't know. That's what I'm asking you.
JMG.
So it's just Kuminga.
It's Kuminga. Look at what Kuminga's doing defensively. It's got to be Kuminga.
Yeah, it just felt
but you got to tweak the way you play as well. You can't play the same way that you do when Draymond Green's on the lineup. Kuminga's not that guy. A lot of guys don't do with Draymond. Draymond's one of one.
I actually
we
thought
all forget that.
Offense looked a lot more open yesterday without Draymond on the floor.
You had all 5 starters scoring double figures. 6 times this season that's happened. It's just a different offense because Draymond Green is going to look for other guys. He's not going to look for his own shot. Where Kuminga can be a bit of a threat offensively. I love his little fadeaway in the paint. When he gets into the paint, 10 feet in, and he fades away from the middle of the paint. He's got that in his bag. So his bag offensively is a lot deeper than Draymond Green. So it's going to be Kuminga. Kuminga's going to be starting for the foreseeable future, and I think that may be the case even when Wiggins gets back. Maybe they'll go Wiggins at the 4, but right now,
it feels like Lamb's getting some of those minutes too.
Speaking of bench, we always talk about other guys coming off the bench, or because Steph Curry came off the bench and all this old bench talk. What happens with Andrew Wiggins if Kuminga continues to roll? Do you insert him right back into the starting lineup, or do you wait on Wiggins? Because When he missed 15 games with the right adductor strain and non-COVID list or the non-COVID illness, he was not right. And he hasn't been right since he suffered that right adductor strain. Almost 21 games left. I'm sure when he comes back, he's never come off the bench. Steve Kerr will probably insert him back into the lineup. But I wonder. I
hadn't considered that at all. I just assumed he would be a starter again.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to happen.
I'd have to think about it. I hadn't even considered it, B, quite honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on Kuminga, right?
The thing on Wiggins for just a second, obviously we don't know. But when you hear personal reasons, your mind starts to race about what it could be, and you worry about someone's family, and you worry about their situation, and I just hope everything's okay with him. Like, for him to miss this much time, clearly it's something serious. Yeah. And, when you have a bunch of young kids in the household, I worry about his young children, and I hope he's okay. Like, yeah. I really do. I know we're not supposed to, I'm not trying to recklessly speculate. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying, like, as a person who has a heart, like, sports is important, but it's not as important as whatever the heck's going on at home, and I just hope everything's okay. We don't know what it is.
Yeah, no.
And now my mind's racing, and I just hope his family's all right.
Well, he's missed 4 straight games, personal issues, obviously not with the team right now, so you hope that he's right. Andrew Wiggins has been a godsend with the Golden State Warriors.
Hell yeah.
The family first.
He's their second best player last year in the playoffs.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt. Hell, he may be your second best player, period.
Yeah.
Because of his two-way ability. So hopefully everything is okay. Maybe he rejoins the team. You got that situation. You have Draymond Green's right knee. We're awaiting MRI. If he does have to take an MRI, he was on the bench yesterday in the second half, laughing and having fun on the sideline. Hopefully Draymond Green's right knee is okay. Can ill afford to miss him for a long period of time. And then what's happening with Stephen Curry? When is he getting back? 21 games left here, folks.
So what the last 3 home games before they go on the road are who, and who?
Blazers, Clippers, Pels.
Can you win one of those two? One of those 3?
Can you go 2-1?
I'll take 1 and 2. I really will. Can't go 0-3. I got to get one of these games. To me, you got to get one of these games, right? I keep going back to the one above, at, or below 500. That's what I'm looking for.
I would love them to get some cushion. I would love to see them get some cushion.
Too. Especially now the Lakers are surging.
Get Portland. Yeah, the Lakers right now.
They look good.
They are 2 games behind the Warriors in the loss column, but I wouldn't want to play the Lakers in the Players Tournament.
No, LeBron and AD? AD's playing great ball right now.
AD's playing out of his mind.
That's what I'm saying.
Yesterday.
I said to Spadoni, I hate to be this guy, but are we seeing the best version of Anthony Davis right now?
He's playing out of his mind.
Blocking shots at the rim, altering shots. He's hitting buckets. He looks good.
I saw some Laker fans tweet yesterday. Bookmark this tweet. We will win the West.
What? As in the playoffs, not as in the regular season.
You know what? Draymond Green did say it on TNT this year. We may see a 6 or 7 seed advance to the NBA Finals out of the West. We may.
Draymond said that on TNT?
Said that on TNT. And that's when Barkley said, well, I know one thing, the Golden State Warriors are cooked. And Draymond was like, Chuck, you've been saying that my entire career. No, you guys are done. D-O-N-E, done. So that was a lot of fun. Let's go to Rich in San Jose.
Hey, Rich.
Before the injury report. What's up, Rich? What's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, real quick. Fonte, you piggybacked off of what Shasky just said in terms of, Wiggins was the best player in the playoffs last year, and then you piggybacked and said he might be their second best player, period. Can we give just a little bit more credit to the best basketball that Klay has played in his entire career over the last 2 months on what ostensibly is still 2 bum injuries that most people don't ever come back from? And I got nothing but love for Wiggins. I think he's a great player. When he's out there, he's a dynamic, contributor, but please, can we not call him the second best player on the team? I can't get on board with that.
Okay, so who's the second best player on the team? It doesn't
right
even
now it's
Rich.
Klay.
Rich.
Well,
right now,
Clay's way more accomplished,
right?
And Klay is there right now.
Rich,
he's playing their best basketball.
Rich,
he is.
Listen.
He might play the best basketball of his life.
Rich, I'll say this: who really cares who's the second best player on this team? Who cares who's the best player? Can you win games? Can you contend for championships? That's all I care about, Rich. And yes,
I agree with that.
Clay is good. I'll say this, Rich, if you're still on the line. Rich, I want Klay to retire a Warrior. I hear all this nonsense about the all-season, about Klay taking pay cuts, and what are you going to do about the future? I want Klay to retire a Warrior. Is that good enough for you, Rich?
Absolutely. I didn't think encouraging Klay. I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page that right now, and when he's out there with the amount of minutes he's playing and the points he's putting up, Klay is far and away the second best player on the court. And right now, he's the best player on the court.
Yeah, he's their best. Yeah, he's their best player on the court right now is what I would say.
There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, it's not even close.
No doubt.
Down your road.
No doubt. You're all good, Rich. I
Rich.
said this. I said this to start the show. I do not want Klay Thompson wearing another uniform for the rest of his career. I don't care if he's not the defender he once was, what he's doing offensively, the spacing he provides. He's going to be able to shoot until he's dead. All right? This guy's shot is so pure. I want him on the wing, playing next to Steph Curry, and retiring as a Golden State Warrior. That's a fact. I want Klay going nowhere. So figure it out after next season when he's on the last year of his deal. Can you get him to $20 million? Can you get him to 18? I don't know. I don't know how much money. I don't want to count his money, but I want him in a Warriors uniform for the rest of his life.
I would love to count his money. Wow.
Well,
like as it coming to me, not me counting his bank account.
Yeah, I mean,
wouldn't you?
Give it to me. Sure.
Give me one NBA check.
All right, it's time for the injury report. Tim Roy coming up next.
Why are you laughing?
Talking injuries.
Oh.
We're talking injuries. And you want to talk some baseball? Now's your chance to talk baseball.
Michael Conforto?
Well, we already know one member of the Giants who won't be available for opening day.
Wait, how is Draymond not the injury report right now?
Because it's outfielder Luis Gonzalez.
He's not an outfielder. He's not a major
He's
league player.
He's expected to be out the next 4 to 6 weeks with a lower back strain.
Dude, this team in backs.
Giants manager Gabe Kapler said the back injury is not in the same area that bothered Gonzalez during last season, though this is still the third time in the last year that Gonzalez has missed time with back issues. Giants and injuries. The precursor of what's to come. But hey, Casey Schmidt's coming up. Everybody's going crazy.
Don't hate on Casey Schmidt.
Nobody's hating.
He has the best glove that Crawford's ever played with in the infield. That's Crawford, not me.
You guys didn't hear us Casey Schmidt till September 15th. Casey Schmidt.
Well, he rose through the ranks out of nowhere. Now he's their 6th best prospect, according to MLB.com.
What's up with Luciano?
Back injury.
Oh, God.
Told you, too. There's like 17 of their top 30 guys have back injuries.
Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Girls in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. The one and only Tim Roy, radio voice of the Golden State Warriors. He joins the roast next.
Dub Nation, this is Klay Thompson.
Klay takes it off balance. 3, it's nothing but... Thompson now waiting, left side, good pump fake, dribble drive by Klay, dishes out to DiVincenzo, catch and shoot three, yes! Warriors 102, Minnesota 99. Off the screen, bounce pass to Looney at the elbow. Looney turns, hands it back to Klay, takes an off-balance three, it's nothing but net! Largest lead of the night for the Warriors is right now. Golden State 105, Minnesota 99.
It's a hell of a comeback for the Golden State Warriors as they win their second game on its 5-game homestand and improve to 2-0 on the 5-game homestand. 24-7 overall at Chase Center. They rallied against the T-Wolves. They were down 14 in the first quarter. They were down 10 midway through the fourth quarter, 94-84. Klay makes that ridiculous corner bank shot. Bully said it was heavy metal. He hit the side of the backboard, but he goes in, and the Warriors go ahead and run away with it against the T-Wolves. Klay Thompson with the game-high 32. Donte DiVincenzo was special as well, 21, 8, and 5. He's been playing some really good basketball. Looney down in the paint, grabbing 17 rebounds. And here to talk about last night and something that happened 10 years ago today, the great Tim Roy, the official voice of the Golden State Warriors here on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Tim? Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
We're good. A lot better than Friday. After that Thursday game against the Lakers. We're a little down in the dumps, Tim. We're a little down in the dumps, especially with all the injuries, but 2 wins. You feel good against the Rockets. You come back against Minnesota without Wiggins, Draymond, and, of course, Steph and Curry. And all of a sudden, we're feeling better, and we're feeling really good because Klay seems to be locked in, playing some of the best basketball he's ever played on the offensive end on the floor.
Yeah, he's really had a great run, and you're so right about how, just buckle up. It's going to be a seesaw the rest of the way. You're going to be feeling great one day, feeling lousy the next day. It's just one of those, that's so tightly packed. I mean, with the Clippers losing and the Warriors winning, and all of a sudden now the Warriors are they're right on the verge of 6, where after the Laker game you're thinking, oh man, this is going to be really, and so you think, oh, there's no chance. But now, there's, all kinds of possibilities but they have to really take care of business on this homestand. They really have to do well on this homestand to have a shot here. And I really liked, the grip we saw last night. It reminded me of the winning streak they had earlier this year on the homestand, but they just battled. And, Minnesota was hitting shots. Naz Reid had a great night, and hats off to him. He was fantastic last night. And you just had this feeling the Warriors just kept battling back in this game. They never let it get too far ahead. And so they did a nice job collectively, I thought.
Tim, you've seen all of the games, all the highs, all the lows, everything in between for Klay Thompson. He maybe has had better stretches in general, but given who's out, given where they are in the standings and how they need all of these games, is this the most you've seen him carry the Warriors offensively for this long of a stretch?
You probably could go back numerically and find a stretch where maybe he had this kind of a run, earlier in his career, maybe not as dramatic as, a couple of 12, 3-point nights, but I think in context, when you look at the fact that Steph's out, yes, and then last night Draymond's out and Wiggins is out, and in context, no, I don't think we've ever seen a stretch like this.
No, go ahead. I thought you cut out for a second, Tim. Go ahead, finish.
Yeah, if he steps up, and he stepped up, and it really just, despite the fact that he's either the first option the other team's trying to take away or the second option, you can sit and argue. He's on their radar, and the fact that he's been able to do that in this kind of a stretch in a situation where the team needs him each and every possession almost, it's been really fantastic to watch.
Tim Roy here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, calls every single Warrior game, of course, here on 95.7 The Game. The great voice, Tim Roy, and you look at Klay Thompson, he's going to get all the headlines. Steph's going to get all the headlines. JP, Jordan Poole's going to get headlines. 2 guys who don't get a lot of headlines, and they should. Kevon Looney and Donte DiVincenzo. Let's start with DiVincenzo because his last 32 games, Tim, and you would know this, shooting 44% from 3. And I felt like that road trip when they went to Milwaukee, Indiana, Philly, and his father was traveling with Donte DiVincenzo, checked out a couple games. That's when he started to turn the corner. And what he's done for this team, I mean, he's got the player option next year. He may get paid next season, but Dante DiVincenzo just fits what the Warriors need. Ball handling, defending, threes, going to the bucket. What a godsend he's been for the Golden State Warriors, especially since the calendar flipped to 2023.
Yeah, really happy for him because, the injuries that he suffered, going back to Milwaukee, never let him be the kind of player he could be. And so for him to come out and to have this kind of a season, and really happy for him. He plays the right way. He plays to win, and you can tell he doesn't play for stats. He could be averaging more points a game easily, but he plays to win, and he's tough. I love how he gets right up into the defender. Occasionally he gets a cheap foul that way, but you know what? He makes people uncomfortable, much like what Gary Payton II did last year. He makes people uncomfortable on the floor. They don't get into their normal rhythm because they know every time they turn and face, when they get into triple threat, there is Dante right up in their grill. And that really pays off defensively. I'm really happy for him. He's a good guy. And like I said, he's your team because he plays to win the game.
Yeah.
I did a little Herm Edwards there. Hey, how about that?
No, he's just a winner. And like I was telling Bonte this morning, like just so many little things that aren't going to show up in the stat sheets where he creates a play that sets up the turnover or, sets a screen that opens up a backdoor cut for somebody to get a layup or slows the tempo down so they get a good possession after they have gone scoreless for a couple of minutes. Like he's just a really, really, really good player, and I enjoy watching him. On the other end of the spectrum, Jordan Poole's been up and down all year. What's the biggest thing that he needs to clean up right now to help this team with Steph being out, Wiggins out, and Draymond out?
Really quickly, though, we didn't get to Kevon there for a second. So let me just say that, Kevon Looney's having a career year. Again, another guy that just plays the game the right way. And if there's a better position rebounder in the league, and when I say it that way, what I mean is a guy who gets to the right spot, he knows where the ball's going to end up, and gets the rebound. I haven't seen one this year. He's really that good, and he's been fantastic on the glass. But yeah, Jordan's been a little up and down, and I think for him it's kind of I want to say it's kind of a sophomore thing because last year was his breakout year, and he had a great season. But still, you have to face facts when they're healthy. Curry's getting talked about at shoot-arounds and meetings. Klay Thompson's getting talked about. Wiggins is getting talked about in meetings. And now Poole is he's the center focus because of all these injuries. So I think it's kind of a natural progression. And I think now, he has to go back and look at that and say, okay, I've got to get better. I've got to get better at this and that. Maybe, for Poole, it might be I've got to not let the game get into my head so much so I'm going a little bit out of – because when he's under control and accelerates, that's when he's really special. And so I think he's going to be fine. And I keep reminding myself that because we're getting players in the league so early now, that he's only 23, right? Yeah. So he should be about a year out of college or a year and a half out of college at this point. So he's got a long way to go before he gets to his prime, and so I think we're just seeing sort of a natural progression, this year, and I think he'll be fine in the long term.
Yeah, no, Tim, you make great points. The over-dribbling, the shot selection, getting lost on defense. And I was saying this earlier on the show to Joe here. It's got to be difficult for a guy who's just in his fourth year, and really the second year where he's been in the spotlight as the Warriors have gotten back into championship contention, to where you don't know what your role is every single game. One day he's facilitating, right? He's a point guard. One day just go score. One day you're playing with different combinations. I just think that's got to be tough, especially for a young player, to not know exactly what your role is on a game-by-game basis.
Right, and there's also the little, there's one thing, it's one thing to score when you can score. It's one thing to score when you need to score. And that's a little bit more of a pressure-packed situation. That's the situation he's facing night in, night out, right now. And Klay Thompson has kind of stepped into that breach and helped the Warriors in the last couple of weeks. And so, again, it's different when you're automatically the number one guy or number two guy every night out. There's a little difference, when you slide up a little bit on the pecking order. And so I think it's kind of natural what we're seeing right now. I just think, over time, I think he's a smart kid and he is a worker. That's why he, went from being a player that not a lot of people thought a lot about during the draft to being the player he is today, because he gets in the gym and he works. And so I think he'll look in the mirror, when he has time in the off season to look at, and take a deep dive into his game. And I think he'll do the things that he needs to do to get better.
10 years ago today, Tim, Steph drops 50-plus at Madison Square Garden, and it felt like one of those I've arrived moments. Take us back to that night. What do you remember?
I remember, first of all, the night before with about 90 seconds left in the game where he got tangled up with Roy Hibbert in Indiana.
Right.
And David Lee came to his aid, and Steph was right in the middle of that. And it was Lee who got suspended. This night maybe never happened if Steph gets suspended for that New York game. And so they come in without David Lee, and the Warriors were just starting to really get people's attention. And this was the beginning of the climb. Mark Jackson come in, he installed some confidence into this group, and they had added guys, veterans like Carl Landry, Jarrett Jack. This team was really a lot of fun to be around because it was exciting. And here comes Steph, and he had and again, going back to context, let's go back to 2009. Early in the season, the Warriors go to New York. The New York fans thought they were getting Curry on draft night. They were sure. They thought.
I remember that.
Fall to New York. They're all excited. And so all these articles are written coming in 2009 in November, and the Warriors coming to town, and what does Nelly do? He plays in 2 minutes at the beginning of the game.
Tim,
that's so Nelly.
Wasn't Nelly trying to dupe everyone into thinking they were taking like Jordan Hill, some other big man that they had no interest in getting?
Oh. We don't have
that was a terrible question, and he said, "No,
hung up
I'm
on
ejecting."
Now I know Nelly. With Tim Hardaway Sr. Tim Hardaway Sr. entered the draft, and Nelly told everybody, "Oh man, his knee is done. His knee is wrecked." And Tim Hardaway Sr. Slipped in the draft, and Nelly drafted him. Tim Hardaway Sr. was like, "Oh, you cost me some money, Nelly," but all the other players like, "I thought his knee was wrecked."
I thought it was a kid from Arizona, some
Jordan Hill.
Was it? That's right. Yeah.
Well, they dined him in Oakland. Jordan Hill,
but they had
true
no
story.
interest in him.
I don't want Tim Roy to speak on this,
yes,
but
I want to hear
I heard the story about Jordan Hill when he came to visit the Warriors facility, and he was basically talking about the nightlife in Oakland. It's like, oh man, what is there to do in Oakland? Blah blah blah. And the Warriors kind of was like, yeah, we're not going to take this guy.
Tim,
Tim's
there?
back. Is Tim back?
Yep,
all right, there he is.
Instead of Steph, weren't they like fake courting Jordan Hill?
Well, there was an idea that there was maybe a trade going on where they would draft Steph, trade him to Phoenix for Jordan
Amari.
Hill and Amari Stoudemire. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
But that never really happened. But so anyway, Steph goes off in New York in the second quarter, has 23 points, has this great second half, and it just put him on the map, put the Warriors and Steph Curry on the map, and it was a tremendous night. And from that moment on, the Warriors started to become the Warriors. At least on a national scale, we knew they were pretty good at that point. We knew they were on the ascension, maybe not to championship level, but we knew that this group had something going on. And so, but when Steph went off like that, it got everybody's attention league wide.
Tim, if Steph never takes another dribble, all right, just hypothetically here, all right, where would you have him all time? Just on your list, you're very fair on these kinds of things.
Well, it's funny. I think he has to be up with the greats of the greats because the greatest players of all time. Because look at the way the game is played today. Played this way in a big way because Steph Curry. Because Steph Curry and Klay Thompson got out there and showed people that the 3-point shot wasn't just something you drafted or found a Kyle Korver for. It's something that you could do, in a big time way and just really take other teams right off the floor. And so he changed the way the game is played. And when you get a player like that, who not only has been a 2-time MVP, a Finals MVP, multiple All-Star, and the greatest shooter that this game has ever seen and may ever see, he's changed the game. He has to be in that conversation just because of that and because of what he's done for basketball, the impact he has. And I say this all the time, and I know you guys don't want to bore you guys with this, but when I'm on the road, the older, the parents or the older brother comes in with their sister, comes in with, the hometown team stuff. The little kids, they come in with Curry jerseys.
Yep.
He's like a Pied Piper of basketball, and so he has to be, in that conversation with the greats, the great.
No doubt about that. And by the way, Tim, it's been a hell of a 10-year run since that moment at Madison Square Garden. 4 championships, as you mentioned, 2 MVPs, a Finals MVP, an All-Star MVP, and they're not done yet. Steph's not done, and this Golden State Warriors team is not done. But we want to congratulate you. We haven't done it on this show yet, but California's Sportscaster of the Year.
Oh, yeah.
You were named that January 10th, the National Sports Media Association. So personally, from Joe and I, we would like to congratulate you on that. That's long overdue. You've been one of our favorites for many, many years, but congratulations for getting your due, Tim.
It's really incredibly humbling when you look at the names on the list who have won before, and the fact that the last time a sitting Warriors announcer won this award was Bill King.
Wow.
And so I'm just unbelievably blown away by this. It's been incredible. I had no idea. I didn't take the call initially because they're based in North Carolina. I said, I don't know anybody in so I didn't take the call initially. It was kind of weird. But a last little story on the Steph 100, 54.9. So being the wise ass and the historian of the group, the next day was an optional practice. So there was a bus leaving the hotel going right to the airport. I'm on that bus. Steph comes on that bus. And I couldn't resist. And I walked back and I said, hey, it was a real honor last night to broadcast your game. And I said, but just so you know, you're still 46 points off the club record. So
wow.
What did he say?
He laughed. He chuckled. He got it right away. Right. He has that thing, and he understood that I was just teasing him. But yeah, just think about that. He had 54 points, and he's still 46 off the club record.
I know, that's insane. Wilt's got all the numbers. It's like it's Wilt and then everything else. Every record starts with Wilt or Jordan, and now LeBron James. By the way, speaking of 100 points, Dave Lillard coming down to Oakland or coming down to the Bay Area tomorrow in San Francisco, coming off a 71-point night.
Unbelievable. It's a crazy year scoring-wise in the association. Everybody's scoring. It's crazy.
No
defense
doubt.
Optional.
Yeah, defense optional. It's about getting buckets these days, Tim. And, hey, you've been great to us, man. Keep calling those great games. We love listening to you. We're very fortunate in the Bay Area to have you call the Warriors games. We'll see you tomorrow night at Chase Center when the Warriors start to win their 3rd straight game and move 2 games over 500 against the Blazers.
Unbelievable. It's going to be a great finish, I think.
No doubt about it. Tim Roy here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. 3 more games on this 5-game homestand. 888-957-9570. Spadoni. Let's play some of that sound from 10 years ago. Curry going crazy at the guard. Let's start off with, BU 69. Nice.
Well contested, a 2-on-1, back the other way. Curry, why not, for 3? Bingo!
And the Knicks crowd is stunned.
Is that my girl Doris?
Doris Burke and Mark Jones on the call, ESPN. Also, BU 70. Stephen Curry hits his 11th 3 of the game.
Curry off the screen, got enough room. Again, butter. Steph Curry, his 11th 3 of the night.
When I hear that organ, I think of Sunday on NBC, the 12 o'clock game.
Oh, yeah.
Knicks Bulls.
Oh, yeah.
Am I the only one?
12, no. You had the 9:30 game, the 12 o'clock game, to the 2:30 game. The triple headers on NBA and NBC.
Right?
With the Garden, they had the blimp coverage in the Garden. Marv Albert on the call. Defense. I missed that organ.
I mean, just
remember
John
they did
Starks, Allen Houston.
The Warriors went to Madison Square Garden. I think it was 2017. KD was hurt. But Steph and them were there. In the first half, they did no music in the game. Just the organ at Madison Court. You remember that? It was the ABC game.
Vaguely.
12:30. They went no music in the first half.
You know what? I don't remember that.
All right. So 12, I'm surprised. You
I
remember
know.
everything.
I know.
12:30 game. They played nothing in the first half except for organs.
Yeah,
none of the music, none of the stuff you hear.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was quiet. It was kind of interesting. It brought it back old school.
Old school.
By the way, you see what Curry did to Mike Breen, for Mike Breen.
Yeah, he gave him a pair of the Curry shoes, the 2s. Were they the Curry 2s?
Yep, Curry 2s.
And he signed them?
Mm-hmm, signed them for him. And he had a little video in there in the box to say, hey, man, your call on my shot, the double bang game. I can't believe I got the bang bang. Go ahead, play that bang bang.
So that was
what a night.
7 years ago today?
7 years ago today.
Wow.
They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it. Curry, way downtown. Bang! what a shot from Curry with 0.6 of a second remaining. The brilliant shooting of Stephen Curry continues, and he ties the NBA record with his 12th three-pointer of the game.
ESPN ABC Saturday night. Do you know, Shasky, that I watched that game on DVR? I was about 45 minutes.
Yes, because I've heard the story 16 times.
Well, I didn't know if you remember
We're
it
in
or not.
reruns, but for the audience that doesn't listen,
you never listen to my stories. You never remember my stories.
I know all your stories.
But we're in the bachelor pad, and we had Santung Wings. Santung Wings with the go pick up.
Santung
and no Twitter, no nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just fast forwarding, and that was unbelievable. OKC, KD, and Steph Curry does that. Wow. That's Tim Roy just signs off.
The two stories you tell all the time about Oklahoma City is Game 6, how you watched it lying down.
With Igor Spivak, front office.
17 bong rips.
Yep.
And then that one that you watched on DVR.
The Fiesta Bowl. Glendale, Arizona. Clemson, Ohio State.
Paulo banging you.
Oh, Paulo Banchero. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Where YHF was there for that one.
You taking shots with Dwayne Wade and his
I never
lovely
brought
wife.
that up. I brought that up one time. I'm never telling that story. I didn't even want to tell that story, but your boy Rocco, he's probably told you the story about 50 times. Rocco's fellow.
Where were you when Casey Schmidt had a home run and introduced himself to Giants fans on Saturday?
Watching Saturday.
I was next
at
to
a
the
birthday
mayor.
party. Happy birthday.
Boy.
London Breed? You don't even like London Breed.
We talked it up for days. I'm trying to get her on the show.
Oh, I know you're smooth.
ABC always be contenting.
Well, we had a appointment for her to be on the show, but it was during the holidays, so we had to postpone. So your boy's been working, but you smooth with London Breed.
Well, I was hanging out with her and Phil Ginsburg, head of the Park and Rec, and so basically said, anything that we can do for you at 95.7 The Game, let me know. We can give you guys a ballpark. So I want to get out there. I want to do like a softball game or something. We can do something at the park.
Roast?
We can do a pickle game. I don't know, something. The rumor is now that Guru's picking up golf. I don't know if you heard this.
Nah, I didn't hear that.
I think it should be a race to who could break 125, you versus Guru.
Have fun with that.
I got my money on you.
I don't know why. I've never picked up a set of clubs in my life.
Trust me. I've got my money on you. And Guru, I know you're going to rewind and listen to this.
I'm actually shocked that you would put your money on me.
You know why I say that?
You bet against me in every other.
You're super competitive.
I am competitive.
Yeah, so.
Matt and Oakley, real quick before the break. Matt and Oakley, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, guys? First of all, I want to say to be fast-forwarding through the game and also eating Santon wings is pretty disgusting. Your remote was probably gross afterwards. I've eaten those wings. I know how it goes. And
but they're delicious.
My other comment is, what happens if the Warriors do slide and they miss the play-in altogether? There's going to be big repercussions for that from Bob Myers, Steve Kerr, Draymond, and I just want to know where you guys think it's going.
Hey, listen, that's a conversation for after the season. If they don't make the playoffs, we'll talk about that. On the show, we try to stay away from hypotheticals. What if they miss the playoffs? Who goes? Draymond? We'll get there. We got all season for that. Let's see them make the playoffs. See, I think positive, Shasky. I think that they're going to be in the playoffs. I think if Steph gets back and Wiggins and Draymond, they'll get to that top 6.
Wait, so we're not holding your opinion from Friday to the fire?
What was my opinion Friday?
Well, Friday, it was literally a caption on YouTube. It says, the Warriors, it just might not be their year.
It might not be their year. Might not.
I'm preparing myself for the Warriors not to make the playoffs.
I am. However, what a difference 2 days makes. But I said this on TV.
That's part of
I said this on TV. This is what happens when I hang around you, Joe Shasky, the
so
butcher.
now it's my fault.
Yeah, it becomes poisonous and toxic. And it's just like, it just wears on you, and then you finally break. And I had my breaking point last Friday. I did. But now, good to go. By the way, shout out to Cyrus, a cook over there at Chase Center. Listens to the roast every single day. Cyrus cooks it up.
What's up, Cyrus?
Bon appetit. Bon appetit. Cyrus listens all 3 hours. What up, Cyrus?
Yeah.
And Guru is the #1 host on 95.7 The Game. By the way, a lot of roasters at Chase Center this past weekend.
Yeah.
Bonte, how the hell are you the 4th meanest host? That's a lie. I know it's a lie.
What'd they say? You were 1 or 9?
It should be like top 5 in terms of nicest host.
God,
everything I do behind the scenes for my guys? What? All right, let's know the biggest games, and stories in the Bay Area prep scene. We got state championships coming up in girls and boys basketball. I mean, come on. Me, the 4th meanest guy at the station? Come on.
Little Benny went to the game to see Uncle Bonte, and you were nowhere to be found.
No, that's not true. Come back with it on the other side. Yeah, that's a lie. Because, Benny, I love Benny. Stop. Stop. It was raining out there. They had to get indoors. Email us at hss@957thegame.com. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by 5 Hour Energy and Living Essentials. Living Essentials. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570.
Replace your afternoon coffee with a 5-hour
playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys Bonte and Shasky right here on 95.7 The Game.
So Dibbs is hanging out near the door right over here, and he is fired up.
He's in a good mood because he is slurping me.
Lamont Wade Jr. swing. I was like, I know Dibbs.
Well, that's Lamar's. Dibbs didn't say that. There's not a chance in hell Dibbs watch a spring training pitch just like your boy. Don't do that, Dibbs. Zero, right? Nobody cares. Nobody cares. But Dibbs is over here kissing my booty saying, oh, man, you guys were great on TV last night. Dibbs probably watched 3 minutes.
Bro, take it.
No, I'll take it. No, I got love for Dibbs. I got to give him. No, Dibbs, I'm sorry.
If somebody throws a piece of, of love out there, you got to take that.
Honestly, whenever Dibbs, though, I do think of him at halftime because one time he was like, why is your halftime so short? And whenever the Warriors lead, of course, Fitz and Buki do the halftime interview, and we do literally one segment that's 50 seconds.
I know. Yesterday you did that. Yesterday it was like, "Hey, Mully, they look good." Mully was like, "Yeah, Bonte, they look good." Now back to you.
The game.
Exactly. And all I thought about was how. By the way, do you have to go underground to get to where you're at the gatehouse at halftime?
No, we just go out the stadium.
Oh, so you just have access?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know how that works.
Yeah. We just run outside. About 3 minutes left in the half. We go out.
So you're like the mayor or, someone who's in an important role. Do you have a security guard, like, walking you down?
You know what's funny? Last night after the game, one of the security was like, hey, do you need an escort to your car? I was like, no, absolutely not. I don't need an escort. Talk to Fezzi and Bully. I need no escort. They're not mobbing me. They're mobbing the All-Stars. What?
Just being asked.
They've escorted me before. It's kind of cool.
Oh my god!
It's kind of. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh my god!
I've had like 2 securities in front, one guard in front of me, one guard in back of me, and walking through.
You got your own Secret Service detail, basically.
Yeah, kind of. It
the
is.
King has his guards. Come on, guys. Come on. He's unsullied.
The King's guard. I was shut. You beat me to the. I love
the gold cloaks. It's perfect. It's Golden State.
It's so good. It's so good. He's got his round table, his knights. Was the hand of the king there?
Jamie Lannister. Tywin, the mighty Tywin.
Lubman was not there. He was not there last night. Lubman's my guy.
Lubman was king. Lubman's working injured. Did you hear what happened to him today?
What happened now?
Oh, boy.
He sprained his wrist changing the rebound on the Giants spring training game.
Wiggins out.
No, that'll be next week.
Poole's got an ankle injury. Curry's out. Draymond knee. Everybody's hurt. And now Lubman's on the injury report?
Yeah, it's an injury to my interosseous membrane from playing cornhole yesterday.
Oh, God.
How do you get
Was it a date? Did you take a date on cornhole?
No, it was just a friend of mine. We went to this place in
It was a lady?
She's just a friend.
Well, just a BFF?
Yeah,
Guys
and girls can be friends.
Let me tell you, they can be friends, but Lubman.
Looking for more.
Lubman, the friend zone is not your friend. Let me just tell you. The friend zone is a place you do not want to be. It is worse than hell.
It's like being Moses Moody on the Warriors right now.
Boy.
Anyway, so we went to this place called Tipsy Putt out in Emeryville, and they have drinking and mini golf because millennials love to drink while we do stuff.
I've been there.
And so we get there, and it's like, well, we can't have you play mini golf. The mini golf place isn't that big. It's like, yeah, it's not that big. And so it's like, okay, well, I guess we'll just sit here and drink bottomless mimosas for the next 3 hours. And that's basically what we did. And so I probably about 6 or 7 deep. We do a quick round of mini golf, and they have cornhole, so we're starting to play cornhole.
I was day drinking.
Pretty much. And, we're pretty lost in the sauce at that point. And it's like, I'm going to do a trick shot here. So I decided to jump up and throw it between my legs. And
shot.
Should not have done that. Came down, landed on the night, did not stick the landing. Fell over and immediately was just like, there's the injury right there.
Did you get a second date? Is the most important.
The friend zone was stuck.
I thought it was a second opinion on the injury. Did you get a second opinion?
I mean, she didn't just abandon me there. So, that's a win. I'll take that.
Man. What jacket did you wear on this quote-unquote date?
What jacket did I wear?
Did you wear Giants
Did you wear the leather one?
No, I think it was the plaid flag and anthem. That,
nice. Did you wear your own jersey? I hope you didn't wear your own jersey with your name on it.
No, God, no. Not weird. And yeah, dude, I should get an official cornhole jersey though. That'd be pretty cool.
Cornhole's fun.
Tommy is an official cornhole player. He wins tournaments and stuff.
Does he really?
Yeah, there's rankings.
I played cornhole with Nash out in Concord at this bar. And Nash almost got into a fight with this guy because I stunned it. I got a cornhole.
Young Nash almost got in a fight?
Yeah, I mean, not shocking,
it must be a day that ends in Y.
Remember, I almost slapped the hell out of him at the Super Bowl 54.
Oh, my God.
I almost slapped his little ass back in the Phoenix.
That was great.
No, but listen.
Taking all your Jimmy G rage out on Nash.
Right. Dude, he was about to get
He was
sunned.
trolling so hard.
Nash straight up said, and by the way, he ended up being right. Jimmy doesn't have it in him, bro. I know it.
No. He got mad at me because I said run the ball with the minute 49 left. You still have time. He goes, bro, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't run the ball here, you idiot. You're a football idiot. I was like, what? So then he comes in. He goes, hey, you ready to go, man? You ready to go? I said, dude, I'm fine. Get out of my face. No. That's it, dude. I was like, I will slap the living hell out of you. And I almost slapped him. I almost backhanded him. But that's
Tommy
my little
called
brother.
literally bear hug him out of here.
Yeah, that's right. He lifted him up.
Yeah, had to. But no, we almost got into a fight playing cornhole because this guy who was on the team, I made a shot. And he was like, well, you were over the line. And I started strutting like Deion Sanders because I made it, right? It was an impossible shot. And then I was like, that's not a legal shot. And Nash is like, bro, get away. And, this guy's like 6'4". Nash is like 5'2".
This wasn't about fights. This was about injuring yourself.
Oh, well, talk about cornhole, right? He injured himself during cornhole.
So Lubman, are you going to get Dr. Narav Pandya on to find out what the prognosis is of the injury?
Yeah, I'm going to need to. I mean, I think I can play through this one. It's not that significant, so I think it shouldn't keep me off the cornhole field for that long.
So no date. This is not a date.
No, or just why can't two people just hang out as friends? It's normal.
Well, how long do you know this person?
A few months.
That's it?
Yeah.
How'd you guys meet?
We met on Hinge, actually, of all places.
So you met her on Hinge. Looking for
What
love.
is Hinge?
Hinge is like Tinder, but it's for grown-ups. Tinder's like, if you want a one-night stand. Hinge, you can find love on Hinge. So he goes on Hinge and meets somebody, and now he's immediately thrown into the friend zone.
He's saying it wasn't a date? What was it then?
If you meet somebody on Hinge, you meet them to go date.
Time out.
No chance.
Hinge. This is the definition on Wikipedia. Hinge is a dating app that claims to be the only dating app that emphasizes long-term connections between users.
Oh, wow. That's a date then.
So, yeah, and Lubman now is trying to categorize it as, hey, she's just a friend. No, Lubman.
Bismarcky. Come on.
Lubman, come on. The second date, dog. Take an urban putt in the city. You won't injure yourself.
We were thinking about doing that next, but, I'll find a way to injure myself. I always find a way.
Did you try to make it past first base this past week?
Strangers in the night.
Hey, how about that Warrior game last night, huh? That was pretty cool.
Friend zone from a person on Hinge. Lubman, I'm going to tell you right now. I've been through this before. I've been in the friend zone. You got to delete the number, ghost this person. You cannot be in a friend zone off of Hinge. Trust me, dude. It'll drive you crazy. All right. Back to the Warriors. Where do you want to go with the Warriors?
I mean,
Wiseman.
Clay's playing the best of his.
What was that? It was just an old bit drop we had back to Wiseman whenever we lost ourselves. So we can just go back to Wiseman.
Well, Wiseman's in Detroit.
Fouled out the night.
Looked good.
But he got 10-10 against Jakob Poeltl. How about that?
Oh, dude, he was going at.
By the way, every single game I get a tweet from some no-name loser. Sure could use Jakob Poeltl, huh? Still know why Jakob Poeltl?
As James Wiseman, who everyone tells me can't play,
drops a double-double on us.
Yeah, and then fouled out.
In 20 minutes.
That's okay, though.
It's all good. Play, young man, play.
Exactly.
Klay Thompson, DiVincenzo, Kevon Looney. Just unbelievable yesterday. And unbelievable during this 2-game stretch. Looney's been unbelievable all season long. And now it's 21 games left, Shasky. We just got to take this thing game by game.
Yeah.
I don't want to think, hey, what's going to happen at the end of the season? It's got to be a game-by-game season.
Let's just say, okay, I hear you. Let's just say Curry's out, Wiggins out, and Draymond's out. How many games can they withstand those guys being out before the dam breaks?
I think they need to be back by the next road trip.
All three. I'm saying simultaneously all three are out. They need one of the three to come back. Yeah. How long can they survive?
End of the week, maybe. Because
you're not even going to go 5 games?
No, because Sunday you play the Lakers at Crypto.com Arena. So you play the new look Lakers on ABC. They're going to try to embarrass the Warriors. Your boy in his head is almost kind of looking at it as a loss. Then you got to go to OKC and then Memphis.
So we're friend-zoning the Lakers. Keep going.
Friend-zoning the Lakers. You need Steph, Wiggins, or Draymond back by OKC next Tuesday. Got to have them back by next Tuesday.
Oh, I mean, Steph, we're going to reevaluate him in a couple of days here, right?
Yep.
Even then, maybe he's ready, okay, let's just say, most optimistic, he's cleared. to start really ramping up 5-on-5s and all that, you're still looking at what 3-4 game absence. Is that being too pessimistic?
Well, then that puts you Lakers, OKC, Memphis, and Milwaukee.
And then let's just throw Wiggins to the side because it's completely unknown. Idea. And then Draymond, this feels like multiple games.
Yeah, we don't know what's going on with the right
I'm speculating. I'm purely speculating.
I have no idea. I'm not even going to speculate, but the fact that he didn't play last night, he had a setback, that rings the alarm for me.
If we can get Steph back, I think they can weather the Draymond absence.
Get Steph back by next week.
Right?
I got to have Steph back by next Tuesday against OKC.
What's interesting because everybody's always said, like, they can't win without Draymond. And yesterday, look, it's not the greatest opponent in the world, but you won a game without Draymond. In fact, you've won 2 in a row without Draymond. Now, I know those guys aren't good. I'm not here to run a parade.
Yeah, and the Rockets aren't trying to win basketball.
No, I know. And look, do they need him ultimately? Of course they do. I'm not saying that like they can win everything without him. I'm just saying I think they can survive whatever the storm is in front of them without Draymond. I don't think they can do the same with both Wiggins and Curry out.
The love and stuff. Sorry. I hear everything you said. I'm with you.
You're just not paying attention at all.
No. I am paying attention, but San Jose Jazz fan hit me with one. Sam, it's just lunch Lubman.
My other buddy keeps texting me, the Loveman. Sam Loveman.
Loveman did not make it past first base. I shouldn't be doing that to him, man. Come on.
What is your OPS? What is your OPS?
All that matters is he gets on. His OBP is high, guys. Come on.
Oh, my God.
He's the Greek god of walk.
I thought this Fred was like 10 years, 12 years, 15, Los Lobos High School or something. He said 3 months. Hinge. Sam, it's just lunch. Love it.
Have you guys done breakfast before you've done a dinner? Have you done breakfast? He's so embarrassed and angry right now.
I feel like I've said too much at this point. So.
Hey, Loveman, I love you. Because you know what? It takes a big man to be able to be like this vulnerable with this crew because we are wolves, dog. You are looking at a pack of hyenas just picking at the corpse of your love life.
Can I read one more from UC Steve, please?
I don't know. I think he's about to like beat your ass,
last
dude.
one, he's probably gonna kick your ass first. Loveman is an airport pickup moving help friend. I've been that guy. Trust me, I've been that guy. Hey, can you help me move? And you're thinking you get somewhere with the girl and you help her move and you ain't getting anywhere.
Monte, this is why you're in the top 4 of meanest hosts.
No. Why is it on me? It's on you. Loveman is the nicest guy. Loveman is my little brother.
Isn't the only one moving up the power rankings right now, Shasky.
Oh, boy.
All right.
Hey, Loveman, cancel my guest appearance on Garlic Fries and Baseball.
I'm sorry, man. Loveman, I love you, dude.
We got to schedule it first.
We're only doing this because we love Loveman. To the girl out there who wanted this lunch, come on, man, give my guy a shot. He's a quality dude. I don't know. Maybe she's. I don't know. Did you tell her? Did you let her know that you worked on the morning roast?
Yeah, she knows. I mean, I tell everyone that I work on the morning roast. And
does she know what the roast is?
Probably not.
You should send her this audio. Send her this audio right now.
No, do not send her this audio.
No,
let it die.
No.
She does know who you are. We were watching a Warrior game one time. It's like, hey, you see that guy right there? And she's like, yeah. I was like, yeah, I work with that guy. And she's like, oh, cool. And then she like talked about literally something else.
So it backfired on you.
Less interested.
See, that's what I call you use your trump card too early. You use it a little too early.
I just don't think it's the play that you think it is.
No, it's not the play. Right, it's not the play. But no, Lubman, seriously. No, hold on. Real quick before the Fast 5 question.
I have one.
Lubman, you know what? This girl, if you're out there listening, give him a chance. He's a quality dude. You're not going to – there's a lot of sleazebags out here. A lot of men, a lot of dudes are dogs. Like, Shasky and I are lucky to be in a position we are. I have no idea how our significant others deal with this on a day-to-day basis.
It's called me doing lots and lots of laundry.
But listen, to that girl out there, Lubman deserves a shot. To be out there putting with you and getting hurt playing cornball with you or cornhole, he deserves a shot. Give my guy a chance, man. You will not regret it. I'm telling you. You may not be on Hinge anymore after dating Lubman. I'm telling you. Get rid
All right, give me the Fast Five. I've got the best Fast Five ever.
All right. Well, do the question first, and then we.
My bad. Okay, here are your Fast Five questions. Get in on the Xfinity mobile text line, 888-957-9570. I need 5 date ideas for Sam Lubman. 5 good date ideas for Sam Lubman or anyone who's going on a first date.
Did you see Jay LaFrey? Lubman trying to skip and pace by using Bonte. That's good material, man.
Bro,
that's what we do in the roast.
I love you. I'm not using you to get out of the friend zone. I love you. That's not happening.
Yeah. Dude, Sam Lunchman on the Xfinity Mobile text line is an all-time nickname.
Oh, my God.
Sam Lunchman.
That is actually a first. I'll respect that one.
I was a great weed guy. I'm a great dude. You will want to, dude, I will talk up anybody. Especially when it comes to dating, I will gas anybody. Ask Philly Zoo.
Oh, you're a wingman?
Times. Oh, absolutely.
I didn't know that.
Well, it depends who you ask. I don't. Fast 5 question. What's the question again?
Just for anyone out there, give me 5 great date ideas.
I said one earlier, the boardwalk. When it's
Boardwalk
open,
is a good
go.
one.
Perfect.
That is a good one. 888-957-9570.
Philbo Mike.
Is he on?
The guy I've been waiting for who named me number 4 on the meanest list. We made this segment make it derailed because Philbo Mike is on the air. Philbo Mike, Fast 5, what you got? How dare you, Philbo Mike, rank me number 4 on the meanest list? I love the kids. I love everybody.
My bad, Tay. I did have you kind of high.
Yeah,
that's true.
That sounds.
I had Lubman. I had Lubman hella low, but Lubman, you can't be too nice, man. Don't be too nice. Don't be in there, man. But hey, man, you gonna take your girl to House of Prime Rib. You feel me? It's affordable. It's a set menu. It's a set price. We also got a spot that I like to go to. It's called the Pine Shop. Something different. You can maybe take her there after, and then you know where we going, fellas. We going to Twin Peaks right after. Enjoy the view of the city. Wow. The weather clear up. Real Frisco date right there, man.
Let's
go. That's a real Frisco date.
You're wearing a
right
peacoat,
there.
aren't you?
I would. A peacoat will go nice with that.
I love you, Philmo Mike. Good call.
See, I may push back on House of Prime Rib because maybe you're setting the bar too high, but it's not. It's what you got to do.
The cream spinach is off the hook.
You got to do what you got to do sometimes.
And I don't know if I definitely want to stick, like 6 pounds of prime rib down my gullet when I'm first meeting someone.
I think it doesn't matter.
Like, you've got like with my wife, I'll eat whatever. It don't matter. But like early on, I don't know if
first
I want
day you got to go light lunch. Light lunch or dinner.
I don't think you can go big steak, big heavy steak. And like there are some things that I never thought of from a woman's perspective, where like they don't want to shove a burrito down their throat like the first. Like they want something a little easier to eat. So like that's why sushi's a good date because
sushi's not bad
because you can go slow,
but
and you're sharing.
Sushi's expensive.
It costs to be the boss.
It's expensive.
I've been trying to get away from like dinner dates because I've been going on a lot of like meal dates and they just get boring after a while.
Really?
So I'm trying to find like activity dates, like bowling or mini golf or let's throw cornhole on there or other things, or the real one is the girls like, hey, first date, let's do a baseball game.
You know what?
That's awesome. Haven't had one of those yet, but if
K1 Racing, K1 Racing. That's a good date. I'm telling you, K1 Racing is a good date. Also, if you go to a shooting range, if a girl likes guns, go to a shooting range.
That feels aggressive.
Right here on
feels like an aggressive first date. Hey, let's go shoot guns.
925 on the text line.
Maybe the 5th date.
925 on the text line is saying axe throwing, Axe Adventures in Berkeley. Another great date idea.
That feels a little aggressive too early on. Hey, let's go throw some axes.
Yeah, I'm pushing back on the baseball game, by the way. You want to go to a game that has a set time limit, and I know with the stepping in, stepping out. If that date's tanking early, you got say extra innings.
Just don't make it a Giants game.
Xfinity Mobile text line 510 trivia night on the weekday.
Oh, see, that's good.
That's good.
Yeah.
Batty Cage 408. Xfinity Mobile text line. That's not bad at all.
How about this one?
Nightlife at California Academy of Science at 650. Another good date, Lubman.
Here's another Xfinity Fast 5. My favorite one from the 831. The Oyster Farm with a little white wine and Tamales Bay.
You're trying to spin all this, but see, don't listen to Shasha. He's been a married man for 20 years. He's trying to make you spend your entire check on a first date.
That sounds more like an anniversary dinner than a date.
You got to work yourself
up,
How about
Japanese Tea Garden in Golden Gate Park?
That's actually good because it's only like $10 to get in.
And you can do mushrooms.
Well, don't do that.
Huge mistake that I did one time.
Yeah, don't do that, love it. You don't want to do that, but just maybe smoke a little peyote or something like that.
California Academy of Sciences.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, that's a
great date. Nightlife on Thursday.
Have you done that?
I used to work there. I had never taken a date there, but I used to work there. I used to work in California. It's right up the street from my house.
Yeah.
Jade and I just recently went to the drive-in over in Concord. That's a good one.
That is a good one.
Really?
Classic. Yeah.
Really?
Just pull up, go watch a movie.
Okay.
Yeah, just go drive in. Bring your car.
Alamo Draft House. Go watch a movie. They serve your dinner at the spot.
I like that.
And then you go to the rooftop bar next door, and you can see downtown San Francisco. See, boy, talk to me, Lutman. I got your back, man. I may get these jokes off, but I got your back.
Clutch. Top golf is fun.
Top golf's a lot of fun.
Top golf is good.
Although you got to be careful. If she's wearing high heels, you need to say on the front end, don't wear high heels, because when you're swinging the golf club with high heels, it can get, especially on the top deck.
No, you help her out with the heels. You show her how to shoot. You know, you get close and personal with her.
Zach, same with batting cages. There, you see it? Come on.
Come on now.
Again, comfortability is the key.
Sometimes you got to be aggressive, Lubman.
See, you can't do Calistoga wine tasting plus mud baths on the first date.
No, hell no.
That's
too much. That's like marry me, please. I'm desperate.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that at all. All right,
Mark, you love this, don't you?
That was the Xfinity Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic
Sam,
Wi-Fi.
you're a good sport. I love you, buddy.
Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Willard and Dibbs coming in for a little crosstalk, a little changeover, little exploratorium, ferry building, easy walking in. Barcadero, Lutman, we got your back. The Roasters have your back. We're going to seal the deal here. No more friend zone for Mr. Sam Lunchtime Lutman. All right? No more. That's done. It's not how you roll, Lutman. All right? We're going to get a little tough here.
What's a good brunch
spot
spot these days?
By the way, I'm disappointed he went to the U. You think those guys down in Miami was being that nice on the first date?
Well, he's not Uncle Luke.
I mean,
I love Loveman. I love you. You are not Uncle Luke.
He does have a U tattoo.
I mean,
let's go out there.
He shows up in a camouflage bucket hat. He like walking in a Miami jersey. 40 was it 48? Michael Irvin was Michael Irvin 48?
47. But no, I'm rocking the Ed Reed 20 these days.
Rocking the Ed Reed 20.
Yeah, you got to limit the date to $100. Do not spend $150.
What about disc golf in McLaren Park?
If the girl likes to do a lot of walking. Now, if it's cold, if it's not a nice day. Sometimes just going to the beach, laying out a blanket, getting the spread from like Costco or something, or Spartan Final, get the spread with the cheese plate, a little wine, and you just chill on the beach, watch the waves.
Are you a college professor? I didn't know you had that in the bag.
Dude, I got a lot of
Isn't
things
that like the
bag.
college professor move?
Trust me.
How can you even do it for $100 anymore?
Exactly.
I mean, is that even
cream
possible?
cheese is $10 a tub.
Can you do something nice for under $100?
Absolutely. You get the $40 bottle of wine. You go to Spartan Final. You get some cheese, some crackers. You get the whole cheese plate with the salami, the ham, or whatnot.
Oh, if you're gonna go do a picnic,
right?
Yeah, you can do a picnic
and just chop it up.
If there's a server,
hey, I never went on a bad date. I never went on a bad date unless I wanted it to be bad.
Why would you go out on the date if you wanted it to be bad?
To be bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Just leave.
I'm gonna make her miserable.
This is what I used to do. That's what I used to do.
You know what? You're going up the mean rankings. If you're taking people on dates and you're trying to upset them,
you know what? The hell with the mean rankings. The hell with the mean rankings. Phil Mike already just said I had you a little too high. I apologize for that.
That's because he was talking directly to you.
It's because he was talking to Steiny and Guru, and he turtled up. Philmo Mike, you're a fraud. Fraudmo Mike.
Whoa.
He wouldn't come on my show and tell me that he had me too low.
Actually, it was your show. You just had the day off. It was.
When he went flip mode squad, Mark, and welcome to the show. When he went full reversal, it was on Steiny and Guru where he said, oh, I had Bonte too high. Dibbs should have been higher than Bonte. He didn't come on my show to do that. He waited until noon to 3.
So,
facts.
I lived on 10th and Clement for about 11 years. And then we had a spot called
Orgasmica.
Pizza Orgasmica, the front room.
Yeah.
And so they would have $2 red stripes, cheap pizza.
That used to be the spot.
And when your boy was balling on the budget.
On Fillmore, right?
No, that's the one in Marina.
Yeah, they had a couple
one on Clement.
Okay.
Clement between 10th and 9th Avenue.
Yeah.
So I would go on a lot of dates there. And I was like, look, man, if it works out, great. I live 50 feet away from here. If it doesn't work out, great. I live 50 feet away from here. I'll just watch ESPN. So it was perfect. And you had the nice little setting. You can sit on the rug. You get the pizza.
That's
you get the
all
red
good.
stripes.
As long as you're not tanking, man. I don't want you to try to mess dates up on
I don't
purpose.
try to mess them up, but
You don't get a high draft pick the next date.
If the date is stale, then you got to figure out ways to wiggle out of there. It's like, hey, I got something to do. I forgot.
And
blah,
plus,
blah, blah.
it might be a date where you are in a spot where you want to get out of it because things have already happened where, maybe the hooks are in based on events that have taken place. And so now you realize that you maybe want out. So now you're going to get into a spot where you want to sabotage the date.
There you go. Come on, man. This is free game right
That's
here.
not just
This is
dating.
unbelievable.
That's life.
You get sports talk. You get dating advice.
No doubt.
Only on 95.7 The Game.
And therapy. I'd like to put you on the couch today, Bonte, if that's possible.
You want to put me on the couch?
I want to put you on the couch.
All right,
I need to figure out where this disdain and this anger. We need to get to the bottom of where this is coming from because
what anger?
Nobody is asking anybody to sit down and watch a spring training.
Oh my
game.
God, you're coming in here with baseball talk, Mark?
No, I'm not talking. No, I'm talking about Bonte talk.
Oh,
I got Bonte talk.
Spring training. Oh.
Bonte,
Casey Schmidt.
If this were a summer league game, if this were a preseason game with the 49ers third linebacker, you'd have no problem.
He screamed at me about Dre Greenlaw.
You'd want to
in
talk
the
about it.
I scream about
so
you.
I don't care what you do with your lazy February weekend. We're all in a haze trying to figure out what to do post NFL. I get it. But you get so mad.
I don't get mad.
At the idea of Casey Schmidt tanking one 15 rows deep. And instead of just like, you don't even just like blow it off. Like, oh, that's fun. Joe's excited because Casey Schmidt went yards. You get mad.
Joe, first of all, I don't get mad.
Why is that?
First
we got to talk about it.
Can I speak? First of all, I don't get mad. I don't get mad. If it's couch time, I'm talking back to my therapist here. I'm like Tony Soprano here. Listen, I don't get mad, number one. Number two, we're rolling out the Golden State Warriors. And after reading what Joe has typed into the thread over the weekend about baseball, how irate he is about everything.
No, I was
he comes
happy
in with a
about the pitch
smile
clock.
from ear to ear. Casey Schmidt, did you see that? No, I was watching Klay Thompson get buckets.
I
was watching Kevon Looney grabbing rebounds
at the same time.
I was watching
okay.
Dante DiVincenzo, and I was watching a great weekend of NBA basketball. The first weekend of spring training, come on, man. These guys played 2 innings in their bench.
I'm not asking you to watch. I'm not asking you to watch, but like every time he mentions Casey Schmidt or a pitch clock, you're like
pro clip.
You're like,
no.
I'm gonna projectile vomit baseball. Like, there's not allowed to bring it up.
Words. Now you're putting words into the Rose's mouth.
I was listening.
We did not bring up the pitch clock one time today.
I was
because I am pro
listening.
pitch clock.
I was listening.
I love the pitch clock. Did we bring up pitch clock today?
No, but I'm ready.
We love pitch clock. We didn't bring that up today, so you're putting words in our mouth.
No,
well, you don't like it when we do it to you.
He
don't
got
do it to
excited
us.
about. I listened to your show. He got excited about Casey Schmidt.
Yeah, Casey Schmidt.
And you got mad.
I didn't get mad.
Yes,
I was just like, nobody gives a damn about Casey Schmidt.
Incorrect.
Nobody cares. Oh wait, you care. He cares. Lubman cares.
Giants fans care.
So,
oh gosh.
So the next PBJ in a summer league. Is Joe allowed to look at you and be like, nobody cares about some prospect?
But Joe does care.
I do care about summer league.
And you care,
and I love summer league.
And you care about the
Absolutely.
Giants.
I love the development
and you
of
care
these
about
guys.
the Giants.
Casey Schmidt, we don't even know who he is.
Yeah, I do. He's 23 years old.
Yeah, well,
he came out of nowhere.
But
he's the sixth best prospect in the pipe.
Nobody knows who any prospect is.
Listen, Brandon Crawford, when he says he's the best infield defender I've ever played with, I'm like, all right.
But Crawford says nothing.
Shasky, the next time he brings up Ryan Rollins, I want you to do a lap around the room and say, nobody knows who this kid is.
You hate listening from my Giants. We talked Giants for 2 minutes today.
Just hear me out 1 second. Bonds labeled Tim Lincecum immediately. He said, this guy's the franchise. Now it's Bonds. I get it. When Crawford says this guy's the best defender I've seen on the infield, and they've had Panic, Scutero, Belt, Longoria, Duffy at times was really good. They've had some really, really good infield players. For him to say that this guy's the best defensive infielder he's played with, he's not just saying that. Like, to me, that's like that's not a. So that hit me. Am I alone?
Did he make one of the 6 errors in the game?
No, he made a sick play to the left. It was like a Matt Chapman play. You know what I'm talking about? When you're going toward the dugout.
I'm a little bit more like Bonte in terms of how much viewing I did of this game.
That's fine.
You know, other things were going on, obviously, on the weekend, but you look at the box score and you look at the highlights, and nice home run, 15 rows deep. And for Brandon Crawford to say that about Casey Schmidt, sure, the eyebrows go up. So are we ready to give him a gold glove?
No.
Are we ready to slot him in all year at third base?
Dibs, I've been waiting 10 years for another young infielder to come through the system.
Right.
And so finally we got one, and I'm excited to see him.
Who was the last one other than Brandon Crawford? Was it Brandon Belt?
Joe Panic was a first-round pick who came up in 2012, I believe, late 2012, then came back up in 2013, won a gold glove, went to an all-star game, and had one of the most iconic World Series plays of all time.
And they got to suffer a concussion. It was never the same down in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, so it's exciting.
I'm excited.
Casey Schmidt,
Casey Schmidt talking.
I know I'm alone. I know I'm alone.
I know. Nobody's mad. Listen, nobody's mad. But see, Willard, you're not in our show thread, so you don't get. Lubman and Shas get ready to kill each other every single day whenever baseball comes up. I don't even want to touch it. They're going crazy over. Who's you guys going crazy over?
Well, I said that the pitch clock. Well, first off, I got mad because Manny Machado.
Like the pitch clock.
Manny Machado. Well, I like the pitch clock.
I love the pitch clock.
Manny Machado signed an 11-year, $350 million deal, and I said, "Wow, That's more than any money that the Giants have committed to any of the players that are currently on the roster. Right now, if you totaled up all the contracts, all their evaluations, it's $327. So I asked, and I put this on Twitter, are you happy, angry, mad, indifferent? What does that make you feel as a Giants fan? One guy is guaranteed more money than the entire payroll currently of the Giants.
It's an interesting move by the Padres. I mean, I don't really have that many feelings about it. I think both teams are such ends of the spectrum.
Agreed.
Right? That somewhere in the middle is where you would actually want to be. The Giants seem to not commit anything. The Padres are committing way too much. And if in a year and a half the Padres selected Manny Machado until he's 40 instead of Juan Soto till he's 35, then this excitement that the Padre fan has right now is going to turn and go the other direction.
Yeah.
They have committed right now to 5 players well over $1 billion.
Man.
And they have not re-signed Juan yet. And so they're on a bender. They're a bachelor party. The answer is yes to every drink.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be great in the near term. And in the long term, probably not.
Well, we'll see.
They have 6 9-figure deals.
It's crazy.
And the Giants have how many 9-figure deals? Yeah. They have how many players signed in 2027?
I literally just said you want to be in the middle.
None.
You don't want to be either of these teams.
Exactly. So I'd rather, as a fan, I would rather be the Padres and enjoy the thrill ride
in the moment.
And then in 3 or 4 years, we'll see what happens, as opposed to.
But we already know what's going to happen is that they're going to be paying a bunch of people.
Don't know what's going to happen.
No, we know that they're on the hook.
Manny Machado might be a Triple Crown winner.
One World Series would be worth it for Padres.
Totally. Absolutely.
Oh,
no doubt.
They've never won.
Yeah.
We act like these contracts are never tradable. Teams always pivot, and we always see these big money deals. Players, they may get disgruntled, they may struggle, and they'll get moved.
Was Pujols moved, or was he just let go?
Well, it was just let go.
I mean, you're on. The bottom line is you're on the hook for a bunch of people till they're 40.
No doubt. That's
you're on
fine.
the hook for
if you told me as a Giants fan that I had Manny Machado till he was 40, I'd be ecstatic right now. I don't give a damn if they didn't win a World Series.
And when you're at the party and you're starting to have your second drink, your third drink, you're not thinking about the fact that you got to be somewhere tomorrow at 11:30. You're enjoying it. Yep. And when you wake up with a headache and you realize you got to find some Advil and you got to drink water.
You know what?
And for me, it was always Jack in the Box strawberry shake, by the way.
Let's go.
Which was
like
the comeback.
Very underrated.
The only time I would ever go
cherry?
to Jack. No, this is I would go Jack in the Box. I would get the strawberry shake, and that was always the comeback.
That's terrifying if it comes back up, though. You got to be sure.
But you know what? When it comes back up, it's much better than 17 tequila shots coming back up.
Let me ask you this. I want to come down Mark Willard's road now. Why do we care about what happens 4 years from now? Let's just get to tomorrow. Let's get through next week. Let's get through the season. We always do these hypotheticals as sports fans.
Because it
we're
kills
like
teams.
4 years, 5 years, like the Warriors
right
now.
Casey Schmidt did commit an error. And so Brandon Crawford, you lost all credit.
You lost the credibility. Now I'm mad. Now I'm mad about it.
I'm mad
about Brandon Crawford. How dare you say something like that? Now I'm angry. But no, listen.
This guy's on pace to commit 38 errors.
Why would you care? Because he comes back to get you. We've watched this happen. Like
4 years from now, I'll worry about it 4 years from now.
Right.
And I expect
but then you'll worry about it 4 years from now.
But I expect the GM, the ownership group, to have the plan B, the plan C, the plan D, to know that, hey, this may come up in 4 years. We will pivot. We're so worried about what's happening in 5. What about now? They have Manny Machado, Juan Soto, and Tatis Jr. coming back.
You have to worry about both. That's just like your own life, anybody's life. You have to worry about now, and you have to set yourself up. And so, again, I'm not criticizing the Padres. They're going to be a truckload of fun for a little while. But, look at is it fun to be a Rams fan now? Now you're going to pay.
They still had that Super Bowl. They're
I
living
know.
off that.
And so that's great. And if you want to
this was
trade
a pass year.
That's great. Yeah, there's nothing wrong there. My point is if it goes for 7 years of crap because you have a hangover, then as a fan, I don't want that.
I'd rather have at least a little bit of a thrill and then some headache as opposed to the Giants approach, which is right now incremental mediocrity. And hey, Casey Schmidt, big home run. Maybe he'll be a mainstay come August. And Kyle Harrison, hey, we'll look forward to him in July. And Matos, 2025, and the rest of it.
I'd rather follow the Dodger model, which is in the middle of this. You don't see the Dodgers doing what the Padres
do. The Dodgers do both.
Right, and they've been the successful one in recent years.
But the Padres don't have the structure to do both right now, so they're firing 9-figure deals up top. Their farm is not where it should be, and the Giants were trying to do the other, which is, hey, we're going to build our farm. And I know the Casey Schmidt highlight is a big, hey, have a good weekend, everybody. But
Two years ago, the Padres are the number one farm system in baseball.
Right.
They absolutely have the resources.
But right now, where's their farm in terms of that?
Top 10.
Very good.
Yeah.
In that case, then good for them.
Yeah.
Even after I don't know why we're disparaging them for firing 9-figure deals.
We're not. No one's disparaging them.
We sure the hell would want it to be the Giants.
I would love that to be their lineup. That'd be incredible. I also think in 7 years, they're going to be in a hot truck of a mess.
Where the Giants going to be in 7 years?
Who knows? Flexible.
Right, exactly.
That's worked out well for them the last 3 years.
Anyway,
Klay Thompson, Kevon Looney, Dante DiVincenzo.
Hey, can I ask you a question about
Dante DiVincenzo, brother? Enjoy him while he's here because he's making $4 million.
Yeah,
he's got a player option. He's opting out
at least 12.
I was thinking more than 12. You watch the way he plays. He plays winning basketball.
He's a winner. Thank you.
I heard Steve Kerr yesterday on your post game, and how dare you? How dare you assail me?
Damn,
by the way, your halftime show is a joke. I don't watch the halftime because it's Bonte comes back. It's a 15-second setup. It's 10 from Mully. It's 10 from Festus. Hey, more coming up after 8 minutes of commercials.
Bring 2 out.
Yeah, it's usually just 2 of them.
Please. So how dare you? Your halftime is a tune-out, but your post-game. Loving the post-game. Loving the pre-game. The rain cleared up, and the fans were back. Your post-game is great. Dante DiVincenzo, enjoy him while he's here because he's going elsewhere.
This is a perfect system for him, man. I get he's got to get his paper, right? But
he's
this is
that
the
bag.
fit. This is the fit.
Will the Warriors be able to give him some paper?
Why not?
I don't think so.
I mean,
how?
I don't know.
You got to clear it with something else.
Yeah, you have the offseason to figure it out. Yeah, you have the offseason to figure it out. Like, to me right now, and I know, like, he hasn't played, so maybe I'm a prisoner of the moment, but if you're asking me for next year, you know, and GP2 is good, but would I rather have Dante DiVincenzo and pay him more than GP2 and then find a way to flip GP2? I'd probably lean in that direction, right? Because I think Dante does so many things that really fits the temperament and the ethos of the team.
I just have no idea what this roster is going to look like next year.
Right.
There's so many questions, and some of them are out of their hands.
Right.
So I don't know, but I'm with you. I mean, the guy he's
awesome.
He's been easily the best addition to the team. And he's just, I mean, like you're saying, he's perfect. He's perfect for the system. He does everything on both ends. There's never been a time, I think, all year. We have not used the "what are you doing" moniker toward Dante DiVincenzo one time. And by the way, I wonder what you guys think about this. He's a smart basketball player.
Yes.
Right?
Okay. Villanova. Jay Wright.
There's something I've been thinking about. I remember you were bouncing in my ears, both of you guys, and I think this was it Friday morning? When did they play the Lakers? Thursday night?
Thursday night.
Yeah.
So Friday morning, you guys came in hopping mad. I was up early, and you came out of the gates really ticked off about Jonathan Kuminga's minutes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. And I got what you guys were saying. And I start thinking about Kuminga's minutes being the same as, for instance, Anthony Lamb's. And James Wiseman is now playing in Detroit. And the normal thing for a fan to do is to point at Steve Kerr and be like, well, you're the one who's handing out minutes. And I just wonder about a team that has not been able to offer much to Steph, Klay, and Dre in the way of acquisitions this year. But if the whole idea of we got to squeeze this orange one last time, what if this is in some way at least partially coming from those three? They don't want these young guys on the floor with them, because they're just not ready to be that smart of basketball players.
Well, they said the same thing last year about Avery Bradley. They were demanding Avery Bradley, and then they got GP2. Then they fell in love with him by years end.
Right. And although GP2 not young like some of the guys we're talking about.
Yeah, it came out of nowhere.
Journeyman.
When you watch Kuminga, I think this about even Jordan Poole. There's tons of talent just dripping out of their uniforms. But their decision-making, their understanding of what those guys, the core, are doing.
But Kuminga can guard it, Anthony Edwards.
But you saw it last night from Kuminga. It was about 4.5 minutes to go, and it was like a 2-point game, and they're making the push, and he gets the ball, and he tries to drive by Conley Jr., and Conley Jr. slides, shuffle, stones him. Kuminga turns it over, and it was like, that's a moment where you see the inexperience. A couple possessions later, next whistle, JK, you got to come out, and that's where.
But you got to take the good with the bad, because he's guarding.
But in late game moments, and you guys mentioned this earlier, this is why Jordan Poole doesn't close a lot of games because. And I don't think it's about his role; it's about his maturity, and he'll get
discernment.
But right now, he does not have that level of discernment. And you saw Steph throw his mouthpiece, and you saw Klay go full palms up because Jordan Poole doesn't yet have that discernment and that late game awareness.
Well, even Klay took a really bad shot at the end, and you're thinking, he gets picked, his pocket picked multiple times. But to me, like, it's the reaction from Steve Kerr as well. Anthony Lamb can miss a million shots. He doesn't say boo-hoo. And yes, he does box out better than Kuminga. That's undeniable, right? But Kuminga can do things on the perimeter Anthony Lamb can't. He turned that ball over late in that game.
Oh, man.
And Steve Kerr didn't blink. And I'm like, that's my problem with how, if Kuminga had done that, oh, my God.
Well, but that's kind of the
Karate
point.
chop to a clipboard.
We all know.
Am I wrong?
We all know that a young player needs time. They need reps. They need to learn. And I just wonder, if you said that directly to Steph Curry, what would his response be this year? I wonder. I'm not telling you I know.
What's the question?
The question is, would you rather, in a important moment, would you rather have Kuminga on the floor with you or Lamb? And we got one that's got way more talent than the other, but who's more likely to bleep it up?
I mean,
Kuminga may.
I don't know.
May, but he gets better and better.
On the situations.
It depends. And when he plays with guys like Steph and Dre, he tends to be better because they're better players. And
No
they
doubt.
Conduct. Draymond's in the back and, hey, Kuminga, you go left, you go right, whatever it is. Kuminga, you cut down, you play the dunker spot. So look at who they're playing with right now. Guys are out. And you got, like Shasky said, you got to take the good with the bad. Right, and this is why the first 15 games, it's criminal that he was seeing DMPs.
But
these kinks should have been worked out. No, they don't.
You know
Steve
what I'm
Kerr's
saying?
a veteran guy.
Right.
And probably the veterans on the team were like, yo, we want to win now. We want to now.
We started out 3-7.
Right. I wonder where it's coming from. It's not that you guys aren't making good points. I totally get it. Like, yes.
3 years, coaches play favorites.
3 years from now, I'd rather have all these guys on the team.
But Mark, it's probably on the veterans saying, like, these guys aren't ready to play. And it's Steve Kerr, who's a veteran latent coach who doesn't give youngsters a lot of leash. And the front office and ownership is probably like, why aren't you playing the youngsters? So I do think there's a divide there when it comes to playing the youngsters and keeping some of the guys like Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome, guys with a little more seasoning.
Think about Steve Kerr's career as a player, as an assistant coach, as a GM. His whole career, he is slanted toward the veterans. And that always will be the case. And when you have this veteran core with the championship pedigree, they're not going to suffer through game 1, game 41, game 61. They're not going to sustain these rookie mistakes. They don't want that. Even if it's a couple of two-way guys and JaMychal Green, who is now the third-string big man, at least these guys know what they're supposed to do. They're not newbies.
I hear you, but there's two things. When Kerr comes into this situation, he knows that what you're inheriting, hey, ownership has brought in these players. I'm going to be stuck with these guys. We've made an organizational
decision. Not.
Well, when you sign up for a job, you know what the occupational hazards are, or some of the things that you need to overcome are the hurdles. Like, that's what you signed up for. Like, you either all in or all out. This is where my biggest issue with the organization as a whole. If the guys were going to be so insubordinate, if you will, the players who have earned some sway, I agree, they've earned some sway. If you wanted to be all veterans and no young guys, well, we clearly have not figured this out, because LeBron is the way he operates, and I'll give him his credit to a degree. He knows, I want to play with no young people, ever. But you lose control of your organization if you're the owner. So, like, that's where you've heard this with the Lakers. We want to have our team back from the ownership standpoint. If I'm the owner, I want the best of both worlds. And these guys got to meet me halfway and be like, hey, I get it. Maybe 4 or 5 youngsters was aggressive.
But LeBron's the GM, and you see the way that they've remade that team. And if you're Steve Kerr, and I believe his contract is only for 1 more year, so does he really give that much of a damn about Jonathan Kuminga in 2028?
Well,
we don't know.
Not. This is, as usual, with any team, when you win a championship, a couple of years later, you're kind of like, oh, boy, those contractual decisions we made at the time might have been a little bit emotional. In other words, like, they didn't think they were going to win this last year. And that changed the calculus of raising up young guys.
I would buy that, but they're barely over 500.
I know, but the point is it's more about the offseason. Like, last year, winning a championship gave Steph, Klay, and Dre a bunch more, like, refreshed and renewed credibility to sort of drive the bus in terms of where it was going to go next.
That's a good point.
Because they're like, no, wait a minute. We're still in our window. Mm-hmm. You can't start. Don't open the next window yet.
Right.
We're still here. And that, I think, changed the way the locker room was going to go in terms of who's getting minutes and who's got the voice.
But if you're doing that, then you never get a chance to see a Kevon Looney develop, who's vital to what they're doing right now.
Looney only got a chance because everybody was hurt in 2019.
Exactly, and that's how
finally
it works.
proved himself. Yeah,
and that's how it works.
He got healthy, too.
You played McCall when he was a rookie in finals games. You played Moody in games
Jordan
the end of
Bell
last year.
got finals minutes.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we were starting Alfonso freaking McKinney, for Christ's sake, in finals games.
I mean, I get it. I'm just saying, if I'm Steph, Klay, Dre, it's like we all do, right? I mean, they don't care what's happening 5 years from now. I mean, to the point you guys were just making about the Padres roster and the way they're paying. Why does Steph Curry care about developing a guy for how it's going to look 3 years from now?
We're talking about minimal minutes. Minimal minutes here. We're not. You're acting like we're saying 38 minutes a game has to go to Kuminga and Moody simultaneously on the floor.
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm simply saying that look at this season. Every minute matters. Every game matters. They're sitting there. This is my guess now.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think?
I mean,
about
they're
this,
looking at this and they're going, "We don't have time to develop."
But they did this
with
Cook and
would they have the same record if they played the youngsters early on?
I don't
not
know.
giving up. They may have the same record.
They might,
because the veterans were like a lot of people want to blame the youngsters. The vets were on the floor during that 3-7 start. They were part of some of those fourth quarter collapses.
What if I asked you this question? Would they have the same record if Klay Thompson was playing all the games all year? Because
Probably
the
not.
last 4 nights. That has
outstanding.
But it's also
Carrying them.
But it's a question that bounces in my head.
What part?
Why'd we have to wait 2 years for this? If you have the ability physically to do this,
you got to be safe.
Doc Pandy, 11:30 on Wednesday. You can ask him.
Too safe?
Yeah.
Possibly?
Well, too safe until you play him early and he gets hurt again.
That's what I'm saying.
And you're coming off a
you
championship.
can't pay a guy $120 to miss 3 full seasons. Like, you got to be cautious. I understand being cautious.
I totally understand being cautious, but did we not all enter back? I mean, we said
we thought he'd be
won
more
a championship, and we're like, and next year we get full Klay.
But we also didn't know he was going to take the summer off and just
Wiggins
chill.
would get hurt.
You know, and Wiggins is hurt for the first time in his career.
I feel like
I don't think that
right.
he's playing back-to-backs now because Steph and Wiggins are both hurt.
Was that again?
I don't believe that he's now playing back-to-backs because Wiggins and Steph are hurt and Draymond's hurt. I don't think that those things are related at all.
You think he would have
been on this?
You think it was just now?
Yes.
All-Star break was always the
I
target.
don't think that Rich Celebrini is looking at the roster saying, you know what?
And Dr. Rick Celebrini is the one who plays it very safe.
Yes. Exactly.
And,
Mark, you said this. Exactly.
That's what I'm at. Are they?
And for me, it's hard for me
Yeah,
to question the way they've approached it because, knock on wood, Klay has not suffered a setback on either injury.
Well, it worked last year, like to a poetic level about their health.
Porter Jr. too.
All injuries.
And so if that happens again, great. But if they miss the playoffs by a game or they end up in the 9-10 game and you're looking back going, geez, if we had just won one more game.
Yeah.
Well,
but again, I would look at the first 10 games as opposed to Klay's usage. I would look at the games that they kicked away.
Detroit.
The Draymond Green I got
Sure.
kicked out game.
Right.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Was that Charlotte where he gets kicked out and they lose? They lose to Detroit. You lose to Orlando. To me, those are a bigger issue than Klay
Indiana.
not playing back-to-back.
With no Halliburton.
I guess my question for a while has been like, could you play
house for that dud?
Could you play 20? Could you play 15
So they
minutes?
did that the other night when they lost the back-to-back when his first back-to-back, and then he had 8 days.
The Clippers, yeah.
He had 8 days in between.
Break.
It felt like, to Dib's point, they were like, it was like a ramp up or whatever. I hate that.
What
term.
the medical people will tell you is that,
I hate that
playing minutes at all is far more deleterious, more damaging than sitting out. So even if you play like 14 minutes, that's a lot more harmful than if you just sit the whole game out.
Did you deliver that again? Deleterious?
Yeah, I like that.
Well, you got to Google it.
I mean,
thanks, Trent.
He's a golfer, isn't he? Will Deletorious,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah,
Skinny guy.
He's actually a Cal Club member and moved to Texas.
Just a quick 30-second
putter.
30-second golf sidelight. Did you see the ratings for the Live Golf
I
Tour?
did. And you know what it was?
My God.
Were they good?
The exact same as it was. It was a 0.2.
They're
Exact
awful.
same it was on a Sunday when they had it on Golf Channel because they're on the same amount of households, WB and Golf Channel. I was telling him I oscillated between the Honda Classic, the Live channel, because they were all on back-to-back channels, to the Live.
So you were one of the 0.2.
I was one of them.
Good for you.
And then I went to ABC and I was watching Luca. And then, LeBron, I popped my ankle. I heard it pop.
He's fine.
So I was going back and forth between all three. So I watched them all.
Yeah, hilarious.
Do you know what's wild? I feel like this is the Live thing you just brought up. It's the same conversation we're having in a bunch of different spots, which is athletes are being presented with this idea of, take everything that's good for you right now.
Yeah.
I mean, even load management. Do you right now, and potentially this is at the expense of your entire sport. And do you care?
No.
And there are a few. I mean, Rory McIlroy, Tiger Woods, people like that have actually answered the question.
But they're
yes.
already cemented financially and legacy-wise.
So was Dustin Johnson.
No, I agree.
So was Brooks Koepka.
No doubt.
So
You know
the
what
whole
I mean?
team aspect of Live Golf is not capturing the eye of sports.
Just Live Golf, period.
They actually, Adidas just dropped Sergio and DJ. There's a lot going on.
It's like the XFL.
The thing that we
It's
golf
like-
fans like about golf the most is that there's an edge to it. So you play 2 rounds and you
you get
either
cut.
make the cut or you don't. And if you don't make the cut, you make $0 for the week.
Yes.
And that hurts. And if you make the cut, maybe you have a chance to win. And yesterday, Kirk versus Cole, you couldn't pick these guys out of a lineup, but they went back and forth. It was pretty fun.
And Kirk, if you I follow like a dork.
He hasn't won in 7 years.
And the guy is
Cole
struggling with
Cole
alcohol
is ranked
addiction.
300, whatever.
No, but it was a great story.
Exactly.
It was
but
a great story.
Live Golf, Bonte, these guys are all paid like tens of millions. And none of that matters. It doesn't matter if your team wins.
Bryson sucks. He's basically Brady Anderson now. no, I'm serious.
Well, he can stay at Live. Nobody even cares
No,
about
but
him.
he was a
The guy's
content
dope.
machine.
Yeah,
Bryson,
I know
if I said Bryson every week for like a year, Bryson did something every single week, and we would talk. He hated him.
I still hate him because they pumped him on TV in the Nats
Because, yeah,
2
those
straight
short
years.
The one
And this
thing that we
guy's
can
no
all look forward to, Bonte, is hello, friends.
Oh, I can't wait.
When we go to the Masters, all these Live Golf guys are eligible to
They get to play.
and you're going to get about 10 of them. DJ,
Phil,
Brooks,
Koepka.
Phil, DeChambeau,
Cam Smith.
Hello, friends. It's going to be the clash of tours. The money people, the oil money millionaires versus the PGA Tour loyalists. Hello, friends.
Yeah, I can't support that Live because of.
But you know what you can
But you do
support?
support soccer teams that are owned by
The Masters.
Saudi Arabian.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be funny.
Which ones?
Hello,
Is it-
friends.
Who are the 2 teams in Premier League that are owned by the Saudis?
Don't you point those fingers at me. I don't know. It's Monday, Joe. I'm shaking out the cobwebs of a
Tottenham's
colicky baby.
Tottenham's not owned by Saudi Arabia.
Man City is owned by
I
the
hate
Saudis.
Man City.
Yes,
Yeah.
Spadoni
Just saying.
knows.
I hate Man City.
People are fans of that.
What if a Live golfer wins the Masters and they're like, you only get $1.7 million for this?
That's
They're
what they
like,
will
what
say.
the hell is?
Where's
what
my
kind
check?
Of a, what kind of a?
Where's my check?
I was
Woody
watching
Johnson?
I was watching Patrick Reed, and I go, I can't believe he won
Cheater!
a green
Gosh,
jacket. I
forget
can't
that
believe
guy.
he will be there for the rest of his life.
Dustin and Brooks are the only 2 anybody's going to miss. If we can get those guys back,
Paulina.
Cam Smith.
Live
I really
falls.
like Cam Smith.
So Live Golf is getting
Hello.
a point 2. What did the PGA get?
Well,
in ratings?
they got a 1-1 on, but they
No,
won't get their Sunday
but
ratings.
So what was the rating of spring training baseball? Or was it air?
In the Shafty household?
7.3.
Watching the Giants kick the ball all over the diamond.
Yeah, boy.
6 errors?
6 errors,
Yeah,
kid.
but we can hit.
Oh, boy, can
Lamont Jr.
We're going to
We can
outscore
hit.
them.
I
We're going to
love it.
outscore them. It's like the Phoenix
It's me and
Suns.
Festus. We have got to do better in playing
He at
defense.
least played for him.
Yeah, he at least won a
I'm
championship.
going to let Festus win.
I'm gonna let him
Hey,
cook.
look, you know what I'll say?
I'm
I'll
gonna
say
let him
this.
cook.
Let me say this. This is
Let
why I got
Fezzi
my
cook.
name on my jerseys. I'm the only one that stays in. The players come and go. I'm here for life.
Wow, that was a declaration sensation.
My San Francisco Giants.
Spadoni mocking you from the other room.
Yeah, and you know what?
He's an A's fan. He knows better than anyone.
We've expired. The roast is expired for
Coming
him
up
Monday.
in 10 minutes, Spadoni gets buried for his fake fandom.
Oh,
That's coming
fake
up next.
fandom.
Yeah.
We thank you, Joe, for your presence.
Nice. Nice.
All
Yeah.
right, Willard Diz coming up, brought to you by 5 Hour Energy and Living Essentials.
Remember college? 5 hours.
It does feel like that. It really does, honestly. I don't think it'll ever come out in the way that we want it to. But I gather that all of us here who were just here in the room, it's just me and you now, Dibs. And good morning, by the way, bud.
Good to see you, brother.
Good. How was the weekend?
Good to
Everything
have you
all right?
back. Weekend was wonderful.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Refereed only 8 games on Saturday.
You didn't get snowed on?
No, it was a little bit rainy. And the day started with a very contentious opener with the coach. And I probably shouldn't have openly laughed at him, but when you're a coach, just memo to
Try
all
not to
CYO.
openly laugh at people in general.
When CYO coach is arguing or contesting a call that is so laughably inaccurate, I'm going to laugh at you. I'm a 54-year-old father of 3, and I'm not going to sit there and allow you to come at me over a call in which you are so patently wrong. Now, should I have taken a higher road? Yes. But I openly laughed at this man and mocked at him.
It's a good way to start your day.
And post-game, he comes at me, he goes, you can't mock me like that. And I said, Coach, you deserve to be mocked. I should have done the Macarena.
Wow. Did you really use that line?
Of course I did.
Oh, God. That's kind of a 2. But,
not in my house. Not in my house, Mark.
I wonder, though, man. We're all sort of fans of documentary-style content.
Yeah.
And every single time I watch the Warriors play, good, bad, or indifferent, and I'll be straight honest with you, maybe I'm weird. Last night was one of my favorite wins of the year. And I know that the last minute was like CYO level, hot mess basketball.
Can we inbound it to our own team?
I mean,
once.
Hot mess basketball, but I didn't care because I was so inspired by the fourth quarter up until that point to watch. We don't get this in the regular season in the NBA. We don't get this kind of urgency and drama in February in the NBA where guys are like, we've got to win tonight. And we're down 3 of our best players. And they were playing so damn hard, Dibs. Klay was inspiring last night. DiVincenzo.
Shots from the corner.
I mean, ridiculous.
What the hell is that, Klay?
It's called luck, is what that is.
That's almost impossible to do, by the way.
Totally.
To bank a shot from...
Got Lake up out of his chair. Did you see that?
Seriously.
Lake was like, I don't know what's happening. We might
He
win.
hits the top corner of the backboard, and somehow it goes in?
Yeah, that's called
My God.
not on purpose is what that's called.
Yeah.
But anyway...
It's a make-or-miss league, Mark.
Indeed it is. And the Warriors pulled one out, and I was like, that is what we want to see. We understand all of the problems that you're going through. But damn it, go fight. Go guru speech, right? You got to get out there and be tough. And they did, and I was like,
of getting pushed around.
Thank you. So I loved that win last night, even though they looked like a bunch of kindergartners in the final minute of the game.
Yeah.
But every game, Dibs, I'm like, what the hell's going on behind the scenes? What's going on out there? And last night, that was a question, and I grant you, I knew when I asked it. I'm like, this is not fair. This is not fair. But did you really need to wait 2 years for Klay to play all the games? He looks fine. 3 games in 4 nights. And yes, you could respond to, well, maybe he wouldn't look fine if we hadn't done that. All fair. But it's like, man, he could have used you, man. And so that's what I loved. Because Klay Thompson this week has struck that chord. I can be your temporary NBA 1, and I will play all the games and all the minutes, and I will do this because this team needs me to do this right now. And that's what I loved.
Best 2 months of his career, I'm being told. And
statistically?
Yes.
Wow.
And thank you, Bob Fitzgerald on NBC Sports Bay Area for that nugget. But in terms of his shooting percentage, his points per game, all of the metrics, these are the 2 best months of his career. And yes, I know what you're saying about the back-to-backs and the fact that Rick Celebrini slow played him in the medical staff and all the rest of it, but they obviously have data, or data, depending on which way you like to go,
either one,
that we don't have. And so if they felt like it was until now where he could actually do this, then go crazy, because Klay Thompson right now is playing unbelievable basketball, and you mix in a healthy dose of DiVincenzo.
Love him.
And last night, Mark, in that fourth quarter, you watched Dante. He didn't take over the game, but you needed about 4 or 5 different plays. And the plays that he made, and by the way, Kevon freaking Looney with the putbacks and the defense and all the rest of it. This team was fun. That was a very fun win. You're right.
I think what everyone's been waiting for is, and this, the classic way to do this in the NBA is, when are they going to flip the switch? Well, you get to a point where that almost bothers people because you're like, I don't think there's a switch. Like, you're not a dominant basketball team right now, and that's not a rip. You're missing 3 of your 4 best players. So, like, yeah, we get it. You're not dominant right now. I don't even know if you're effective. I'm not even sure if we can use the word good. I don't know exactly what this team is night to night and quarter to quarter. But what a fan is waiting for, and what we get so little of in the NBA, are regular season games where it appears the team is like pounding the table. Let's go. Let's play hard. Let's give everything we've got to this moment. Because actually, last night's game, I don't know if people really gave credit to how important and pivotal that game was. I know they're the 7 seed versus the 9 seed now, and that can go right back the other way if you lose tomorrow night. So it's not all that definitive, but man, it sure changes things in a positive direction when you have 2 of the teams that are both sitting at 500 and everybody's separated by 2 games. Like, winning one of those games is like winning 2 games. And so it was very, very important. And all you want to see as a fan is, can you go out and mirror that in a regular season game? The Warriors are one of the chief offenders where it's very rare that you feel as a fan like, man, they are screaming after this game in February. And I felt that in the fourth quarter, and I loved it. I loved it. The NBA felt urgent yesterday.
Well, it feels urgent the rest of the way in the Western Conference in terms of, what we talked about as far as the seeding, because the Warriors right now are sitting, a game and a half out of the 4 seed, but they're also a game and a half above Portland, their next opponent, in the 11 seed. So for the Western Conference, this is going to be March Madness coming up here in a couple of days when we actually get to March. It's going to be like that for all these teams in the West outside of San Antonio and Houston. And I guess Denver doesn't really have that same urgency because they're 5.5 up as far as being the 1 seed. And Denver and Memphis are going to clinch very soon. Sacramento closing in on a first division title in a generation virtually. So there's still a lot to play for many teams. But as far as the West, from Phoenix all the way down to Oklahoma City, it's 4 games separating 10 teams.
Yep.
So in terms of that, we are going to actually see a lot of meaningful, intense, sort of passionate basketball in the association.
Well, the Clippers lose last night. And by the way, I'd like to use the Dallas Mavericks briefly as an example of why we should stop all putting the Phoenix Suns into the NBA Finals. Just because they've acquired a player that we know really well and who happens to be really, really good. What does that actually mean? What does it all add up to? I think it's hysterical, quite frankly. Hysterical that the Phoenix Suns are the betting favorite to win the Western Conference. They've played a total of, let me count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You need a minute?
6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, right. 0 games together. Continuity in the NBA matters. You don't gel like that. Want an example? The Mavericks have lost 4 of their last 5 games. Oh, who's not healthy? Oh, sorry. They're all healthy. Remember? Kyrie and Luka. What the hell's the world going to do now to stop Kyrie and Luka? Yeah, not much.
Well, you know what happened yesterday, right?
What happened?
The Lakers.
Yeah, the
happened.
Lakers.
Don't sleep on the Lakers. And are you still asleep on the Lakers? Because I know, and this is where I want to take a shot at Spadoni. Because Spadoni, early in that game, Spadoni buried his own team. And
well, did you see the way they shot the basketball yesterday?
They were rough.
Didn't bury them. I said I liked the effort.
Yeah, and you were being sarcastic.
Where's the lie?
Good job, good effort. Yes.
It was sarcasm, and you know it, Spadoni. You're better than that. And then you came all the way back around and said, oh, all you people thought I was being sarcastic.
See? Jared Vanderbilt, great effort.
Vanderbilt's interesting. And look, this has been my.
He's a fraud, and he had his kid in a Warrior jersey.
Not
That's
Vanderbilt.
all you
Vanderbilt's
need to know
not a
about.
fraud.
Okay, so real quick on Benny wearing the Curry jersey. So Jade, the missus, she's like, hey, yeah, I got Buy Nothing, by the way. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this app, but it's like people around your neighborhood just giving away stuff for free.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, we have this Warriors Steph Curry jersey to give away, right? And Jade's like, I'm going to get it for the game. I was like, and she got it. I was like, okay. I was like, at that point, I can't say he can't wear it.
Right.
Because if I say that, she's going to be mad at me and very sad. So it's like, yes, he has to wear it at this point.
You live here. You should raise your son as a Steph Curry fan.
I like
yes,
Steph.
You
That's
should.
No, he's not going to do that.
No, I'm not going to do that. If that was a Warriors-Lakers game, he would be wearing his LeBron
listen,
jersey.
I raised Bay Area sports fans in L.A., so I'm not against what you're saying, but Steph different.
Yeah, that's fine.
Steph different.
Not when you're a Laker fan. You don't, again, I'm not going to disparage a 2.5-year-old. He's 2.5. He's coming up on 30.
Also, Lakers and Warriors aren't really rivals.
Oh, yes, they are,
really
Joe.
kind of
yes,
not.
They are.
No,
They've never really
I'm with
been
Joe
rivals.
on this.
Yes, they are rivals. For those of us who went to games in the 80s and it was all Laker fans and the pomposity of the Lakers.
Well, that's true no matter who they're playing.
It's like saying the Giants and the Dodgers aren't rivals.
Oh, God, the Giants and Dodgers and the Lakers and Warriors have zero in common as a rivalry.
They have a lot in common
the
in
Giants,
terms of
Dodger
Northern California, Southern California.
You know this.
As a Warrior fan, the hatred for the Lakers is not equal to the Dodgers, but it's in the same ballpark.
But the Lakers fans do not reciprocate the hatred.
That's two totally different things.
It doesn't matter if you reciprocate it or not.
You can hate, of course it does. Then that's like saying the Padres and Dodgers are the same as rivals as the Giants and Dodgers. Like a rivalry.
The Dodgers don't care about the Padres.
Exactly.
But the Padres care about the Dodgers.
Right. So
San Diego hates Los Angeles.
So that's not a rivalry. That's one fan base that hates the other one.
Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, we
the bottom
hate the
line
Lakers.
is it's a level of hatred. So
yeah, it's a hatred. It's not a rivalry that is traditionally like others. And in fact, even in recent years, Warrior fans have been way more triggered by other teams than the Lakers, partially because the Lakers have been irrelevant in the last couple of years.
Always triggered by the Laker fans.
But Houston has been a team that's bothered Warrior fans much more than the Lakers.
Houston's a mosquito.
Well, they are now.
You swat them off you. Houston has never taken down the Warriors, ever.
No, but they were moments away from doing it, and then they missed 78 threes in a row.
James Harden fell down facing a double team. They're a mosquito.
You know what I'm talking about. But anyway,
absolutely.
I'd look at the Western Conference, and yes, the Lakers, who shot 17% from three-point range yesterday, are interesting defensively. They're different. I don't know if they're truly going to go on a run. I will say this.
Are you still sleeping on them, or has the alarm clock gone
No, I'm totally
off?
asleep on them.
Okay, still asleep.
Like the alarm went off.
And you hit snooze?
I opened one eye, and I'm like, I'm not getting out of bed
That's
yet.
good to know.
I will say
Game
this.
out of the 10 seed.
I will say this. Yeah, who isn't? So,
Oklahoma City, San Antonio, and Houston.
Yeah. No, Oklahoma City is a half game behind the Lakers. So
game
they're
and a half
right
out
there.
of the 10 seed.
They're right there. So, anyway, point being is I look at that Western Conference, and if I'm the league office, I would like the play-in tournament to dust to settle, and the two teams that get added to the top six are the Lakers and the Warriors. That's exactly what I would want.
Utah, Minnesota, Pelicans all out.
Goodbye.
I'm with you. Portland, OKC.
And if I'm Denver and Memphis, I don't like that at all.
Right.
I don't want that kind of championship pedigree coming at me in round one when I've got a bunch of stars who, by the way, have never won Bubkiss. I don't want that. So I'll grant you that. However, how that dust's all going to settle, I don't know. And I don't even know if the Suns and the Clippers and the Mavericks, with all their fancy schmancy acquisitions, is it going to work? Because they've never played together. Continuity matters in the NBA to a very, very high level. And so use the Mavericks as a cautionary tale. I'm not saying that the Suns won't work. I'm saying we don't know yet if they will. And the last time Kevin Durant went to a team and put a roster together where everyone was like, damn, they going to run this league. What happened? They never even won a playoff series. So there's a lot of dust still to settle here.
No doubt.
And they've got to play basketball before I'm going to crown them anything.
If you look between Memphis and OKC, the 2 seed and the 13 seed, if you just look at the last 10 games, none of those teams is better than 6-4. None of those teams is worse than 4-6. So to your point,
it's crazy.
Between Memphis and OKC, over the last 10, they all are one game above or one game below 500. So we could have the same conversation in 10 games, And the standings may look exactly the same because even our beloved Warriors, winners of 2 straight at home, and they're going to be favored over Portland, and we're all thinking, you know what? You're going to beat the Blazers, and now you're going to be the 6th seed, and here we go. You're heading for the 4, and you're going to go back-to-back. The Warriors can go out and lay an egg. Portland can come out, and Dame Lillard could put up 71 and beat Golden State. All these teams are all so mediocre. You can't trust any of them.
No, if the standings are the same 10 games from now, I think that would be good news for the Warriors. If they're still sitting in the 7 seed 10 games from now with what they've got coming up after this week, like we said, remember there's that 6-game stretch that in theory, we don't know this, but I sort of had in my mind that 6-game stretch that Steph was going to miss.
Coming out of the break.
Well, they're 2-1 so far. So for some people, the goal was 3-3. Yeah. I was hopeful of 4-2. Because you get Steph back, therefore you're a better team, maybe Andrew also. But B, the stretch that starts Sunday in LA against the Lakers is very daunting. It's very, very daunting. It goes Lakers and then at OKC, at Memphis, home for Milwaukee and Phoenix, back out on the road for Clippers, Hawks, Memphis, Houston, Dallas. There's a couple in there that you feel like, okay, we'd have a good shot at it, but it's very road heavy and very playoff team heavy, and so it's going to be really hard. So
that road trip, by the way, Mark, is 5 games and 8 nights, too.
Yep.
So it's not, and I know Klay's now playing back-to-backs, but Draymond Green's still out with the knee contusion. Wiggins, we don't know about his off-court issues, and Steph Curry, even if he is back, is he going to play all 5 of those 8?
I don't know.
Or 5 games and 8 nights?
Only one back-to-back on that 5-game
trip. That's a lot of games.
It's a lot of games.
And a lot of games and a lot of travel.
So if they can go 2-1 this week, I would feel elated. If they can go 2 and they're all home games, and the Warriors are very, very good at home, even though they don't always look so fancy. Last night was not a looker, but it was a win.
Man.
If you can go 2-1 this week.
That game was like good personality.
It did, you'll love him. Exactly. Just sit with him for an hour, and you'll get along so well. I promise.
That was that one, yeah.
The week this week is Portland tomorrow night, and then a back-to-back with the Clippers and the Pelicans Thursday and Friday. And, I'd sign up for 2-1 right now. I'd sign up for 4-2 on that stretch, and then hope that Sunday in L.A., Steph Curry plays basketball.
It's interesting because I think that 2-1 right now is the bare minimum because Portland tomorrow is interesting. You're going to have a little bit of rest. Portland coming in. Dame Lillard off a 71-point game. You should beat Portland. The Clippers, I still think, are a bad matchup.
But I think you're leaving out the whole, Steph, Andrew, and Draymond out. That roster...
And we don't know if Andrew's going to be out.
We don't.
And we don't know if Draymond's going to be out.
I mean, he's headed for an MRI. So,
But he was close to playing last night.
Right. I get... My point is if when those 3 guys are out, that roster that goes out on the floor, I have a hard time putting should on any game unless it's like
Portland's
Houston,
no good.
Well, they're better than Houston and San Antonio.
I'm not talking about Houston and San Antonio. Those are absolute wins.
Is Portland no good? I mean, Portland has almost got the same record as the team that you had to squeeze a win out against last night.
Yeah, Portland's not very good. Team. Portland's got Dame Lillard and a bunch of question marks, in my opinion.
They're 29 and 31. They're right there in this mix.
Right, 12 and 17 on the road. The Warriors are the 3rd best team in the West at home. Yeah, but that's a win at home. This team is different at home.
I know, but they're not there.
No, but it doesn't matter.
The team is good at home.
Last night,
but the players are not playing.
Home. That's a game you don't win on the road. But for some reason, this team, and we always talk about role players play better at home, and you played better at home. You're 24-7 at home, even though Steph in, Steph out. Klay plays, he doesn't play. Wiggins has missed a bunch of games. This team at home is a different animal. So I look at the next 3. You should beat Portland. The Clipper game is difficult. I think the Clippers are better than you. And New Orleans is a team without Zion. Yeah. New Orleans is a team that you should beat at home.
Can't figure that out.
I think 2-1 is where you should be after this next 3.
And I would take it. And that is presupposing that this roster is down to the studs with Klay and Poole, and then people like DiVincenzo and Looney playing huge roles. Anthony Slater is going to join us here in a little bit over a half hour. So thankful that you're with us. Your phone calls are always welcome at 888-957-9570. You got the Xfinity mobile text line, Twitch, and YouTube. We appreciate your presence there as always. In fact, let's go out to the phones and Will in Oakland. Hey, Will, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
What's happening, brother? I'm actually sitting here in the rain, and I feel like it's going to snow. But
it actually might.
That is, yeah, I hope not. But that being said, I just called because I wanted your guys' opinion on what do you think the Warriors, should they vest in Dante or no? Because I feel like he's a very good asset, and I think he's a very good key piece to how they can move forward.
Well, I think we are in complete agreement. Dibbs and I do not even say the word DiVincenzo without putting all of our fingers together in that nice, like, restaurant quality Italian chicken marsala kind of sort of way. And so we love the guy. I can't really speak intelligently right now on what the Warriors are willing to afford financially with all of these luxury taxes, not knowing if Draymond's going to opt in or out. I hope that they can spend and keep him, but I have no idea what that looks like right now.
We'll
ask Anthony. Yeah, we'll ask Slater here in about 35 minutes.
I wonder how they can, because if Draymond opts out, then that still doesn't put them below the luxury tax threshold. And Dante DiVincenzo, he's making $4 and change this year, and he has a player option for next year at about the same level. I believe he will opt out. He's played well enough to where he's going to get 4 years and let's say $50 million. Conservatively, I mean, I think he might make more than that. Considering what he has shown that he can be, he's won a chip with Milwaukee. He won 2 in college, and the way he plays, the no-nonsense defense, he's a solid offensive player. He can shoot it. He's not a liability in any facet. He's the kind of guy, I think, that can go out there and get 4 years and $50 million. So if he makes 12.5 next year, that's $45 million for Joe Lacob.
Yeah, I don't know what the numbers look like for a guy who will be, certainly considered as a role player. But I don't think you're necessarily wrong. He's only 26 years old.
Exactly.
Too. I mean, he's a young player. So hope he is a Warrior for some time. It's been great watching him this year. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Is this issue that we've been talking about all year, young versus old, now versus then, is this even bigger than we realize? Is it what's guiding minutes right now? Is it what sent James Wiseman to Detroit? We'll get into all of that coming up next on Willard and Dibbs.
Dub Nation, this is Klay Thompson.
Thompson now waiting. Left side. Good pump fake. Dribble drive by Klay. Dishes out to DiVincenzo. Catch and shoot three. Yes! Warriors 102. Minnesota 99.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
Restaurant quality, man.
Totally.
Restaurant quality DiVincenzo. I'm actually going out for a little Italian meal tonight. The lovely young Ella is turning 14 today.
Man, look at Ella.
14th birthday.
I saw you guys were out and about this weekend. It looked like you do a little shopping.
Not only were we out and about.
Cha-ching! Cash me out 5 times.
Brother, I don't want
Dude, Kevin Dana on the call and your trip to the mall.
I don't want to talk about this, okay?
No, it's so funny because I saw the picture, and I only talk about it because I think it was on social media. But you looked happy / beleaguered, and your daughter looked delighted.
Oh, yeah.
So I knew that, I mean...
The credit card was out.
I'm picturing the two of you, and Kevin Dana is somehow right behind you, and every time you go to a different store... He appears, cash me out one time.
I would love to be cashed out one time. I got cashed out about 16 times.
Yeah.
You
Prada,
right.
Yves Saint Laurent.
Fiori.
Dude.
Yeah, I mean, oh my gosh, this girl.
Happy birthday, Ella.
Anyway, happy birthday to Ella, and she has chosen a local Italian ristorante for dinner tonight. And so we'll go, and I'm going to order the DiVincenzo.
Nice.
I want to just all I want to do.
On the cart or on the full dinner menu?
I just want to see what the server's going to do. I just want to mess with them. I'll have a plate of the DiVincenzo and a little Caesar to start, and
perfect.
I just want to see what happens.
As an Italian, I'm offended.
I mean, I don't know if anybody's going to understand the joke, but I'm used to that as a dad. It's okay. So we're going to give it a try. I'm going to order the DiVincenzo tonight.
Nice.
I'll let you know what happens.
And what the DiVincenzo comes with, it's really good in the fourth quarter. It's a great quality two-way dish.
What a good aftertaste at the end. Yeah.
I think one of my favorite moments of last night, and what a great comeback and what an improbable victory considering the way this year has gone. DiVincenzo drives from the right side, and he goes off the right foot, and he somehow drifts all the way under the hoop and goes reverse layup.
That was beautiful.
It was a wrong-legged, stanky floater reverse layup. He did it so effortlessly, and it was like, oh, my God, DiVincenzo.
And the shot should have been blocked. Like, I mean, absolutely somebody, and I can't remember if it was Nas or who, but somebody who was at least a foot taller looked like they had a hand dialing it up.
It was Nas Reed.
Yeah, and he got it around him.
And after it goes in, you see Nas Reed throw his hands up like, God, how did I not block that?
Yeah.
And DiVincenzo.
Because you got restaurant quality.
Totally.
Sorry, Nas. Although nice job on the 30 burger.
You talk about an empty 30 though.
I know, but still, has there been a Warrior game all year? Alert me to the game where the Warriors played a game and somebody you've never heard of didn't score 30.
Right.
Honestly, I know some of you are league passers.
Yeah, don't come down. I mean, Bonte's about to text both of us.
No, I don't want to hear it.
He's about to league pass you.
No, but they know the truth, which is that there are plenty of people in this world who know who Nas Reed is, and there are more who don't. There are more who don't. I don't want to hear about, Banchero or all of these.
Oh, come on.
I know he's an early draft pick, but he's still just a draft pick. Like all the names, think about it now. The names this year. Who was that cat for the Nuggets who went banana land a couple of weeks ago on the Warriors? Off the bench.
Yeah.
See? You can't even remember his name.
No, it's that one guy.
Yeah, the guy.
The guy from overseas. Whose name I can't even remember.
That guy. Yeah.
I had to Google it the next morning.
Dude,
I'm not going to remember now.
Every time you go to the box score, you're like, who's that guy that scored 38 against the Warriors last night? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Conchar.
Multiple punctuation marks in his name. I remember that.
I mean, what on earth is that? Why is there somebody who's nothing in the NBA who drops 3-0 on the Warriors every night?
You know why?
Why? Because they don't play defense.
No. What? Look in my eyes. What am I going to say?
You're going to say, you're going to say because everybody gets up to give their best shot against the Warriors.
Look at you. You and I are starting to be simpatico.
Nas Reed got up. he got up for this one.
These teams, they give the Warriors their best punch, Mark. You know that.
He looked and he was like, man, I'm playing against the street clothes of Steph Curry tonight, and I got to bring my best.
Draymond had glasses on.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah.
Wiggins wasn't there, but, hopefully things get better with Wiggins.
I got one of those from Lil Jude last night. I went in the kitchen to do something in the middle of the game, and Jude was telling me all about Draymond's outfit. He's like, Dad, that was a really good play. They even showed Draymond, and he was wearing this collared shirt. He had glasses on. He didn't understand. I go, yeah, they call that street clothes, my man. That's called street clothes. Draymond's not playing tonight. He thought it was like his warm-ups. He had like fancy warm-ups on last night. But anyway.
To your point about Naz Reid, amazing early, but in that second half, he thought that he was the third Splash Brother. It's like, my guy, you've had a great game. Go ahead and give up the rock one time and get down in the block.
No, keep doing it. It worked.
It sure did. It
worked in the Warriors' favor.
And Minnesota had at least 2, if not 3, three-point shots that were halfway down, and they rattled out. And I know that's just basketball.
Sure.
But the Warriors got some breaks, and then ultimately they got a big lead and tried to give the game away, but were unable to give that thing away late.
Yeah, I mean, and meantime, on the other end, Klay is hitting shots that are glancing off the top of the backboard.
Yeah.
So sure. And I mean, there are breaks in sports. I get it. But I loved the effort in the fourth quarter, but it just kind of feels like one of those seasons. Like everything is going to be hard. Everything's going to be hard. By the way, was that Naz's career high last night? Was that a career high?
Yeah.
How many, fun fact that we can search for, Kyle, don't stress, don't worry, don't hurry. How many players have hit their career high against the Warriors this year? I'd like to know that.
26 would be my guess.
I'll take the over. Seriously, has somebody hit their career high in every game?
Well, let's hope it doesn't happen next game.
Well, if it does next game, that means Dame Lillard scoring 72, right?
Is 71 his career high?
I don't know. Was that his career high last night?
It feels like it has to be.
Right? It had to be.
And by the way, you look at the box score from Dame in his 71-point performance. He shot the ball 38 times. The rest of the Blazers shot the ball 39 times.
Okay.
Kobe.
Total Kobe. 22 of 38, though. Kobe would have been 8 of 38 in his final season.
I was wondering how many three-pointers he ended up with. He was only one short of Klay's record.
Of tying the record,
13 threes last night. At halftime,
71 for Dame Lillard.
Yeah, at halftime, he had 41 and already had 8 threes. And so I was watching this one because I was like, oh, he's going to try to break that record. But he only got 5 threes and 30 points in the second half. That's all. So just a garden variety 71 for Lillard.
Is Dame Lillard on the short list of most likely to break Wilt's record? Because I do believe that Wilt's record of 100 points in a game is vulnerable, and not just because we saw Kobe went for 81, right?
Right.
In that game, that famous game. Dame Lillard had 71 in a game that had actual meaning. I mean, Portland needed to win. It's not like he went for 71 just because he felt like going for 71.
Well, I was playing the Rockets, so it's kind of because he felt like going for 71.
But they needed a lot of his 71 to get the win. Is he on the short list of most likely to get 101?
I have a hard time thinking that's going to come from a player who does most of his work in the outside, because you have to be hot for the whole game if you're going to do it from out there. To go score. Like, you have to be someone who's getting interior buckets, and like you said, it has to be a game that maybe you're just sort of like everybody's focused on you rather than the game.
Right.
But yes, by the way, got the answers. That was a career high for Dame last night. And in fact, that was the most points ever scored by a Blazer. That was a franchise record, 71 points for Dame last night.
And I wonder where that ranks all time in terms of most points in a game, in a non-Wilt game particularly. I don't know how many 70-point games there have been in the association. There can't have been more than, if we count all the Wilt games, I can't imagine there have been many more than 30 games all time where a player had more than 70.
Well, there was one this year.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Donovan Mitchell went for 71.
Yeah.
Actually, I think I've got the list right here. So Wilt Chamberlain has the record, 100 points, 1962. Kobe Bryant, that was the second highest point total ever with 81. Then it goes Wilt 78, Wilt 73, Wilt 73. David Thompson, 73.
Oh, he was unguardable.
Wilt 72. Elgin 71, David Robinson 71, and now Dame Lillard 71. That eclipsed Wilt Chamberlain's 70. That was one of the top 10 highest scoring games all time. So, yeah.
Only 13 games. Yeah, I'm actually looking at the list too,
only
Mark.
10,
wow.
Only 10 times has someone gone over 70. Only 12 times has someone scored 70 or more in a game. And only twice have they gone north of 80, and that was obviously Kobe and Wilt. Yeah, Kyle, what do you got?
I was poking around for some other stuff and just came across this list. How many times do you think a player in the NBA this season has scored 40 or more points? Not how many players, but how many times has it? So players who have done it multiple times.
Scoring is out of control, so I feel like the answer is going to be a lot.
So how many times has a player scored 40 or more?
Correct.
Listen, we're in the neighborhood.
81.
We're in the neighborhood of
81, Kyle.
Hang on, we're in the neighborhood of about 60 games, right?
Yes.
60 games,
60,
right?
65.
And so how many NBA teams are there? 30. And so it's like cut that in half.
That's 900 games.
30 times 15. Right, is so because you can't count them twice.
Well, 60 times 30,
my brain
and then you cut that in half.
60 games. That we're talking about how many games or how many games by teams individually that would double.
Well, if every team's played 60, right, times 30 teams, that's 1,800 occurrences because everybody gets to play in the same game.
Right, then you're counting it twice, is what I'm saying. So you would want to cut that in half.
But you do count it twice because each team is playing in that game.
Anyway, yes, if you're talking about individual scoring.
81, Kyle.
I'm trying to talk. Yeah, so I'm going to say, how many times somebody scored 40 points? Geez, like over 100.
148 times.
Yeah.
Jeez, wow.
Such luminaries as DeJounte Murray and Miles Turner.
Miles Turner? He's a jackass.
Do you know what's crazy about that
Jalen
stat?
Green multiple times.
Did you say 148?
Yes.
You know what's wild? Only twice has it happened against someone other than the Warriors. That's what's weird about this stat.
I love when you run material. That's a solid 4.
Tyrese Halliburton had a 43-point game. Tyrese Maxey had a 44-point game.
You know,
how
Dibs
many
was
Tyreses have gone for more than 40?
Dibs was a big Halliburton guy back in the draft. I've heard that.
I thought the Warriors should have taken Halliburton.
You wanted him to trade up to 1 for him. I remember that.
Yeah. I think I called him Tyrell Halliburton at the time. Don't let that get away.
Speaking of that draft, how's Anthony Edwards doing this year? Like collectively? No, he's a very good player. I just feel like the buzz has dropped. And maybe I'm, I know his numbers are fine, but just watching them last night, I don't know.
He's going to get magnified more. No D'Angelo Russell, Karl Anthony Towns out. Like I expected last night, and I was at the game with Benjamin. He just looked bad.
Yeah,
like not good.
Right. It did not look.
Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Like
even the shot selection was not there.
I remember going to a game his rookie year, and I was just like, dude, this is an offensive problem. This guy. And last night it was just like,
He had a bad game.
He's just moving around the court.
He's career highs across the board right now.
Is he? Okay. All right, good.
Yeah, just had a bad game last night.
Good. I'm not an NBA fantasy guy, so I don't have all the stats in front of me.
He's averaging 24-7 a game, but still a young player, and I think the inconsistency of his play is reflective over the fact that Minnesota, they're not that good, kid. And whether or not Karl Anthony Towns has been out most of the year, but if you're going to anchor your hopes to Naz Reid, Naz Reid's a good player. But if Anthony Edwards is a real one, that's a game where you take over offensively, and he was largely neutralized by his own ineffectiveness.
Yeah, and that's what Klay Thompson ended up doing. He and you can tell this is one of the other things. Klay is so unique with the way that he struts around a court or sails out on the bay. Like he's just so quintessential. He's Klay. I love how much he relishes these moments, and especially when they go well. This is someone, it's always fascinating to me when someone has proven everything they possibly can at the height of their profession, yet they still kind of cruise around as if they're a rookie. Klay Thompson, every time he has a big fourth quarter, it's like he wants to go seat to seat in the arena and be like, did you know that I've got that in me? I got this in me. Did you know? And he does. And maybe some people don't know. I think it's fascinating right now when you look at these Warriors, Steph being out, it's interesting to me who steps forward as the quote-unquote one. It's not Jordan Poole.
No, and it won't be Jordan
It's
Poole.
Klay Thompson.
It absolutely has to be Klay Thompson. And if it's not Klay Thompson, you're not going to win these games. And you don't win last night's game without Klay Thompson. Yes, he hit the bank three from the corner, which was inexplicable. But the biggest moment to me was the catch-and-shoot three that he hits on the extended wing.
Yes.
He hits it, and he staggers back and back as it goes in. He staggers all the way back to the courtside seats where Alex Rodriguez and Barry Bonds are sitting, and they both kind of hold up their hands as if to say, we got you, dog, in case you fall back. I don't know if Klay realized the greatness that he was in front of, but in that moment, he's thinking, you two bums, you got nothing on me. I'm Klay Thompson. You better recognize he's got almost 1,500 home runs behind him, and they're both holding him up. And by the way, A-Rod, I mean, what are you doing courtside? At least Barry Bonds is clapping.
Want him to sit?
Clap.
Oh, you want him to clap?
Clap.
Maybe this is a Timberwolves fan.
Get out of here if you're a T-Wolves fan.
You want to know what Klay said when he landed in their laps? You want to know what the difference is between me and you two? I'm going to the Hall of Fame someday.
That's right. Look at you running a lot of material here.
It's Monday. Just
No, it's
pouring
great.
it all out. Yeah, that was actually fun to watch the two of them.
It was pretty cool.
But
and their conversations.
Well, this also hit me real quick as an aside. Barry Bonds and A-Rod sitting there.
When they were trading salves at halftime.
Right, like 15 years ago, the idea of Barry Bonds and A-Rod sitting somewhere together, you'd been like, my God, we're all going to sit down and have a conversation. These are the two best players that have ever lived, and here they are together at a basketball game.
Sorry,
and
Willie Mays.
You see that, but there was a track to where that was going to be a conversation, remember? It was like, in fact, once upon a time, when Bonds was about to break the record and everyone hated it, they were like, don't worry, A-Rod's going to break his record and it'll be fine. And then that took a turn. And you just look at these two and you go, man, if we had known then what the conversation was going to be now, or even the feeling that goes through your belly when you see the two of them sit next to one another, you just wish that feeling was so much cleaner than what it is. It's impossible to not have your brain look at Barry and A-Rod sitting next to one another, and you go, I mean, the talent unmatched and the controversy unmatched for both of them.
And think about it in terms of the NBA. So if those two players of that ilk were sitting courtside at an NBA game, you're talking about Michael Jordan and Akeem Olajuwon
Charles Barkley
right?
Sure,
I mean, you're talking about two of the all-time greats to ever do it. Or if it's football, maybe it's Joe Montana sitting next to Tom Brady. And it's like, oh my God, that's really cool. But you're right. When you see those two and you see them next to each other, it's like, that's really cool. Oh, that's really awkward.
Yeah.
And it's a shame. And it's so baseball that we have that reaction. But we have that reaction because between the two of them, you have one guy who's an admitted two-time steroid test failure. And by the way, I'm the face of baseball now because I'm a good-looking guy and I can broadcast. And the other guy who never failed a test but is the number one pariah of the steroid era. And he most assuredly was a juicer as well. Yet we are so conflicted because we see him, oh, that's cool. Oh, that's a shame.
Barry's our guy. Also, both of them are just factually incredibly, incredibly talented, and they were before any of their controversy started. But I also think sometimes because of the era in which we live and the city in which we live when it comes to Barry, and this will extend to A-Rod too, I do think we apologize for them a little bit too much. I mean, they made the bed. They're both incredibly, incredibly talented players whose numbers would not be quite as high as they are, but would you take 600 home runs and a trip to the Hall of Fame, or would you take 700 plus and the way the world treats you now? It's I don't know. I'd love to actually ask them that question, and I don't think they would answer it or feel good about it. But like in a private room, I'd love
truth serum.
Just like what if you weren't the home run king, but you were just. You were beloved. You were going to be on a track to go down as one of the greatest to ever play. You would already have had your jacket, your speech, your everything. Would you trade 150 home runs for that? right now.
No chance.
No?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I wonder.
Alex Rodriguez got 2 different $250 million contracts. So,
well, they were going to get paid.
Does he get the second $250 million contract
Probably.
if he's not juicing?
I don't know.
Maybe not.
I don't know.
Barry Bonds is the home run king. Whether you believe it's legit or asterisk laden or not, he puts his head down on the pillow at night and knows that he hit more home runs than any other human being. They have 10 MVPs between the two of them. Barry's got 7. A-Rod's got the 3.
Should have more.
I don't think you get to that level of excellence without an ego that is impenetrable.
That's probably fair. Yeah.
In terms
that's
of
probably
like,
fair.
oh, what does mom and pop think about my steroid use? They could give a crap.
Anthony Slater's going to join us here in about 7 or 8 minutes. One of the things I really want to put in front of him, I was just thinking, kind of piecing this all together. I wonder what you think too, Dibs. Like here we are. Last week, I'm driving around listening to Bonte and Joe, and they're hopping mad at Jonathan Kuminga's lack of minutes. And let's piece this all together. James Wiseman is now a member of the Pistons, and Jordan Poole has been punched by Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson's hands have been up in the air because of Jordan Poole, and Steph Curry threw a mouthpiece and got fined, all because of a decision or two made by Jordan Poole. And so I'm just wondering aloud here. This is not, I don't know this, but when we look at the lack of development of the young guys, I think it's normal to just be like, man, Steve Kerr doesn't play the young guys as much as he should. I wonder how much of that's actually coming from Steve. When you see people like Anthony Lamb getting closing minutes, when you see how little of a role Jordan Poole has offensively in a game like last night down the stretch in favor of Klay, there feels like a collective thing around the Warriors where they went, all right, Steph, Klay, and Dre won another ring last year, so we got to give them everything we can to keep going with this dynasty. We can't really acquire players. Financially, that's not available. We can't trade Jordan Poole. We just did this extension. What can we give them? And they probably asked them that. And their answer was, veteran players on the floor with us.
Yes.
I don't think the veterans want the young guys on the floor with them as much as maybe the fans do.
And they absolutely don't, nor should they. And I know that you've got a teen driver right now, and he's working on going from teen driver to licensed driver. But when you have a teen driver, you're not saying, hey, we're driving to L.A. this weekend, you're driving. Wait, what? I'm still learning. I'm still a developing driver. And that's the way I look at this NBA Warriors season, where you're getting into the deep water and you're getting into a situation where you've got a championship team. You don't want to turn the keys over to Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman, and even Jordan Poole. You look at Jordan Poole, he's not always in the closing lineup. These are teen drivers. Yes, we want you to learn. We want you to get your license. We want you to feel comfortable where you can feel comfortable. Jonathan Kuminga's played 119 games in the association. He has never been in a high leverage moment. So if you're Steph, Klay, and Dre, you want to have that security of playing with guys who've got more experience like Dante DiVincenzo.
Yeah, I mean, you just watch him play, and we can all see, like, when Kuminga comes through the lane and no one's in front of him, right, I get it. It's like, it's fangasmic. I understand that.
Look at you.
I understand. So, and where does that mean they're going, these talented players? You hope it means that they can be guys who run teams at some point. But I don't think Steph, Klay, Dre, others, I don't think they care. I don't think they want to. I don't think they're worried about that. They don't have time for that. What you also see is, along with the talent, you see often poor decisions. This isn't an opinion that you all don't share. Watch Jordan Poole play basketball, and how often do you go, no, what are you doing? Why are you pulling up from there? The veterans are saying the exact same thing.
Exactly. And the veterans are championship caliber, and they know what it takes to win a championship. Jonathan Kuminga is 20 years old. He just turned 20 in October. So to expect him to play like a 33 and 34-year-old veteran who have been through 4 championship runs, it's foolish.
It's all sponsored by Pfizer, and we'll get Anthony Slater in on this conversation next, and hopefully get some sort of a clue as to what's going on with Andrew Wiggins and when he might be back. That is coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Planning for an upcoming trip, it's important. Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
I tell you what, it just continues to intrigue. I think we've all agreed. We may not know what the stories are, but man, it just feels like it's a year where so much is going on behind the scenes. I bet, for instance, Dibbs, I bet that a guy like Anthony Slater, I bet you know all kinds of stuff you can't tell us, huh, Anthony Slater, our Warriors insider here on Willard and Dibbs. Like all you got to do is say yes or no. Is this one of those years where there's just a lot going on behind the scenes?
Yes, but I wouldn't necessarily say that's too abnormal in the league. I mean, the Durant final season with the Warriors, the Durant final season I covered in Oklahoma City, there was some stuff. So, yes to your question, but I don't think that it's like too different.
I guess the big question that we all have had, Mark and I and the guys behind the glass and the fans, is there a divide between the veterans wanting to go for a championship and the young players' ability to come in and actually help them win a chip this year?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it goes back to a couple years ago. Remember they had the Kelly Oubre season where Wiseman was in and out of the starting lineup. He was a rookie. They had Alan Smiley, Cherrick Pascal, various younger guys. And then I don't know if you guys remember the exit interviews that season. They had lost the play-in to Memphis, didn't make the playoffs. And all Steph and even Bob Myers came to the podium and said, veterans, got to add veterans. You win with veterans. That's how you win. They did add veterans last season and hit on them, which was the big deal. You get Gary Payton at the minimum. You get Otto Porter at the minimum. And the interesting part about the Payton one is the veterans wanted Avery Bradley because he was proven. They went with Payton, and the front office won that little mini battle, I guess you would say. But it worked. They won the title. They pivoted more young this year with a belief. And if we all go back to the summer, I was part of that belief. I think even some of the veterans and the coaches were part of the belief that Moody was ready. Wiseman could fill a backup center role. Kuminga was ready. Then they went 3-7. And I do think that the early pivot point of the season was when they were 3-7, the urgency ramped up. And they didn't expect urgency 10 games into the regular season. They expected a much longer runway to give James Wiseman, to give Kuminga, to give Moody more of a growing ground. And then by the time they're 3-7, they freaked out like, hey, we're getting behind in the standings. And suddenly it's Anthony Lamb is in, Ty Jerome is in. And that's where I think the season really turned into what it's become, which has kind of been a roller coaster ride to now.
No doubt about it. Anthony Slater with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Anthony, Dante DiVincenzo, like he's got to opt out, right? And is there a way for the Warriors to get involved in bidding for him if it does play out that way?
Well, it's difficult because, and I don't have my CBA sheet in front of me right now, but, they don't have his bird rights, non-bird free agent, so you can't just pay him whatever, like you could if somebody you've had for several years goes into free agency. So I believe it's, the most they can give him is like, the average salary in the league, which I think is up towards like $10 million or like 120% of his current salary, like a raise of 20% essentially. And he's at 4 point something. So, I don't know. Again, I'm not trying to do the quick math here, but we're talking, 6-7-ish million. So to me, it just depends on what type of offer he gets. If somebody really wants to come in and give DiVincenzo, $14 million a year, something like that for 4 years, because they think he's a really good young piece to grow for the future. That's just going to, not only for tax reasons, but just for CBA reasons, be very hard for the Warriors to match. So he may have played himself out of their price range, but we'll see, because the market, he thought he was going to get a really nice deal from Sacramento last offseason, and then Sacramento gets hurt, or they get Malik Monk, and they just kind of punt him away. That's how the Warriors got him in the first place. So you just never know how free agency is going to go, but he's been really good to the point, if I am another team, I probably do give him a decent amount of change.
Yeah, he's been incredible for a team that's been shorthanded. One more contract question, and it's in terms of Klay Thompson. If they wanted to extend Klay Thompson, they can't take next year's amount and rework that into a longer-term deal, right?
So a little bit like they did with Wiggins, you could give him an extension that's at a lower number, right? Wiggins is making 31, 33, something like that. And then next year he goes down to like, I don't know, what is it, 24? I'd have to, again, I wish like I had my sheet in front of me today. But so Klay, you can extend him at a lower number, but you can't change next season.
number, which is the big problem, right? He's going to make the 40-something next season. And by the way, and I understand this from Clay's perspective, even if it was legal to give him a decrease next season, he's not taking it, right? He's guaranteed that amount of money. He's going to, willingly take it. So the tax bill problem, while it can be, alleviated beyond with Klay Thompson taking a pay cut, it can't be alleviated next season.
Anthony, while we're on Klay, this is an uncomfortable question for me to ask because I'm not a doctor, and I certainly love what this guy has done in his career and especially recently. But when I watch him do what he did over the last 4 nights and play 3 times, it just begs the question to me of why could he not get in there for more games sooner?
Rick Celebrini is extremely careful with the way he ramps these guys up. And, he frustrates the players at times. It certainly frustrated Klay. I remember in his first rehab, the tedious nature of it. But then he tore his Achilles partly because, and he's admitted this, that he played pickup basketball when he was a little heavier than he should have, and that led to the second disastrous injury. So he's bought into the more careful approach. Part of that more careful approach is, Klay Thompson probably came back last season a month later than he should have, right? He was playing scrimmage 5-on-5 full throttle basketball in I think it was early December last year. He didn't come back till mid-January. But he has, like I said, bought into whatever Rick Celebrini says, and part of that is just you're not playing back-to-backs for basically, what was it, a year after his comeback, and finally gave the green light right before the trade deadline. So to answer your question, sure, physically, and there was times Klay Thompson pushed for and wanted to play in the second night of a back-to-back, but Rick Celebrini would say, let's still hold off on it, and Klay Thompson agreed to it because his belief is a lot of Rick Celebrini's careful tactics have got him back to the point where he looks probably better than we all thought he ever would, coming off those 2 injuries.
Yeah, coming off 2 of his best months of his career. And in terms of the conservative nature of Rick Celebrini, Steph Curry, when can we expect him to reemerge and be back on the floor? And any update on Andrew Wiggins and his situation?
Yeah, starting with Curry, I did see him on the practice court yesterday pregame going through what seemed like a pretty normal speed, full speed individual workout. Again, he's not taking contact, which is a big step. Maybe when they put official reevaluation out on him Wednesday, a lot of times it'll come with he's now being reintegrated back into full team practice. So it's coming with Steph. He's getting closer, but I still probably wouldn't expect to see him this week. As far as Wiggins, this is about as private as I've ever seen an organization hold something that's going on with somebody's personal life, which is very fair by them. It's all we've been told pretty much is that it's a family issue he's dealing with. There are people within the organization, I'd say, that you guys might expect to know what's going on. Not even they do. I've had people come out to me and wondering if I know more than they do. And I don't, because it's just, it's just being held in a very tight circle and private. And it's something that, even as a journalist, it can be tough at times, but you kind of got to allow privacy when people really want it when it comes to a family issue.
So, I mean, 0 cents, and I don't want to be, crass with that answer. We're certainly hoping for the best for the whole situation, but for fans that are hoping to see him again soon, I mean, is this something that's going to potentially go for a while?
Yeah, I don't know. So initially, he missed the game right before the break. He played, I think it was February 13th at home. He's not going to the game the 14th. He was ruled out very early, didn't make the trip to L.A., and that night, Steve Kerr says, he's dealing with, something privately, and we expect to have him right out of the break. Then, it seemed to be the surprise of them. It lasted longer, and then from what I've gathered, and this would have been, whatever, it was a Thursday game they played coming out of the break. Just talking to people then, it was don't necessarily expect him back soon. There's no timeline. Again, there's not many details being delivered, but it's just he's dealing with something, and he's going to tell us when he's coming back.
Wow.
So that's, again, I could go to the facility tomorrow and he could be there, and I wouldn't be too surprised, but also this could linger for however long, and I guess I shouldn't be surprised by that either. I really don't know.
Anthony Slater with us here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Anthony, what is going on with Bob Myers? What's happening here?
He's in the last year of his deal, and he's contemplating his future. And I think, organizationally extending beyond Bob Myers, a lot of people are wondering what the future looks like, and that might be dependent on how the end of the season goes, how everybody's personal feelings are. I mean, you guys know if you flame out in the play-in and head into the offseason with sour feelings on where this thing might be going at every level of the organization, that oftentimes, and this isn't just with the Warriors, it's all sports, that oftentimes leads to more of a split-up than if they make a surprising run late in the season and everyone comes back healthy and they go to the West Finals, they push for the NBA Finals. Maybe there's more of a kumbaya. There's more money flowing through the organization because of the playoff gate that they rely on in a lot of ways to pay this tax bill. So I think so much, and this includes Bob Myers, depends on what happens moving forward. And then there will be a reassessment period right after the year. And yeah, sure, Bob Myers might be gone. But at this point, from what I've gathered, Bob Myers doesn't even know for sure either way.
Is there a domino effect here in terms of Draymond Green, opt-in, opt-out, and even Steve Kerr and his future based on the way the Bob Myers thing goes?
Yeah, sure, because I think Bob Myers' future will signal, what the future for the organization might be. And, sure, that might bump into Draymond Green's future. Steve Kerr has another year on his contract, which is through next season. Yeah, I mean, I think everything will have a domino effect all the way up into Steph Curry, who still does have a few more years. But this is it feels like a transitional phase around the Warriors, and we'll see how that materializes. And again, I do think these next few months matter because maybe this situation would have been sped up if they had a disappointing season last season, but they rattle off and win the title, and then it's got to stay together if you're doing that.
Yep, that's definitely the feel. Hey, Anthony, great to have you today, man. Thanks so much for doing it.
All right, fellas.
Okay, that's Anthony Slater, our Warriors insider, and I don't know, the sort of umbrella feel in talking to him, all this stuff that we're poking around about, right? And Bob Myers and young versus old, Andrew Wiggins, everywhere where we feel like, man, it feels like there's some smoke there. Anthony was like, yep.
Next question.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, this very well might be it. This very well might be it.
And that's why I wanted to ask about the domino effect of Bob. If Bob is unsigned, and he's right, if they make a run to the Western Conference Finals, maybe things change in terms of a kumbaya, or Joe Lacob suddenly says, you know what, Bob, I'm going to give you everything that you possibly could want. I'm begging you to stay. Or you're a play-in team and you get knocked out in the play-in again. Oof. I think a lot of these things are still interrelated in terms of how it all plays out. And if Bob decides he's gone, maybe then Draymond says, I'm out, and Steve says, you can forget the last year of my deal. I mean, none of that is off the table.
Here's where I don't know if concerned is the right word, but I know this won't play well with fans, and that's fair, except for the ownership for the Warriors has built up a whole lot of goodwill and credibility.
You think?
You think? Just a bit. But when people watch James Wiseman play with Detroit, they're going to get over their skis based on a couple of numbers. Like most of the people who are on Twitter going,
back to Wiseman.
10 points and 10 boards. Oh, I guess the kid, boy, you messed that one up, Warriors.
Check the net rating, Mark. He's a 5.8 net rating. And by the way, don't miss Detroit tonight for those of you league passers.
I mean,
4:00 tip time.
Coming off
Pistons
the bench,
Nation.
Coming off the bench for games that don't matter for the Detroit Pistons and putting up a couple of numbers.
Numbers.
I didn't realize 10 points and 10 boards was oh my God.
It's a double-double.
I mean.
we celebrate Kevin Looney. Just whatever. That was intentional.
Do like a double-double. But anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Shout out In and Out.
You look at him play and everyone's going to go, oh, gosh, told you so. And so then the next step is fans will say, now, so why would the Warriors have done that? Why? You got nothing back for him. Why would you have done that? My answer to these people is always the same. The one thing you're not thinking about is money. James Wiseman's trade to Detroit, and even with the acquisition of Gary Payton coming back, is going to save the Warriors over $30 million over the next 2 years. And if that's where Joe Lacob's mind is, and it would be fair for it to be that, right? He's going to pay $100 million next year just for Steph and Klay. Okay? And that's actually
$95 million.
That's pre-tax. That's pre-tax.
$95 million pre-tax.
So we don't know what Draymond's going to do, but like the Warriors, there's not much they can do in terms of acquisitions. If this season ends in some sort of a wonky way, if it's a play-in tournament or hell, God knows, missing the playoffs entirely, I wonder if Joe is not going to go into, look, it's time to get some of this money back. And we just got to recalibrate the whole thing. Not start over. You're not starting from scratch. But I wonder if that's not going to become a priority that it hasn't been in the past. Counting dollars. Because it would be fair. It would be fair. It would be understandable. It won't play well with the fans.
No, it won't play well, especially with the new fans, the fans who are used to, I get a championship every year. And if you decide to save money and you get knocked out, and that's the way it goes moving forward, well, some fans will be upset. I think that Joe Lacob, at least in my eyes, as a person who's been a Warrior fan ever since I was born, I'm going to give him more than just a 1 year, hey, you want to save a little. He gets pretty much forever in my eyes. We had 4 championships. We had 4 parades. I was in 2 of them. I broadcasted from the 3rd. They are memories that I will forever cherish as a sports fan. So if he wants to save money while shipping out a player who I don't think is going to be very good, good on you, Joe Lacob. Yeah. Now, if we get to the end of this year and Bob Myers decides, geez, it didn't really work out here, I'm going to go be the GM in Charlotte, and Draymond Green opts out and goes to the Lakers, and then he goes on a podcast and says, you know, Joe Lacob screwed this up. We could have kept the whole thing together. If Steve Kerr decides I want to go to TNT and then I want to go coach in Memphis or whatever the sequence is, we'll feel differently down the road. But right now, if Joe Lacob wants to save a little bit of scratch, I'm not going to hold it against him.
No, I think you're you're a Warrior fan who remembers what it was like before. That's what you are. That's what you just sounded like. Me too. If you remember the 80s, if you remember the 90s, if you remember Warrior basketball, well, quite frankly, at any stage, prior
pre-2014.
Yeah, if you remember, then Joe Lacob's got all kinds of slack. All kinds of, and I don't know if it's going to go that way, and I don't think that's really in his DNA to just be like, all right, now we're going into super saver mode. I don't think that's happening.
No, but it depends on how, this is going to end, right?
Right.
And how does this end?
And it becomes a higher priority, put it that way, than it was before. Because before it was just like, bang. Like we're just, money for you, money for you, money for you. We're willing to do anything because we're in the championship window. When you're not in the championship window, and like I would support him in this, don't spend all the dollars just because if it's not going for a title. I wouldn't do that either if I were him.
Well, especially when he's looking at how do I continue to make money running this, wait for it, business. And if you think about 2 years from now, if Klay's not here, if Draymond's not here, and you're not a championship team, you've got Steph and the kids, how much money are you going to be able to make, year in and year out if you're not playing deep into June?
Let's go to the phones. Tony in the city on with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Tony, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm just taking a little break from work. How about you guys?
Yeah, us too. You know what I'm saying?
Anyway, I was at the game last night, and this is the conclusion I come to. I think Klay Thompson's going to take us to the end of the regular season. He's going to be the key, even when Steph Curry comes back. And as far as Jordan Poole goes, I think Dante has superseded him as in terms of his importance on this team. There's 4 years at Villanova. Wow, I think that just made him just a baller. And I was listening to you guys early. Every time Jordan got the ball last night, I was like, "What is he doing?" Oh my God, I was on pins and needles in that fourth quarter watching him maybe just throwing another game. So I think they got to pay Dante. I don't know what his contract situation is, but he's a guy they should keep around.
Yeah, he's going to opt out, and we were just talking to Anthony Slater
he's
about that.
He's got a player option next year for $4.725 million.
And he's
player
outplayed
option.
that. Someone's going to offer him something better than that.
Yes.
And he's going to take it, and whether or not the Warriors are in a position to get into a bidding war is unknown based on so many other factors, starting with Draymond Green and this year's result. All of that is going to affect whether or not they would go after him. But I'm with what everybody's saying. The guy's fantastic.
Right.
He's incredibly important on both ends of the floor. I'm not going to say he's now better or more important than Jordan Poole, especially for the long term. But I understand DiVincenzo does not do to your emotions what Jordan does to your emotions. And I think sometimes we put these players on such a pedestal that we think there's like the way we watch and then there's the way they watch. And that's true to a certain degree, but we're also the same sometimes. We're also human beings. And therefore, Jordan Poole drives you crazy, and he drives me crazy, and I think he drives them crazy sometimes too. We've seen it. We've seen the results. And for me, this is kind of now the overarching thing about this whole season. Why does Kuminga not play more? Why is Wiseman now on a different team? Damn it, why can Moody not get into the game? I don't think the veterans like playing with those guys.
It's obvious.
Because they make really crappy decisions.
Can't trust them.
All the time.
Right.
They're very talented, and that overdoes it. Sometimes that makes up for it. But, man, even just the little things, like what do you do when the ball's in your hand? Time. Where is it? Fourth quarter? Is it second quarter?
Right.
When's the right time to go? When's the right time to stop? They don't always know, and it's because they're young.
Exactly, and even the players who aren't necessarily as quote-unquote young, Anthony Lamb, Ty Jerome, they're 25, they're young-ish, but even those players, and you saw Anthony Lamb last night in crunch time make a couple of ghastly mistakes. The inbound pass that was, I guess, intended for Klay Thompson. And Klay didn't do a lot to break toward the basketball, but Lamb kind of threw that wistfully, hoping that maybe it would be a completed pass, and it wasn't. But if you get down to real nut-crunching time, and we're almost there, by the way, and don't miss a minute of it here on 95.7 The Game, when you have everybody available and healthy, you're going to play the 34-year-old Steph, Klay's 33, Draymond's 32, Wiggins at 28, GP2 is 30, Kevon Looney is 46. I don't care what his age, what they claim his age is.
Exactly.
And you're going to actually see the aforementioned vet min street clothes guy.
He might.
If he's available, you're going to play him in front of Moses Moody and the other young guys.
Even the Lamb and Klay stuff there at the end of the game, you've coached. You know the difference between a physical mistake and a mental mistake.
Yeah.
You can take a physical mistake. They're going to be made. You're going to think a guy's going to break right, he breaks left, and you throw a bad pass. It happens. It's the mental stuff. It's the, hey, we're in a really important part of this close game, and Jordan Poole is 2 steps past half court, and he's like, I think shoot. I think this is a wonderful time and space for me to shoot the basketball and clank it off the backboard. And the rest of the team and Steve Kerr and Bob Myers and everybody in a jersey, in a seat, is like, what are you doing?
I am in need of a jumper.
What are you doing? That is a bad decision. It's also brought to you by AC Transit and Willard and Dibs, sponsored in part by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. A lot of people want to weigh in on this. We get to your phone calls next. We get some pitch clock stuff to get to as well, and S2 cognition. Oh, don't you know Dibs gets excited when that happens.
Boy.
But more of your Warrior phone calls coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
AC Transit is offering Odyssey app.
Off the screen, bounce pass to Looney at the elbow. Looney turns, hands it back to Klay. Takes it off balance. Three, it's nothing but net. Largest lead of the night for the Warriors is right now. Golden State 105, Minnesota 99.
Oh, it's huge. Kind of resembles the run we had to go on last year when Steph and Dre were out of the lineup for a little bit. We faced some adversity and see a lot of parallels to this year of young guys stepping up, playing more minutes than they're used to, making huge plays down the stretch. Things don't go your way. We're playing through adversity. We're not hanging our heads. And I'm just proud of every single player on this team. That was a collective effort, and we continue to protect home court and just something to build on.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Klay. That's interesting right there. I see a lot of similarities between last year and this year. Do you? Because I think fans are having a hard time seeing it. But I get what he's saying. I fully get what he's saying, which is that here you are coming down the stretch and you don't have your guys. And so it's fascinating, man. Last year was so different. The difference being last year, there wasn't this stress. It was the same thing of, hey, when you get to the end of the month of March, are you healthy? And the answer ended up being yes, and the Warriors went on their run. But you didn't have to worry in that month of March. Remember the stress we had last year where it was like, oh my gosh, they might fall to the 3 seed. Oh no. Now it's like, man, I mean, I don't know if they're going to get in, but last night was a huge step. I really think this conversation was darn close to being a very different day. When they're down by 12 in the fourth quarter, what'd you say the analytics were at for game probability?
About 93% for Minnesota to win that game.
7% chance for the Warriors to win the game. And if they don't, what do we sound like today? Right? Because that is a team. You had essentially, I know they had played 2 more games, but you were both 500.
Right.
They're the 7 seed, you're the 9 seed. That game was like a game and a half. And with the way the Lakers are playing, if it knocks you down with Portland coming in the very next night, dude, that was a really, really big disaster if they didn't go on that fourth quarter run.
Just another in a long season of unfortunate losses is what that would be. And it would put a lot more pressure on the Portland game, certainly. And not that now Portland, it's a freebie because now you want to continue to stack wins, especially at home because you've been so bad on the road. But you would look at that game and say, well, of course they lost to Minnesota. You don't have Draymond. You don't have Wiggins. You don't have Steph. And if those guys don't come back soon, this season's going to get away from you, and it's going to be a lost year. And we would be thinking about the catastrophe that lies ahead had they not recovered and won that game. But instead, it's how do you keep DiVincenzo? And my God, Klay Thompson, you are back. And you put it in our show thread. He's back. Not only is he back, he's all the way back. He's almost Chris Berman back. He's back to back. And so now we look at things completely different. You're right, because of a 7-minute stretch in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the NBA. And I'll just say this, and especially for all of you load management warriors out there who have been really upset at the NBA in recent years and at recent times because we've gotten so many stories of I drove 100 miles to go to this game and I've got tickets one time and then my guy's not playing when I get there, and then the All-Star game looks like it does. I just think we were really coming down the stretch of a very uncomfortable conversation, and sports never wants to get here. Baseball's been dealing with it for a few years now. Instead of talking about races, instead of talking about individual performances, we're talking about watchability. That's not good. You don't want that. You don't want someone to look at your entertainment and be like, can I even sit down and not be bored? And that's where we were headed. And then this weekend was a very positive step for the NBA because you've got games where everybody is like full bore effort. We have got to win. There's urgency before the end of the month of February that we don't usually get. And then here's something you almost never get in the NBA. You want to know what I felt over the weekend? And I saw this from a lot of people. Scoreboard watching. That's a baseball thing. We don't do that very much in the NBA. Right. Sometimes you do it when you get to the last week. We've got over a month left still, and we're scoreboard watching. Do you know how positive that is for the league? Like, as a Warrior fan, would you sit down right now and watch the Lakers play the Mavericks earlier in the day because you have a vested interest in that game for your team?
No doubt. And if you look at the association in total right now, of the 30 teams around the NBA, there are only 4 that you can look at and say, well, you're done. And that is Charlotte, Detroit, and in the West, it's San Antonio and Houston. The other 26, even if you look at Orlando, 25 and 36, they're only 3.5 out of the 10, Mark.
It's a little bit of a stretch.
No, it's not a stretch.
I know it's 3.5 when you'd have to jump 3 teams.
But you're 3.5 out of a play-in spot.
It's not ridiculous.
And you've got 21 games left to go.
Yeah.
And you're talking about, like, Washington has lost a couple in a row. And if Orlando wins a couple and Washington loses a couple, I know you have to get over Chicago and Indiana. The point is your point, which is your scoreboard watching. If you're an Orlando Magic fan and you are one of these fans who really is locked in on every single season and every chance to be a playoff team, you're not giving up yet. Charlotte and Detroit, San Antonio and Houston, yes. Victor Wembanyama, that's all your focus is. But the other 26 teams, you at least have a chance to convince yourself that you can get into that play-in. So to that extent, yes, the NBA has got it going on. The bigger problem, though, other than load management, is the fact that you have so much mediocrity in the NBA right now. There are so many teams that you look at and you say, you're not very good.
You're right, but then again, and here's what I mean by that. Like, let's go Western Conference. Somebody in this pack of mediocrity is not actually mediocre. I refuse to believe it, because if we set apart Denver, Memphis, and I'm ready to set Sacramento apart, by the way. Like, hell of a weekend for them. This 3-game win streak has been huge. They're now 10 games over 500. They've separated themselves from the Suns by 3 games. That's a lot at this time of the year. Like, the Kings, you ready for this? The Kings are going to host round 1. They are going to host round 1, and that's fantastic. That's just great for them. It's great for the conference. It's great for the league.
They might win the Pacific Division, and friend of the program, Trista Crick, tweeted out she's got a 45-1 ticket that they win the division.
Oof.
And somebody hit me with that. I did a show yesterday on the BetQL network, and they're like, what do you think about the Kings winning the Pacific Division? And I was like, the division? I never even think about the division anymore in terms of the NBA.
You don't. Nobody does.
Exactly. Other than Sacramento fan.
I bet $1 million you couldn't go on the street and find someone to even name the teams in the Pacific Division.
I was going to say the same thing to you.
Yeah, you would not.
I'd be hard-pressed.
Very hard-pressed. I do know that the Warriors are in it.
I think Portland's in it, but they might not be.
You're correct. They're not.
See? How are they not? They're literally on the Pacific Ocean.
Right, but there's another division called the Northwest.
It's a joke.
How do you keep Portland out of that, huh? Think about that for a second. All right? Yeah.
How do you keep them out of that?
Your bigger question is, why is Oklahoma City in the Northwest? Because they're not.
Well, I mean, come on. The Pacific, Phoenix.
The Pacific is,
You're 800 miles from the Pacific.
It's the LA teams, the Warriors, the Suns, and the Kings.
Come on.
You want to trade Portland for the Suns? But then the Suns would be in the Northwest. You'd have to change
I want to do away with divisions because
they have done away with divisions.
No, they haven't, because I think when the seedings all come down, don't the top 3 division winners get 1, 2, and 3 seeds?
Great question.
It used to be that way.
It did, and I think the answer is no.
Anymore.
I really do. I think the answer is no. I think it's just your top 6 seeds. Obviously, then you get 2 more added in, and it's based on record. I think you're right that it used to be. In fact, I know, because if you look at the Eastern Conference right now,
Miami's the 7.
They're the 7,
but they're leading the Southeast.
Right, but the Sixers have.
And by the way, Washington's in the Southeast. What? Isn't Washington closer to the Northeast?
Come on, you know this. You used to root for the NFC West that included Atlanta and New Orleans.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, who cares about all this? It's whatever.
Do away with divisions, and this is memo to baseball as well. If you're going to do your cockamamie balanced schedule, let's just do away with the divisions.
Yeah,
it's stupid.
That I don't agree with, at least not yet. Let's look what the unbalanced schedule looks like. By the way, since you brought up baseball, can I ask you a quick question?
Let's go.
Quick question, and then we'll get back to Warriors.
Because I've got thoughts on this pitch clock where we had a walk-off, or did we?
That's what I want to ask you about.
Ask me.
And fans in general, I want to know how you'd feel about this. I've already formed my opinion. I won't tell you what it is. Who cares when it's a spring game and it's a tie? But if you missed it over the weekend, here's what happened. You got a 6-6 ball game. The bases are loaded.
It's exciting.
It's the bottom of the 9th. The hitter is getting all ready in the box. Here we go. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
The payoff pitch.
And here comes the pitcher to the rubber, and the hitter is getting ready. And I'm sorry, ball game. Everybody go home.
But he threw the pitch, though.
Didn't have to throw the pitch.
But he threw the pitch, and it was ball 4. And so the batter is going to first because he believes
won the game.
He's walked him off in the most anticlimactic fashion.
However, he was not prepared. And by the way, just so people understand the rule, here are the rules. You got this clock that you're going to see on TV. The pitcher, you're going to see by the 8-second mark, the hitter's got to be ready. If he's not
engaged,
it's a strike. You have to be engaged, right? In other words, you've got to be ready to hit. You got to be in the box. You got to be looking at the pitcher with the bat up and ready to roll. Okay? You have to be there by 8 seconds or else it's a strike. And then the clock, as it comes down to 0, the pitch has to be in the process of being delivered by 0 or else it's an automatic ball. But are you ready for this? Let's say it wasn't 6-6. Let's say it was 7-6. Giants are at the plate, 7-6, Oracle Park, bottom of the 9th. Bases are loaded, 2 outs. Jock Peterson's at the plate. And Jock, I don't know, gets distracted by a beautiful woman off there in the stands.
Tommy Pham is in the 3rd row.
Tommy Pham is staring at him with hot dogs in both hands. And he's going to slap
and
Jock.
A fantasy football draft sheet.
Upside both cheeks with both hot dogs.
I like it.
And Jock gets distracted.
Outside. Thank you.
He gets distracted. And instead of getting in the box, he's like, yo, Tommy Pham is over there. But then he's like, all right, I got this. And he turns around to get in the box. I'm sorry, too late, Jock. We have all gone home. You're out. And as a fan, you don't even get the pitch. You don't even get that moment. You're going home because the clock expired on your at-bat. How's everybody going to do with that?
We're not going to do well with it, Mark.
Do you think?
It's a joke. And I'm all
but
for
is
the
it? Yeah,
yes.
But you're for the pitch clock.
I am, but here, and let me use other sports as analogies. For example, in the National Football League, where you catch a pass with 11 minutes to go in the first quarter and you run out of bounds. Clock stops momentarily. We spot the ball. We start the clock. We get inside of 5 minutes in the fourth quarter of a game. We have, wait for it, different rules. I run out of bounds now with 3:17 to go. The clock stops until we snap the ball. We have different rules.
This is a good point.
In the NBA, when we get inside of 24 seconds in a quarter, the shot clock is off. And I know it's a little different because the shot clock is greater than 24 seconds.
It's hard to have it on.
The point is, the NBA, you get inside of 2 minutes, and now we have different rules as it pertains to fouls. If I haven't fouled you all quarter, and I foul you twice inside of 2 minutes, we go to the free throw line. There are different rules. So in baseball, we should get to a point where after the end of the 7th inning, we turn the pitch clock off. Or maybe it's at the end of the 8th inning.
Or do you get an extra 5 seconds in the
Just
9th
turn
inning?
the damn thing off, because what
okay.
we love most about baseball, Mark, is exactly that. Bottom of the 9th, bases loaded, 3-2 count. Take all the time you need. This is why I went all the way to the game. I went there for this moment. Don't cheat me of the drama because the pitch clock is down to 2.
Or
turn that damn thing off.
See, but here's what I would say.
Turn it off.
You're talking about all the different rules, and you're forgetting those that are the same. Tom Brady is driving down the field. The score is tied, 24-24. There are 22 seconds left on the clock, and Tom's got the ball at the opponent's 27-yard line. And he is looking left, looking right.
How many timeouts?
He's moving Gronk up and down. No, he's got no timeouts left. There's no timeouts left, okay? And he is moving everybody around because they are going for the game-winning score. What happens when the play clock expires?
It's delay a game.
Oh, we didn't turn it off because it was late in the game and we just want to sit there and relax into the drama of the moment?
Well, that's completely different.
It's not completely different.
No, because he could just not snap the ball. If they have the lead and there's 51 seconds left.
No, they didn't have the lead. I said it was a tie game.
No, but I think a better example is what they do with the 10-second runoff, where they change the rule.
I guess my point is that the shot clock doesn't ever change. It doesn't ever turn off. The play clock in the NFL doesn't ever change. We don't stop using it. In other words, why would you blame the sport if that happens? Instead, blame the player. Get your butt in the box and get ready to hit. Like, in other words, if that happens, if it does happen, you're down 7-6, tie game, bases loaded, 2 outs, 2 strikes. You get rung up because you didn't get your butt in the box on time. Who you blaming, Jock or baseball?
Baseball.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I'm blaming Jock.
Well, and again, the whole idea of engagement is subjective because my engagement, my pre-pitch routine may not be actually looking at and making eye contact, looking longingly at the pitcher who's about to throw the ball. So to me, there's a subjectivity in these big moments. We need to figure out what makes the most common sense. And I think commonsensically speaking, 8th inning, 9th inning, it's okay to turn the pitch clock off. The pitch clock is great. Games will be faster. Action will be happening at a more rapid clip. But the reason why we love sports so much are these big, dramatic, high leverage moments. And I don't want those moments corrupted by a pitch clock decision.
I think we'll get used to it.
We will.
Or they'll change it. Or they'll say, okay, 9th inning, we're not doing that anymore. Something like that.
And this is where, in football, they've got certain rules later in games, the 10-second runoff, and other things where the rules are changed late in games. And I think baseball will find its footing.
All right, back to Wiseman or Wiggins or whoever you want to mention.
Back to Wiseman.
888-957-9570. We'll get to your calls on the Warriors. I just looked down. I didn't even realize this. Kyle put a note on our rundown down here. Today is the 7-year anniversary of the double bang shot. This is my favorite non-playoff shot in the history of the NBA.
Bang!
This is my favorite non-playoff shot in the history of the National Basketball Association.
They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it. Curry, way downtown. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot from Curry! With 0.6 of a second remaining. The brilliant shooting of Stephen Curry continues. And he ties the NBA record with his 12th three-pointer of the game.
12 threes. What a cute number.
Mike Breen, ESPN, I know. Dave Lillard's like 12. Celebrating that.
Half?
I'll give you one. Guess why that is my favorite non-playoff moment in the history of the NBA?
Because
any
you like
guesses?
the double bang call.
Well, I do. There are a bunch of reasons, but one of them's number one. I wonder if you could get to it.
on the bench with his hands out.
Kyle just nailed it. Kyle, you just nailed it. It is the fact, I'll never, ever, this will never make sense to me, that somebody could take 2 steps over half court and get into a shooting motion and have somebody on the other team sort of look at his teammates like, how the hell are you going to give him that shot? He's 100 feet from the rim, Ennis. But that was the vibe that night for Steph Curry. In other words, as soon as he crossed half court, you have to guard him or else he's open for like a wide open layup. And so the look on the Thunder bench's collective faces as Steph put that thing up in the air, and there was an assumption that it was going to go in. And then you add in the call and the shimmy and just the history of that court in OKC. And they were wearing their sleeve jerseys that night too, weren't they? They were wearing their sleeves.
They're wearing the slates.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the video right now.
Yeah.
The black slates.
I tell you what, man, that's a moment.
Underrated thing in that game. I was watching at a bar in Arizona with some friends, but I was away from them watching at the TV. When Andre Iguodala got fouled with like 0.9 left or whatever, he was like a 60% free throw shooter that year, and they're down 2. I'm like, there's no chance he's making these.
We're gonna lose. Yeah.
I'm gonna go back and hang out with my friends. I look up a little while later, and I see the game is still on.
It's in overtime.
What? He made him. It's unbelievable.
Andre will surprise you. This will surprise you. Like, I mean, when he misses, it's so bad. And then, like he'll pull how many no, yes, 3-pointers in playoff history for Andre Iguodala. I'd say there's quite a few. But anyway, happy 7-year anniversary, double bang. Good for you.
And I'm just seeing that Steph Curry gave Mike Breen some shoes to commemorate the double bang. He got the first pair of bang bang shoes from Steph Curry. The guy doesn't miss a thing.
He does not.
Steph Curry.
Miss it. When was that? That wasn't this year.
A couple nights ago. Yeah.
Oh, right. It was to celebrate this year.
Yeah, from the Steph Curry Twitter, 7 years to the day, a moment I'll never forget. It's only right. The king of the bang bang got the first pair. Mike Breen, thanks for everything you've done for our amazing game. We had to bring these back for y'all. 2 hands in praise pose.
I love the way you said that. He doesn't miss a thing. Seriously. It just
the only thing right now that is a mark against him that keeps him from being undefeated is the Atherton City Council, the town council. That's a fact.
Why does it bother you?
It doesn't bother me.
It's you bring it up enough. You've brought it up enough that it bothers you.
When we talk about being undefeated, you can't be undefeated if you have a defeat.
But he's not. It's not a defeat.
Well, we'll see about that.
I mean,
when he gets a seven floor complex next to his house, it's an L.
He'll live.
And the L is for elevator.
Yeah, it's just It's just something they don't want. They're allowed to not want something, aren't they?
It just, if we talk about undefeated and you have a defeat, you're not.
No one called him undefeated. You said that he doesn't miss anything.
He doesn't miss a thing.
He misses a few games.
Yeah, he does. But hopefully he'll be back.
Yeah.
And Anthony Slater said...
He said, I don't think this week, but technically Sunday does not count as this week.
I was thinking about that same thing, right?
Sunday is next week.
And he also said, we had Anthony Slater about half an hour ago or an hour ago. He said something about Wednesday. We're expecting an update on Wednesday.
Oh, well, so remember when they said he's going to miss the next 4 games.
Right.
And we'll update you. Well, tomorrow night is the 4th of those 4 games.
So Wednesday
is the reevaluation sensation.
Good. That's a buck.
Is what it is.
And hopefully, and my expectation would be at that point, and Anthony said that Steph Curry has been participating in active on-court workouts, but not necessarily scrimmaging yet. So hopefully Wednesday, the word is he's good to at least go out there and scrimmage. I would imagine he's going to have to go through at least 1 full court scrimmage before he plays.
I will continue to predict Sunday in Los Angeles as the return for Steph Curry. And that is based on absolutely nothing other than my gut feeling.
I like that gut, and I like the guess, especially considering it's an ABC game, and it's the first of 3 games on the road. I think that's a really good guess, and I'm sure ABC is fingers crossed right now, hoping that it's Sunday.
It's the first of a bunch of games that they ain't winning without him. That's what it is.
Well, you can't say that anymore. I mean, this team back-to-back wins without him.
Right. Against the Wolves and the Rockets.
A plucky Rockets team. Shout out the lovely Christy.
Are they plucky?
Not at all.
No. Hi, Christy.
And Minnesota should be pluckier than they are.
Right.
But they
weren't last night.
No, something's wrong.
They rhymed with plucky.
Yeah, sucky. Yeah. Is that
exactly what I was thinking?
I didn't think you were going to go with another consonant. That's not what you do.
It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. More of your Golden State Warrior phone calls, because we're getting something right now in the NBA that we don't usually get. And I think along the lines of what Bob Myers said, we should enjoy it. We'll get to that. Coming up next, Steiny and Goose starting to loom right here on Willard and Dibs.
Dub Nation, this is Klay Thompson.
Klay takes an off-balance three. It's nothing but net.
And you are dialed into the home of the Warriors.
Largest lead of the night for the Warriors is right now.
95-7 the game.
Bay Area Panthers football is back. Indoor fun at the SAP for the whole family. Season opener, Sunday, March 26th versus the Arizona Rattlers. Presented by Mary West Credit Union. First 1,000 fans get a Panthers foam claw. Tickets on sale now at BayAreaPanthers.com.
So yes, it was after midnight and the glue on your kid's mission project.
is the word that you hear sporting leagues talking about all the time. If you look at all the changes being made, I mean, we were just talking about the pitch clock, urgency. How do we, this ridiculous midseason tournament that the NBA talks about.
Urgency. But what does it really mean?
Well,
they still haven't figured that out.
Of course not, which is why they haven't done it yet. But the play-in tournament,
right?
What are we trying to do? The play-in tournament was to mimic what you would see before in baseball wild cards in the playoffs. Baseball loved that. The problem is they couldn't figure out how to extend it beyond one day. You play 162 games, and it's like, oh, the Twins and the A's are the wild card teams. Cool. Everybody fly to Oakland, fill up Mount Davis for the first time all year, and let's go crazy.
That was unnecessary.
Sorry. And then we're going to have a baseball game, and it's urgent because the loser goes home. One game. And I've said this for years. I can't watch the Twins play the Rangers. I mean, I can now because
totally
pitching change.
Correa.
Yeah. So, I don't care when the Rays play the Orioles. But if it's one game, winner moves on, loser goes home, a sports fan can watch that.
Yes.
So that's what the NBA is doing with the play-in tournament. Let's create urgency. You can't do it usually in a way that's just organic. You can't sit there and hope for it.
Right, but you don't still have that. Like the Warriors have 21 games left. There's not that same urgency for the 21 games. If the Warriors lose to Portland tomorrow night, don't miss a dribble of it right here on 95.7 The Game, they're not eliminated.
No,
so
it's not
what you're
that
saying
level.
is there's some urgency with
more
a lowercase u.
More than usual.
You know where there's real urgency? And I love the fact that the Morning Roast is now doing their Prep Rally podcast. That's urgency. Starting tomorrow, the state tournament, the Northern California, the Southern California brackets, it's single elimination. And I love that level of urgency. March Madness, when we get to it here in a couple of weeks, that is that level of urgency. Now, the NBA, 21 games to go. The Western Conference is wide open. 26 of the 30 teams in the association are still alive. There is some urgency, lowercase u, and good for you, NBA.
Yeah.
Because the play-in tournament has given you some lowercase u urgency, and I love that.
Well, you're talking about the Eastern Conference earlier and how, like, for instance, even Orlando is still alive. However, we can also look at the Eastern Conference and say this. The 1 and the 2 seed are going to be Boston and Milwaukee. I don't know which order, but that's your 1 and your 2 seed, okay? Your 3 seed will be the Philadelphia 76ers. And your 4 seed will be the Cleveland Cavaliers. And your 5 and your 6, in either order, will be. I think so.
Brooklyn?
Well, okay, that's a special circumstance because they don't have their players.
Well, I mean, come on, Mark.
But the Knicks are going to be either the 5 or the 6. If Brooklyn totally tanks, then that opens the door for someone else.
But then you've got Atlanta, which fired its coach. They're fading. Toronto's on the come. The Wiz, you don't know. If you're an Eastern Conference team, there is at least some sense of urgency based on the way seeds bottom, 5 through 11.
Right, the bottom. Like, couldn't you work the Bulls? Are they going to work their way into the play-in? Maybe.
Definitely.
And knock somebody out. But at the top and in the middle even of the Eastern Conference playoffs, we essentially already know what's going to happen.
Well, the East, I think, is an interesting one because you could take Boston, Milwaukee, Philly, and Cleveland and imagine them all being into the Eastern Conference semis. Boston v. Cleveland. Philly, Milwaukee, by the way, as a second-round series, that's going to be nice.
Yeah. No, you're probably right. And that's 4 really, really good teams.
That's more of an atypical, like, NBA flow. The West, good luck figuring that thing out.
So that's what I'm talking about. And I think Silver just said it wrong when he said...
Adam or Mike?
Adam.
Thank you.
Adam said at the All-Star festivities, which were not very festive, he said this is the most competitive season in the history of the NBA. And a lot of people are like, dude, it's the most mediocre season in the history of the NBA.
You got to say it like Richard Sherman.
Mediocre.
It's a 3.
Yeah, no.
I like the effort.
Like, it's neither of those things. It's not the greatest season in the history of the league, but it's also not something I'm going to blow off because while I'm granting it's not single elimination, basketball over the weekend, post All-Star break, felt different. especially because the middling area has the star power it usually doesn't have. If I go to the Eastern Conference, we're like, hey, the Wizards and the Raptors and the Bulls and the Pacers are battling it out.
Oh, boy.
Name a player.
Wake me when it's over.
You could get that. Somebody's got a DeRozan or something, and Levine,
Reggie
and
Miller,
whatever. Right. Reggie Miller's on the team.
Isn't Chris Webber still on the Bullets?
The Raptors were Kawhi. Oh, sorry. Anyway, you get what I'm saying. Like it's a bunch of just
But the West.
The West is sitting here
Mr.
with
West.
First of all, the top level of this whole thing just acquired Kevin Durant. Kyrie and Luka are playing in the middle of this. The 4-time champs with Steph, Klay, and Dre are in this. LeBron and AD are bringing up the rear trying to make a run into this.
Wait a minute.
Oh, they're in the mix.
I thought you were asleep on the Lakers.
I am.
How dare you mention my Lakers like that?
I'm not asleep on them making the play-in tournament. I'm asleep on them mattering in the end.
Guru has a bet with Steiny that they are a top 4 seed in the West.
Is there anything that Guru and Steiny have not bet on?
Well, and this is
Can
where
these much quicker lists.
This is where I feel for Goo because they get into these on-air debates, and their show is terrific, noon to 3. But Steiny kind of goads him into it. Guru gets revved up.
Kinda. Did you just say kinda?
Well, I did 51 weeks with him, Mark. Believe me.
I know. And
I
it's
know
rubbed off on you some, so I know about goading people into
Lay
things.
off. Steiny learned more from me about radio in those 51 weeks than he's learned in his entire career, quite
I don't know if
frankly.
I'd brag about that, but anyway.
Well, I made him the host that he is today, and he's a winning host. But yes, Guru gets revved up, and he falls into these bets. However, Guru bet him that the Lakers would be a top 4 seed, and the Lakers are only 3.5 out of the 4 seed.
The Lakers will not be a top 4 seed.
I'm not saying that they're going to be, Mark.
That's actually
I'm simply
laughable.
pointing out facts. Well, you've been sleeping on the Lakers for far too long, and that's going to come back to haunt you.
No, it's not.
When the Lakers are the 8 seed and they advance to the playoffs, you're going to have egg on your pretty little face.
No, I'm not. I did not say that they can't be the 8 seed.
You slept on them. You said the Lakers are no factor. The Lakers are done.
I will sleep through the 1-8 matchup where Denver
epitaphed the Lakers.
Beats the Lakers in 5 games. I'm not worried about it. Not even a little bit.
The Lakers are only 3.5 out of the 4.
Yeah, but that's
so
absurd.
He's not. It's of course it's absurd.
You're not gonna 1, 2, 3, 4.
Carry the 3. Carry the 2.
7. You gotta pass 8 teams.
1, 4, 6.
So there's 3.5. They're
7.
not.
They gotta pass 7 teams.
Well, no, they gotta pass the Suns also.
That's a good point.
Yeah, they
gotta pass 8 teams.
They're not gonna pass 8 teams.
They've got the longest win streak in the West right now.
They better win them all. Then they can be the 4 seed. You're not losing any more games, Lakers.
Incorrect. The 4 seed is probably going to be 45-37. And the 11 seed is probably going to be 41-41. It's going to be that tight. So, yes, the Lakers need to go on a run.
You don't know that, though. They might.
No, but I'm projecting.
They might need to win them all.
Not to be the 4 seed. I look at the West right now, and yes, Sacramento continues to defy the odds, but if you want to give Sacramento the 3, go ahead. You've already crowned them. Light the beam, and that's wonderful. Seeds 4 through 13 are separated by 4 games right now. Yeah. So if you want to look at like buy or sell on all those teams, I'm selling Utah. I'm selling Minnesota.
I'm with you.
I'm selling New Orleans. I'm buying the Lakers. And I guess I'd have to buy one other team. And I don't know who that team would be.
Golden State, buddy.
Well, yeah, for sure. Golden State's
Warriors.
in.
That's all you need. Look, I like what the Lakers did at the deadline. They are a better team today than they were a week and a half ago. I'm still asleep.
You're about to wake up, son.
I'm still asleep. They shot 17% from 3-point range yesterday.
And won the basketball game.
That's more.
And Jason Kidd came out and basically said,
I don't even know why we're in this.
Seriously. He talked about maturity.
God.
I mean, you're getting ripped by Jason Kidd. I mean, good God,
and no
Dallas.
D'Angelo Russell either, man.
Well,
just wait.
Yeah, that's why they won, probably. Because they would have shot 14% from 3 if D'Angelo
still
had been
won.
there.
I know.
They did. Listen, I get it. They're better. They're not good.
Hard for you to say that, I know.
It was. They're better.
I would love to see them at least threaten a top 4 seed. I know it's very far-fetched, but just to watch Guru be able to pump up his chest a little bit.
4 games, first of all, 4 games with 20 to go is a lot. And second
in the
of all,
NBA, it is.
And second of all, 4 games is not the same as just like we're chasing someone who's 4 games ahead of us. You're chasing 8 teams. You're telling me they're all going to play poorly, especially when a lot of them are playing each other down the stretch. Like, it's just, that's not, you pay him now. Pay him.
I can't remember what that bet is.
Hey, that's 90 his money.
Which is more far-fetched? Warriors win the chip or the Lakers are a top 4 seed?
Oh, God, both.
Yeah, man, sorry,
Which is more far-fetched?
Probably Lakers being a top 4.
Lakers being a top 4, absolutely. All right, more of your phone calls, and then here come those crazy gamblers, Steiny and Goo, next here on Willard and Dibs.
It's like a little piece of you died.
It's time for the push to the playoffs.
Dribble drive by Klay, dishes out to DiVincenzo, catch and shoot 3. Yes! Klay spins, fires on the way. He banked it in! He banked it a 3 from the right corner!
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
You sure you want to take it away? Because I got some things to say.
You know what? I don't like Warrior players saying take it away. Too many turnovers. It triggers me.
Give it away, Mark.
Yeah. Let's not do that. Let's keep it. Keep the rock. Put it in the hole. Win some basketball games. Dame Lillard coming back home tomorrow night.
Yeah, kind of a homecoming. They don't play in Oakland anymore, but it's a virtual homecoming. And by the way, Warriors pretty judicious with the rock last night. Well, they have only 16 turnovers.
Yeah. Well,
they did a good job. Didn't foul too much. Possessed it pretty well. Jordan Poole, 5 for 20 with 4 turns. My God.
Gosh, doesn't it feel like the Jordan Poole conversation's just getting started?
Oh, he stinks.
Is it just getting started, or is it just about to end?
No, it's not just about to end. I don't know if you heard about this, but there's a massive contract extension that kicks in next year.
Correct. I don't know if you're aware of this. He doesn't have a no-trade clause. So
also correct.
Think about it in terms of the future of the organization.
You're predicting a Jordan Poole trade?
I'm not predicting a Jordan Poole trade. I'm predicting this. Draymond Green and Jordan Poole both will not be Warriors next season. That I'm predicting.
Agreed.
So, in terms of a prediction, either Draymond opts in and they trade Jordan Poole, or Draymond opts out and they keep Jordan Poole. I think those two things, I think it's more likely that Draymond opts out.
I agree.
But is there a sense within the organization at the end of this run, let's say that they make it to the Western Conference Finals and it looks like this team still has one more good quality, good old-fashioned run left in them. Steve Kerr's got one more year. Klay's got one more year. Draymond opts in, and Bob Myers decides, I'll sign a one-year deal just to be coterminous with Steve Kerr. What then? We bring back Jordan Poole?
I've already said, I'm on record that there are two results in these playoffs if the Warriors get there that make things really complicated. One is arriving at the conference finals and then losing, especially if it's not that close. Like if you really get handled by somebody. The other one would be arriving at the conference semifinals and taking it to the end, losing in 7 games to Memphis or something like that. I know that's a painful thought, isn't it? But those two results will be very, very difficult for the Warriors to figure out what to do next, because you weren't like on the doorstep of a championship. You didn't make the finals, but man, you do feel right there. You feel like this is still competing at a higher level than maybe the regular season would suggest. But at the same time, you're far enough away where it's like, are we foolish to go back and try again? Like, I don't know what quote unquote run it back looks like next year. They tried the best they could to do that this year. They lost Otto Porter and GP2 only to then reacquire him.
Yeah.
But to the best of their ability, they got to the end of last year and they went, we're going to do it again. We're going to enter James Wiseman into this and do it again. And it didn't look anything like we thought it would look, because it never does.
But let's just say that it comes very close. Maybe they make it to the Western Conference Finals and they lose in 7 games.
Well, yeah, again, then it starts to become a little bit more clear. But even then, I mean, you're asking, I just happen to think Draymond's opting out.
I do too.
And that's not because of anything that really has to do with the Warriors, other than the fact that I think Draymond Green is still viable enough for someone to offer him a very healthy 3-year deal. And he'd be crazy not to say yes.
Unless they get to a point where they feel like they're an eyelash away. Let's say they go to the NBA Finals and they lose in 7 games.
Okay.
And Jordan Poole has the same impact this year that he did last year. And by the way, let me refresh you with the numbers. Jordan Poole in the NBA Finals, 20.8 minutes a game, 13.2 points per game, including Game 5, he played 14 minutes. Game 6, he played 18 minutes. You didn't need him. He was largely unpoolable, which is to say he was unplayable. Let's say the same thing happens this year. Jordan Poole gets subjugated again, and you go on a run.
Right.
Is it too far-fetched to think then that Draymond would think, I'm going to opt in. I still get my bag down the road. I'm going to opt in for one more run as long as we do something with this Jordan Poole.
Maybe, but then
it's a little far-fetched.
And are you actually running it back? Like, let's not act like
GP2 again next year.
Yeah, but taking Jordan Poole off the team means you're not the same team. As much as he drives you nuts, as much as we don't like all of the decision-making, and as much as there are questions about who he can be, this is not the same team without him. That's a fact. They cannot win right now without some production out of that spot. So if you trade him, what are you getting in return? Isn't it saving you any money? Or are you
Well, you're probably getting a good quality grown-up veteran because Jordan Poole next year is making $28 million.
Right, but for how much, and does that help you? Like Jordan Poole is a player who has the bird rights here with the Warriors. Anyone you're acquiring, unless it's a very short-term deal, like somebody who's got a year left at that price, I don't know if it helps you at all. I don't know if it saves you anything. Yes, you would remove a 5-year. He did 5 or 4, Jordan?
4.
You're removing 4 years off of your books, so maybe that's something that the Warriors would do in exchange for someone who's on a short term who they think can help them win now.
Right, and that's what it would have to be.
Jeez, that sounds like a deal that would be hard to find.
It depends on the player, and it depends on the situation, and again, it would be predicated on this veteran core making another run and Jordan Poole having the same impact that he had last year, which is to say he did not have a $28 million a year kind of impact last year in the playoff run. In the championship finals run, in particular.
I'm just trying to even think of who the players are that would fit into that situation, and honestly, no one comes to mind. No, it's going to be so fascinating, and I'm trying like crazy to like push the thought off.
Of course, Bob Myers told us just stay in this year, enjoy this year,
and I am. I felt urgency in watching last night's basketball game that we have not felt very often in regular season games. But by the same token, it's really hard to hold off because to try to imagine what this offseason will look like. To try to imagine them figuring that puzzle out and still looking like a competitive team when they get back on the court in October, I'm just being honest, man. It feels really hard right now. It feels like I have no idea how they're going to pull that off. They're the Warriors, so maybe they will. But if they're going to prioritize finances and the future...
See, I don't think that they will. And a lot of it, I think, is predicated on what Draymond Green prioritizes. Because if Draymond Green...
Well, he starts, yeah.
Right. But if he decides, if this run ends in late May or whatever, late June, and he feels like, darn it, I've got one more chance to get one for the thumb here, I'm going to opt in, I think that changes a lot of the calculus as to what they do from there. Also, the Bob Myers decision.
Yeah.
If Draymond leaves... and Bob leaves, and you can't sign DiVincenzo, and you realize that your roster is going to be completely different next year. It's going to be more PBJ and Rollins and Kuminga now as your starting 4. Everything is different heading into the offseason.
Here comes changeover 2, everybody. And Willard and Dip sponsored by Inn at the Tides. Book your getaway to Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Their midweek winter special offers the lowest rates of the year, starting at just $199 per night. Enjoy stunning views, refreshed rooms, and free breakfast. That's all I see. Free breakfast. Holy hell, that's 2 of the best words out there.
Not just continental either. I'm talking full breakfast.
No, there's going to be some eggs up in that thing.
It's sausage.
Book now in at thetides.com. Look at you, Goo. You get it's almost like a day off on a day on. Look at you. In here, not having to deal with Steiny poking and prodding and putting you in a corner and all those damn things that hi, JD.
The street said Steiny May had little Klay flu.
Oh, really?
Klay was on one. He did on one.
Maybe he had karma flu. I don't know.
I hit Steiny last night. I said, Klay back? ? And all of a sudden, I got a text from Nahegan. Can you come in tomorrow?
Man,
we're playing Steiny. We know you're listening.
And yes, Klay is back. By the way.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, you had the numbers, JD, I think back-to-back best months of his NBA career in terms of efficiency and points. And And JD, you're on a heater when you're able to bank a shot in.
That's amazing.
From the corner, for God's sakes.
Man,
that you needed.
Right. You needed. I don't even know if we're allowed to use the word bank for that. That was like a glance. That was a glancing blow off the backboard.
A rub.
Exactly.
It was a rub.
But it's got it. Like, I know that we're more focused on the importance that it offers the Warriors season, but the story of Klay the last 3 years, how good must this feel when we know the mental anguish that this person went through and I think all of us assumed that even back, quote unquote, back wouldn't look like this. We didn't
and
think.
He shared it with us with the Barkley thing. And if this were a beverage, I mean, this is a 24-pack, guys, of just, and I know he's trying to do
juice.
But I mean, this has to feel like ecstasy for him. And I know he's trying to get his team in the offs, but Jay Dibbs, you got to give him some love for what he's doing. He's locked in.
You do, and I think the biggest part of it is the fact that, he got asked again the other night about being back, and he said, you know what, I'm trying not to focus on that. I think part of his ability to get back to this level, and whether he's truly back or not, I think is kind of irrelevant at this point. He's playing at a level high enough to really help this team save them the last 2 games and potentially go on a run if they can get everybody else back.
No Curry, no Wiggins, no Draymond. Jordan Poole goes 5 for 20.
And he fills right in
and
to
you win.
Take the game over, refuse to lose kind of mode. But I think his willingness to stop worrying about whether he's back or not, going back to maybe around Thanksgiving when they had that team meeting and supposedly Draymond said, hey, man, like,
stop shooting,
stop being selfish, and just play some team ball. You're going to get plenty of shots. That, to me, is when it started to change, even though the numbers didn't really come until January and February, which had been fantastic. And I think Steve Kerr kind of addressed that. You get out of your own head a little bit. Quit worrying about 2018, 2019. Be the best version you can be in 23. And that, as we're seeing, is pretty special still.
Yeah. It's amazing, man, because I small sample, but you look at NBA players who can score, and I think we think about them through the prism of, like, can you actually be a 1? Like, it's one thing to put up points, but can you be a 1? And it's actually a question that I feel like we're all sitting here waiting to start dealing with in terms of Jordan Poole. And actually the answers we're getting so far are not very good. But Klay, yes, small sample, it's like he hadn't been asked to do this very often in his career.
No Wiggins, no Curry.
And he is doing it.
And what about the play he made for DiVincenzo? I know you're going to be like, well, he made a play.
He looked like a 1.
Drove it. Klay
like
maker.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the Odyssey app. Yeah, what's on your minds? What's going on?
I told JD, you guys tell me if I'm being overzealous. I feel like this is not how they drew it up, the Warriors. And Draymond, there's an MRI, okay? So I got my Bible open. The silence around Wiggins, and we're praying that everything is cool, but this is not ideal at all. And yet here they are. And I told JD, they're a game and a half out of 4th.
Right.
So I feel like the playoffs have started already.
In essence, yes. But, I was telling Mark, there's urgency, but it's a lowercase U in urgency because you lose to Portland and who cares? And then, you win the next one. Oh, they're back. And then you lose and then you win. Ultimately, 41-41. If you take that record right now, you're probably the 8 seed. You might be the 6. You might be the 10. But if you can just be a 500 club in the West, you've got a puncher's chance. And that, if I look, and JD, I was looking earlier at the standings and played a little game of buy or sell in terms of the top 14. And I look at Minnesota, beat it.
Oh my
You're
gosh.
a fraud.
New
Orleans, I'm not buying you.
Yeah.
Portland, Dame Lillard shot half of their shots last night, and they needed every bit of his 71 to get a W. I'm out on Portland. I'm out on Utah. So as you start to do process of elimination, even if the Warriors go 41-41, they might be the 7th seed. They might be the 8th seed. So I don't feel the same level of urgency around these Warriors. You won last night without Draymond, Steph, and Wiggins. You probably won't have Wiggins for Lord knows how long.
Man.
Draymond with the knee issue, and Steph has got at least another week. But it doesn't seem to matter because the teams you're playing aren't very good.
I keep waiting. This is the thing I've been thinking about for over a month already. And it's like everybody wants to go on the emotional roller coaster of they're done and this is it, or, oh my gosh, they're going to make a run. For me, there's only one thing I'm focused on, and until I know that this can't happen, then I'm open to all things are possible, which is, could the same thing that happened last year happen this year, which is magically you wake up on April 1st and you're full strength.
Right.
And like that feels crazy right now because there are questions around Steph and Dre's got an MRI and we don't know a damn thing about Andrew Wiggins.
Thing.
But could you wake up on April 1st and everybody just shows up at the arena and they're like, we're ready.
Didn't we watch that movie last year?
Yeah.
In the parade?
Yeah,
with a much better team.
Much better team.
At
in a much weaker West.
In a much better situation.
True.
And the West was much weaker.
Right. Like my question now is not just can that happen on April 1st, but where are you when you get to April 1st? Are you even in this thing? I don't think it's possible to win a championship out of the 9 or the 10 seed. I don't think that's possible. I don't even know if it's possible out of the 7 or the 8.
And to your point, Dibbs, I think it's a yes and no to a much weaker West. Like I think you could make the case in at the top it was a weaker West last year. I think in the middle and toward the bottom, if the Warriors have to come out of a lower slot, it's a much weaker West this year. Like if you wind up being a 6 seed and play Sacramento per se,
okay,
like
I'll buy that.
That's a weaker West.
Give that to us.
But I look at the other teams in that mid pack, and Sacramento's a bit of an anomaly because they have no experience and they don't really play defense.
175.
Like you beat Denver last year, and Denver this year is way better than they were. You beat Memphis last year, and you had to survive them, and their best player, John Morant, got knocked out.
Those are facts.
And I don't buy
They're not
that,
better, though.
I don't buy that they were better once Ja went out, but you barely survived Memphis without John Morant. The Clippers this year are better than they were. Dallas, I mean, pending them figuring it out together,
they're not good.
Yeah,
they
don't
should
scare
be
me.
better.
Yeah.
But the more that they play together, the less they scare me, JD. I'm with you on that. Phoenix last year, I think, was better than the Warriors, but they got taken out. You got a lot of breaks last year along the way.
No doubt.
It's about Denver, Phoenix, and the Clippers to me. And the Clippers are showing in their new iteration.
No
in a
Lakers
couple of
for
games.
you, huh? You ain't
They're
throwing
a
no
little
Lakers
bit,
in there, huh?
As far as winning a title or making a big run.
Like I got them right where the Clippers are.
Yeah, I wouldn't. At this point, I need to see more, but I think they're significantly better than they were
a month ago. True.
Yeah.
When the hell is the NBA going to realize that if Russell Westbrook's on your roster, you can't win?
Well, they didn't play him OT last night.
Paul
They
George
lost.
wanted him.
He had a pretty good game.
Honestly, this is one of the craziest things. I cannot figure out why NBA GMs can't figure this out.
And they were close.
Well, they didn't want him. Paul George went to bat.
This
and
is
said, we
JD's
want
theory.
Him. We want, and I think it's aligned with the Kevin Durant. Star players often make terrible GMs and don't understand. They think in terms of talent. They think in terms of guys that they went up against at a high level over the years, and they don't realize, like Paul George legitimately just doesn't realize that Russell Westbrook actually hurts their chances, and so he goes to bat for him when the team, the organization doesn't have the guts to look Paul George in the eye and say, Paul, we're not doing it.
Right.
It's not the right move. Trust us.
I mean, Durant was the first one to actually have his eyes open about this when he left Russ in the first place.
After what, 8 or 9 years?
He wanted to go with Kyrie and thought it would work great.
Man,
so he wasn't right about that.
Issues.
Yeah.
You know who I am.
We'll see about Devin Booker and Chris Paul and how that mix works. But it is the wildest thing to me. Like the other team in your building.
So he didn't even have to write.
Just went through 2 years of going, my gosh, like we can't do anything with this guy because, he's talented. He's a former MVP.
He's the fourth quarter in turnovers.
But he just does not play winning basketball.
Right.
And the Wizards know that.
Oh, but
and
the highlights.
And the Rockets know that. And now the Lakers
and
know
I
that.
like the guy.
And the Clippers are finally healthy, and they finally got this core they've been waiting for to have together
they
for 2 years.
They made a bunch of great moves.
All these great, and they're like ready
Who's
to
that
make
on,
a
though?
run. And
Who's
they're
that
like,
on?
okay, not only do they sign the guy, they started him. The night after
he didn't play last night in OT. Gordon played over him, had 0 points, and I was debating with JD. He was having a good game, so you can make the argument, and Clipper fans were saying it on Twitter, he should have played, but he got no mas in overtime in the fourth quarter.
He had a good game on Friday night, too, and they gave up 176.
That's not all him, though.
176? Is that accurate?
You didn't see that game?
176, 175.
176 to 175.
The Kings in the Clippers.
All-Star game?
Double overtime.
153 apiece going to OT.
So wild.
Dude. I don't want to watch that,
No,
Willard.
I couldn't believe it because I bet the under 349 and a half. I bet the under 349 and I lost. I couldn't believe it. It was so close till the end.
I can't believe I missed that.
That was a turnoff. I said, JD, if you were in basketball paradise and they came to you and said, you want to watch this 176 one? I would have been like, hell no. That ain't who I am.
No.
Forget those highlights.
That's second highest scoring game ever.
Yes.
As upon my further Googling.
That's too much.
351.
It's almost 200.
Only one NBA team's ever won the championship outside of a top 3 seed, and as we know, it's the Houston Rockets. They were the 6th seed.
95.
Does it change this year, JD? Does one of these Western Conference teams outside of top 3, or even in the East? It feels like the East top 3. One of those 3 is going to represent the East: Milwaukee, Boston, or Philly. But do we see somebody outside the top 3 seed line win the chip this year?
I doubt it, and I think the only team that could do it would be the Warriors. But to me, I think Phoenix is going to be. It's Phoenix or Denver most likely coming out of the West. The Clippers. I think we just kind of hit on why they probably don't have enough to do it now with Westbrook in the mix, and I think the Suns are going to end up in the top 3 or 4.
You're like Don King in regard to our bet. My bet with Steiny. Some Twitter handle, they'll win.
The Suns can't
keep track of all I get the little man, Willard. Yeah, but listen, that one's only $20. But the one with the Warriors will win it, or I owe them dinner.
Yeah,
and you just come in out of nowhere like Don King. Listen.
Well, I wanted a piece of that wager, but my own partner talk blocked me when I thought I had.
But I'm gonna say this to that, Willard. What you just explained, April 1. It's out there. I know it's highly unlikely now, but until we actually see it, but the fact that this team without the big 3, or I keep telling you, a game and a half out of 4th?
Right.
I mean, I get it, the West, and that's a byproduct of, bad teams, but when do you expect we get info on Wiggins? And I'm not being nosy. I'm respecting the process, but Willard, JD, and Dibbs, it's incredible now that you added Dre to this list.
The answer is never, I think, on Wiggins.
Yeah,
I think we're going to
answer is he comes back. Hey, he's coming back tonight. Like that night. Whenever that night is.
I'm totally with you, and it's going to be, where you been, and it's going to be, I'm going to keep it as a personal matter.
Because he just had a great game before, and I know family over everything.
I'm not worried about the rust factor for Wiggins because, Andrew Wiggins is young and athletic, and, sometimes he's not rusty, and he'll still hit you with a 3 for 11 and 8 points. It's like, he's not rusty. He's either interested or he's not interested. That's the way he rolls.
Yeah, I did you hear Slater with us earlier today?
No, I missed it.
Yeah, when you listen to that, you sort of get the sense, A, what you guys are saying, not only are we never going to hear what this is about, and that's fine, but to expect this to maybe be over soon.
Wow, I didn't hear that part.
You can't. Maybe it is. Maybe he's going to play tomorrow night.
Right.
But the point is that I just got the sense that what he said that stuck with me is that this is as private as he's ever heard the Warriors be about anything.
I respect that. Wow, man.
And so if that's the case,
it's serious.
We're talking about something serious.
Yeah, no doubt.
Talking about something serious.
No doubt.
Yeah. Wow.
And that's,
you try to, I know where your mind goes.
Yeah.
Because it's like, gosh, if you're on the Golden State Warriors and it was a playoff push, what even would be a family situation
and
would keep you,
no doubt.
Well, reverse engineer it for our own lives.
Right.
Like, what would keep you from being able to show up to work for 2 or 3 weeks?
Family illness, like a death.
Serious. And he's got young kids and the whole deal.
Yeah.
We don't want to play the speculation game, but the more it goes on, the more you realize how serious it is.
And normally you do know. You hear a little tidbit about what the player or what they're dealing with.
Yeah, and I was saying this before, JD. I think that you could look at the way Andrew was playing even before he actually took his leave, and it seemed like he was playing in a distracted manner even before that.
So here's what Slater said earlier today with regard to the Wiggins situation, for those of you who missed it.
And as far as Wiggins, this is about as private as I've ever seen an organization like hold something that's going on with somebody's personal life, which is, very fair by them. It's all we've been told pretty much is that it's a family issue he's dealing with. There are people within the organization, I'd say, that you guys might expect to know what's going on. Not even they do. I've had people come up to me and wondering if I know more than they do. And I don't, because it's just, it's just being held in a very tight circle and private. And it's something that, even as a journalist, it can be tough at times, but you kind of got to allow privacy when people really want it, when it comes to a family issue.
Kudos to the Warriors.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think anybody's challenging anything here.
I just want them back selfishly.
Sure. And then, whether it's that you're, concerned for him or, we've said it so many times, and this was actually the start of our conversation with Anthony, which is that this Warriors season feels like one of those years that's just got, a truckload of stuff going on behind the scenes that we don't know about. And by the way, Anthony answered that by going, yeah. but not terribly different from the way NBA seasons go.
Man,
these are dramatic locker rooms, situations, tight quarters with big stars and very few people.
And if anything, the Warriors have, because of their culture and the people that they've had in place in a number of different roles from the top on down, they've avoided it to the extent that other franchises have needed to deal with it.
And think about it in terms of just Wiggins himself. His career as a rookie, he played 82 games, then 81,
Go
82,
ahead, baby.
82.
Keep going.
I mean, this is a guy who
Iron Man.
He doesn't miss games on principle. Last year he played in 73, and he probably could have played in more, but he just doesn't miss games. So your thoughts go out to he and his family, no doubt.
Yep. We were sitting around, me and the lovely Christy were talking about this the other day.
Tell her hello.
Yeah, of course. You'd say it right, and she's probably listening, so you could say it right now. But she started doing what we're doing. Where it's just like, gosh, she's a huge Wiggins fan. So she's like, part of it is just like, man, I wonder what they're going through. And so she started reading up stuff on Wiggins, and I guess once upon a time earlier in his career, he's got 2 kids, and there was a time when one of them was going to be born, where they pushed the birth.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because he had a game.
No doubt.
So that's who this is. This is somebody. Right? This is somebody who does not take it lightly. To miss games and to do it in March when there's a playoff push. So again, this is all to be said. We've probably overtalked this because it's not our business, but it feels like a really unfortunately big deal.
Let me lighten it with a quick question with JD. I got a bet with a listener. Either she brings me lumpia or I have to give her one of our T-shirts from 957thegameshop.com.
Okay.
Warriors a playoff team or a play-in team? Which side of that bet would you take right now, JD? Are they in the offs or are they in the ins?
I would take the ins right now.
My man.
Well, but ins can become offs.
No.
And I think
you're saying
end of regular season, right?
Yeah, end of the regular season. If they're 7, 8, 9, or 10, I win the bet.
Yeah.
Well, but
are they top 6
but a
or are they
7,
7 through
8
10?
is a playoff team.
No, it's not. Because if you lose the 7-8 game and then you lose the game
you're
against the
bounced.
9-10, you are no one, my dude.
However, but if you
There's only
win
8
one
teams
of those
go.
games, right? So if you win one of those games,
but the
you
bet
are.
is at the end of the 82. Are you in the offs or are you in the ins?
Are you
I think
avoiding
you've got
that do or
I think
die?
you've got
Do
a
you finish?
post-written bet.
Do you finish?
I think you're trying to step outside your business. Mind your business.
Are there
here,
more
Mark.
than 6 playoff teams or not?
There are, at the end of the regular season, there are 6 playoff teams.
But 7 and 8 have to
4
battle for
TBD.
there, so
Right.
technically they're not in.
But
But
they
I see what
exist.
you're.
We just don't know who they are.
The rewrite would be: are they
There
going
are
to be
8
top
playoff
6
teams.
or
You're
7?
trying to corrupt something that's a lot
I like
simpler than
this
you
guy.
think right now.
It's not fun when someone semantics you into the corner, is it?
It's
I
not
do
fun
it.
when you put your foot in my business.
Is it, Dibbs?
Mind your business.
Shout
no.
out, Steiny. That's what it sounds like
If
to
he's
listen
listening.
to Samantha. Anyway, go ahead.
No. Captain Semantics.
I got a
over here.
random no.
I appreciate you weighing in, JD.
I got a
The
random.
great Leanna Pons.
I got financial
Lumpia.
envy. Where do the Padres get their money?
Brother,
I'm just sitting at home Just at the bottom.
It's not like the Giants don't have the money.
Yeah, they do.
Poor Giants.
They got more. They've got more.
They got somebody to dance with.
Right.
The Giants are broke, though, now that they slashed beer prices.
I'm sure. Yes.
At one concession stand.
Yeah, but
Daddy said non-domestic, right?
Are the Giants good at this or what? They're like, we lowered beer prices. Everybody left out the next sentence, which was, and we're only slightly raising food prices. Just offsetting it. They just moved a little bit.
And they lowered beer prices at one particular concession stand on one particular beer.
Oh, is that true?
I believe so,
it's only one stand?
Or maybe it's the multiple stands.
There's got to be more.
From 15 to 9 bucks if you're
the
domestic.
cheapest beer went 15 to 9.
Yes, exactly.
But come on. I'm jealous.
This is
Envy, man.
And that's totally fair. I know what this sounds like because I'm over here being Captain Save a Giant. That's not what this is.
That's a 4.
No, I truly do have questions about what the Padres are doing. Like, yes, this is so fun right now. Like, the Padres are on a bachelor party. You say yes to everything. Nobody on a bachelor party says, you want this shot? Well, no, we should probably get to bed early. No, it's just yes, yes,
more,
yes, yes, yes. You just, and then you wake up and barf. That's how this works. Man. You can't have 6 players with 9-figure salaries
ridiculous.
And try to figure out Juan Soto in a year and a half. When
they got it covered, JD. It's all good.
$400 million, like, everybody is being signed for 14 years. You can't tell me, like, you're going to have a blast, but you can't tell me. And I know fans go, who cares? Well, I do. I care about my team every year. So you cannot tell in 2028, call me and explain to me how this didn't blow up in your face.
Well, you win one World Series between now and then would be my answer. If you win a World Series between now and then, it's a win.
And for the Padre fan base, that's true. But I've long said, I don't want one World Series if you're telling me that means 10 years of crap.
Which we don't know it's going to be 10 years of crap, Mark.
Brother.
Well, Giants fans would say they've had
the haterade
7 of 8 years of crap already.
What if they get 4? What if they win 3?
They're all going to be 38.
I guess what I'm saying, Mark, is buckle up. If you're a Padre fan, it's going to be some fun.
No, but brother.
That's all. That's what it's going to be some fun.
It's not haterade because how on earth, when all of them are 38 years old at the same time, and they're all making $40 million a year.
But if Jay said,
and you're assuming you're going to have all these guys when they're 38,
it's worth it. What if they get 2?
You trade them. You buy them out.
No, you're at. So in other words,
who knows by that point? Maybe there'll be an amnesty.
Exactly.
So you've got 8 pool holes. And it's going to be okay.
And he was in the basketball celebrity game.
You're going to have money for someone else? If you, I mean. You guys act like that's recoverable. It's not.
Well, you don't know what's going to happen in 8 years, and all you know is right now you look at what they have, and you are excited.
That's all I'm jealous
right now. You look at the Giants team, and it's, Mitch Haniger. Hopefully he can hit 25. Doubles machine.
They're going to hit homers, the Giants.
I'm with you. I guess my question would be, if you really wanted to be like a
mad.
And that's fine. I get it. But if you're a Padre fan and you want to have an ounce of cynicism, Manny Machado said, I'm opting out. And you freaked out and blinked. And did you just do that at the expense of Juan Soto? Because if you did, as a Padre fan, I think you're an idiot.
Okay. All right.
Like, that's an idiotic move to be like, we want Machado till he's 40. We want his 30s rather than Soto's 20s.
Oh, no doubt. And
that's stupid. I don't know.
Somehow they're making it work.
Soto didn't do much as a Padre last year, so maybe they're making a conscious choice to go with what they know, the known commodity.
It's some fun times ahead.
Totally. Yes,
it's a fun time. Not what we got here.
Ain't no party like a Padre party. I told you that.
That's part of it, and it hasn't been discussed. But I wonder if part of the reason the Padres made the decision they did is maybe they are comfortable moving off of Soto when his time comes up. But I also wonder if they look at the Giants as being so desperate to sign anybody that they think maybe the Giants would be the team that would cash out Manny Machado if he comes available next year, and they would rather, through their view on things, you know what? If you want to pay a bunch for Soto, we think Soto's going to be the guy that ages poorer than Machado or any of these other guys. So you know what? Go sign. You know what, Giants? Go sign Soto. Maybe they're more comfortable with that then Machado.
I take Soto right now.
You would.
I take Juan Soto right now for
Farhan to
15
get into one
years.
of those nifty 3-year deals.
I'm shocked that JD said that.
You want to keep the guy like you. To me, you'd be more. You're all picking guys you'd rather keep.
Right.
And to me, they clearly are choosing to. They don't want Machado. Like to me, the Giants would be all over.
They're
Machado.
going the Rams
like
route,
that's a no-brainer.
But they got to win They got to win the World Series, right?
Be all over any of these guys.
If the Rams don't make the playoffs the next 2 years, what they did 2 years ago, going all in.
That
are
still
you
works.
saying right? Because
No,
JD that works.
If they stink for 8 years, then I'm out.
Yeah, it depends.
I'm out.
There's that line where, and I think even 5 years, if in the next 5 years, it's 5 more years of losing records and relative irrelevance, then you can balance it out. Was the one Super Bowl worth it? If you're San Diego right now, one World Series is going to be worth 10 years of misery because you've never gotten one.
I mean, how many playoff series have the Padres won in their existence? Like 6?
Something like that.
No, I mean,
1984 against the Tigers, right?
It's still a huge if.
No doubt.
They've had all these players for a few years now, and they have not been able to break through. I have no idea what Tatis is going to be.
And if I'm correct, he's playing from jump, or he still has some games.
He's got about a month.
He's got a few.
About a month.
He's got a few.
The beauty of it is all those playoff games, they count. So he had to sit 50 games, and I didn't.
How it goes.
I had to Google it. I think he comes back in the end of April.
That is whack.
You're
playoff
100%
games
right.
do not count.
Yeah, they do for that.
Postseason.
Yeah, I'm with you.
No,
it's crazy.
What is that lineup though? What is that? Like
Machado hits 8.
Is Bogarts hitting 7 or something? I mean,
I forgot about Bogarts.
What? See?
Yeah.
He got $280 million also.
Man.
MatthewSteinmetz.com rubbing off on me. I'm doing this little thing on Twitter.
You don't have to do that.
Where
He's
I'm
off
getting
today.
the letter grade of lineups. And yesterday I started with the Giants, gave him a C. But when I get to the Padres
I don't have
and
a strong
Dodgers,
opinion.
Come on, man.
You can't give him a C, Goo. That's straight up Humpty.
No, I'm going to tell you why. The Giants are going to be able to hit a home run from 1 to 9. They got pop. Now, will they? But dudes that's how this game is played now. They got dudes that can hit it out the park.
Did you grade their defense? Because they made 6 errors on Saturday.
It wasn't the team. It was just the lineup.
I got them as an F on defense right now.
Yeah, it was all offense.
And it was an F last year on defense for the
pretty
moment,
much,
right?
yeah.
Oh God, that was.
Gabe will get that fixed.
Yeah, exactly.
Get him, Gabe.
With the sniff.
Don't sniff at me.
That's so good.
Good Lord.
That's so great.
Do we want to try the Dennis Miller over? Because I kind of some people.
Nah, I'm good. I'm good. You built it up.
Miller, you set the bar too high.
So
man.
he builds it up on and off air, and I finally ramp it up and I deliver. He ignored me. He didn't even pay attention to it.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Come on, Goo.
I'm good, Goo. I'm good. I'm gonna take a pass on that. But looking forward to today's show. You guys have any special guests or anything coming on, or is it just Dub Nation, JD?
Sam Amico is going to join us.
Oh, I like Sam.
Yeah.
Sounds
Okay.
good. Yeah.
And we'll talk a lot of Warriors and a little baseball as well. There was something that really got us both heated over the weekend.
That's a
Damn,
tease
I
right
forgot
there.
it.
Pitch clock.
Or did we say we tucked it?
6-6 tie. 6-6 tie. Everybody go home.
Don't spoil the tease. Let him build it up.
Because we already
He
know.
was listening.
Yeah,
Tease blocker.
Yeah,
You
that's
tease
all right.
blocking this OB.
Exactly.
Looking
God.
forward to that.
Who does hit 5th? Is it Soto? Is it Tatis?
That's
Machado? Bogarts?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Sable.
No.
I thought you were talking about the Giants.
No, he's hitting 3rd. He's hitting 3rd.
Can they
for the
start a
Giants.
complete all Rule 5 lineup, the Giants?
Oh, that would be so good.
It'd be so
wouldn't it?
far on.
It'd be so good. Might need to make their own Rule 6.
Not bad.
They
Yeah,
shocked
all
the
right.
world 2 years ago.
No Steiny
Didn't
today.
shock anybody.
So
107.
They didn't win a series.
But that season was magic.
They shocked nobody.
Yeah, they
Willard
lost to
did
106.
us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to go home now. All right, here comes Goo. He's going to be in a happy mood all day because he's with JD.
You play to win.
I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, Goo. What's going on, my man?
What's up, baby? I just sneaked a Red Bull and cracked it open before people could hear. Last time you saw me, I said I was done drinking them. But I'm ready, Jay. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm ready to roll. Going to be fun here between now and 3 o'clock. John Dickinson sitting in for Matt Steinmetz. Daryl the Guru Johnson here as always. 888-957-9570. The phone line is open. You can give us a call or shoot us a text on the Xfinity mobile text line. And a lot to get into. Warriors get the win last night. They rally from 12 down in the fourth quarter. Klay Thompson goes off, and they've got action all of a sudden. You look up at the end of the night, and the Warriors are a half game out of the 6th spot. Crazy as that sounds.
How many?
They are a half game out of the 6th spot. I was going back and forth with our guy Steiny yesterday, and he's like, well, what's going on with this Laker-Dallas game? Like, what's more beneficial for the Warriors? Dallas or the Lakers, whatever. Dallas had the big lead. And I said to him, honestly, I think for the war, it's twofold. If you think they've got action for the top 6, then you want Dallas to lose, as they did. If you think that they're going to be a play-in team, then you want the Lakers to lose. They didn't. Yeah. And you look up a couple hours later, and Dallas took the L. The Warriors got the win, and now the 6th seed is very much on the table. All of these games here down the stretch are extremely important.
I feel like the off started already, Jay.
It does. I don't know that the intensity of the games has necessarily felt that way to this point, but
the magnitude.
But they all matter right now, and you can see what 2 wins can do. You go from 10th to basically 6th just by virtue of getting a couple of wins. And Portland tomorrow, and so it goes here with 21 games to go. Half game out of 6, only a game and a half out of 4th because Phoenix got beat. The Clippers can't beat anybody now with their new look, and Westbrook can't defend anybody. And for as bad as this season has been, as uneven as it's been, and everybody being out and underwhelming play top to bottom, the last 21 games are still going to dictate whether this thing can be successful or not, even at the highest level for the Warriors.
No doubt. And you mentioned levels, so I'm going to go Meek Mill and talk about the levels to me. Because I left out of here the other day, and the Warriors were in 9th place, Jay. They looked like they didn't have their fastball. You know, we didn't know where Wiggins was or what was going on. We still don't. And if you're going to tell me the Warriors are going to enter against any team in the association without those two, I'm like, it's going to be an uphill battle. But the one constant for me is Steve Kerr, after the last couple of games, and you tell me what you think, talked about Klay Thompson, because that's where I want to start. JD, I didn't know what heights or how far he could show us that he could get back, but I had my sword, and Stoney and I went back and forth about, he'll never be the same, but it's not about that. What he's demonstrated for me these last 2 months, when I'm sitting here telling you and anybody that will listen, it's the best back-to-back 2 months of his career. So I look at it like I can envision him hitting shots, big shots like he's done all his career. But now he's got this confidence underneath him. And Steve Kerr said this yesterday, Jay, and you were at you were at Chase. He said, you know what? He's taken on a more vocal, to paraphrase, identity. But I feel like he's leading by example by getting these buckets.
Yeah, it's, to me, the leadership thing has been a little overblown.
And I ain't mad at it.
And that's fine.
It's the production.
It's the production. It's the refuse to lose. To me, it's not so much about it. It's dragging these other guys to the finish line 2 games in a row and making the statement, we're not losing these games. We're going to stay afloat until the other players are able to come back. And it's almost twofold, right?
Right.
It's not that you want to make too much of a win over the Rockets or a win last night against the Timberwolves.
But a loss in the standings.
And it's not that this team, as they're currently constituted, has action, because they really probably don't. If you had
and
to
we're
play
hoping that
there really isn't. Like, if this team had to play with the 10 that they had last night for the rest of the year, then it's trouble. But that's not the way this thing projects. Right now, all this team has to do is stay afloat and stay afloat long enough to where Steph comes back. Hopefully Wiggins comes back. I don't like the Draymond news.
What was that about?
There's nothing
was there
about.
a hush over the arena when, I heard MRI is when I said, because I go back to the back last year when it started out as a calf, then it was a disc, then he was out.
This is a knee.
Yeah.
And
he bumped it in the Laker game, right?
Bumped it in the Laker game, and then they thought he was going to be good to go for the Rockets game, and then wasn't. And then they thought he was going to be good to go for the game after going through treatment and everything Saturday and leading up to Sunday. And then, Steve Kerr said it flared up. He called it a setback.
Yeah.
And so now they need to do a further evaluation of it. So you've got the Warriors holding themselves up by winning these games. You've got Klay Thompson playing at an incredible level to save them. But then on the other hand, you can't have a bunch of good things without a couple bad things in this Warriors season. That's just the way it goes.
Yeah.
And so Draymond and now the question mark. So do you leave last night feeling great about where the Warriors are, a half game out of 6th, or do you now worried about Draymond just like you're worried about Wiggins and when Steph Curry will be able to come back?
You know what? Great question. And the fact that you mentioned the 10 players last night, that will not suffice. No shade at anybody, but this Warrior team is not sniffing a championship run or a Western Conference final run without those 3, and that's Dre, Steph, and Wiggins. Okay, thoughts and prayers to the Wiggins family because we all can, at this point, know something serious is going on. But I'm looking at this like you were in survival mode. You need, by any means necessary, Malcolm X, get it done. And they've done that the last 2 games. And JD, I'm telling you, 4 days ago, they were closer to 11th than 6th. And now you could say, hey, it's just the state of the West. I don't give a damn what's not going on in New Orleans. I don't give a rat's behind what's going on in Minnesota. They stunk up the joint yesterday, but the Warriors took advantage of it. And again, it was another episode of Warrior basketball, Jay. Steiny says I'm too hard on this young man, and I'm not pointing fingers, but I am disappointed in the opportunity I feel Jordan Poole is letting slip out of his hands. Because if they're going to do this and get close maybe with 2 of the 3 that are out, maybe one doesn't come back.
Well, one doesn't come back, it's
Jordan,
over.
Yeah, well, you think so?
If one doesn't come back, it's over. You're not winning a title or making a deep run without Wiggins.
Yeah, right.
You're not
and
making
damn sure
and you're
Steph.
not, and you're not without Steph and you're not without Draymond. So that, like, to me, you can
That's
almost
off the table
separate
to
that.
you,
Like
huh?
that's completely off the table. If one of these guys is not coming back, it's a wrap. That doesn't mean you can't win a few games or a playoff, maybe a series. It depends on the matchup, but you're not winning a championship. In fact, you're probably not winning more than one playoff series, if that, at that point in time.
Let me ask you this.
So that to me, you can just throw away.
What do you think is the biggest, not culprit, because that's bad. What do you think the biggest shift is in this Klay Thompson we're watching?
I think he quit worrying about trying to be the guy he used to be. I think that was consuming him to a point where he was trying.
It was fought like a shadow.
I think he was defiantly hell-bent early on in the season to, with every single bad shot he took, announce to the world that he was back. And I think Draymond said something to him in that team meeting back in November, which has been talked about a lot. Like, hey, quit being so selfish. Play team ball, you'll get it back.
JD, he's on fire.
And then he started to get into a more of a rhythm playing team ball, and it's come back to him because he's taken, I think, some of the pressure off. And he doesn't even like answering questions now about people that ask him about being back. Because I think
old Klay.
I think it's an acceptance that, and this is where I think it's a fair and measured way to look at it. I think there's an acceptance from Klay Thompson even that he's not going to be the player, or even now isn't the player that he was before, but that's irrelevant because he still is capable in a different way of being just as a part of winning. And we're seeing it with him being the lead dog.
With no Wiggins and Curry.
And somebody has needed it because, to kind of go back to what you were saying about Jordan Poole is
and I
not
love JP.
He's just, at this point in his career, it's unfair to expect him to be a one that you can win games with consistently. It's just unfair to him. I don't care about the money that he's making and all of that. I understand why people feel that way. I think there was some inflated expectations with Poole. I mean, he's kind of his own separate conversation in this thing where people kind of expect him to be the next superstar. I stand back on that one because I never anointed him,
I'm him.
A future superstar.
I'm the one, Jay. I thought he was a 1.5, and he may be that later.
I've been called a Jordan Poole apologist because, and what I have to tell people is I never anointed him a superstar. So when he's not a superstar, you're right. I don't come down his road the way others have this season because I don't expect, my expectation is not for him to be a superstar.
Did you expect him to get the bag? Because he secured the bag.
I did.
So you understand? Okay.
The timing and the way he played last year meant it was time for him to get paid.
But still, you didn't put him in that threshold of he ain't there yet. He's not ready
to be a number. No, yeah. I think a lot of it comes down to this belief that when Steph is out, it's almost the dual role. When Steph is out, you got to be Steph 2.0, Jordan. Right now, 24 years old, 23 years old.
He has a bag. He has a repertoire.
But that doesn't mean you're a better player.
But he's been falling down on the dance floor.
The turnover. He did that last year.
Not as much to me, Jay.
Not as much.
But still, a big win last night, and I'm fired up that I could say they're a game and a half out of the 4.
Here's the other rat on the table. First rat on the table today. The reality is Poole and Klay don't play as well together as Steph and Klay do.
Damn.
Poole and Klay don't play as well together as Steph and Klay
do. You have a reason, a theory behind that?
Go back to last year when Poole was awesome and efficient and basically got himself paid the first half of last year and the Denver series in different moments in the playoffs, but mainly the Denver series in the playoffs. But go back to those first 40 games when he was averaging 19 a night efficiently and killing it. He was playing with Steph. Yeah. He was the starting 2 guard. He wasn't the one. Like now they're asking him on these nights where Steph's out to be the one.
I don't give that enough merit to. You know what, man? The mental aspect of that from him.
And look, you can say I'm being an apologist. I think the punch, obviously, there's a lot of things that
didn't help
that have to do with Poole, right?
Yeah.
The punch is part of it. The expectations that come with getting paid, I think, is part of it. But also, what's part of it is the fact that you're being asked to, on some nights, be the lead dog, and then on other nights, be the 6th man.
Bobby Jones.
The 6th man. Be the action. But be great at both. Be great at both every night because you got paid. And I think there's just there's not an allowance of him to grow and develop and acknowledge that he's still a young player. He got paid. He deserved to get paid. Yeah. He's still got a ways to go.
I'm going to go Dr. Phil on you. Dr. Darryl, step into my office, JD. Tell me what you think here. Because life is about the mentals. And the fact that Klay Thompson was out, I feel like Klay looked at Jordan when Klay was in that dark area and came back and wasn't having as much success as he is now. And people like Barkley, guys on the radio, national media were talking about what he's not. I just wonder if that has something to do with how symbolic Poole is to Klay, like you're trying to take my position, and then vice versa with Poole. I can play freely knowing that you weren't around. I'm like Stella, can get my groove on, make or miss. I'm starting. And then you try to mesh those two guys together, Jay. I'm just wondering, and it's not on purpose, if that vibe is off or that non-rapport that they have stems from some of those thoughts. I don't know that it could be subconsciously, but if I knew somebody's in here to take my spot, I couldn't just shake that feeling.
I think there's something to that. I think there's something to the cockiness that Jordan Poole plays with.
See, I don't get that from everybody.
That can be a little bit. That can be a little bit off-putting.
You think that had, not to put you on the spot,
no, I've said it. I said I think that I think it did have something to do with the punch.
What could he have said, though, Jay?
It doesn't matter. I mean, it really doesn't matter. I think whenever there's somebody that when there's somebody that runs their mouth and just carries themselves in a cocky way, you're always going to be more apt to get checked by somebody. You know that. Everybody's got that friend. But everybody's got that friend. Well, Draymond was over the line. Right. Like we know, like we get it. But but everybody knows that friend. Everybody has that friend that carries themselves in a manner where it's like, you know what, you're good, but you ain't that good. And like tone it down a notch.
But that bravado seemed to help Poole in his game, though. That's what made me gravitate to him. Like
and maybe some of that got knocked off and he hasn't been able to get it back. to this point this year. 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. JD for Steiny. Daryl Guru Johnson here, as always, here until 3 o'clock on 95.7 The Game. Already coming down my road, Xfinity Mobile text line, 415. Man, you need to stop making excuses for Poole. You've been doing this from day one just because you like him. Look, I
like him too.
I like him, but if you remember, I was among those that didn't anoint him the fastest. Like I actually,
that's the origin of all this.
But like
you never put him up there where I had him.
Once you do. No, I never did. But I also thought, you know what? We need to see more. Can he be a super six man? Can he be a backup lead guard? Can he do all these? You want to see how he plays in the playoffs before you give him the bag. I thought he ended up checking all the boxes. The text that's been coming in repeatedly, and this is the fair point, and this is the way the majority of fans view it, Goo, and it's fair, is that once you get the bag, you can't be the same player.
Wow.
Once you get I don't even disagree with that statement, Goo, but once you get the bag, you have to develop into more, but you don't snap your fingers and you're automatically more. There has to be some room to grow, and I think this year it's been clunky for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah, and I'll speak to that. Now, we don't know how this season is going to culminate. Hopefully it'll be in a championship run. But if it does not, and let's say they qualify for the play-in game and they get bounced or they lose 4-2 first round to a Denver or Memphis or Phoenix or Sacramento, I'm telling you this, JD, about the retreat or the setback that I believe Jordan Poole has had on an individual basis. He is the most attractive piece they have on this team that they could dangle. And I think with the way that the finances are, that if we got to that, I could see a situation where Jordan Poole would have more suitors than Kuminga. No shade at Kuminga, but Jordan Poole, as much as hard as I am on him, I think he's further. And I think, Jay, the Warriors brass would think about moving somebody like Poole.
I think they would in the offseason. It depends how it ends, and we don't know how it's going to end, but I do think they would look to potentially move him. He would have value and be somebody that I could see them deeming as not necessarily a fit, and they would also have to take into account, though, do that at your own peril, because he also has filled in for Steph.
I got you.
You can look at the numbers and say, his numbers aren't great, and his numbers haven't been great. They're 11-12 without Steph.
And you talk about you said that shocked you.
They're 11-12 without Steph. This team has been so confounding in so many different ways this season. But if you told me basically on March 1st,
23 games,
the Warriors were 11-12 without Steph, I think they're at least third in the Western Conference, like 34, 35, and 25 right now. Like I would think that would be a minimum. So you can, as we parse through all this, there's all this angst over these games that they look bad when they haven't had Steph. The reality is you'd probably take 11-12 without him. They haven't been good enough with them.
Yeah, and that boy.
And that's that's not on him. Yeah. I'm not saying that's his fault by any means.
But those are facts.
But the way that this team has been built and flows together and the rotation and everything when Steph is there, it hadn't been right. To the point where a lot
especially
of those
on the road
and a lot of close games
at home,
and the like. So we're kind of bouncing around a little bit here, but I think as far as there's no doubt among the fans if the Warriors go out in some kind of way and Poole doesn't play well, Poole's going to get all the blame. But that's what happens because Curry's not getting any of the blame. Klay's not getting any of the blame, especially the way that he's played lately.
Man, if somehow they could get these three guys back, and I know that's a big if.
You know who's going to get the blame? Poole's going to get the blame. Anthony Lamb, if he plays, is going to get the blame. Well, that's true. He's right.
But if we saw
Kerr's going to get the blame.
But if we saw Klay have some clunkers or even Steph, there would be some whispers or even Dre.
Maybe if he did something, especially if he did something emotional that put the team in a bad position.
Now I've been sitting on this since the green room, and you tell me if I'm correct. I said something to you that if Steph Curry was not an answer, he's off the board. And I said to you, John Dickinson, like I did, the Warriors MVP to me this year, Dante DiVincenzo, would you say, Goo, what's in your cup?
I wouldn't say what's in your cup.
This dude has been a godsend.
He's up there. He's really helped them. He helped them last night.
So you ain't mad. Like, oh, Goo, what are you? You could, I mean, seriously, and I know
that's a hard pick this year. It really is. That's a
like give me.
I mean, it's not. I mean, you can rule a bunch of guys out. You could almost make the case it's Klay in a weird way, but he was awful for the first 2 months.
And Klay, I love you, but that counts.
Curry hadn't played enough.
He's been consistent.
Curry hasn't played enough, right? And they're 500 with Curry.
Yeah, Wiggins, for that matter.
Wiggins hasn't played enough.
I mean, dude, the dude has been great, man.
And Draymond up and down. Like, I mean, you could make a case, but it's the MVP of a 500 team. It's basically 500 without Curry, 500 with Curry too. So I think it's
a half game behind Dallas, who doesn't scare me all of a sudden. Okay, yeah, you got two of my favorites. Well, that don't mean it fits and works.
No, I mean, you look at them, and it's, to me, they don't have the rest of the roster. We don't need to spend a bunch of time on Dallas, but as it relates to the Warriors, like, they did what they had to do to get Kyrie. Now they need to build the rest of the team around those two, and they can't do it because they made the trade in the middle of the season. And there's no amount of buyout guys that are going to help fix that equation. They don't defend. We saw it again yesterday. Like, to me, that trade
27.
Well, on paper, you go, damn, couple of stars. That, to me, is like, Dallas is catchable. Like, that's the big part to bring it back to what we're talking about here as far as the Warriors winning these last couple of games. In a box, they don't mean a lot unless everybody's coming back.
Right.
But if you're counting on everybody coming back, which I think you have to be, then you got action. Yeah. And these games are hugely important, and the ability to stabilize, it's kind of like that holiday homestand.
Yeah.
It really is.
That fourth quarter last night, Jay, I'm going to be honest, I thought they were cooked. And you said, well, I don't know why you thought, well, that was more of your thoughts on Minnesota. But I was just thinking, my gosh, and they got it done.
888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. It's John Dickinson and Daryl the Guru Johnson here on 95.7 The Game on a Monday, reacting to the Warriors getting a couple of wins here over the weekend. Klay Thompson, again, he's carrying them. Like, he is, and we were talking about this in the crossover, he is doing something that we haven't really gotten the opportunity to see Klay do, because there's never really been a stretch where Klay's been the lead dog. If anything, he's been, it was
playmaking on me.
It just the number one option. Period.
No,
like even at times when Steph's been out, Poole has acted as if the number one, he's the number one option, and played well at times earlier in the season in that role when Klay maybe wasn't playing as well before January. But you go back through the years, it's always Steph and Klay. Klay's always the two to Steph.
Yeah,
and then they get Durant. He's the three at that point, and then he's out for a couple of years, and then he's back and he's trying to figure it out. And they're going on.
He has a knack for the big. Like, remember before Bay hit that shot, he hit the big dagger that we thought won the game, and Bay threw the heave.
That's the biggest reason for optimism for me moving forward here is Klay is showing that he's able to be special.
Yes, man.
And so to me, that is...
I told Stoney the same thing. You don't need 48 minutes, Jay.
His ability to be special, he's doing it he did it in a back-to-back. He had 42 in the back-to-back, the second game of the back-to-back. I don't care if it was against the worst team in the NBA. But he is showing you that he's capable of being exceptional.
Now can you get the other three?
And now you're winning enough to where you're afloat. And look, it is fragile. I think Dibbs said it. It's fragile. You lose tomorrow. We're coming in here Wednesday. It's like, oh God, now they're. You said, hey, they're closer to 6th than they're 11th. Well, you know what? By Thursday or Friday, they could be 11th.
I got you.
I mean, that's if you don't keep winning. So all of these games are extremely important, and the Warriors are going to have to keep fighting and scratching and clawing. There was a competitiveness on display last night that this team just hasn't had in a while that I think does bode well, even if they have to continue to play shorthanded for the rest of this homestand, and it looks like they're going to have to.
Yeah, and I called it hunger, and you and I debated on Steve Kerr. I think he's in, a territory that he hasn't been in this situation where guys are not available, and you get the bad news on top of the other bad news with Wiggins and Steph. I'm sorry, JD. I just feel like he pulled Poole out, had a conversation with him. Like, he ain't coaching college guys, but he's showing urgency too.
888-957-9570. Hey, book your getaway to Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Their midweek winter special offers. The lowest rates of the year starting at just $199 per night. Enjoy stunning views, refreshed rooms, and free breakfast. Book now in at thetides.com.
Hey, it's JP with the Golden State Warriors.
Guru, man. Love them waves, man. Good night.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hour number 2, John Dickinson for Steiny. Guru's here, as always.
That fast.
Feeling good, flying along here on
Except
a Monday.
the weather.
Yeah, the weather. Whoa,
People don't know how to drive. It
was tough, man.
Good Lord.
It was tough. It was tough getting in. You're always just, what's going on?
Man.
Yeah, but drive safe out there if you're heading around. 888-957-9570. Sam Amico is going to join us at 1:30. We'll talk some NBA hoops with him. Getting into just where the Warriors are at. It's the old hamster wheel conversation that I know you and Steiny have had a lot over the course of this season. They win a couple of games, and it not only feels like they have action, even though still shorthanded, but then you look at the standings, and the standings tell you they have action, but it's all really in this, can they get everybody else back out in the distance at some point, whether that's a few days or a few weeks. We don't really know the answer to that question, but Klay Thompson playing at an all-time great level. And we were having the conversation about Jordan Poole and his continued struggles. Part of the reason they've needed Klay to be the alpha is because Poole has struggled mightily. And, I've been considered the apologist for Poole, which I do think is funny because I was one of the last people to get on the bandwagon for him as he was, making the come up. And, 415, this kind of exemplifies it. Xfinity Mobile text line, JD and Guru, lifelong Warrior fan, season ticket holder. In my opinion, I'd rather have Dante DiVincenzo over JP3 every day of the week. I hope the Warriors can find a way to keep DiVincenzo and offload Poole. Has it gone that dramatically just off of this one season?
I won't tell anybody you need to go pee in a cup when I hear that, because we're watching it more times than not. And, did you ever once think when Jordan Poole was at his highest last year, and this is maybe where I went wrong and turned on the wrong corner, Jay, 33% from three. I thought he was a little better than that. He may end up better than that, but more times than not, I'm like, damn, I thought you were the splash cousin. And last year at times you were, more times than not. But now when you see DiVincenzo do it with his mind and his body and the big shots, yeah, he's older, he's more seasoned, but I can understand somebody texting to a sports talk show like ours, picking the phone up and calling us. I kind of get that. But you told me, we talked about it, Dante's play, he's earning some pay too.
He's playing too well to be back.
Wow, man.
To be perfect. And look, I think the Warriors would love to have him, but he's going to opt out without a doubt.
And some money offers are coming.
And the most the Warriors can offer him would be the mid-level exception, which would be, it's somewhere in this $6.5 million range with raises. Estimating it out here, it's somewhere around 3 years and about $20 million, basically, give or take a little bit, would be the most that the Warriors could offer him.
And we saw this with Peyton. He dipped on us.
Well, and the Warriors had the ability to pay Peyton more because he had already been there.
And didn't do it.
And so to me, at this point, they chose not to. They'd love to have DiVincenzo, but I think DiVincenzo's completely pricing his way out of the range in which the Warriors are going to be able to keep him, regardless of if the Warriors traded him. If you trade Jordan Poole, you're still over the cap and only have a certain means to which you could re-sign the player.
So how much of your gut tells you that if the Warriors didn't decide to pay Poole and have him play out this season for the quote-unquote bag, how do we not know, and maybe we never will, Jay, how do we not know he would have handled that pressure?
Well, we don't.
See, but it sounds like you're giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Well, I'm going to be consistent with what I said last year, and maybe I was wrong about this last year. At first, you'd be hard-pressed to find anybody last year that was not willing to pay.
And that's why I don't want to be like the guy that's on Poole's neck.
And everybody was, and because seriously, do you remember anybody? I don't remember anybody that was like, you know what, don't pay Jordan Poole.
He wasn't a phenom, but he was damn near close, man.
Make Jordan Poole play it out.
He showed out.
So a little bit of that is revisionist history. Now, you can make the case that okay, it was a mistake, But you can't say you shouldn't have done it necessarily.
No doubt.
Because you had to be screaming that at the time if you're going to be screaming it now.
And the reason I brought that up, though, because I feel like you're insinuating he's resting on his laurels because he got the bag.
I don't think he's resting on his laurels. Like, I
Wow.
I really don't. I don't think he feels he's a made dude and there's
I don't feel that way either.
No way to get better.
That's what has me a little concerned.
I got the bag and I don't have to work as hard. Like, I don't think it's any of that with him. I just think there's a unique set of circumstances where some of it expectation, but the one thing I'll go back to as far as the contract, because I want to make this point. I got a little bit sidetracked on it, is I thought that it was the right move to pay him because I didn't want Poole chasing the money this year. I thought it would be bad if Poole was chasing the money, like playing somebody like somebody with
Thirsty.
Klay back in the fold,
doing too much,
playing like somebody that wanted to be paid. And to me, that had the ability to be more problematic. I didn't want him to have to worry about it. I wanted him to, all right, he knew he got paid. Now you can settle into this sixth man role. You can be more accepting of the sixth man role where you know you're getting your starts for Steph, you know you're getting your starts for Klay, and be comfortable. I think we do underestimate, though, and I've been less in on the punch and the ramifications of the punch and everything, but I still think, like, how can you not go through that if you're Poole, as much as you push through it, as much as you try to get back to normal and not have it somehow, some way, just still impact you a little bit throughout the course of the season.
Yeah, you know what? And
not an excuse, by the way. At some point, you do have to suck it up and get over it, and you're going to be making $30 million.
And let's be honest, there was another side to that punch. The guy that delivered it, the mailman, and that was Draymond Green, who's also shared with us, get this, Jay, how him being on the other end of delivering that punch has changed his, affected his leadership capabilities.
It has, and he's said as much.
And he's the one that got off.
That he can't have the voice that he once had, or he's afraid to speak like he used to.
And again, I'm not at practice, but on the court, I feel like I see that demonstrative Dre. Do you feel like
maybe you don't see it as much behind the scenes?
Yeah.
Maybe on the court he does it in a way
more important.
But behind the scenes, you don't see it as much because he doesn't want to overstep or think people, it's going down that road again where, something might jump off. I mean, I think he's got to be cognizant of that. I guess the other part about Poole, going back to him, is doesn't Jordan Poole get a little bit of leeway? Like, seriously, like, doesn't he get, like, I get everybody on the text line and people that are calling that say, at some point, you get the bag, you can't be the same player. Like, I don't even disagree with that. But don't you get a year or a year and a half to grow into that when you're getting a 4-year contract extension off of the final year you have, which is this year on the deal? Like, he technically isn't a $30 million player this year. Like, don't you get a year? Don't you get a year to grow it? Like, isn't there some amount of time? Maybe it's not 2. Maybe 1's too long. But don't you get some amount of time to grow into? You just got paid. You're dealing with the punch.
Well, wow.
Sometimes you're the starting point guard on the defending champions playing for Steph Curry. Sometimes you're supposed to be this super sixth man. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I think at times Warrior fans do hold Jordan Poole to a championship standard as a starter. And I think they do it with this team. Like, all the angst off the Laker loss. Like, I think sometimes
they were undermanned. Snotty reminded me that people were hot, but dude, they were without something.
Like, it just like I feel like the Warrior fans do hold this team to a championship standard, even though the championship players aren't necessarily there all the time.
Okay, I'll say this to that because you set me up with it. You do get a benefit of the doubt, but when you look at this club and the growth that Jordan Poole, nobody can take that from him, Jay, that he made last year right in front of our eyes. It was Reggie Miller. It was Shaq. It was Kenny. Everybody saw Jordan Poole. So for the ones like myself, if we thought he's done this 4 years in a row and we're somewhat disappointed, the one thing that rubs me the wrong way this season is the opportunity's been there. Like Steph's out, Wiggins, and here
I think that's
go.
part of the problem.
You know what I mean? It's like, oh, Jay, you already showed us you can handle it. Go get him, fella. And how many times has he had the ball with the game on the line and they're bloop, bloop? We saw Steph throw a towel down when he was in street clothes. Like, come on, Jordan. We know it's not going in every time, but don't trip over your own feet. Like, those things are a reminder of just how young he is. But the way you just said it, the benefit of the doubt, Jay, he does deserve that, and I'm a victim of not giving it to him because they need the expertise that he displayed last year.
The numbers have been there for Poole when Curry has been out going back to the first time. They haven't been there this time.
Right.
And that's where they've relied more
but still
on Klay.
One game under in the 23.
But again, 11 and 12 in the 23, which is a statement that he's doing something right. And I think the end of game situations have in a lot of ways,
because he can create better than Klay.
Offset. Yeah. I think the end of games have offset the good that he has done when he has played well and helped them win games. Because you go back to December and that homestand, and he was putting up 28, 29 a night to help them win games. And I think there isn't a credit given for those wins, and there is too much of a negative attached to he fumbled the ball. And look, it's bad. It's bad. And I think there's a couple of good points here. 415. A raise is performance-based. Are you going to give someone a raise and wait 5 years to perform? And no, I'm not saying 5 years, but I'm saying, do you get a year and a half? Do you get this year and part of next year? To me, and maybe you don't.
650, yeah.
Maybe you don't.
With the great text, JD, and I feel like he's talking to me and maybe some others on the Xfinity mobile text line. Y'all better stop hating on Poole, and it goes to your point you just made. He has the hardest job in the NBA, and that's because you're saying he's doing double duty, or sometimes they ask him to do different things. But I feel like, damn, you're on a team, but you're not though. You're not on a great team when you're the starting point guard. Like, that's the truth. You're not because Steph's not playing, so you're not on a great team. And him and Klay for whatever. I wonder how Klay would answer that, or Jordan. If you ask about how they play with each other, they play off each other.
I'll get your take on this. We'll get to the phones. We got a bunch of people that want to talk. When it looks at times as if Steph and Klay are on the floor together, especially early in games, almost like they're fighting each other to see who's going to be getting the shot.
Okay. Wow.
Like it's who's going to, and I think that may have been part of last night when Kerr pulled Poole out of the game real quick and had a little chat with him and put him back in the game because Poole was not being aggressive at all. And then
I was like, what are you? You're floating.
But I think there's times where Poole goes into a game thinking, well, Klay's going to chuck it. Klay's unabashed going to chuck it, and nobody has a problem with it. And so I'm going to make sure I'm getting everybody involved. I'll get into the flow as the game goes on.
We need you to get buckets.
Well, and you're right. They do need him to get buckets. But so I think Kerr, and again, I could be totally off. It could have been defense. It could have been anything. But I think it was, you got to be aggressive. And then he was aggressive, but you look up at the end of the night, and it's not a great night in terms of the overall line. What would it end up, 5 and 19? Not good.
Roughly around there. But go ahead. I know we got the calls. This thing about who's going to get back first, Jay. I'd love to get your take on it. I know we got a couple hours, but who's coming back first?
888-957-9570. Let's go to Kevin in Fremont getting us started here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, I've been listening, and I've followed the Warriors for years and years and years and years and years, and they've been horrible, and I've enjoyed this championship run. And whether they win or lose this year is not the point. When it comes to this Poole situation, and I was really happy that they do have somebody like DiVincenzo to pick up for this lackluster play out of Poole, because it's not that he's trying to be lackluster. It's the fact that he's never met anybody he wants to guard. And to play for the Warriors, you need to be a two-way player at guard. Okay, that's my whole point. For me, he made the big money. I was actually glad they signed him to the big contract, but not because he was going to be a long-term Warrior. It was going to be so that he could be tradable for next year to get a two-way player.
Thanks for the call, Kevin. That's something that I said at the time. Hey, just because he's getting paid doesn't mean he's necessarily going to be here for the next 5 years.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I got flack for that as being, it's funny, I got flack for that as being kind of Poole hater, and now I'm a Poole apologist.
Yeah.
Life comes at you fast.
No doubt. But if you look around the league, and I know defense wins championships, but it don't feel like it this year, Jay. And I go back to that Laker-Dallas game. The only reason Dallas gave up the lead is they stopped missing their shots, because all they were doing is jacking threes.
Well, the playoffs are a different sport.
Poole is playing the same amount of defense he played last year. He was just lights out, handling the rock, and this Klay that we're seeing now is badass. I still remember the play. He left his feet, Jay, one leg, threw it to DiVincenzo in the corner. DiVincenzo hit the shot, 99-99, I believe, or gave him a 3-point lead. That's playmaking by Klay. But when I said earlier to you, and you didn't rebuttal, but just when you talk about skills and the utility belt, if I need a bucket at the top of the key, I think that's Poole's. He can do that more so than Klay.
Yeah, if you're looking for, although the Warriors have run a little more ISO Klay
they're coming
than we've ever seen of late, in part because Klay's been going off, and the Warriors have needed Klay to go off. 888-957-9570. Banker Brian, Foster City next here with JD and Goo. What's going on, Banker Brian?
Hey, what's up, guys? We're going to try and make it quick. I have 2 points I want to make about Jordan Poole. My first thought is simply, honestly, I feel like that punch on Jordan Poole killed his confidence. It killed his confidence as a player, as a man. You could tell this season compared to last season in the playoffs, he's not playing the way he wants to play. He looks very reserved, very conservative. Yeah, he tries to play fancy, but he's losing the rock. He's not playing to that level that we saw last year. And I feel like that punch really killed that confidence. And honestly, that punch, I feel like from Draymond, is going to resurface at the end of the season. Whether we make a deep playoff run or not, that punch is going to resurface in the season, and is going to basically implicate why the Warriors play the way we have played this season. Jordan's going to be fine. Time heals all wounds. Next season, we'll see Jordan Poole play to the level that he can play, that we've seen, and he'll play to that level of contract that he's on right now, or he's going to be. So, honestly, I think Draymond, what's going to happen to him at the end of the season, he may get cut, he may not. I think a lot of it's going to resurface again. This conversation is going to be talked about again in the offseason, and I know Jordan Poole. We all saw what he's capable of. He's going to keep doing what he's doing eventually. Maybe not this season, but next season, he's going to play to what we all expect him to do.
Yeah, we'll see. All I'm saying is they just need a little bit, and thanks for the call. I think he needs a little bit of leeway, considering everything that's happened, to be able to develop into whatever he's going to be. And I'll say that fully acknowledging the fact that I never expected, even at the $30 million AAV that's coming up, average value, to be – I never expect him to be a number one superstar on a winning team. Like, that's never how I viewed Jordan Poole to this point in his career. Guys that aren't that still can make $30 million a year now in the NBA. Like, that's just the way it goes. Like, I think that is part of it. It's the fact that, in a sense, the Warrior fan base has been sold, I don't know by who, but they've been, or maybe they've come up with it on their own, that Poole is like the next Steph, and he's going to be the face of the franchise. They're going to be winning all these games. That's 5 years from now.
But I understand.
And that, to me, is like you should have never had that in your head to begin with if you did.
Well, I'm going to bring up something. I hear that. That's a great point. But I'm going to bring up someone and somebody we haven't talked about. So this goes back to the punch, and I'll get up off of it. If there is some residue, and I could totally understand that there is, I'm doubly disappointed in Andre Iguodala, because what you're not bringing to the court is dumbfounding. The fact that you would even think you could get out there and help this team, and now this team is where it's at before the last couple of wins, you still can't muster up enough energy or mojo to get out there and play. So all year long, we've heard Bob tell Steiny and myself and anybody that would listen, it's what he does behind the scenes. And where I'm going, Jay, since you're just a bump on a pickle and you're not playing, why can't you help facilitate or repair this issue with the team if it's just with Jordan and Dre, or get the troops and galvanize everybody?
Yeah.
Like, you're striking out at everything, and I'm like, what are you doing?
I think he did. And I think some of the reporting on it going back to October was that he did try to facilitate a mending. I think it's mended, like on the surface level. To me,
well, if it's mended, you mean it's fixed.
But it's one of those things where it's fixed, but it's maybe it's just never truly gonna be fixed, or it can't be fixed this year. Maybe like I think to the extent you had to fix it to all be in the same room together
Social
and be on the court
is a beast.
together.
Imagine that went viral.
I think it's fixed in that. I think it got fixed on the surface level, but what it did to the development of it may have set Poole's development back a year. I'm not saying it's going to change his career, but you know what it may have done? It may have meant, when we look back on it, that Jordan Poole had a bad year because of it.
Wow.
That may be and maybe
I'm mad at that.
But that doesn't mean that there's anything that can be verbally hashed out. I think that part is done, and I think everybody that tried to bring those two together did it. It's not that they're probably fine with each other, but it's just it's the mentals of where it left him. And I know that raises its own different set of conversation as far as should he still be, affected by it in March as opposed to October. All of that's fair and on the board. But I think to the Iguodala point, I hear you. Because I think Iguodala,
Are you shocked we've seen as little? You're really not, Jay?
You're not. They got him on scholarship for the playoffs and to be a pseudo leader. I get that it burns you, and it actually burns me too. I'm with you.
But they need help.
But in what way? On the court?
Yeah, the stuff that
he can't play. And they don't want him to play now. They want him to play in April and May and June. That's not a defense either, because I'm with you. It bothers you.
It takes two to tango.
It bothers you that he isn't out there playing right now
because they need what he represents. That's the worst part, Jay.
Some good news here.
Oh wow!
Some good news. We've
kind of been
we've been going back and forth. I think it's worthy of it. I know. Sometimes we play it and it's not worthy of it. I think it is worthy of it. Steve Kerr at Warriors practice said that Draymond Green's MRI came back clear. He practiced today and is questionable for tomorrow's game against Portland. So maybe he's not going to play. Maybe he is going to play. But that MRI clear is good. Practice today is good. Questionable for tomorrow.
This is okay.
We'll see.
Can I tell you?
Not so good. But
Kyle, Evan, and the great John Dickinson. Can I tell you that wasn't the news I was looking for. It's good news, but I'm so drunk with bad news.
I love you, man.
That was kind of the one to where we could have got that like the Steph. I took Dre for granted. Just him being out these last two games, I was like, oh my gosh, where'd that come from? But now that we get what you deem good news, I'm still, I just default to Wig and Steph still.
Oh, well, so it's about that. It's not the questionable part.
Right, but he's clean, though. The MRI came back clean.
MRI came back clear. Practice today, which is good, although I'm sure they didn't have a real strenuous practice.
I disrespected Portland to you in the green room. Portland just beat the Warriors last time we saw them.
Yeah, Portland hasn't been able to beat too many teams of late. They beat Houston last night.
What'd you think of the 71?
Everybody's beating Houston.
I don't know why I'm turned. Dame is from the town, the Bay, the Yay. I'm just turned.
I thought it was. I had kind of a reaction to it. It wasn't not a negative reaction.
Right, I love that. You're 2 under 500.
Yeah, I thought good for Dame. He's a good dude. I thought good for Dame. He's a good dude. But they're just mediocre. I don't even know that has to be said. And I think they got better
than mediocre talent.
I don't.
Wow.
I really don't.
You think?
No, they're basically right where I thought they would be.
And you got Simons and your boy.
No, they don't
Dame.
defend. The rat on the table there, Chauncey Billups ain't it.
Wow, you going there? You got the beard, though,
Chauncey
Jay.
Billups ain't it.
Speaking of which, you shaved yours.
I did a long time,
yours,
a year ago.
Rick Ross.
888-957-9570. Sam Amico is going to join us coming up this segment. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. And also, we're brought to you by AC Transit, senior writer for hoopswire.com, Sam Amico, coming up on 95.7 The Game.
It's time for the push to the playoff.
Steiny, your boy Catechism.
I received the body of Christ.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, John Dickinson in for Steiny. Daryl the Guru Johnson here as always. More phone calls coming up, having a good Warrior discussion. But let's get to our guest on the program today, and we appreciate Sam Amico, the senior writer for hoopswire.com, joining us here on a Monday. What's going on, Sam? Thanks for taking some time.
Yeah, not a whole lot. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we're just trying to make sense of what I've called a mediocre Western Conference. Just give us your sense of the West as it stands right now. The Warriors are still shorthanded. They win a couple games in a row. Everybody here thinks they can make a run to the title, assuming they're healthy. They lose a couple. It's forget about it. Just make some sense of the Warriors season as it relates to the Western Conference with so many different teams seemingly in the race.
Yeah, I would agree. It is wide open. Denver has been pretty much atop the conference for most of the season. It's funny. It was just yesterday. I was just shooting the breeze with an exec in the East, and he said, the Warriors get that 8th seed, they could go on a run. If Steph's healthy, everybody's healthy. Klay's been using this time to play some of his best basketball of the year, and then Steph Curry comes back, and all of a sudden, and Draymond comes back healthy, and Andrew Wiggins comes back healthy. All of a sudden, you have your team, presumably, hopefully, playing its best basketball when it means the most. And with the Western Conference this wide open, sure, anything could happen. There's really no clear-cut favorite, I don't think. Now, Denver deserves to, some respect, being in the position that they've been in all year with Jokic healthy, and they've got more depth this year than last year. But they're certainly not one of those, powers that you just think you really got to be playing exceptional to overtake them. I'd say that about anybody in the entire league.
Sam, you are a breath of fresh air. I got a bet out here that the Warriors are going to go back-to-back, and my partner has the field. And, I'm up and down, but I'm betting on that pedigree and everything that you just said, and a team beating a healthy Warrior team 4 out of 7. I want to ask you this, Sam, because I don't want to sound like the old person, but I'm watching this NBA, and I'm a little turned off with the lack of defense. Do you see that, and is that just me? Because I look at the Kings, a great story, great job by Mike Brown, but they play no D, and yet they're the 3rd seed.
Yeah, I'm about ready to sound like an old guy, too. First of all, I covered Mike Brown when I was a Cavs beat writer for a few years, and it's really funny to see his team leading the league in scoring because he was always such a defensive-minded coach. But I will say that, the rules in general, he's just taking advantage of the rules. And I would like to see, and I think there are fans out there who would like to see some of these rules on defense changed. Nobody wants to go back to the 80-72 final scores, but I think you have to be allowed to be able to defend on the perimeter a little bit more than they're allowing teams and players to do so now, because there's just too many rules that favor the offensive players. So I just think that you've got to come up with something, the competition committee, to make these rules in the games a little more, just some defense. Otherwise, it's not going to be long before we see a guy scoring 100 points.
Well, it's interesting, Sam, because I've always put it more on the fact that it just seems like there's a lot of players and a lot of teams that night to night over an 82-game season just don't bring the effort and the intensity. It's just kind of not worth it to really put in that energy. It sounds like you think it's more there's just too many fouls called and too many ways where the offense has an advantage, and that if there were options to play defense and it was more worth it, that teams would actually do it in the regular season. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think so. I think that they're, if you remember the Memphis Grizzlies of a few years ago with Mike Conley and Zach Randolph and those guys, I mean, their grind was in their motto, So I think that if you do institute those rules, some teams are going to be known as good defensive teams. Their coaches can get them to give great defensive effort on most nights. Now, the NBA has instituted the freedom of movement rule, which is a good rule. It's just, it got to the point where they kind of got carried away, and they're not allowing you to defend on the perimeter as much as they used to. I'm not saying hand checking, but there has to be a little bit more reason for defenders to go out and defend on the perimeter without being called for a foul just for defending a three-point shot. So I think that's something they're going to revisit this offseason too. How do we kind of keep things within reason, in terms of scoring and giving such huge advantage to the offensive players?
Sam, we're a couple days from Klay Thompson putting together his best back-to-back month of his career. He's shown us early on when Barkley kind of said he was never be the same. He opened up and let us know, that bothered him. But are you at all shocked with the flamethrower that Klay Thompson has reemerged and shown us that he still got it?
Yeah, I don't know about shocked, but pretty surprised. I didn't think he was done. I just didn't think he would be a guy who was scoring 42 followed by 32 and having this kind of month that he's having. I didn't think he'd be able to put it together again. I think a lot of people didn't think he would be able to, and not because of anything but the severity of his injuries in back-to-back years. It's just, it's surprising that he's been able. But you know what? Great for him. He's always been a pro's pro, always had a great work ethic, and probably was fueled a little bit by Barkley's words. So, and again, that's going to be something that will really benefit the Warriors when everybody else comes back. Now we know Klay Thompson is confident. We already know Steph Curry's going to do his thing. You assume Andrew Wiggins is going to come back and do his, and same thing with Draymond. So I think that these are all good signs. I like their trade, even though Gary Payton's not going to be available, until probably right before the playoffs. I think that was a good move on the Warriors' part to get a little bit more experience in the backcourt. So, this is a team that you count them out because they've had an up and down season. You're probably going to pay the price.
Sam Amico joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Want to get to the Gary Payton deal and not so much the Payton part of it, but the Wiseman part of it, and the Warriors making the decision to move off of him. What did you make of that, and also that as an admission potentially of, all right, this two-timeline thing isn't going to work, or do they still have enough other young players that could develop down the line where they wind up with a nice young core down the line?
Yeah, I think the core, the young core thing still has lots of potential. Every once in a while, and a guy may be a talented player, just doesn't fit what you're trying to do at the moment. And really that seemed what the situation was with James Wiseman. He didn't fit, and, maybe Detroit will be a better place for him. He wasn't going to be cohesive with the rest of these guys. I think the rest of their young players, though, if you factor them in, they've been looking like they fit. Kuminga, Moody when he gets an opportunity, even Lamb and Jerome, those guys have potential. It's just their opportunities are going to be limited because obviously of you've got a veteran team and a team that's trying to win big now again. So I think the rest of those guys are fine, and there's plenty of promise there. It's just, look, every once in a while you draft a guy who you think he's gonna be a difference maker. It doesn't pan out for whatever reason, probably some injuries in there, probably hurt his confidence. But I don't want to say no great loss as an insult to him, but what I'm saying is with the Warriors, it's not a great loss because he hadn't been contributing that much anyway.
Sam, I need your help. We'll get you out of here on this one. I was having a conversation the other day about MVP, and I love Jokic. He's special. And I was just saying to my teammate, hey, nobody should get it 3 times in a row because there's so many great individual players. But that conversation stemmed around Giannis, Embiid, Jokic. But Saturday night, I'm watching Tatum and how he closed out that game and Boston being the number 1 seed. I hadn't even mentioned him. Sam, if I said your thoughts on Tatum being MVP over Jokic, if it came down to that, how would you respond?
I think right now I would pick Jason Tatum as the MVP. And I would certainly have Embiid in that conversation, but I think that Jokic, with Denver being the top team in the West all year, Jokic being, pretty much a walking triple-double, I just think that's those 2 guys, Tatum and Jokic, are the 2 main guys you're talking about. Then I'd go with Giannis Antetokounmpo and then probably Embiid. But right now, I mean, you look at Boston and Tatum has really been as good as Jaylen Brown has been. Tatum's been the biggest reason they've been able to. He's taken his game to another level this season. Tatum has, and with Boston playing the way that they've been playing, not to mention some off-season drama with the coaching staff and Ime Udoka. I just think that you look at the way Tatum has been. I mean, like I said, Saturday night against the Sixers was a great example. But hey, guys, I'll tell you what. You could go with probably one of 6 or 7 guys every year for MVP, and really you couldn't complain. And I think that's the case again this year. I mean, you could have given it to Steph. Maybe not this year, but last year, and so many years you could have given it to him. But it's just a matter of, well, let's just draw a name out of that because so many guys have been good,
Sam, great stuff. We really appreciate you taking the time. Thanks again. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot for having me. We'll talk to you later.
All right, Sam Amico, hoopswire.com, senior writer. He's covered the NBA for a long time. Appreciate him joining us.
Man, I need him by my side. He can see the Warriors getting hot.
Yeah, that was the big takeaway.
But, Jay, I'm not dreaming or wishing upon a star about the We Believe Warriors winning it. It's just, again, it's timing, it's health, but nobody saw last year.
Yeah, that's where I disagree with you a little bit. Last year, I agree with everything you brought to the table on you can't count them out and all that. Like, last year to me is not a reason. Like, well, nobody thought they could do it last year. Well, nobody thought they could do it at the beginning of last year.
Right.
There were a lot of people that thought they could do it when they were 18-2 and 41-13, and when they got healthy right as the playoffs were starting. I think, and maybe it's just me.
So you think that bottle's empty?
No, I'm not saying it's empty. What I'm saying is, like, it's a little bit of revisionist history to say they can do it this year because nobody thought they could do it last year. Last year's team was a lot better than this year's team. So, no, I'm not saying it's empty, but to me, I guess what I'm saying is, and it's a semantic point.
I hear you.
But it's that last year's team was just, like, last year's team showed everybody they could do it if they were. Yeah. This year's team has not done that. So I guess using last year as a reason for this year is not the reasoning for me.
And if I was in the boardroom
53 games.
Going against myself and my hope, I still cannot grasp this Warrior team when the chef has been on the court that they just poo-poo on themselves on the road. And then they're just a different team at home. I could have came up with a better. Come on, but yes. You know what I mean? Come on, Jay, explain that to me.
Well, I've given my answer to it a couple of times. I mean, I think they wanted to coast at the beginning of the year. I think
coast.
I heard Anthony Slater with Willard and Dibbs earlier as I was walking in to get prepped for the show.
My point guard.
He talked about the fact that they were 3-7. They thought they had all this leeway with the young players to be in the rotation. And then at that point, because they were 3-7, and they were in part, the young players being a part of the rotation wasn't the only reason they were 3-7, but that also with the fact that the veterans wanted to coast, the veterans wanted a little bit of that. 125, 120 every night. We're going to be 7-3.
Open gym, right?
And they couldn't get it. And when they couldn't get it, there was like oh God, like that. So to me, it started with the veterans and the bad defense.
Do you think why are we not getting it? Do you think the veterans were saying it's specifically on the rookies?
I think there was
the young guys.
To me, there was a disconnect where the veterans were basically pseudo blaming the young guys for not being good enough to allow them to coast, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
No,
I just can't wait, man.
To me, like they thought they had it kind of dialed, and then they realized they didn't, and that meant that the veterans, that the young players had to stop playing for a minute, until they could get it all together. And then since then, there's been injuries and people in and out.
The two clouds or the two stories that bother me about this season that I had no earthly idea were going to take place and be something that's kind of just in the background. One, JD, I'll never forget it, the Saturday before the Celtic game here at home where the Warriors just manhandled the Celtics, and Woj said Bob didn't have a contract, which is still where it's at. Okay, and we hope Bob comes back. And then also, too, that road record I just mentioned, like that's where we're Warriors and the road is where. But, like, again, we could break down what they do at home more than they do. Okay.
I'd trust them in the playoffs on the road.
Like Denver?
If they're healthy.
I was telling you, I'd like Memphis, like the Clippers, the Lakers, because that's who, you know what I mean? Like, the boys could go in there and win, and they can go in there and lose. They've shown us that. But that 4 out of 7, I'm holding on like that's it.
If they have everybody.
And then I thought you were going to say they got to get to the 4.
And they they have to. Yeah, you're right. No, they do. I mean, I touched on that this weekend. The fact that
I was listening to you guys.
I think they've got action if they can get to a point where these next couple of weeks don't do them in, which is why a game like last night is so important. It's why a game even against the worst team in the NBA and the Rockets is so important. It's
they
why
cut that thing to 8.
But
like, oh my God,
that's part of the deal.
Yeah.
Like this team isn't running away from anybody right now. They need Klay to go off. They need contributions from the two-way guys who, people were getting a little quiet about Anthony Lamb, I think, during the game last night.
Jerome or Lamb, it's got to be one sooner or later, right?
Sooner, and they're getting up against it with Lamb in terms of his number
last night.
And so I think he
hit a big 3 at the top of the count. Like, Lamb, what are you? Yeah, baby.
I think Lamb is the guy over Jerome because Jerome doesn't play if they have all their guards.
Yeah.
So I think if Steph is playing, if you have Steph, if you have Klay, if you have Poole, if you have DiVincenzo, and then maybe you have Peyton too.
That'll be the GP2 award. Whoever gets it out of them too. Yeah.
So to me, Jerome is as much as he's helped him in his own way. You got to be healthy at those other spots if you're going to make a run. You need Lamb as a guy that you might not play, but you might need to play. And so I think it's probably him. Plus, the decision on him is coming up before the decision on Jerome because he's played more games to this point. He's almost he's got to be at 47,
either one of them that
46,
loses
47.
out or has to go back. Like, I was up on the big club balling at times.
No doubt. And that can be tough, but I think that's ultimately the decision that the Warriors are going to have to make. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. It's John Dickinson and Daryl the Guru Johnson here on 95.7 The Game as I'm sitting in for Steiny here on a Monday. What do you make of where the Warriors sit? The standings say they've got action. The belief, and it's still out there, that they can be whole, to me, Goo, means they've got action. I've got to see how it all shakes out as far as the matchups. But this is the thing where I keep disagreeing with Steiny.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like they got enough now, but if you're telling me that there's a scenario where all of a sudden they're playing a Sacramento in a first round or something,
give it to me.
Like it's and then you're in the second round and all of a sudden it just
that's what I'm betting on.
Like there's a point in which
but Curry needs to come back.
But Curry's got to come back. Like
so does Wiggins.
And so does Wiggins. And so does Draymond. If any of those are not a part of it, then it's a wrap. But that doesn't mean that the games that are going on right now are any less important. If anything, it means they are important. Doesn't mean you're going to win them all. It doesn't mean you should be expected to win them all.
Or afraid of anybody.
You shouldn't be afraid of anybody, but you also, like, the reality is they could lose to Portland tomorrow. Like, at 7-10, and this
And who would be mad if there's no Dre?
Well, a lot of people would be mad.
Well, you were
and
saying
they blame
that
Anthony Lamb and Steve Kerr.
Yeah, see.
And Jordan Poole.
I don't get it. Let me read this to you from YouTube. From the land of Hella. The energy is wrong. The body language is negative. The chemistry is non-existent. This squad isn't doing squat this year. Like, I don't see that.
That's a possible outcome. I think the energy.
Now, it could be the dynamics you mentioned, but that's a little strong.
I see that a lot of nights, to be honest.
Guys are getting up off the bench. Remember, we had Benchgate early on, right, when the season started, and nobody was getting up. And I see Dre and Poole interact.
To me, a lot of nights it looks like a team that isn't having a good time. That to me, more nights than it does.
And they're playing the game they love.
But does that matter once you get to a point where it's go time and you have everybody? I think some of that is just the slog of the regular season. I think a big chunk of all of this, and yes, some of it might be the punch, some of it might be the younger players, some of it might be the veterans wanted to coast. All of these things are true. I also think some of it is the Warriors have just become one of these teams like about 20 to 23 in the NBA that just don't give a rip about the regular season. And they look like the regular season is the most
this is the first year we've seen that, Jay.
Tooth extraction they've ever had.
They didn't feel that way last year, and I know they were coming off a loss in the play-in at home to Memphis.
They missed the playoffs twice.
OT, okay.
They missed the playoffs twice, and they had something to prove. This year, they've got nothing to prove until April 15th. Well, it might be April 10th or 11th because they might have to play in a playoff.
Has it still, I know we're up against it, has it still set in that James Wiseman is no longer a Warrior? Jay, that one, it will get worse later. It will. That's where I'm at. Like, I'm focused on the end season.
Will it? How so? Because he's probably going to go be pretty good.
You hadn't had since Chris Webber.
Yeah. I think at some point you have to accept, and not you specifically, but like Warrior fan. I'm not. No, I'm not coming down your bro. I think at some point Warrior fans are just going to have to accept the fact that,
when we're getting a big,
James Wiseman might very well go on and be a good player,
right?
And he wasn't going to be that player here.
But the question,
not for a long time.
Okay, all right. I pictured Steiny on your shoulders, his head. Because they're champ, but why'd you get him then? You knew all that.
Well, they didn't. You know why right on the table. Right on the table.
Second one.
Right on the table. They thought their championship days were over.
But how does one assess that of themselves?
Because they were just 50. The night they drafted Wiseman, they were 15 and 50.
And Klay got hurt.
Klay just got hurt. So they knew that night they were not winning a title that year.
But if you use
they were 15 and 50 and
to replace Klay or something close, or even move the pick,
they weren't winning a title.
But how do you know if you get something that, nobody's going to be Klay?
When the news broke that Klay Thompson went out, the day of the draft, that afternoon, the draft was at 5 o'clock and 2:30 or whatever, the news breaks. Klay Thompson, really bad injury. I don't know if it was Achilles at that point, but eventually it was like really bad injury for Klay. He's working out. November 18th of 2020, right? That moment, the Warriors were eliminated from the ability to win a championship in 2020, 2021. In that moment. They were, so you're not really thinking about that at that. And you were 15 and 50 coming off of that. So you're thinking,
That's what I want to hear.
You're thinking, get the best player you can.
That's what I mean.
And develop.
And he would still be here.
And develop.
And we could be feeling positive about him.
It turned out they were able to be a championship contender again, and that changed the calculus. All right, he's Daryl LaGuru Johnson. I'm JD. 888-957-9570. This segment sponsored by AC Transit.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
I wish Steiny could take it away. Actually, no, I'm having a good time.
I was like, whoa.
No, I don't. No, I don't. Maybe the listener.
You're out of here.
No. JD for Steiny. Dante DiVincenzo, we appreciate the nod.
Balling.
Playing great.
Villanova College, huh?
Priced his way out.
Man.
2-time champion.
Don't say that. That might be able to finagle.
He's priced his way out.
Man.
The only way Dante DiVincenzo is coming back is if he's willing to take 3-20.
Oh, he's getting the bag.
So, I mean, if it's on him.
He didn't look like this when he was in sack.
And I don't even think it is. Well, that's why you got him for 4.5.
Right.
With a player option.
Man.
The whole point of the player option for DiVincenzo was come to the Warriors, play as well as he has. I think the last part of it was be able to play in some playoff series, which I think that part on his.
Yeah.
He was hoping that he could get that
juice.
You know what's crazy? You know what? I'll give you a quick hot Dante DiVincenzo take.
Uh-oh.
You know who should sign him in the offseason? The team that let him go.
The Kings.
And you never know. Just saying. They don't play any defense.
Well, that would be their version of GP2.
I just, I don't know.
That would be this year.
I don't know about that.
I tried.
But the point is that there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to want him.
Yeah. You ever have a follower on social media, Twitter, in this instance. At San Francisco, Eddie 24. He just rides me. And when I say he rides me,
never.
He says the Warriors are breaking down physically. It's over. But Wiggins is not hurt. He's dealing with some real life stuff. Okay, Draymond is all good to go. So April 1st.
Whoa. Draymond's all good to go? Do you really want to make that statement?
You gave us the news. Hey, you said it's clean, the MRI.
I'm surprised that a Warrior like you are, though, is like, hey, Dre's good.
No, my worry is still with the chef. Like, Jay.
But you're not worried about – well, yeah, you could be worried about – but you're not worried about Dre at all?
No, because he bumped knees, and that was okay, where did the contusion or whatever's going on, the pain come from? But that ain't a back or disc issue like it was last year. With Steph, I'm still like, Jay, do you – honestly, in that computer of your brain, you're the real Rain Man – what does it say about when you think we'll see Steph? Because I'm still okay, you beat Minnie, you beat Houston, but that game was scary. Down 9 last night. Anthony Edwards, dude, he looked like Ant-Man for real. I don't like Ant-Man, but that was garbage last night by Ant-Man.
He wasn't good.
He'll wait to the end. I'll jack up a couple threes.
The reality of right now for the Warriors, and Warrior fans aren't going to like me saying it, but at 4:45, when those teams walked on the floor last night to tip that game off, the Timberwolves are the better team on paper. Doesn't mean they're going to win. Timberwolves had lost a bunch of games, 7 games. Timberwolves had lost to Houston, San Antonio, Charlotte, or Detroit. They got swept by Charlotte and Detroit in 2-game season series, which the Warriors got swept by Detroit and Orlando. But what I'm getting at is tomorrow night at 7:10, the Blazers are going to walk on the floor on paper as the better team. Maybe not. Maybe if Draymond plays, it's even. But if Draymond doesn't play, the Blazers again. It doesn't mean the Warriors aren't going to win. They've shown that they can rise up and win, but the team that the Warriors are putting out on the floor right now, they got to do a lot of things right and have the other, force the other team to do other things wrong or have the other team do other things wrong. It does make the games any less important, but I think Warrior fans have to get out of this thinking that the Warrior jersey just shows up and they're going to beat some of these teams that they've had to struggle to beat.
Because that's how it's been throughout the run when you get 4 and 8. I was in the arena with you and Steiny during the Durant days. We could, they're up 20. You just knew what it was. It wasn't compelling at all. It was great basketball, but it was dominance at its peak form. How about this though? So, do I need to set a doctor's appointment because I'm finding this exciting that the Warriors have to fight and claw? Most of the nights, they're undermanned until we find out what's behind curtain number 1 with Steph and then Wiggins. In a crazy way, I told you guys this morning, it feels like the playoffs have already started, Jay. I guess I'm cheating a bit, but the Warriors have never had to start the race this far behind if they do qualify for the offs in the Steve Kerr era.
You're right. I mean, the other times that they've been as close to this bad or worse, they have just missed the playoffs altogether.
Man. And that's why I got to be careful about the play-in. I was like, dude, Ja came in here when he it was
stole your spot.
Yeah, no doubt.
They stole your spot.
They did.
And that can happen. And that's where I think you want to avoid that if you can. And the standings say you can avoid it because Dallas ain't bleep.
Man, I'm with you.
They're not.
What about Minnie? But Minnie's behind the Warriors now. But there's one more team.
Look, here's the thing. You look at it right now. The fully healthy Warriors are right now.
Let's go. Go
the
ahead.
Fully healthy Warriors are better than
Memphis,
the Lakers. Even the new look Lakers. The fully healthy Warriors, yes.
I'll give you. Hey,
the fully healthy Warriors, yes. The not fully healthy Warriors, no. I'm going to say that.
All right.
If the Warriors are missing anybody, Lakers over them. Fair?
What about Sac?
Better than Portland, better than the Pelicans, better than the Timberwolves, better than the Jazz, better than Dallas, better than Sac. If they're fully healthy, yes. If the Warriors,
I agree.
I'm going to say it, and it's not a crazy
yeah.
statement, and I hate to keep saying it. If the Warriors are fully healthy and they play the Kings, the Warriors are winning that series.
Man.
Thanks for coming. It was a cute
down.
Story.
Yep.
Light the beam, night.
You need a little more work.
Like it's over.
Yep.
It's no disrespect. They would have had a great year. it would be over at that point.
We love D-Lo and K. Diddy.
The teams that I'd say fully healthy.
I already got them on my list. Go ahead.
It's Denver, Phoenix, maybe the Clippers, although I'm kind of out on the Clippers with the Westbrook edition. It's Denver and Phoenix. It's really Phoenix.
The hate this guy gets.
I think Phoenix is the only team. I shouldn't say
they've gotten to a finals without Durant. And I know CP3 was a couple years younger, but they've already done it with Ayton. And last year, nobody knows what went down in that Dallas finals, but I think Alvarado took a lot out of CP3. He looks like his legs are shot.
Well, they don't even need CP3 to be a guy.
And that's why they're scary. They got Booker. The big two, or the tandem, is Booker and Kevin Durant.
And now Chris can just be a glue guy that gets those guys the rock, that gets Ayton involved. Yeah. No, they got action. I think you asked me today who's coming out of the West. I think it's Phoenix.
And you don't want to play them into the later you can. If you
do not want to play them in the first round. No. Like and
right now that would constitute you being the 5th seed because 4 would play 5.
Yeah, although I think they're moving up.
Phoenix.
Right. I think Phoenix is moving up. Yeah. They might not be able to move any higher than 4, I guess. Are they already 4? I guess they're already 4.
Phoenix is.
Yeah, so I guess
3 behind Sac. They may not.
They may not now, but I actually think they've got action. I think Phoenix could go.
Oh man!
I think Phoenix could go 15-5.
I wouldn't be shocked.
I mean, Durant's playing. I can't remember if it's tomorrow or Wednesday, but their next game he's playing.
In Charlotte, I believe.
Yeah, Wednesday
supposedly.
So he plays the rest of the year. He's got to stay healthy. I mean, that's part of.
But that's part of
the deal for him, though.
Tatum.
Well, they're not winning it without him, is what I'm saying.
And you know who I am? He would love nothing more than to run through the Warriors.
It would be awesome theater. I just don't want to.
Oh, look at you got me juiced now. I want Warriors sack because the Bay and the 86, what would you call it? But we need that in our lives.
Call it Warriors in 5 is what I'd call it.
Oh, whoa. No sweep?
No.
De'Aaron Fox, line 1.
No.
Bonus.
No. Kings will beat them 145-138 in game 2.
Speaking of which, did you really get your bullets off when we talked about the Clippers-Kings game?
What about
I was really turned off.
Oh. I thought it was a great game. I watched it back Friday night, actually, because I was doing
1-7. What was great about it?
It was because
the Clippers blew the game.
The Clippers blew the game. They did for sure. They were up 14 with 4 minutes left. They were up 6 in overtime.
Jesus,
they were up 6 in double overtime.
Sacred.
I didn't. I know you're surprised. I didn't really have a problem with the game. I thought it was there was no defense.
So when you turned it off, you're like, "Hey Jay, I missed the game." Like that don't. But that's video game stuff.
It was, but the shooting percentages were incredible. That both teams were making threes at an awesome rate. There was no defense. I mean, it was.
I guess that's my problem.
It was just kind of, but that's nightly throughout the league. Look at some of the scores. Every game Sac plays is not 150, but it's 130.
Can't forget Harrison Barnes' revenge tour if the Warriors are going with HB.
Stop. I hate you putting me in the position where I got to disrespect them because I know somebody there is going to get wind and be like,
Jay, the third seed. You can't do nothing to hate.
Us.
Nah. And then the Mike Brown factor.
What's
Even
that?
though Sam said Mike's known for his defense, and right now he's got the best offense.
He's the coach of the year.
De'Aaron Fox is the fastest in the league with the ball in his hands. Random.
Let's get to Mark in the city. 888-957-9570. What's going on, Mark?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you guys doing?
Talk to us.
Wow.
All right, man. I was just listening in, and I was just it got me thinking about the post game interview yesterday that DiVincenzo had, and they asked him about his rebounding and why he got so much better, and he said that his dad got on him, and he said y'all not rebounding this and that, and so he wanted to prove a point basically that yes I can. So I think the Warriors should look into bringing in their dads and their parents and just being like, look, you guys aren't doing this, you guys aren't doing that, and I think they'll take it much better than hearing a journalist or, you know what I mean? Like, I just think they need to bring in the parents to shoot it, and that's all I got. Thank you.
There you go.
I mean,
Mark running material?
What time does the improv open or the punchline?
A little material
and he
from
meant
Mark.
it, yeah.
Yeah.
How long you think he held on?
It was a while. It was
get that
half
off.
of this segment and a good chunk of the last segment.
To get that, he's probably giggling right now.
All right, we'll go to Mark.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go to Mark. But
Never been a big fan of pull my finger humor.
DiVincenzo is somebody. It's going to hurt to lose DiVincenzo.
But no,
you're right.
Dude,
Not a conversation for today.
He played. See ya, Evan, Kyle. Stop. We don't know, but I get you.
But you know what? Let's take a quick poll. You want to take a quick poll?
Oh no, go ahead.
Do you want to take a quick poll?
Yeah, sure.
And I'm not even saying your vote, but with Evan and Kyle, quick poll. It's okay. All right, guys.
I can't wait.
DiVincenzo, staying or going?
Night.
That's mine.
Gone.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. So yeah,
you guys don't know about the Warrior culture. He might want to stay, but I get it.
I'm sure he would
get those
left.
I'm sure he would love to stay.
That's a 3.
I'm sure he would love to stay, but there's a price. What's the and again, the Warriors are capped to what they can even offer him.
Yeah, I think the Warriors culture is why he's gone, because the Warriors get people paid.
Do you think that's why they brought GP2 back? They brought GP2 back for this year.
Yes, they did.
But to still have him under contract, he can, if that happens and he were to depart.
Well, they're going to need somebody that does a little bit of what DiVincenzo does.
He is perfect. I know.
Well, he's perfect because he's young.
Yeah, but dude, when he shoots, you think it's going in. The timely manner of the threes, the passes, the back cuts. It's like, damn, Jay Wright.
He's a winner.
He's a winner.
I mean, he is. He's a winner.
He's a winner.
He at the college level did
a winner.
Everything that a lot of the Warrior players have done at the NBA level. And I know he won with Milwaukee. He didn't play with Milwaukee at the back end of that year.
But he hadn't won in the league. You know what I mean? He hadn't won in SAC.
That didn't matter.
Yeah, but he's a winner. I like that.
They weren't.
You don't take them serious.
It didn't seem like he really wanted to be there.
Yeah, he ain't the only one. But now,
well, yeah, it's a different story now. But he's become a more consistent player, I think, this year with his shot for sure. And
I wonder how much that is playing around Steph and Klay. You know, people, come on, Goo. And Kerr,
he would play a little erratically throughout his career, Milwaukee, SAC, whatever it is.
I like him in Milwaukee.
He'd take some bad shots, good defender, smart, all those things are true, but he'd take some bad shots. And I think he's shown he ain't shy, but he also will look to keep it moving.
Chalk one up for Bob on that one.
That to me was
called him a winner.
That was a no-brainer.
Like
that was a no-brainer, and a guy that you'd love to keep. But typically when you go get Dante DiVincenzo types, you're getting the 33-year-old version of the Dante DiVincenzo type. And not the 25-year-old version.
He's balling.
So he's been balling and been playing pretty well. 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. John Dickinson and Daryl the Guru Johnson here as I'm sitting in for Steiny. It's Steiny and Guru here on a Monday. Warriors, do they have action in the Western Conference? The standings obviously say that they do. Good news on the Draymond Green injury front. Steve Kerr saying at practice today that his MRI came back clear. Practice today, questionable officially for tomorrow.
So it's just pain management?
Sounds like it's just pain management.
And Dre's a tough SOB, so I guess he was being cautious too. Let's make sure nothing's going on.
Yeah, and I think there was a little bit of a try to give him a little break while he maybe was feeling less than 100 because they know they're probably going to need him for a stretch run.
So you got Portland Clippers,
Pelicans, and then they go at the Lakers, at OKC, at Memphis.
Now, all those are about, you think Curry plays on any of those games? If you had to bet right now.
No. If I had to bet right now, and they undersold and over-delivered on the shoulder injury because that's
a great way to put it.
4 to 6 weeks on the shoulder injury, and he came back a tick under 4 weeks. It was 27 days, so a day under 4 weeks from the night of the injury to the night that he came back. I think it's more likely we're looking at like Milwaukee, March 11th, which is
they would need him.
Still less than 2 weeks away. Yeah. It's 12 days away. That's not that far.
Somebody posed this to me on the text line. Goo, would you take Dante over GP2? Forget he's injured. Just straight up now.
Yes, 100%.
Me too, man.
Not even
close.
I
love me some GP2.
Not even close. GP2, GP2's got to prove he can stay healthy.
And there you go. What was that? 6 out of 8? I mean, his Carfax is long.
He said it. He said 5 out of. He said I've had 5 or 6 surgeries.
Dude, that's under the knife
in the last few years. and if he can come back and be a factor for the playoffs, then that's another reason to think the Warriors have action.
Why was Portland playing him? Like, I can't believe that story just disappeared. Like, there was some negligence or there was some, we don't care about you, but they paid him. So if he would have still been there. Why would you just, and the Warriors like, oh, you need to sit down.
I think there was probably an inherent pressure that comes with the contract to get out there and play without it being spoken, right?
So the team doctors were in on it. Wink, wink. You can go.
Unspoken. Well, I think doctors a lot of times all they do is lay out options, and they can say yes, no, but I think they can also say, well, you can play. You're not going to make it worse. You want to play more comfortably. You can take X or Y, and it's presented as options, and ultimately it's on the player to decide. And so that's the one thing that I do think has been a little undersold.
His agent Goodwin came out and said, my client's never,
shots, injections.
Oh, okay.
He took oral. Yeah.
Oh.
So that's a little different. So he took it. Like, it's like that's not being disputed. Like, he was taking it just wasn't by injection.
So you got to give him credit for trying to get out.
Well, but again, to go back to the original point, like, I think there's an inherent, when you sign a deal like that and you're brought in to help,
pressure,
and you don't play the first 30 games, like, there's an inherent, like, hey, dude, when you coming? Like, you.
But we seen some not come at all. Like,
that's true. But
you ain't about to wreck my future.
But his future, he already got paid. So that's So I think that only adds to the.
To him like, you got the leverage.
That
You already got the chicken.
Well, true.
Don't go ruin yourself.
He could have just. No, you're right.
He's a baller.
But he wanted to be out there.
He's a grown ass man.
And anybody that knows GP2, and that was the next point. You took the words right out of my mouth, which is just that he would want to be out there.
His daddy is Gary Payton.
He didn't come to get the payday and then tap out.
Right,
like, that ain't him. So,
and it's his own team. He is trying to get out there.
But he wanted to he wanted to play. He wanted to come back and try and help him. You can say that Portland didn't give the Warriors all the information, and that's sounds 100% fair, and maybe they end up getting punished for that. But you can't say that GP2 was forced to do something that he didn't want to do. That's the part where to me, you have to draw a line in the sand on that.
Now,
you're ripping people.
I'm a P1 when you're on after every Warrior game. I have no way to prove it to you. There've been some great losses, and you've been great, JD, but you've been on fire. And then I listened to you and Whitey. So I'm throwing you a curveball. If I say John Dickinson on this lovely Monday, do you expect, and I brought it up earlier, Bob Myers to be back? Or are you like me? If you look at the tea leaves and that podcast with Tim, I can't stop thinking about it with Kawakami, bosses, and Joe Lakem's the boss in this instance, when they say stuff and talk about the depth in the department, and just the fact, okay. So that's where I'm at, JD. But I hope, how can he not be a made man?
I don't think that was an indicator that he's not coming back. That statement about the depth and we got all this depth in the front office. I just didn't I just thought it was disrespectful.
Right.
That to me.
If we break up, I got 3 in my Rolodex.
And also, he may be hidden as big a part of, all these other people are part of it too, that may be getting risen along.
Man. Could you imagine somebody else running the Dubs like that? I mean, I
think you always have to.
But we don't, it's just about the players. But we know more sophisticated than that. But this would be a mega change to me.
My original sense was that maybe Bob was just done and wanted to change and all. Now I feel like it is a little bit more negotiation.
Yeah. No, okay. And what did he say in that interview? That Joe, he's a great negotiator.
But now I feel like some of this.
But my thing is, Joe, if he shouldn't have to play those games.
If
he is negotiating.
Well, is it and this is the part where I don't know, and I really don't want to speculate, but I will put it on the table in this fashion, and that is, if Bob Myers wants to be the number 1 paid GM, then it should be
a blank check.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Like that to me, if that's really what
this were the mob movies, it's a blank check for what you've done for me and been loyal.
If that's really what this is about, to me, it can't be that.
Jay, wow, it can't be that.
It can't be that. If it's as simple as I want to be number 1, and that offer isn't on the table, even though there's been a couple offers, as Joe said himself to Kawakami, then that to me is a problem.
And if they disagreed, my mind wanders. If they disagreed over the Wiseman pick, the fact that Joe, he was an advocate for Wiseman, JD, you know that. They traded him, so that makes me think there was nothing there. They were both on the same page, but I just feel like, man, I can't wait. I can't wait hoping Bob comes back because he deserves it.
You were putting me on the spot, right? You were going to say, do you think he's coming back or not right now? Because you stopped short of it. I kind of gave you
somebody
the look.
said, what's the H on my shirt for? And I was like, handsome. But go ahead.
Right now today, Feb 27, I don't think he's coming back. That's the way it looks.
You're not by yourself.
That's the way it looks right now, is that he's not coming back. And
all
we'll
I asked
see.
for, too.
We'll see how it ends.
But it's a big deal. It would be a big – if he were to move on.
It would be a massive shift.
Okay.
There's no doubt. Fair. But it could be a massive shift in line with a couple of massive shifts.
Yeah, look at the Giants when they did some form of this massive shift. They ain't got get back. Well, 107, but yeah.
It's a weird deal.
Yeah, you didn't get a title.
It's a weird deal. But I think we have to – it's fun to talk about. It makes sense to talk about. I understand why we talk about it. But you really do have to let the entire year – because we don't know whether this team's going to be the 6th seed and make a run, be the 4th seed and go to the finals, get beat in the play-in. Here, they're too injured. They're an injury away from – there's somebody not coming back away from – missing the whole thing still.
Man.
As great as – I mean, that's like the day-to-day of the Warriors right now is on fire because everything matters.
And
every injury report, every game, it all matters these last 6 weeks.
But how is this for irony? The guy that has endured the most injury right now is the one that's in fuego, and that's Klay. Well, Wiggins doesn't count again. That ain't physical. Yeah,
wait, say.
Remember how we were all worried about Klay? Is he going to be himself?
Yeah.
Will he ever get back to this plateau?
He's close enough.
And he's healthy. The best ability is availability, and he's out there playing 35 minutes, and now it's the others around him. But I put Wiggins in there, and I can't.
Yeah, you're right. He's been the most durable this year, believe it or not, right?
Yeah.
They've protected him in the back-to-backs, but now he's hitting 12 threes. And
Bonte had the greatest line. I don't know if you
second to
heard
back-to-back.
I didn't know the bank was open on Sundays. That's a 5. I'm sorry. I meant to bring that up on the changeover when he banked that one out the glass. JD, you shoot hoop? You know how hard it is to hit that shot?
Yeah, he didn't do it intentionally.
Hello. Right.
Well, I mean, right?
But that means you're hot. The
not to go full
guys are
Steiny.
like, Charles Barkley, dude, just bank in.
Not to go full Steiny on you, but he wasn't trying to do it. He was just trying to get the shot off.
He wasn't trying till you get it.
He got lucky.
Right.
He made it look cool though when he looked like he looked like he knew it was going. He looked like I did that on purpose.
You see that there?
That was he owned it in the best way possible. All right, book your getaway to Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Their midweek winter special offers the lowest rates of the year, starting at just $199 per night. Enjoy stunning views, refreshed rooms, and free breakfast. Book now. InAtTheTides.com.
Why do we turn crumpled up paper into 3-pointers?
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Welcome back. Final
Turn your
segment.
mic on.
Final
That's
segment.
never happened to you.
We got some information about Draymond Green that I'm trying to confirm. As far as
Day.
Yeah, the Warriors. And there was good news on Draymond. Steve Kerr practiced. MRI came back clean. Practiced today. And he is officially listed as, is he? Yeah, it's not on the injury report, is it? No, it's not.
Okay.
Not on the one I'm looking at. They update it.
So
I hate getting into the semantical thing, but anyway, I guess he's going to be probable.
Speaking of Loon Dog, I got to give you credit, your flowers. Earlier, we did an exercise where I said Curry is off limits. Who is your MVP? And I said it was DiVincenzo. And then when it was over, you said, Goo, what about Looney?
It's probably Looney.
How can I, Loon Dog, I owe you an apology. I got to go take it back from Dante.
I mean, he's been the ultimate.
Mr. Reliable.
He's been the ultimate in Mr. Reliable. And so, yeah. So, yeah, look, good. Things are trending in a positive direction for Draymond. He was probable Friday and didn't play, so we'll see.
And I don't remember the Laker game. Do you remember where he banged knees or, like, did he show?
I don't remember.
Was he hobbled?
Although there was a lot about that game that was unmemorable.
The fans were hot. Warrior Twitter, you got to watch out, Jade. I get involved in these things. I don't even know anybody. It's just throwing bottles and knives at each other.
I see a lot of it, and I hear a lot of it.
How do I get out of it?
On Warriors Wrap Up, and sometimes it bleeds into Warriors This Week. It's like, who do you think this team's supposed to beat with Wiggins? I know Steiny. I don't want to do my Steiny.
But he had their back. He was like, who did you –
But
how do you expect him to beat the Lakers that game without no Wiggins and Curry?
No question. Let's get to Austin and San Jose, 888-957-9570. What's going on, Austin?
What's going on, fellas? By two of my favorite guys.
What's up, hey?
Appreciate it.
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, listen, Guru, calm down on the Wiseman thing. Let that thing go. That ship is sailed, brother. It's not going to be any hangover about James. James will be fine. I think he'll be a decent player in the league, but I think we got to forget the superstar thing. I don't think he's a superstar. Okay, that's okay. You can make a nice living being just a normal player in the NBA. So let's not feel sorry for James Wiseman.
Austin, I'm going to let you finish, but the impact and the thirst that I have, along with, I believe, a lot of Dub Nation, that we still don't have what he was supposed to be. And that athletic big, that will always hurt until it gets rectified, Austin.
Fair enough. We can go get that somewhere else. There's some options out there we can get. The thing I called about was JD. So here's something I'm going to say that's going to be a little controversial. I know you guys are a little bit on a tough spot. But here's my thing. I know you guys are advocating for Myers. And listen, I got nothing against Bob Myers. He's done a great job. But what if I said to you the Warriors could benefit by a change of scenery in that office? In other words, what if I said we could bring in another GM that may be able to rebuild the roster a little differently than what we've seen over the last 10 years? How would you respond to that, guys? Love listening. Thank you.
I think it's a fair question. Although,
I can't wait for you to go because I got something.
I think it's a fair question. So I don't think it's crazy in that respect. But I also think you have to look at I think you could make a case that Bob Myers' voice hasn't carried enough weight on certain things and other voices have, and maybe his voice should more consistently carry more weight, and that could be part of, like, hey, maybe we wouldn't be in position X, Y, and Z.
That's fair.
Maybe it's not totally about the pay, is what I'm saying. Like, if my voice, meaning Bob's, carried a little more weight in the room, maybe we wouldn't have been in such a vulnerable spot at X, Y, and Z.
Interesting.
So that would be, I would kind of flip it back in that respect. I wouldn't, and this is where I wouldn't love the internal options is probably the best way I'll say it as far as replacement.
Well, I'll say this. If you don't like the silverware, don't just throw out the spoon. Do it all. So why would you stop there? Because we don't, again, he was just throwing it out there, but you have a lot of what Bob Myers represents in regard to change and doing it a different way. And that's why I told Steiny, and I'm not advocating for this, but don't dare tell me, anybody, that Steph Curry can't win a chip without Draymond Green. And I know Dre is headed to Springfield. I know what he represents. But my point is, if you get somebody in here for Dre, how you do that, you do that. But you get somebody in here that is more productive offensively, okay, maybe you lose something on the set and screens or this or that. But if you want to do that, Austin, let's do some other stuff.
Yeah,
with the knives and the forks, all the stuff. Then
I think that's also
where we're going.
I think that's also fair. But yeah, and to me, it's more of if you're looking for fresh eyes.
Right.
Then I would be more open to you're looking at fresh eyes from the outside. Somebody that's than fresh eye than elevating somebody. To me, if you're sticking with what you've got, you need Bob to be a part of that. That's the way.
That's a great question.
It's a great question. No, and a fair question. Just to clean up the Draymond deal. Draymond is officially probable on the injury report. So my apologies to Kyle and to Lucas. Lucas had his computer
great haircut,
update
by the
first.
way, Lucas.
And so the 2:30 injury report is out. It has the updated designations for tomorrow. Wiggins is out again. I think we probably knew that with the way things have been trending.
Oh, boy.
No Curry, no Iguodala, no Peyton, no Wiggins. Draymond is probable.
Now,
so good news there.
I'm going Rob Lowe about last night. Tell me if I'm a nerd. This is one component of last night's game we have not spoke about.
Okay.
Why do and I'm not a groupie, but seeing Barry Bonds and A-Rod at the game together, that just did something to me.
What, you didn't like it?
I loved every second
you
of
loved
it. It was two badasses in the game, and they got stains to them.
It felt big. No,
it was big.
Yeah, I'm with
That's
you.
all I'm
I liked
saying.
it. Okay, good. I'm actually glad we agreed.
I'm all in on Barry, and A-Rod, he was a bad SOB.
Yeah, I thought.
Damn, they was a chase.
The thought that I had was, hey, these dudes were characterized in their time as great players. Obviously, with some skeletons, with the whole PED thing, right? For both of them, but also dudes that were the ultimate on the field, but also not the best teammate. So it was two dudes who were characterized as maybe the best players in the last 40 years that were also not great teammates. Of course, they're friends.
If the stories are true,
right? Of course, of course, those two are friends.
Because
right?
I got love for. If the stories are true that Barry had a recliner and a whole part of the clubhouse to himself,
well, you did,
Jay. That would not fly with me. I'd be like, bring your ass over here, Jay. We would get into it.
That wasn't a story. That was visible. Like
Barry. But I bet if he had it to do over again, he wouldn't do it. Like, you can't do that. You just high-siding on the rest of the team because you can. Jay, I would break. If
anybody could do it, it would be
Jay,
him.
I would be like, man, send me out of here. Send me back to AAA. But I'm going to let this dude know you can't do that to the rest of the team.
We are going to talk some baseball here in the next 15 minutes.
Yeah. I love you, Barry.
To me, I'm with you. There was a cachet to
man. And the crowd. How was the crowd? Because on TV,
crowd was electric. It was a good.
They knew when to go.
It was a night where it felt like the Warriors, the fans, kind of knew they needed to be a part of the game to be able to pull the team toward a victory. And yeah, they were into it. And Klay going off sends them into a special. Kind of a frenzy.
The 408. Yeah. Barry was the original Russell Wilson. That's an F.
No, that's no.
I don't know what parallel you're making.
He's the opposite of Russell Wilson.
What?
Right?
Yeah, that's an F.
No, that's. I'm trying to think who would be.
What does that even mean?
Who would
Russell
even
had his own little? I guess
who would even be a Barry comp today?
Wow.
Like they're. Man,
Evan, Kyle?
I mean, it definitely used to be more common that athletes didn't get along with their teammates that happened to be great ones. I mean, like Kobe Bryant wasn't a great teammate until the end.
Damn.
But I never thought of him as disassociating himself completely from the clubhouse.
He took care of Odom.
Yeah,
he was hard on guys, but never getting dressed. So that's offensive, man.
I think that's part of the allure of Bonds.
And maybe why he's not in the hall, or that has nothing to do.
Yeah.
If you're an ass, Jay, you can do it all you want. You got the license. But stuff like that, the stories, I think it comes back to bite you when you least expect it.
I think to me it's more I don't think it's bad teammate with Barry. I think it was bad with the media. I think it is more the reason.
But what if Jeff Kent now, I ain't pro Kent, but should be in the Hall of Fame. If you see that, come on, Jay. Like, you can imagine us getting ready for the show and you're in a whole nother green room. You're like, y'all stay out there. I'll send you a text.
Not with you, but there's There's plenty of people that you'd want that.
No. Oh, I'm out. I tell the boss I can't go.
I mean, I've been in that position before in my 20-year career.
Dressing room? Dude,
I've never had it, but I've wanted it.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm not saying I've had it, but I can understand where you might want it.
Bonds might be Kyrie. Nah, Kyrie, he's cool.
No,
I imagine.
No, I think Bonds is like give me Bonds. Give me Barry Bonds over Kyrie any day. Any day.
Oh man.
No. Give me Bonds any day over Kyrie. Kyrie doesn't want to play half the time.
Not even close. It's really not even close.
Bonds took the damn field every day.
Well, he didn't want to
Bonds wasn't looking for PTO.
But he'll just treat you like a peasant. You guys shower over there. I'll be in the Hilton.
Barry loved taking shots.
I would rather have
That's a 5.
That's
Barry
a 5.
loved taking shots.
I would rather have the dude who's a complete jerk, but shows up to play every single day at the highest level. We can have a separate conversation about PEDs, but like Barry wanted to be on the field, and he brought it on the field. The Kyrie.
I'm done
half the
defending
time
Kyrie.
You wonder if Kyrie's really into it.
I gave you the real quick the whole vaccine. I met you halfway on that, but yeah, the PTOs are too much.
It's the PTOs. Yeah. What? I gave you my fit theory on that it was as much a part of him just wanting the time off that came with it.
And I always tried to battle you.
As bad as that looked, as it was about trying to make a stand for something. And look, it's his prerogative.
Yeah. People laughing at me, because I like Westbrook and Kyrie. But go ahead, Jay. We got some baseball to get to.
We do have some baseball. You want to get Ben in Oakland first?
Let's grab Ben.
Ben in Oakland is up next here on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, Ben?
Hey, I've heard so many people say Draymond is bad at offense, but to me, he runs the offense. He's a fantastic offensive player. He just doesn't score that much. So just explain it to me, Guru, how he's bad at offense. That's it. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, there's nothing worse than overpassing. And there are some nights, some games, we've all seen it to where I feel like Dre overpasses JD. Basketball is a game of rhythm. You run the offense, and the only bad shot is the one you don't take. Now, to the caller's point, and I feel like he was running material and being smart, Dre on a good day sometimes looks like Irvin Magic Johnson. But sometimes I need you to go to that bucket. And the days and the numbers that we have when he scores, 10 or 15 points, the Warriors got a great record. I just want to see more of that. That's all.
Let's get who's this? Kaipo? Is it Kaipo? In Hawaii. Oh. Kaipo. What's going on, Kaipo? Aloha.
Aloha. How are you?
Doing well.
How are you guys doing?
All right.
Yeah, well, I guess we're talking Warrior basketball right now, aren't we?
All right, Kaipo. Thanks for the call. We're gonna Kaipo's disqualified.
How long do you think he held on?
Not very long.
To do what?
Not very long. to run something that we weren't going to allow him to get to.
He probably hit rewind on the Odyssey.
Yeah, he was trying. Yeah, I'm going to hear. Yeah, Kaipo is.
Yeah. God, grow up.
Sniff that one out a little bit here toward the end of the show. So, all right, over the weekend.
Dude, go ahead, man.
Over the weekend, spring training finally underway. It's the Braves and the Red Sox. And it was the Braves, Cal Conley, thinking he just won the game, right? It's 2 out. It's a full count. Bases are loaded.
Let's go.
It's a tie game, bottom 9. And he thinks he drew a walk-off walk, but the ump points at him and says, no, it's a strike 3 for a timing violation. You're out. There's no extra innings in
my goodness,
spring training. So the game ended in a tie, but I've had people say, I love this.
Go ahead.
I hated it. I'm just going to put it on the table, right? I absolutely hated it. To me, this is the one thing last thing you want to do. I know you're trying to fix the game, speed it up, get everybody on and off the field. Pace of play is too slow. The last thing you want to do is take away a game-ending walk-off dramatic situation on a judgment call based on the clock.
Whitey Herzog is turning over in his grave to think that a batter can be out without swinging the stick because a damn clock went off. And Jay, what's scary about this is I think we're going to see this in the regular season. And that's not how this was designed. But look at the NBA. Even though they get the call right, the game stops. I'm sick of it. Jay, it was spring training, but I'm offended. And it's just like the old adage, oh, it's not a foul because it was 20 seconds left in the game. If it's a foul, it's a foul. But don't please enforce this rule. This is the epitome of why you didn't get it right. Like, baseball, you went Joan Rivers. You wanted this 100,000 facelift because you want to appease I don't know who. But this is what you get, because if this happens in the regular season, hey, did you have fun at the yard? Yeah, had the game at all. JD let the clock go off. He struck out, or they called him out.
They won on a walk-off pitcher violation.
I'm embarrassed, though. I'm embarrassed.
It's the only thing that saved it for me is
spring training.
Is the fact it's spring training, and you're trying to set a tone that we're going to call this in the regular season, and we're going to call it in the first 6 innings of a game, especially in the regular season. To me, you cannot call that in the situation. In the regular season, you cannot call that in the situation that they called it.
I'm telling you, get ready. Why? I feel like they're letting you know they're setting their shot.
Game. Could you imagine a playoff game, an inning ending with the game on the line?
Stop watching, man. We're gonna find out. Now, are you pro or anti-clock?
I'm anti-clock. I don't think.
What are we doing?
To me, you don't.
Seaver.
I'm anti-clock. I'm anti-bases.
What are we doing? And they're biggest pizza boxes, and I keep asking it. I go, Evan, why do you?
What is going on?
It's going to encourage you to steal more? No.
Well, because you're more apt to be safe, right? Because you don't have to go as far.
Well, it's the home run or strikeout. That's what era we're in, guys.
Well, they're trying to minimize that.
I love the idea of being anti-base, just in general. Like, go stand in a vicinity, just a general vicinity. We don't need the bags out there. Get rid of the bases.
Why are they bigger? I just, dude, I'm telling you, the end times are near, man. It's snowing in Cali. It's in the Bay. Just enjoy yourself, man. I'm really telling you that.
By the way, I thought this.
Whitey Herzog's still alive.
We had it. Yeah, I was just.
Why? Whitey, I love you to death.
I got nothing.
We were all.
Wow, Kyle.
We were all going to the same place there. When you said it, I thought the JD brain went off, and I go, I think he might still be alive. I wasn't sure.
Years young.
In fairness, I was not sure.
My bad, Whitey.
And I actually had it. I'll show you. I had it Googled.
Oh, somebody help me.
I had it. I went to the Wikipedia as a check. Yeah, Whitey Herzog.
That's my guy. Yeah.
91.
So much so I had him.
Don't talk about that.
And still with us.
Right.
And so
which is a good thing.
Hat tip 925.
Where did you pull the Whitey Herzog from?
He was one of the greats. And it was Earl Weaver. Hey, it was Earl Weaver I was thinking of, the 3-run homer, and I know he's not with us.
He passed away a few years ago.
I said Whitey Herzog, Cardinal manager.
Yeah. So Whitey Herzog.
Damn it! You guys let that marinate a little too long, though. I didn't like it.
What's
that?
You
guys didn't correct me fast
I wasn't going to correct you unless I knew for sure.
Kyle usually hits the thing.
I didn't know who he was.
Okay.
Oh wow!
Now that really hurts.
Wow.
That's just wow.
And that is. I think he was more your. He was my era too.
People, man.
I think he was a little more your era. Yeah. Because I don't actually remember watching the '85 World Series.
Chuck Tanner,
but I was alive.
No
for
longer
it.
with us.
Yeah.
Great Pirate manager.
But I was alive. Yeah, I was alive for it. Like
real quick, Dan Gore for 71.
I didn't have a problem with it, but it didn't. But it didn't do a lot for me.
You're 2 under 500.
It wasn't Mitchell, right, Don? It wasn't Mitchell. Like Mitchell doing it felt like it was. There was more to Mitchell doing it. It wasn't. I didn't think as bad as Booker doing it. Booker doing it was a joke.
Am I bad for this? Lou Williams, remember him? Mr. Get Buckets tweeted out, Dame needs to cut a record on Twitter right after the game. And I called it on 2 games under 500.
Wow.
I got a lot of time. Pretty good, huh?
4.
Yeah, I wouldn't pat myself on the back, but.
Yeah, I mean, they're not the most talented roster. So thinking, him going off, even if it's against the worst team in the NBA, like I didn't
71 is 71. Daniel, get out of there.
It didn't feel contrived to me, did it? Or
no.
I mean, I wasn't watching the game because I was at the Warriors.
Yeah, I'm just saying, get out of there. I know the loyalty thing, Jay. I want to see that dude What, his last playoff game was when he knocked Westbrook out and did the bye-bye?
Well, his last playoff game.
Western Conference Final.
I think they made it in the bubble.
Yeah.
I think they made it in the bubble.
You might be right.
And then got beat.
But Dame, get out of there.
So,
You got a license to get yourself out.
Well, I don't think he wants to, which goes back to Evan doesn't think he's a winner or something like. I think I'm mixing up the argument. He's gutless.
But to do a freestyle on the plane that got delayed the first game after the break, and then you don't play in sack.
Well,
that's whack.
Well, to me, that was far more whack than chasing 71. If that's what he was doing.
No, well, the
last
71, it was natural. He was hot.
Taking a night off just because you got a fly day a game.
Wow, man.
When you're fighting for something, I mean that's pretty ugly. It's been a while since I've been in, guys, on this slot. Is there do we still do the how much time?
30 seconds.
Well, you never do it, but yeah,
I'll never die.
How much time we? I don't. Yeah, how much time we got? And what's coming up?
We got Amin Elhassan from Meadowlark Media coming up with Ray and Allen.
All right, Ray and Allen coming up next for Goo.
Shout out Ray Allen.
I'm JD.
Yeah.
Shout out Ray Allen. 95.7 The Game.
Whitey Herzog.
Discover credit cards automatically double.
Roy and Battery. You're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Hello, fellow carbon-based life forms. Ray Ratto here, and standing in for Damon Bruce, in fact, standing on Damon Bruce and his tattered relationships with the world, the lovely and talented Alan Stiles.
Hey,
Hi,
Ray.
Dad. What's going on?
Oh, not too much. Enjoying Monday. Sun's starting to pop out a little bit, so I'm
Give it time.
I'm in a
It'll
better
be gone
mood.
soon.
I'm in a better mood for now.
Yeah. Are you having Damian Lillard's day, though?
No, I am not, but I wish I was. That's the type of energy I want to bring through, Ray. This is 71 point energy, because this guy, and look, I've had a lot to say about Damian Lillard and how he gets viewed, and when you look at what he's done for the Blazers and who he is to the Blazers, how could he be remembered? A lot of people bring up Steph Curry when you talk about Damian Lillard, but make no doubt about it, this guy is one of one in his own right, just in a different way.
Yeah, he's invested in a town that, in truth, probably has not paid him back commensurately. As much as he's loved, he's been on a series of teams that haven't been impactful. So he's been impactful on that franchise's behalf. And we bring him up not only because he went for 71 yesterday, but because the Warriors play the Blazers tomorrow night here in town. And because Lillard's an Oakland guy, and he's also a Portland guy, he might be the least recognized, genuinely great player in this league.
Right now.
Well, I mean, yeah, not over the history of the league. I mean, we could go through any number of Hall of Famers. But I would say he was amazing last night, but we've seen him have heaters like this before. In fact, I looked this up. He's one of 5 guys in the history of the league to go for 60 twice in the same year.
Ridiculous.
I mean, just, who does that? And the others? Well, Chamberlain, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, James Harden. I mean, that's a guy who not only has the green light, but he's earned it. So in that way, he's got a little bit of the Curry comp in him. And if he'd had players around him as good as the ones that Curry's had, there might be a ring on his finger.
But this is where I want to go with that, because when I mentioned that I don't want to say hard on Damian Lillard, because there's nothing to be hard on him for. You look at who he's played with, you look at his current situation. Is there any piece of this, am I completely out of bounds to say Damian Lillard choosing to stay with the Blazers also put him in a position where he doesn't have to play with any expectations? If he's made it okay in his mind that I don't really, look, he's never going to say this, but if you decide to stay somewhere like the Blazers and not move on, we've always heard the rumblings about the Lakers and other places. If he's deciding I'm going down on my sword, and that sword is in Portland, is there any piece of this to where it's something to the effect of, all right, well, I wouldn't say he's running from the grind, but he doesn't have the same expectations of other players because he's never in a position to win?
That's putting the onus on him when that should be on the team. He's not in charge of the roster.
No, but I'm just saying, choosing to stay.
Okay, but you choose to stay because you like the place you're playing. You like the people you're playing with. That means front office, all of it. And they've had front office changes. And Damian Lillard's not a guy who's just going to do something because somebody else says he ought to do it. It's not up to him to sit there and fashion a legacy that somebody else approves of.
But
it's not. And the matter of expectations, he puts expectations on himself. And the burden of having championship expectations is largely a function of those who fashion the team. That should be on the Portland front office for saying, you know what, we've got this gem. Why don't we see how well we can polish it up? And they haven't done that. I mean, they got to one conference final in the time he's been there. And, they've made runs at it, but they failed at it. Now it's a team that's going to struggle to get into the play-in game, but that's not on him. That's on them.
I don't think it's on him, but I also do think that there's no world where he would ever say, I'm okay if I don't win a championship, because you just can't say that. But if you're deciding to stay somewhere for a very long period of time, and this place has shown you that it is not able to do enough to get you what you need to win a championship, to me, there is some version of that says, I'm okay with not winning a championship.
I think that's too simplistic. Okay. I think part of this is he's made his stance here. Mm-hmm. Having made his stance here, meaning Portland, it is incumbent upon the rest of the organization to raise itself up to his level, because I don't think he is okay with not winning a championship. And the truth is, if he said, I want to go to the Lakers, do you think Damian Lillard would win a championship with the rest of that team?
I think he could. I think he had.
That's not could. He'd be leaving. It would have to be for a dead cert. Mm-hmm. And I don't know that there is a dead cert. Not because I don't believe that you just stack talent like a Jenga tower.
No.
It's you've got to be part of a greater whole. And Lillard has been the nucleus of a franchise that has not built well enough around him. Mm-hmm. And so if we're going to pin his legacy to having no ring and no parade, then to me that's on the franchise. That's not on him.
I don't think I would pin it to his legacy. I'm just saying that looking at how he's kind of moved throughout this, and I appreciate the fact that he hasn't wanted to leave. All I'm saying is that, hey, I mean, if you look at, I know colleges are different because these NBA teams, they're worth millions. But if you stayed at a team that was in the WAC or something like that, and you really wanted to win a national championship, and you stayed for 15, 20 years, and you never got your national championship, to me, at some point, you decided, hey, I would, as much as I want to win a championship, I don't want to leave here in order to do it, for whatever the reason is. And Damian Lillard has said if he got a ring somewhere else, it wouldn't feel the same. So I hear him on that. I think it speaks to what Portland hasn't been able to deliver him. And it also speaks to me not looking at it in a negative light, but moving forward is Damian Lillard. The ring culture will never change. But is there a piece of this to where Damian Lillard is one of the first players at his caliber to stand up a little bit to ring culture and say, hey, I'm going down the way I want to go down. He can never say that he doesn't want to win a championship, because we know he does. But in his opinion, in his mind, it's just as important to him to stay where he is and do whatever it is that he does in his career in Portland, which is interesting because at the same time, they're the ones in Portland not giving him enough. So he's being loyal to a team that isn't giving him the pieces to get to that next level.
Yeah, but there's no place he can go where you could just say, well, that's it. This team wins it all. It's just because, I mean, one, he's a ball-centric guy with a big salary number, and I don't know how many teams could get him. I mean, just the salary cap being what it is. Right. I mean, it's okay in my mind that he makes his stand where he makes it. And we bring him up again because the Warriors are playing them tomorrow night, and every game involving a Western Conference team from the 4th place to 13th is a huge thing from now on. It's not just the Warriors schedule. It's all 10 teams. Mm-hmm. And Portland, weirdly enough, is one of those teams on the cusp. In fact, the standings, which is hilarious enough, Phoenix is 4th. The Clippers are a half game behind. Mavericks are a half game behind that. The Warriors are a half game behind that. The Jazz are a half game behind that. The Timberwolves are a half game behind that. The The Pelicans are even with them. The Blazers are a half game behind that. The Lakers are a half game behind that. And Oklahoma City's a half game behind that. That's the standings today, which is why every game hugely matters. And why it's just fun to talk about more than just the Warriors, because now they are part of a much greater and more amorphous whole.
Well, in every game, it's, we're only 2 games out of 4th place. You're also almost only 2 games out of 11th place or 13th place. So
the Warriors are a game and a half behind Phoenix and a game and a half ahead of Portland. So these games are massive for them. Mm-hmm. And it's sort of fun in a different way because the Warriors, they are who they are by now. They're not going to defend great. If they shoot well, they win. If they don't, they don't. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're like your standard 500 team. But the beauty of that is every game matters now. Mm-hmm. So, and not just every game. 8 of the 10 teams in that grouping play tomorrow night. Mm. So it's scoreboard watching every night from here on out. We need to break.
Yep.
Because my heart's beating like a rabbit. We are sponsored. Hard to believe, but people sponsor this by AC Transit.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators to join their team.
Klay spins, fires on the way. He banked it in! He banked it a three from the right corner! You've got to be kidding me! 96-94. Or was that a 2? It was a 2. They calling it a 2. Either way, he banked it in from the corner.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
We're back. Klay Thompson has had himself a month.
Yes, he has.
And it's probably worth noting, not just because he's a Warrior, but because there were a lot of people for a while who were willing to forget about him as the team's second best offensive option.
Mm-hmm.
And it's clear now, just based on, like I said, going back to February 1st, that he is clearly the team's second best offensive option behind Curry, and which means that right now, a night like Friday nights where he went for 42, or last night where he went for 32, that's kind of who he's becoming. I mean, he's managing to fill at least part of the Curry void.
Yeah, I was one of those people, Ray. I was being completely honest with you. I didn't think that Klay was done. I just wasn't sure what we were going to see from Klay Thompson. Because when you look at Klay Thompson and the way he does score, let's be completely honest, even before the injuries, he's never been a guy that can really, he's not going to break you down off the dribble and get to the cup. He can do that sometimes, but that's not really what he does. He's going to either work through screens, he's going to, get the open shots, he's going to run through cuts and do things like that. So to see what he was going to be after the injuries, just thinking, okay, will he be as mobile as he was prior to the injuries? I was worried. And last season, we saw glimpses at the end. We even saw some glimpses defensively. So you thought he could move in the right direction. Here's a question, Ray. Is it more of a praise for Klay Thompson and him reminding people of who he is and what he can do, looking at him as this second option? Or is it a bit of an indictment on Jordan Poole and where he's maybe plateaued a little bit this season? Because last season, Jordan Poole was the second option. And this season, to start the season, if you were to ask me, I would say Jordan Poole. Now, if you ask me, I would say the second scoring option is Klay Thompson. So maybe it was just a matter of Klay getting back to who he is. Is it more of that? Or is it also, well, Jordan Poole, last year was a great year for him, but let's not get it twisted. He has a lot that he still needs to learn.
I think it's some of each, but I'm not willing to hit Poole over the head with a shovel and bury him where he stands.
No, neither am I.
I think it's more a matter of we're seeing the limitations of his game as it currently stands, which is he's very much a streak shooter.
Right.
When he has a bad night, he can't overcome it in other ways the way Thompson could 5 years ago.
Right.
In fact, I'm not even sure that Thompson overcomes it on nights when he has a bad shooting.
Well, he's just going to keep shooting.
Well, they both keep shooting. That's not, neither is bashful.
Right.
But Thompson, in his genuine prime, was also the lockdown defender that allowed Curry's own defensive shortcomings to be minimized.
Yeah.
Poole doesn't have that. At least he doesn't have it yet. And really, that's all you can go on. You can't project into the future and say he's going to be this because nobody knows. But for right now, when the ball has to be in somebody's hands and a basket has to be made, it's much better for it to be in Thompson's hands than Poole's.
I also think that going back to what we talked about in terms of Klay Thompson and what he does, is it even more impressive that we were just talking about Damian Lillard in the last segment. Damian Lillard is a guy that it can take you off the dribble. Explosive athleticism. People forget how he would just dunk on you at any point in time. You look at the guys that are putting up these crazy points, Ray, whether it's Damian Lillard, Devin Booker, all of these guys, I guess just athletically speaking, can do more than Klay Thompson. So it's almost as if Klay is, what were you going to say?
No. I was going to say he's got one thing that none of them have, though. he still has the world's quickest release,
well,
which is the thing that separates him from everybody else.
No, I agree.
And it's the one thing. Then I probably shouldn't have interrupted, but it's the one thing I wanted to mention because
no, I love it. Ray.
That's a gift that makes him. You love my interrupting you.
Yes,
that's disturbing.
You're engaged. I love it.
Oh, give it time. I'll fade fast. No, it's the one thing that separates him from the rest of that class, which is he can do a thing that Lillard can't do. He can do a thing that Booker can't do. He can do a thing that in some ways even Curry can't do.
Right.
Is he can catch and shoot faster than anybody else and more effectively than anybody else.
Yeah, and we hate to do the whole quickest release of all time. We don't even have to do it. All I know is Klay is telling us how quick he is, and we don't even need to do the comparisons to all time because like we talked about, all these other guys that Klay is in the same conversation with in terms of scoring right now can do more from a scoring standpoint than Klay Thompson, but what Klay Thompson can do that they can't do is legitimately second to none. There's nobody else that, I mean, and even the shot last night, in the corner, it looked like a shot that you would put up during horse that barely grazed the backboard and went in. Klay, they don't even necessarily look like luck because Klay Thompson, you always know he's got that perfect form that is going to allow you the arc on the ball, so he's going to have a better opportunity to put the ball in, even when it makes zero sense. So Klay's version of scoring and what he can do is almost more impressive because he doesn't have the same athleticism that these other dynamic scorers have. So I think it's one thing when I look at him and I look at the other scores, even the Jordan Poole, I say, all right, well, Klay can only do more like one thing. Now, this year, he has done a lot. There were a couple games ago, Ray, Klay Thompson took it on himself, and he said, I'm getting to the free throw line. And Klay Thompson is not a guy that typically does that. Okay, you know, I'll hop in and you play these different games, Ray, and they have the over/under for points scored and different things like that. Klay Thompson's over/under for free throws is normally 1.5, which means that he does not the Vegas and the records, they don't believe that he's going to get to the free throw line much. And what we've seen from Klay Thompson is what he might not have as a quick twitch athlete. I need to stop saying athlete because we all know he's incredibly athletic. But as far as a quick twitch athlete, he has in other ways. His quick twitch comes from the ability to shoot the basketball. His quick twitch comes from the muscle memory that he has when shooting the basketball. He has the most, and that's why we always talk about how well he shoots and how he has that perfect form because it's so repeatable. Not even Steph has a form that is as repeatable as Klay Thompson.
No, it's and I don't even like to compare him to other guys. He's a guy who's not going to go to the free throw line.
Right.
Because he shoots it so quickly you can't get to him to foul him.
Right.
All that said, you know, you still also get to see the limitations of his game now, which is that he needs guys around him so that he can distribute and get the ball back quickly.
Right.
And one of the things the Warriors don't have this year is those guys. And whether it's because they're not patient enough in a possession or because they just don't have people who have played with Thompson long enough to figure out he's there, I got to get him the ball now. You know, I mean, he's working as they all are with and as an incomplete team.
I would put DiVincenzo in that category. I would say you got Draymond and you have DiVincenzo in terms of guys that know, okay, we got to get this guy the basketball. But it's not a lot.
It's not getting him the basketball. It's when to get it to him. I think that's the nuance that really only Green has now because Curry's not playing.
Right.
But I'm not sure that everybody else is good enough, often enough, to say, Klay's going to flash now, so the ball's got to be delivered now. And I think that's the limitation. That said, you know, the Warriors are part of this group of 10 because every one of the 10 has a profound flaw. Like, I mean, the Lakers last night, you know, they rally to beat Dallas after being down by 27. Great night for them, except that LeBron goes down and now his left foot's hurt. the way his right foot's been hurt.
And he's already out for tomorrow, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There you go. That's Mark Grandy, who likes to butt in. It's everything is, it's a give and it's a take. And that's why all these teams are packed around 500.
Mm-hmm.
And it's why this is going to be fun down the stretch, because you can't bank on anything happening on any given night. There are 5 elite teams, and there's only 2 in the East. 2 in the West. That's Denver and Memphis.
Right.
Although, give me the Kings as an entertainment value at any time.
Well, yes, and the Kings.
But I wasn't shocked by Friday night when they won 176 to 175, because if you watch the game from the beginning, they were getting 40 a quarter. It was not. They just said, you know what? We're just going to outscore you, and if it takes all night to do it, we will.
Well, and you see a score like that, and now the question becomes, again, Damian Lillard, his big night, 71 points. Are we getting to the point where is it still moving people, these crazy point totals and scoring that the guys are doing? Is it even moving people anymore? You see, obviously it's impressive, but in this current iteration of the NBA, if somebody gets hot, everybody is putting up enough shots to put up some crazy numbers. Now, impressive, but is it viewed the same way as maybe it would have been, I don't know, even 5 years ago?
40s are not a big deal anymore.
Right.
In 8% of the games this year, somebody's gotten 40. That's a lot. But you get to 50. There's only been 21 guys to do that all year, and Lillard's done it 3 times. 50 makes you pay attention no matter what, and it reminds you of how preposterous Wilt Chamberlain was.
Right.
The year that he averaged 50.
Yeah. It was just easy.
Yeah. But no, I don't think people are turned off by it. They would be turned off. They've seen, and this is only going back 10 years, they've seen games that were played in the 70s by both teams.
Mm-hmm.
That was repellent. This is not. And yeah, you don't get excited by somebody going for 40 because, like I said, it happens, 1 out of every 10 times. But you see guys who just get on heaters. And I think the difference is that coaches used to say, I don't care what happens, that guy's not going to get 40. Guard the hell out of him, put 2 guys on him, but he's not going to kill us anymore. I don't think they care that as much about that. They're okay with guarding everybody else and making sure it doesn't turn into 148-95.
Well, and also, again, going to how the game is played now, there's more shooting around. So if your team is at least decent enough, and I know Damian Lillard wasn't playing with Anthony Simons, so he's carrying a bit of the load. I think some of that is not carrying the same way. And then some of that also is, well, this team, everybody can shoot a little bit better than they could in the past, so you can't sell out the same way you used to because somebody else might burn you. Somebody else that you didn't have on the scouting report the same way, anybody could get on a heater. If you read off some of the names, I know there's some, most of the names we've heard of, but some of the names that dropped those 50 burgers this season, back in the day, it felt like somebody dropping a 50 burger meant, okay, this guy is on his way. He's on the come up. He's doing some things. I don't know if that necessarily means all of that anymore. It just means you got hot.
Yeah, but when you look at the guys who've gotten 50 this year, there's not a dog in the bunch. It's not like somebody just got hot one night.
Right.
It's guys who can do that. Doncic has done it 3 times. Giannis has done it twice. Like I said, it's just. Well, I'll just read the list.
Let's hear it.
Lillard, Donovan Mitchell, Doncic, Lillard again, Embiid, Booker, Giannis, Anthony Davis, Giannis again, Thompson, Doncic, Embiid, Siakam, Booker, Doncic, Garland, Tatum, Giannis a 3rd time, Curry, and Doncic again. There isn't a guy there that you wouldn't pay to watch.
No.
And it's kind of an indicator to me that if the bar now has moved past 40, you're still going to get excited about 50, and 50's happened 20 times.
Yeah.
And 5 years ago might have happened twice.
Well, but if you look at, and the only person I would say, and he's a darn good player, Darius Garland is probably the number one when you think, okay, he is going to be good. We have no clue how good. To be honest, Ray, I still find myself asking that question about, dare I say, Donovan Mitchell. Maybe we'll know more after this run in the playoffs, but Donovan Mitchell is one of the most confusing players to me in the league because I understand how talented he is. I have no clue what level of stardom I should give Donovan Mitchell. And I know he's done some crazy things, as you just read off. I have no clue. The other guys that you read off, Ray, besides the Steph Curry, you got Luka, who ball dominant, Giannis ball dominant. So maybe it's less about the level of player and more about, okay, well, if you are Giannis and you are in that offense, dropping 50 isn't incredibly surprising. If you are Luka Doncic and you literally are touching the ball that often, it's not that surprising. Impressive, yes, but I think that maybe impressive isn't the right word. It's just I'm not surprised because of how these guys play.
Well, also the way that other teams defend them.
Right.
It's just, again, coaches aren't sending that second or third guy anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And I think part of that is because so much more of the game is played out in space. And it's not down low where it's easier to collapse on a guy.
But is that the difference between, and yes, he went to the conference finals, but they are sending that guy in the playoffs, a la what we saw with the Mavericks, and now Luka, instead of, just doing whatever it is he normally does, now he's tossing it out to Reggie Bullock, and it's good night. Even though, yes, he did get all the way to the Western Conference Final.
Part of it too is some of those games come against bad teams.
Mm-hmm.
That's unavoidable. But I don't know that coaches change their defenses that much in the postseason.
Right.
I would be willing to bet that you still won't see more than one or two games played in the 90s, all of the postseason.
Yeah.
It's just the game has, it's just slowly but surely transcended into a different thing. And I think coaches operate better in that dynamic than they did 5 and 6 years ago when you'd only have 5 or 6 guys getting 50.
Yeah. And Jordan Poole didn't get to 50, but we know he's gotten pretty darn close. Here's my question, Ray. Jordan Poole, looking at how he came up on the scene, we all know the story. He was in the G League, and last year was just a breakout year for Jordan Poole. He wasn't going to sneak up on anybody this season. Everybody understood, okay, we got to make sure we got eyes on this guy. We also got to make sure that we make him defend. Going into different games, Jordan Poole is going to get an inefficient 15 or something like that. What is the scouting report right now for other teams going up against the Warriors? And when they say, okay, Jordan Poole, this is how you handle Jordan Poole. What is the book that's out on Jordan Poole right now?
I don't know if there's a book out on Jordan Poole. I think that teams are willing to let him try to beat them.
Mm-hmm.
It's what happens around him as well as him.
Yeah.
Because I believe, to the extent that there is a book on Poole, if you're playing the Warriors and they're healthy, you're going to be more concerned about what Green does to you, what Curry does to you, what Thompson does to you.
Right.
And to a lesser extent, what Wiggins does to you. With Poole, I think the theory is not let him shoot, because I think if you let him shoot, he'll put up a 43.
Sure.
But I don't think they worry about it, because I think he is a guy who doesn't take the ideal shot every time down.
Mm-hmm.
And guys who don't take the ideal shot every time down had either better be Damian Lillard or Stephen Curry, or you're going to be able to catch them on the night where they're 6 for 21.
Yeah.
I don't know if you watched any highlights of the Lillard game, but
Mm-hmm.
he literally got to a heater to such an extent that he was pulling up from 45. And it wasn't like one of those, get a running start. And he pulled up with normal form. He had shots from 30 where he was falling back. He was doing this for snicks and giggles.
Yeah.
And the truth is, he's one of the very few guys who can shoot the ball 38 times and have it make sense. And when I say very few guys, I mean almost nobody else. Curry doesn't do that. I mean, this is probably the only guy, maybe with the exception of Doncic, who you just go, if he shoots it 30 times, he's going to get the 50. And we're going to be okay with that. I mean, Curry is more a guy who operates within a greater offense, and you never see him take more than 25.
No.
But Lillard is a guy who has the greenest light in sports, more than anybody else because of what he did last night.
Well, if you are a Warrior fan, I think, or a Steph fan in particular, you would never trade what Steph has, right? It all comes in a package deal. But I'm sure there are people out there thinking, man, it would be fun to just see Steph in a high usage role. And we've had this conversation plenty of times. It would be nice to see Steph in a high usage role, because his usage is high now, but a different usage role where he is just going to chuck up shots just to see what he could put up. And I think that is maybe the one thing that Dub Nation is okay with not seeing, but at the same time, it might be the one thing. Who knows, Ray? Maybe it'll be Steph's last season, and he just decides on that will be my bet right there, Ray. That the last season for Steph Curry will probably be the season he hits his career high. There's just going to be a season where who knows what the Warriors are doing in terms of where they're competing, and even if he is in a good spot where they're competing, there is going to be a game where Steph just looks at Steve Curry and he says, "Out of all these years, I've never gone for it. I'm going for something." I think that's going to happen because he's going to want to look back and say, I want to know what I could have really put up if I had the same usage as all these different guys.
I don't think he's a usage guy, though. I don't think that's his greatness. His greatness is that when he has to, he can, but he would prefer to play in a more egalitarian system.
You don't think there's any part of him that just thinks, I'd like to, not for a whole season, but I'd like to at least see what I can do. We've seen glimpses of it in the past when the Warriors were, down a couple guys. But you know what? Whether it's a couple games I'm going to take out of the last season of my career, the last 2 seasons of my career, and I'm going to go for it. I'm going to go for it.
I don't think he has to go for it. He's already got enough skins on the wall that would be sort of antithetical to the way he is.
Yeah.
So I'm not playing that. I that doesn't strike me as something that he would be proud of.
Really?
I think he's shown that he can get 50 without being the guy who shoots the ball every time he gets it. I think he likes to play within a context. And, maybe I'm romanticizing this a bit, but I've never seen him jack up 35.
Well, Andre Iguodala did say today in their presser that Steph Curry is the closest thing we have to Jesus Christ, so you might be right.
Well, okay. I mean, that's a religious take that I'm probably not comfortable with. But truth is, I don't think Curry wants to play that way. I don't think he gets energized by being the guy who has to be fed constantly. That's not what I view.
Just a couple times, Ray. Not the whole season.
Well, no, I don't even think he needs to prove that anymore. He has nothing left to prove.
All right.
So when we come back, I forgot to tell you today, we have Amin Elhassan coming on at 4, Howard Beck at 4:30. We're trying to find Kevin Calabro, one of the Portland broadcasters, so that he can give us an update on all things Lillard, because I don't know who else we want to talk about. And but that's going to be after the 4 o'clock. Anyway, let's do something else. So, by the way, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. So that's that.
Steiny and Guru stream live on YouTube and Twitch. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
I was supposed to tell you this in the last break, but I'm lousy at my job, so I'll tell you now. This show, for good or ill, is streaming live on YouTube. So head to youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live and see what's going on inside the studio, which I can assure you is nothing whatsoever except two guys sitting at chairs. Like and subscribe for all 95.7 The Game content on YouTube and see other guys sitting on chairs too. We're back. Like I said, Amin Elhassan will be here in about 12 minutes. We're going to have Howard Beck at 4:30. We might have somebody else after that. We don't know. It's all in the hands of Lucas Alexander, our half-drunken producer. What do we know, Lucas?
What? What are you asking?
Nothing. Go back to sleep.
Thank you.
You really nailed that one. Back to the NBA, and then we'll talk about all this goofy stuff that's going on in the NFL right now, which does not include the Combine.
It does.
It doesn't. The Combine is the least important thing right now. But of the 10 teams that we've been talking about, Phoenix, the Clippers, Dallas, the Warriors, Utah, Minnesota, New Orleans, Portland, the Lakers, and Oklahoma City. Is there one in that group, and you'll probably say Phoenix, but I don't want to give you a steer, who you think can actually get on a heater and separate itself from the rest of this mob?
I still do feel, I know a lot of people are starting to re-warm up to the Lakers because that's just what people do. Maybe they just played above their skis or played at the level that we expected them to play at these last couple of years, and they haven't been healthy. But I don't know, Ray. I'm still getting flashbacks to those Clippers and what they did to the Warriors, and that was one of the best versions of the Clippers that we've seen. We have no clue how often we'll see it and how often we'll see all of them on the court at the same time. But if for some reason they all decide that they're going to play this season out, and you know, they got Russell Westbrook now, who played well. I know he got sat at the end of that game that ended up going into overtime, and they lost to the Nuggets. But that if I'm not doing the cop out and taking the Suns, and I'm not saying the Warriors, then I would say the Clippers.
They kind of leave me cold. I mean, and the only reason why I would lean toward Phoenix is because when Durant is healthy, Durant is Durant. But other than that, I can't see a team here that's going to separate itself. I think we might get the perfect storm. We're going into April 8th. Almost all these teams are still in it.
I think that is what's going to happen. And the Warriors, their reasoning would be most likely due to injury and when you're going to get Steph or Andrew Wiggins back. And I've gone back and forth with you, Ray. I've been optimistic. I've been pessimistic. If you look at what Klay Thompson is bringing to you now, and you got Klay, and you do get Wiggins back, and you get Steph Curry back, and you have Draymond Green, I can see why all those people at the beginning of the season, hey, as long as the Warriors get into the playoffs healthy, they got a shot. I can see why somebody would have that take, because when you do look around at the West, a lot of people was calling it the Midwest because they are all very mid and nobody is outstanding. And then the Suns went and got Kevin Durant. We'll see how that turns out. But unless the Suns get rolling here, there's no team I do like the Nuggets. I think that neither of them play defense, but Jokic is a problem. We talked a little bit about it last week. I don't see a team where you would definitely count the Warriors out. And if you're not going to count the Warriors out, and I'll do you one better. How many teams in the West would have the best player on the court when facing the Warriors? Meaning they have a player better than Steph Curry.
I don't know that I ever think about these games that way. But I do know that, now that they've won 2 in a row again and have held 2 teams below 105, which is stunning for them, that people are all of a sudden jazzed about them again. Yeah. But I just look at the schedule from, going on Sunday, on the road for 3, back home for 2, on the road for 5. And while I don't like to break the schedule down to you can win at home all the time, but you can't win on the road ever, that's how it's kind of shaping up. And I think, so the test here is not how they do against Portland or the Clippers or New Orleans on Friday. It's what they do when they're in LA on Sunday or at Oklahoma City or at Memphis next Thursday, and then the Clippers, Hawks, Grizzlies, Rockets, Mavericks, the next road trip. Because I don't trust them on the road.
No.
There's something about a team that gives up 126, 134, and then 124, and then comes home, gives up 101 and 104. It almost feels like these guys can't function if they're not playing on their own home floor. And that's not, to me, the definition of a potential champion.
Well, no.
But it also means that all these other teams are like that too, because they all stink on the road.
Do you think it matters that the splits aren't the same, right? I mean, if the Warriors, where are the Warriors in terms of how bad they are on the road compared to all these other teams? Are they that much worse than the other teams?
Yes.
But I think
there are only 2 teams there are only 2 teams in the West who have won less often on the road than they have, and that's San Antonio and Houston.
That's bad.
That's horrific.
That's really bad.
And in the East, it would be Indiana, Charlotte, and Detroit. These are
Not
5
teams
better. These are 5 teams that have no shot, and 4 of which are trying desperately to lose every game they can.
Exactly.
And the Spurs have lost 16 in a row, and their average margin of defeat in the games they've lost this year is 16. That's going out wanting to be routed.
Right. And they are, hey, you can be successful at being unsuccessful, Ray, if that's what you want. You said that being on the road or what they do on the road is important, and obviously it is. But because it's that important, doesn't that also go back and make the home games that much more important? I know you want to see what they do against the Lakers, the Thunder, and the Grizzlies, who Dub Nation has just decided that the Warriors can take the Grizzlies' lunch money whenever they want. And I don't know if I feel as confident as everybody else. I am really interested. I know they're not going to have Steph. I'm really interested to see what the Warriors do Thursday, March 9th in Memphis. But going back to the 3 games that are upcoming, because you stink on the road, it makes these home games that much more important. You can't drop, because the chances, okay, so if they win the 3 games coming up, that would match their longest win streak, which again was at home the last time. But if you're going up against the Clippers, the Pelicans, you never know what you're going to get. You can't drop these home games because you're not good on the road. So you say, I want to see what they do on the road. I say, you got to take care of business at home because I don't trust what they're going to do on the road.
Well, no, I think we're arguing the same thing. Just from, one of us is standing on his head, the other is laying down face first.
All right.
But no, it's not avoidable because the Warriors at home have the 4th best record in basketball. They're behind Denver, Memphis, Milwaukee, Philadelphia, and that's it, 5th best record in basketball. Right. But they're that horrible on the road. So they are essentially 2 teams. And it is one of the very few things about them that is consistent, is they don't win if they're not in San Francisco. And at some point, that has to become a mind over matter problem. Because there's no compelling explanation as to why a team that has been as good as they have been for as long as they've been to all of a sudden get frightened of the road. But when you're 7-23, that's what it says.
Yeah.
You know, you can't have a record that is basically 2 games better than the Spurs on the road and call yourself a legitimate championship contender.
And when I'm thinking back to some of the games that happened earlier in the season when we talk about that terrible road trip would really set the tone for the Warriors on the road. They should have been able to overcome it, but they weren't. Even if you give back, okay, let's say that they don't play horribly that first weekend, even if that's true, and you give them Orlando, Detroit, and I believe they lost to Charlotte as well, even if you wash those games off and you give them wins for whatever the reason is, it's still a terrible record. They've never been able to catch it because a lot of people earlier in the season, well, those games were early on in the season. It doesn't matter. You could make those W's. It wouldn't make a difference. Their record would still be atrocious on the road.
Yeah, but the 5-game losing streak that you're referring to happened early on. They should have been able to self-correct by now.
Oh, I agree.
And that's the takeaway. Because they did have the Milwaukee. They had a 6-game road trip where they went 1-5, but they were playing better teams then.
Mm-hmm.
But early in the year, you know, everybody's trying to find their footing. Nothing matters yet, and I don't think that's what broke them. I think what broke them is their either unwillingness or inability to put up convincing defensive performances that will get you over the hump on a night when you're not shooting well away from home, because that's where your shooting percentages tend to drop.
Right.
And I think that's the problem, is that it all goes back to the fact that they apparently cannot rely on their defensive effort night in and night out anymore.
No.
I mean, it jumps out at me that, you know, these last 2 games, again, Houston, terrible, trying to lose. Minnesota, you know, a game behind the Warriors, so it's not really a difference. But would you look at Portland on tomorrow night and think, oh, they'll hold them to 100? Because I don't.
I have no reason to think that.
Yeah, I don't think there is a reason to think that.
No.
But you know who might have a reason to think that?
Who's
the lovely and talented Amin Elhassan. Amin, welcome. Where is he? I think he got a better offer. Oh, I guess we should do the ID. While we're waiting for Amin Elhassan, this is your 4 o'clock hour. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free. You should play that again because we don't have Amin yet. No? Okay, I guess we'll have to talk then. No, I think that's the thing about the Warriors is they don't defend consistently.
Mm-hmm.
They don't win on the road. And they're almost never a complete team. So you're sort of stuck with what you've got now, which is a team that wins at home, doesn't win on the road, defends intermittently. But again, we'll get more detailed explanation from our first guest today. Amin Elhassan, Meadowlark Media and Cinephobe and 12 other things that probably are way better than what he's about to do with us. Amin, welcome.
Hey, Ray, how's it going?
Same old gut-wrenching nightmares, and you?
So, all is well in the world then, huh? Everything's normal.
Yeah. Speaking of things that are normal, let's then not talk about the Western Conference because that's way not normal. And this weekend was even less normal than ever before. Do you make anything of the fact that all of a sudden, now that it's past the All-Star break and the regular season has truly started, that you might see more weirdness like the games we saw over the weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I think the weirdness comes out of, quite frankly, just how else can I put it? This is parity. This is the purest form of parity I think we've had, at least in the Western Conference, in quite a while. When you say teams 1 through 13, there's not that much separation. I know the standings say there's separation. I know, you know, the records say that, but after the trade deadline and after kind of some of these pickups in the buyout market, it's very, very compact, and there's not a whole lot of separation between these teams. So you could literally take a combination of 8 teams from the 13 and say this is the playoff picture, and it kind of makes sense. Obviously, bearing in mind that Denver and Memphis are that far up in the standing, they're going to definitely be there. But when you look throughout, you can't tell me confidently healthy there's a huge difference between the Clippers at 5 and say even the Lakers all the way down at 12.
I mean, if you were a member of Dub Nation out here in the Bay and you're looking, okay, if we can get rolling, nobody's beat us, in the Western Conference, we got Klay who's been balling, we got Steph. What team would you look at in the Western Conference? And if you want to go Phoenix, you can go Phoenix because we know what they just picked up in Kevin Durant. But any other team that you see right now that you think, you know what, I know the Warriors got some guys, but I think that these guys could beat the Warriors this year.
Yeah, I think the big problem with the Warriors right now is they're running out of time. Mm-hmm. Especially with Steph out. They're running out of time. They've been 500, kind of win one, lose one here and there, and that's well and good. But the longer they last in that play-in tournament, the more opportunity you are leaving the door open for something wrong to happen. And I'm not just saying something wrong in terms of another injury or whatever. I'm just saying just something wrong in terms of you lose one, you lose another one, all of a sudden you're out of it, right? Mm-hmm. It can turn, the play-in turns on you very quickly. And, beyond Phoenix, man, Memphis, tough. I know they play dumb a lot. I know that poise and execution isn't there. But you know who else doesn't have poise and execution? The Golden State Warriors, right? I mean, outside of Steph, Draymond, Klay, and Kevon Looney, this is a team that plays just as wild and mercurial in terms of decision-making execution as the Memphis Grizzlies do. Because these guys, even the ones who played like Jordan Poole last year and were contributing members to a championship team, they're not there yet in terms of being able to be dependable and do the right thing. Playoff basketball more often than not, just are you doing the right thing? And there isn't a whole lot of margin for error there. And so that's the thing that I worry about when I watch the Warriors. I look at this and I say, first of all, they have to overcome not having Steph in the lineup for the time being. Okay, whatever. But then once they get him back, they still have to have enough games to get into a rhythm where everyone's doing things as right as possible. And I don't know if there's enough time for this young of a roster to get with that program.
So we know what Denver is. We have a pretty good idea of what Memphis is. And really everything, from Phoenix on down is a pie fight. So what do you make of Sacramento then? And I presume they're not going to go for 176 again in the regular season. But they seem like the one team that nobody's willing to sort of tackle analytically or to figure out because, A, they're not supposed to be where they are, especially this late in the season, and B, they're terrible defensively, and yet it doesn't seem to matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because we're in the regular season. And as long as we are in this, you get on a plane, you play somebody, and then you forget about it, you go to the next night. It really doesn't matter. Their offense can carry them. But, honestly, when it comes to the playoffs, as I said, there's two things. One of them, obviously, is defense. You got to be able to stop people because there are going to be people who can stop you from time to time, and you're going to be able to have to weather those storms. So that's one thing. But more importantly than that, I would say, is that this team is young. Look at this roster. Outside of Harrison Barnes, and maybe, I guess Matthew Dellavedova, but he doesn't play much. Most of this rotation are guys who either never been in the playoffs or have very light playoff experience. Right? Domantas Sabonis has light playoff experience. Let's be real. He hasn't played in conference finals. He's not a grizzled vet when it comes to that. And by and large, young teams, their first time in the playoffs, that's an awakening, because it goes back to what I was talking about with the Warriors. You got to do things right again and again and again and again. And the teams that make mistakes, not the teams that were great offensively, it's other teams or terrible offensively, terrible defensively. The teams that made mistakes, the sort of errors that happen because you haven't been here before and you don't know how to execute. Ultimately, those are the teams that fail. Memphis last year probably should have lost in the first round. The only thing that saved them was they played another team that was inexperienced and had no idea what they were doing. And so we had Memphis versus Minnesota bashing against each other's heads, one another, and just looking sloppy, and then the least sloppy among them made it through. But the reality is the playoffs are incredibly unforgiving to a young team because they just don't know what to do. The old adage is, oh, it's not my first time at the rodeo. For the Kings, it is going to be their first time at the rodeo, and this rodeo is especially rough.
Let me ask this a different way, because everything you said is obviously incredibly valid. But if you had to pick one team to watch just for fun, who would finish above Sacramento?
Oh, I mean, in the league?
Yeah, I mean, just for I don't want to know about playoff implications. I just want to watch 48 minutes of the hell with it basketball. Where would Sacramento rank?
Top 5. Entertainment product? Absolutely. They're entertaining and they're fun to watch. If you ask me who I'd have above them, certainly the Phoenix Suns when Kevin Durant comes back. I mean, that's just something I don't think we've seen that kind of combination when you talk about Devin Booker and Kevin Durant with Chris Paul kind of orchestrating that. It's different from what Golden State was with Kevin Durant there. So that's very intriguing to me. Memphis is fun, man. Memphis has fun games. Though if you're a Memphis fan, I'm sure you're probably bashing your head sometimes because of some of the mistakes they make. But they do it with a certain flourish. It is fun to watch. You can't deny that. But yeah, Sacramento's right up there. I think Sacramento's right up there in terms of just pure entertainment. Yeah.
I mean, it's been a very interesting year for Klay Thompson. It starts out with Charles Barkley saying what he said in terms of, oh, he's not going to be who he used to be, and then everything that went down with the Suns before Kevin Durant with the Suns. Steph Curry goes out, and now all of a sudden Klay Thompson, he's starting to return to who we know Klay Thompson to be, at least offensively. 32 last night. He went 42 this past weekend. Are you surprised with what you're seeing from Klay? Are you happy with what you're seeing from Klay? And how much has this added to Klay's legacy?
Well, I mean, I think the big thing that, first of all, Klay is going to behave in that way because that's the way a professional athlete should behave and should think. He has to think that everybody's wrong and everybody's against him. Right? That's kind of built into being a successful pro athlete is you have to have this kind of, I don't want to call it delusion. Obviously, he's a great player, but just kind of this dogmatic belief in yourself and take any sort of said about you that's not fully supportive as an attack and as some version of, motivation for yourself. But the reality is, I mean, what he's doing is pretty remarkable. You know, these people didn't say these things about Klay absent any context, right? This guy went through 2 very devastating injuries back-to-back, missed a lot of time, had a lot of rust on him, and he's not a spring chicken. You know, this is a guy where it's like, okay, he's been in the league since 2011, right? So he's 12 years into the league. He came out as a 21, he's 33 years old with 2 really bad injuries on him. And remember, people forget this. Klay in the first 7 or 8 years of his career didn't miss a game.
Yeah.
This dude was Iron Man, right? So he's got kind of a little bit of a on him as well. But you look at what he's done since the turn of the calendar. 46% from the field and 44% from 3. And it's hard not to say he's rounded into form. And that's huge for the Warriors. That's huge for them for playoff implications. They need him to be healthy, but they also need him to be effective. And not effective because of his reputation, because, hey, man, this guy still got it from night to night. They need him to be effective in a production standpoint, on a nightly basis, in a way that they thought Jordan Poole would be. Jordan Poole has been up and down. So now you desperately need someone to be that second offensive weapon alongside Steph Curry, and he's been that. But I see both sides. I see why Klay would feel hurt and use that as motivation. But I also understand people weren't just saying this as, I think Klay's washed out of the blue. They said this about you for a reason. You missed 900 days or whatever it was.
Is there, in your memory, a team that was mediocre to poor defensively during a regular season, then all of a sudden became incredibly stout in the playoffs? I mean, I'm obviously referencing the Warriors here, who are giving up 118 a game, which is like the fourth worst total in the league. Is there a comp in your mind for a team that's poor defensively and then all of a sudden comes the middle of April and then they suddenly get it?
So the best example, obviously, is the Lakers' second championship with Shaq and Kobe. They were, I want to say, bottom third in the league defensively in the regular season, and then they damn near swept the entire playoffs. So that's the example everyone gives. Like, if you want to talk about the flip the switch team, that's them. Again, one should point out that Shaq started that year, I believe, with a toe injury, and they had all sorts of stuff, but it was a mostly veteran team that they were carrying. So they at least had demonstrated the year before that they were an elite defensive team, and they turned the switch and did it again. I want to say the Cavs, one of those years when they just got finals and got demolished by the Warriors, but one of those years they were bad for most of the regular season, and then they picked up steam towards the end, and then in the playoffs they became very stout, to use your word, Ray. But yeah, the odds are incredibly against the Warriors. And again, I think I'd feel a lot more comfortable if this was a team full of vets and they just, for whatever reason, had injuries here, injuries there. A better question, I think this is one I got to sit down and research and look up, is what are they, 7-23 on the road?
Yeah, I was about to ask you that. But yeah, it's like the fourth worst home road record in the league.
I think you can get away with a bad defense and have a deep playoff run. Just so dominant offensively every night, and you're winning games here and there by outscoring teams. You're 7-23 on the road. That is one. It speaks to the youth of your roster, guys that don't play well on the road. But also, man, I just don't know if you can overcome that. I think that's a very telling sign. If you're legit an awful team on the road, and we know you're not going to be a 1, 2, or 3 seed, so you're going to have your fair share of road games in the playoffs. That one's going to be tough to overcome. I don't know.
Yeah.
We're talking with Amin Elhassan, who does about 12 different things. And of those 12 things, what's the thing that you would last give up if you were forced to?
Last give up? The one that pays the most.
I won't ask what that is just because it's indelicate, but I was going to guess cinephobe, but
I love cinephobe. If you asked me, if the question was, what do I enjoy the most?
Yeah, essentially. I asked it backwards, but yeah.
You asked it to me because then it's not necessarily my enjoyment. It's about, survival, basically, how I make a living. But what I enjoy the most, I do enjoy cinephobe the most. I love it because some of these movies I've never seen before, but I've just heard of, and it's funny to kind of experience that. And then some of these movies you saw a long time ago and you remember loving, and then you watch it and you're like, wait, what is this? And then some of them are just as great as the first time you watched it. And I just enjoy that process. And then I'm fascinated by what people get surprised by, right? Where people say, wait, that movie qualifies as a bad movie? So we've done, for instance, in the Sylvester Stallone catalog, we've done Rocky, and we've done Rocky, what was it? Rocky 4, and we did Cobra. People, it blew their minds that Cobra would qualify for this podcast because every movie we do is 40% or less on the Rotten Tomatoes score by either the critics or the audience. So people really are mind blown when they find out that their favorite movie growing up actually is a terrible movie.
I mean, I guess it depends on what a terrible movie is. It's all subjective. I mean, one more for you here quickly. We saw Dame drop 71 last night. Donovan Mitchell did it earlier this year. We've seen some 60-point games. 21 times this year a player has scored at least 50 points in a game. How do you explain these explosive individual performances? Do they even move you the same way? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, like 70 still obviously is pretty breathtaking. Dame last night, me and all my buddies in our group chat, we were watching and tracking it. And so that was, look, 70 is still rarefied air. I know it's happened a couple of times this season, and that hasn't happened since the days of Wilt and Elgin and those guys. But in terms of the scoring overall, 50 doesn't move me. You're right. 50 is like, oh, someone had 50. And I kind of have that attitude, and we shouldn't, but the reality is, I would say there's two reasons. One is, obviously, pace has gone up for us. We're playing faster than we've been playing since, I want to say, the 80s, but then you factor in the three-point line, and obviously there's more opportunity to get more shots that have extra points in them. So that's one thing. But the other thing, I think, we've reached a turning point in the NBA where we need to adjust backward and help defense out a little. It is so hard to play defense now in the NBA. I hate when people complain that nobody plays defense. Not that they don't want to, although there are some individuals and some teams that don't want to. Most of the time, it's like, how am I supposed to guard this? I can't touch him. And if he shoots and I'm too close to where he lands and he falls down, that's a foul too, and it's a flagrant foul to get the ball. There's so many rules that favor the offense so drastically. It is so difficult to play defense. I looked this up earlier this year, and I have no reason to believe it's changed. Of the 25 greatest team offenses in NBA history, 20 of them have happened in the last 3 seasons. Let me say that again. Of the 25 most efficient offenses in the history of this game, talking points per possession, 20 of them have happened in the last 3 seasons.
Wow.
There's something terribly wrong if we are seeing records broken over and over and over again. And again, I know why we changed the rules in 2004, whatever it was, is because we were watching wrestling. We were watching Greco-Roman wrestling, and there was a basketball involved. And that was ugly, and that wasn't good for TV. That wasn't a good product. But I think the pendulum has swung too far in the other direction now, where offense has just too much leeway, too much ease, and we need to do some things to allow the defense to have a chance. One of them, I think, is allow a little bit more physicality, more hand-checking out on the perimeter. And then the other thing I would say is the three-point line. Push it back. Either push it higher above the break or get rid of the corner three altogether. But we have to be able to kind of change the dimensions of the court so that we're getting offense from different parts. And it's not just this tee-up factory from the corners every time someone tries to help on a star player.
One last one, and since you brought it up, this is what sparks it in my mind. How far back would you have to move the three-point line before Damian Lillard notices it?
Half court. I mean, we saw that at the All-Star game, right? He just pulled up casually from half court with a jump shot and made it.
Yeah, he did that last night, too.
There's going to be guys who are going to do it, right? We're going to continue to do it. We're all going to be moved by it. It's like when they moved the three-point line in like the mid-'90s. You guys remember that? And all of a sudden, Charles Oakley shooting threes, right? And so, like, you get people who shoot, and then when they moved it back, it's like all those people who started shooting threes, they stopped mid-range jumpers because it was just a little too far for them. I think the same thing happens. I think you move it back. Look, Steph Curry, Damian Lillard, Trae Young, Luka Doncic, like these guys are not, Buddy Hield. They're like, whatever, it's the same. But what happens is those guys that aren't quite that find a different way to be effective offensively. And maybe that brings back more spot-up, 18-footer, 20-footer jump shots because it's not like, oh, just take a step back and it'll get an extra point for it. Like, no, it's actually 2 or 3 steps back. And maybe that's beyond the range of the vast majority of NBA players.
Amin Elhassan, who brings you Cinephobe, a job that pays him really well, and about 12 other things that he does. Thank you for your time, Amin. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Ray.
Take care. I could listen to him for hours.
Great stuff.
He just knows.
Mm-hmm.
He just knows stuff. And even when he's wrong, he's wrong in a convince me kind of way.
Exactly. You know, is it messed up, Ray, going back to Klay
Absolutely.
Thompson? Would it be wrong to say, is it too callous to say, well, that's what we're paying Klay Thompson to do?
Yes. Because he's been paid for different things during his career.
Mm-hmm.
He used to be a nice adjutant to Curry offensively and a great defender. His game's changed, so he's getting paid for different things now.
Right.
And if you're averaging 40 for a month, you're not getting paid for that.
No.
You're getting paid to be a well-rounded, efficient, useful basketball player. 40 for a month, that's never in a contract. It's just that's when basically it's Christmas every night, so just enjoy it. You know,
Mm-hmm.
There's a pony under the tree again today.
Wow. That's beautiful.
So I think it is too cynical and this is coming from me.
Yes.
Who gets $1 every time somebody says something cynical. But
Right.
I think you look at Thompson in a slightly different way than most people, not because he missed like 900 days with these 2 catastrophic injuries, but because I think we're seeing him in the early stages of reinventing his game for this stage of his career.
Right.
Because I don't think he's going to be the guy who can give you 37 minutes of lockdown defense anymore.
Yeah, and whenever we hear about reinventing, typically it's the Skywalker who now can't walk in the sky anymore. You have Vince Carter and how he went through and started making a bunch of 3-pointers. You haven't really seen a situation like Klay Thompson where you have to see the reinventing of a jump shooter. Because normally, as you get older, you can just jump shoot more. But Klay Thompson, because of what he used to give this team and what he's able to give this team now, he's having to do more things offensively. He's saying, I'm going to try to get to the foul line, even though that's not really my game, specifically with Steph Curry out. So it is a different transition than what we're typically used to seeing.
Yeah, and he's going to have to reinvent himself a little more when Curry comes back too, because he won't be as high a usage guy. And he hasn't really gone to the free throw line in the last month either. I mean, his high for the year is 6 attempts, which is sort of nothing. But,
well, I'm just sitting here watching a broadcast, and it's three-pointer, three-pointer, three-pointer. Who's the guy who says, hey, I'm going to try to get to the cup? Normally, that person was not Klay Thompson, but Klay's looking around. Jordan Poole, I don't know what the heck you're going to do. I'm looking around at Anthony Lamb, Ty Jerome. Okay, I'm going to have to be the one to get to the cup and just, hey, guys, this is what we're doing. Let's do something a little bit differently. And I think it's even worn off, Ray, on a Dante DiVincenzo. Earlier this season, a couple weeks ago, Dante DiVincenzo, he was passing it out. I forget what game that was, and it was terrible. They just refused. They ended up losing. Refused to shoot a 2-pointer. He shot the 3. Wiggins shot the 3. Could not hit it. And I think that Klay is recognizing, and when we talk about transitioning, not just as a basketball player on the court, but also just in general, Klay is realizing with Steph out, and obviously he's around, but I need to be that guy. I need to step up for now while Steph and Draymond Green, who's now looks like Draymond will probably play tomorrow. We'll wait and see. But it has been nice to see Klay's transition from what he has been of just, I'm just the cool uncle, right? To, hey, I got to take some of these responsibilities that he hasn't had in the past.
Yeah, he went from cool uncle to dad.
Exactly.
When we come back, we're going to annoy the living eyes out of Howard Beck, a longtime NBA expert and analyst. And before that, no, I didn't hear your news, Lucas. What did you say?
Perfect. I have some breaking news for you. Are you ready?
Speak.
This comes from Shams Charania. Sources are telling him that there's fear Lakers star LeBron James is likely to miss an extended period of time with a right foot injury. He suffered that injury in Sunday's win over Dallas. Everyone saw him. I think he was mouthing, I heard a pop, I heard a pop.
Yeah.
There's clearly something there. He's already been ruled out for tomorrow, and the belief is he will be sidelined for an indefinite amount of time. The Lakers are bracing for his absence to be multiple weeks.
If that's the case, they're done.
Done.
That might be the first team that falls off the group of 10.
Yeah, well, they needed to get hot.
Yeah.
They didn't just need to survive. They needed to get hot, and this is the opposite of that.
When we come back, like I said, Howard Beck, and until then, you will listen to some documentaries about capitalism. Starting with this, we are sponsored by 5 Hour Energy.
Replace your afternoon coffee with a 5-Hour Energy. It's perfect when you're feeling coffeeed out, and your stomach will thank you. Discover 5-Hour Energy. Learn more at 5hourenergy.com.
Dub Nation, this is Klay Thompson.
Klay takes it off balance. Three, it's nothing but net.
And you are dialed into the home of the Warriors.
Largest lead of the night for the Warriors is right now.
95-7 the game.
Why do we turn crumpled up paper into three-pointers?
Boom! Nothing but recycling bin.
Why do we use rock, paper, scissors to make decisions?
1, 2, 3, shoot!
Yes!
Okay, pizza with pineapple. Again.
Why do we talk into fans?
I'm talking into a fan.
Why do we tell dad jokes?
I tripped over a shrubbery yesterday. I think it was an ambush.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Finding great people to hire is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It's pretty difficult, right? Well, ZipRecruiter has mastered finding a needle in a haystack, so they take it to the next level. They make hiring so simple that it's like finding a needle in a needle stack. And that's why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Here's what it's like to use ZipRecruiter. They have so many qualified candidates that it's easier to find the right ones for your roles. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's a lot of needles. So how do they do it? ZipRecruiter's powerful technology sends you candidates who are a great match for your job, and you can even invite your top choices to apply. So if you want less hay and more needles, head to ZipRecruiter.
And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your card today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I switched to Boost Mobile and got a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Want to know the best part?
It was free?
Nope.
The fact that it's on America's largest 5G networks?
Nope. It's the ding.
Oh yeah, love the ding.
Right? It's all about the ding. It's the dingarooski, the dingarone, the ring-a-ding-ding.
Unleash your power to save with Boost. Get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone when you switch. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power.
And the ding.
Limited time offer. New customers only. Available on select networks. 5G not available everywhere. One device per line. Tax excluded. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Pennzoil Platinum can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $37.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Expect rain tonight and tomorrow, cold, high 52.
Weather brought to you by Total Wine & More. At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this month with hundreds of deals on amazing wines and spirits. Love what you find at the lowest prices only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
We're back. That'll teach you to go away. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Damon and Ratto on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. This is not one of your favorite podcasts, let me assure you of that.
Not yet. Or probably.
Maybe today.
There you go.
But tomorrow it goes right back to hell. We're joined now by a longtime NBA analyst, observer, and all-around transom peaker and general busybody, Howard Beck, who's going to explain to us in ways that Amin Elhassan could not why the Western Conference of the NBA is basically run by drunks. Howard, welcome.
What's happening, Ray? How are you?
The same old gut-wrenching nightmares as ever. Explain, if you can, how it is that after 60 games, the NBA's Western Conference looks as much of a mess as it still does.
I mean, I think this is a glass half full, glass half empty thing, right? Like, is it a mess or is it just really compelling and competitive? You know, the age of super teams is either gone or at least on hold. And so that's part of this, right? There is no superpower because there are no super teams. And super teams to me are, you've got not 2 stars, because like Shaq and Kobe was 2 stars. That was not a super team. A super team is 3. A super team is like the Pierce, Ray Allen, Kevin Garnett thing, the then LeBron, Bosh, Wade thing that was in response to the Celtics thing. We don't have that right now. There are no super. There are some really, really good teams and some talented teams, and the Suns are trying to construct one. We'll see what happens when Kevin Durant actually steps into the lineup and what they've got, but Chris Paul is so late in his career that I don't consider them that either. So we got a bunch of teams that have 1 or 2 stars, and they've all got some flaws, and no one can truly reign supreme. All due respect to the Nuggets, who have the record and the trajectory of a team that should be by far the best in the West. They've got a nice lead, but I don't think anybody believes in the Nuggets at that level. They're obviously really, really good, and they could go to the finals, but they don't feel like some overpowering, dominant superpower that we were used to in this league. So it's just really competitive. There's a weird equilibrium that's kind of settled in, and it's probably due to like 50 different things, not least of which is that everybody's trying harder than they used to because of the play-in, in part because of the changed lottery odds. There's less incentive to tank, and if the bottom teams or the middling teams aren't leaning into losing, then they're not giving up as much talent to the better teams, who then fatten up on the lower teams that they can take advantage of. So all of these things have probably kind of conspired, and maybe even some of the CBA tweaks over the last 10 years that were designed to try to create a little bit more equilibrium, whether that's the luxury tax or whatever else. But I don't think there's any one thing, and this may be temporary. This may be temporary until we get through this season, and some of these teams that feel like, well, if it's this wide open, I'm one move away from pulling away from the pack, and maybe we see moves this summer to try to accomplish that.
I guess, though, what I'm talking about when I say this mess is the fact that from Phoenix in the 4 to Oklahoma City in the 13, every team is separated from the team below it by half a game. That, to me, is a mess. Not a bad mess. I'm all for this, but I've never seen any conference in any sport as genuinely congealed as this, with no team looking as though it can break out of this pack.
It is wild, and I've never seen it either. You know, look, there's some interesting hypotheticals here or alternate realities, right? in an alternate reality that where Durant went to the Suns last summer, maybe the Suns would be far and away the best team in the West right now. In an alternate reality where Steph Curry never gets hurt, maybe the Warriors are still looking like defending champs, and they're lording over the West. In an alternate reality where Paul George and Kawhi Leonard were healthy all season. So injuries have a lot to do with some of this equilibrium. And then you've just got teams that, the Timberwolves went all in on Rudy Gobert, and it didn't pay the dividends that they hoped for. And so they're just this middling team that is stuck a half game below the team that they acquired Rudy Gobert from, the Jazz, who were supposed to be tanking and yet have overachieved all season. So everybody's in this weird spot, right? The Trailblazers in a different time or a different franchise might have pulled the plug a long time ago, but they keep trying to rebuild on the fly around Dame, including moves they made at the trade deadline. So they just keep hovering in the middle of the pack. It was Kevin Pritchard, who's now with the Indiana Pacers and was at the time running the Trailblazers 10 years ago or so, who I believe coined the phrase treadmill of mediocrity while at the Sloan Sports Conference. And it just feels like half of the West is on the treadmill of mediocrity. Again, the why, at least part of this is that the play-in tournament has incentivized the bad teams to be just good enough to be in the 7 to 10 range, and the teams that are in 11 and 12 to keep trying to get to 10. So I do think that's a lot of this.
Howard, I don't know if you just heard the news that came down. LeBron James' foot injury, I guess, is pretty bad. He's out already tomorrow. He's going to be out for a long period of time, it looks like. How does that affect the West? I know people were just starting to get hot on the new look Lakers, but with LeBron out, I mean, Lakers are pretty much done, right?
It depends on how long. We don't know how long still. If it's a week or two, that's one thing. If it's a month, that probably sinks them. They did a nice job at the trade deadline. As somebody who's been incredibly critical of the front office there, I will say they did a really nice job at the trade deadline of finally constructing a team that made sense around LeBron James and Anthony Davis. And had they done those things last summer or October, November, December, maybe the Lakers wouldn't be in the predicament they're in now in the first place. They looked, look, as we speak, the LeBron injury aside, at the moment, they are, a game out of the play-in and like 2.5 out of 6th and 3.5 out of 4th place. It's incredible. Back to Ray's point about how tightly packed the West is. The Lakers, healthy, get on a nice winning streak, and they've been, what are they, 4-1 or 5-1 since the trades. Had every possible, every possibility of moving up in the standings and being in the playoffs and not even having to mess with the play-in. LeBron's injury does change that, of course. We don't know how long he's out. But I am one who still believes that a healthy LeBron and a healthy Anthony Davis surrounded by a competent supporting cast, which they do have now and which they did not have before, is a threat. It's a viable threat. April's still a ways off. We'll see how long he's out, and we'll see what that does to them. But the way things are in the West right now, I'm still not ruling out anything for the Lakers as long as LeBron can get healthy quickly.
We've been talking about, most of the Western Conference, so that the teams that still have something to play for. But one of the two that is only playing to lose is San Antonio, who's now lost 16 straight. And over their 47 losses this year, their average margin of defeat is like 16 points. Is this the most efficient tanking you can ever remember seeing, just in terms of night after night? We're losing by 15, and there's nothing you can do about it.
I don't remember what the margin of losses were for the tanking Sixers when they were tanking for Embiid and tanking for Simmons and just tanking, period, for however many years that was. That was a pretty impressive tank job there. The Spurs started off, this particular tanking effort by trading DeJounte Murray to the Hawks. And, they've got some decent young pieces, Keldon Johnson and some other guys. But, they're doing what they have to do. As proud of a franchise as that is, and the fact that Pop is still there and all that other stuff, they're a small market team at the end of the day that, by their own accounting, will tell you we were very fortunate to get Tim Duncan, and he made us all look really smart for a long time. They say that themselves. There's some truth to that. There's some false modesty in that. They also drafted really well with guys like Tony Parker and Ginobili and Kawhi. or it was a trade for Kawhi, but a draft day trade. So they did a lot of smart things for a very long time. And eventually you lose your stars and your fortune runs out, and you're a little bit of beholden to lottery ball bounces and all this other stuff. And, they're still a really smart operation, but there's only so much you can do when you're not a destination. No one's forcing a trade to San Antonio, and no superstars are going there in free agency. So there aren't that many other paths to respectability again, aside from just trying to draft high. So they're playing the odds. I can't fault them for it.
Howard, you talk about the treadmill of mediocrity and which teams are going to be able to elevate past that. Do you think the Warriors could do that? And also, do you think that they might need some help in the buyout market in order to do that? We see this, you know how it is, Howard. So now Nerlens Noel reaches a buyout, and now Dub Nation on our Xfinity mobile call line, text line, everybody wants to know, well, what about Nerlens Noel? Do you think the Warriors can get past this treadmill of mediocrity, and do you think they can do it alone, or is there a buyout piece that could add to this team and get them over the hump?
I don't know that anything is going to fix the Warriors from outside. I think their best case scenario right now is Steph comes back soon, Gary Payton Jr. gets back sooner than later and can play at the level that he did in the playoffs last year, and then you've got a 7-man core that is familiar and has a history and knows what it can do when the games matter most, and maybe some things lock in or click back into place the closer to the playoffs they get. But even healthy this year, they've been kind of up and down. It's been great to see, Klay having these moments, especially when Steph has been out. That's really encouraging. It's hard to buy into a team that's a game over 500 as a contender, except this one. Like, they're the only team I could ever think of. I feel like, I'm still doing this with the Lakers a little bit too, right? Like, if LeBron's healthy, if Anthony Davis is healthy, I still have a hard time completely ruling them out because they're that good. The Warriors are this. I just refuse to believe that this team is just done. And it doesn't. It's not logical this late in the season to look at that record and look at that team and still think there's a potential finals run there. But I still believe in it. We know what the advanced stats are and even the traditional stats are for their starting 5. We know how good their top 6 is. They have to get healthy. They do have a lot of miles on them. I'm predicting nothing, but I still believe there's a possibility of a run there if healthy. And I don't know that anybody off the buyout heap is really going to change their trajectory.
We asked Amin this earlier, and I'll ask you too. How many times have you seen a team that has been so profoundly poor at playing consistent defense as the Warriors and ended up making a deep run in the playoffs? I know he mentioned the one Laker team, but for the most part, he says it's almost unfathomable to be 28th in the league in points allowed and then all of a sudden get religion once the playoff starts.
So there's a couple editions of the Lakers, I think, that did that. I'm thinking even back to when Shaq and Kobe were playing, and, there was always this flip the switch thing. That was mostly about Shaq more than anybody else. He was the one who needed to flip the switch because he'd play his way into shape over the course of the season. But there was a muscle memory there for that team, right? They knew how to do it when the time came. I think there were some late edition Cavs teams with LeBron's second run there that they did the same thing, where they were just kind of messing around during the season and not inspired because they knew they had, a deep run coming in the playoffs. And so it happens. And I think if a team has the experience of doing it before, you have a little bit more faith in their ability to flip that switch. The Warriors have done it. And so I still think they can replicate it when the time comes. It doesn't happen often, and most teams can't do it. But I think a team that's already been there before, and again, has that kind of collective muscle memory, you have a little more faith that they might be able to pull it off. All that said, again, every bit of historical data, every stat in the world points to, you're 61 games into the season and you're a game over 500? Yeah, I'm sorry, you're not a contender. That's the logical response based on everything we know. And as I say, the Warriors, to me, kind of defy logic and all other data.
Howard, I'm going to give you multiple choice here. So you got to tell us what you think is most likely to happen for the start of next season. You got A, which means Draymond Green is on this team, but Bob Myers is out. B, just switch it. Bob Myers is on the team. I guess 4 options. Bob Myers is on the team, and so is Draymond Green. And you got C, both of them are gone, or D, one of them are gone.
Oh, my gosh. I didn't realize I was going to have to prepare for multiple choice questions on this radio show.
You don't have to prepare at all for this radio show because we certainly don't.
They're letting you run it tonight, Ray, which, I mean, on its own, like, talk about risky. You
have no idea.
I still don't believe that Bob Myers is actually going to end up somewhere else. There hasn't been a lot of information to glean on this whole front, but I just can't imagine that ownership group wants to let him walk. Now, if Bob for some reason has just decided he's ready to do something else entirely, that's a different matter. But if it's just a question of them coming to terms and deciding how much he's worth a ton, and they'll figure it out. So I don't think Bob Myers is gone on the merits. Draymond, it's an option, right? So a lot of this is in his, in his control. Does he want to change the scenery at this stage? Do the Warriors want to, if he stays on, if he opts in, and would they want to trade him for the sake of just shaking things up? But here's what I come back to, guys, on all of this. If the Warriors still believe that there is life left in this dynasty, and if they believe that at the highest levels, and certainly Joe Lacob is one who has been very, stubborn in his belief in this team, and, look, they all had to concede finally on the James Wiseman point. They finally conceded that, the future is unknown. We should focus on the present. Let's just do what we can to win now. To me, that was a healthy sign, making that deal as fraught as that deal was on multiple levels. It was the right move. If you're still investing in the present right now, I got to think that that's still the approach in the summer, which means try to get another year out of, and hopefully a healthy year out of, your core.
And finally, just dovetailing off Alan's question about Myers, what's the advantage for Joe Lacob in letting this play out the way it did? What's the logic behind that? And if there isn't any logic, wouldn't that sort of indicate that maybe this franchise is about to have a philosophical sea change?
Always possible. Sometimes these things happen when you least expect it, right? Nobody saw it coming when Jerry West left the Lakers, just as they were starting their three-peat run. Occasionally there's just some philosophical splits or financial expectation splits, maybe combinations thereof. If he walks, look, there's still other possibilities, right? It could still be, that maybe Bob Myers just wants a new challenge, or maybe he just wants to do something different, or maybe he's just burned out. I don't know. I don't know the answers to any of that, and I'm just throwing out possibilities. If Bob Myers wants to stay and they don't want to re-sign him, either because they've decided they want to move on to somebody else, which sounds ludicrous, or because they don't want to pay the asking price, also ludicrous given how much they spend on everything else, that would be shocking to me. That would be really shocking. But again, sometimes organizations get a little high on themselves and think that, we can succeed without this guy, despite him being the architect of this entire era. The organization's bigger than any one person. That happens sometimes. There gets to be some institutional arrogance. I don't know if that's the case here. But if you're asking for what would the logical reason to let him walk, if he still wants to be there, I cannot come up with one.
Well, you don't have to leave. Well, actually, you do have to leave. Myers doesn't, but we're happening upon a break, so we will free you from this hellscape that was the Damon and Ratto show. We'll talk to you soon, though. Thanks for everything, and keep your head up.
Appreciate it, fellas. Thank you. Right. Take care.
Howard Beck, who's a definite go-to guy. I like him a lot.
Mm-hmm. And I think
let's have him on at 5:15.
Yeah, there you go.
See, Grandy's already effecting a call. Yeah, the Myers thing, it amuses me because there's no compelling advantage to letting this thing have gotten to this point. But I also don't think that Myers is either seeking a number or a level of power that Joe Lacob can't accommodate, or that he's looking for another team. This just seems like, and I could be wrong, but it feels a lot more like Lacob wants to see how much he can squeeze his shoes just to save $1 million here or $1 million there.
And
this is not a place to economize.
No, and I loved what Howard said. I believe the term he used was institutional arrogance. And Howard said, I can't speak to that, but there might be some of it. From some of the stuff we've seen come out about amusement parks and different things that movies that Joe Lacob is interested in, and he has his son in the fold already. I do think that there is a part of this with Joe Lacob that believes we can do this without Bob Myers. I think without a doubt.
It could be, in which case they'll find out soon enough that, Myers, it's not that he's like a supreme negotiator or that he has a different way of turning a quarter into $3 than anybody else. It's the way that he can deal with thorny situations and navigate them.
Right.
The Durant thing, where he managed to get Durant to agree to a sign and trade when Durant didn't have to, just because he liked Myers. And the benefit of that turned into Andrew Wiggins,
right?
Without whom they probably don't win last year. There are things that Myers does that aren't in the job description that, quite frankly, I don't think anybody else in that office can replicate. I don't think Kerr can. I don't think Lacob can. I don't think any of his kids can. I think it's merely a matter of Myers is one of those rare general manager figures who, I don't want to say leads with his heart, but doesn't always lead with his wallet. And because of that, that makes him special. And that makes him re-signable.
Specifically with this team and everything that they've been through. They know there's that trust piece of this. And if this thing is going to end, I think that what I'm keeping an eye on is if you do bring back Myers, depending on that contract, that might be moving into the post-Steph era. Does Myers want to be a part of that? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess we'll either find out or we won't, depending on whether we do.
Yeah.
We are foisted upon you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking. No compromises, and we'll be back in a minute.
Steiny and Guru stream live on YouTube and Twitch. 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
It's 5 o'clock, which means it's almost time to leave. But it's not time to leave yet. It's time to talk about the NFL. Actually, it's never time to talk about the NFL, but we have to do it today because a lot of stuff's been happening. Some of it consequential, a lot of it not, but we got to kill time before we get out of here. So, the least important thing is Carson Wentz being essentially released by Washington, which immediately I saw your antennae go up because you thought, should the 49ers kick tires on him?
Tires need to be kicked, Ray.
Tires do need to be kicked, but I don't think his. I mean, he is at a point now where he's almost sort of untouchable by a team with aspirations.
Yeah, and you know what? Baker Mayfield has had such a bad rap. We know some things happen in college, and he can be a little bit prickly with the media. How Baker Mayfield, who has played better than Carson Wentz, besides the 1 year Carson Wentz had when he eventually went down and the Eagles won the Super Bowl that year, Baker Mayfield has pretty much had a better body of work. We always hear about Baker Mayfield and the locker room guy this, locker room guy that. Carson Wentz, they tried to tell us about this, Ray, when he was on the Eagles. Everybody kind of ignored it. Then, he moves on, continues to get opportunities, and then his play ends up slipping. And now he's released. I don't know. There will be a sucker who does at least kick the tires on Carson Wentz because there's just some bad quarterback play out there. But it is interesting how Carson Wentz has skated around this and been giving multiple opportunities when we have been told. Here's the thing. We've been told by Eagles players that Carson Wentz was not a good locker room guy. I don't know that anyone's ever said that about Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield's issues have mostly been with media and other areas. I don't recall any players, and either you'll correct me or somebody on one of our platforms will correct me as well, but I don't necessarily recall anybody saying from a player standpoint, I can't play with Baker. He does this, he does what, he does that. We're seeing the same thing now with Russell Wilson, but Carson Wentz, all this has happened. He's been given multiple opportunities. He just isn't very good.
Well, and he's been given multiple opportunities because there aren't that many good quarterbacks in the National Football League.
Right.
And somebody picked him in the first round. So there's always that temptation of, well, I can fix him. When, in fact, most of the time, no, you can't. Some guys get picked in the first round and just their skills don't translate. And I know that the word on Wentz was that he was aloof in the locker room and players, his teammates weren't incredibly fond of him, but it wasn't like a matter of being public enemy number one. But you can get away with that if you put skins on the wall.
Yes.
And truth is, he got them to a position where somebody else could put the skin on the wall. And that was as far as it went. Now, Washington tried to give the job to Taylor Heineke twice. And now they're off Heineke too. So that tells you where they viewed Wentz. So I don't know why you would kick the tires on him if you're the 49ers. There are teams that will kick the tires on him.
No, I have
well, here's why I say that.
Yeah.
This is a team that is close enough to a Super Bowl that they don't need to take a chance on a guy if the other two guys can't play. You've got to basically go somewhere else. And there are other guys out there. Carson Wentz just feels to me like somebody who you sign if you were 6-11 the year before. Carson Wentz smells like a Raider quarterback to me.
Whoa.
Not a 49er quarterback.
Whoa. And to what? To battle it out with somebody? Because the thing is, Carson Wentz, we're to the point now with Carson Wentz, wherever he's going, there will be some type of QB battle. Nobody is handing him over QB1.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is because there is not a great market for spare quarterbacks, that he'll get a look from somebody. I just don't know that it's going to be a team that has legitimate Super Bowl aspirations.
What are you thinking? We're thinking Carolina, somebody like that?
I'm thinking a team that was 7-10 or 6-11. The Raiders come to mind. They have a gaping hole where their quarterback position used to be.
So who? Yeah. Well,
I mean, I'm not saying it because I want the Raiders to be stuck with Carson Wentz. I
Right.
could care less. But they're a team that has a need for a quarterback. He has a need for a job. It sounds to me like they would bring him in for a look. I don't know if they'd sign him, but
yeah,
he seems like the kind of team that would be at least intrigued.
I would feel and I would hope that the Raiders feel like they're in a position where that is the last thing they would do because of the aloofness and because of the whole question mark situation. I mean, the Colts, they were supposed to really do some things all these last couple of years, and they turned into the QB retirement home, and who knows what they're going to do. Obviously, they had a high pick, so they're going to try to make some moves. But I can't see the Raiders. I mean, if you want to bring in Carson Wentz, sure, but I don't know that that's been the option or that's been the issue because obviously Carson Wentz is doing something that is tricking these teams into bringing him in, and then he gets there and he can't do anything. And to do what he did with the Colts and to just now do what he did with the Commanders where he can't stay on the field, or even when he can stay on the field, you're going with the guy Taylor Heineke, who you just said the Washington doesn't even want to stick with him. I think the Raiders, that would be a very much a throwback Raiders thing to do, to move off Derek Carr and to even bring in Carson Wentz. I think you would have some anarchy from Raiders fans.
Again, fans don't matter. They're going to be there or they're not going to be there. You know, I don't think Raider fans are going to suddenly walk out because they brought Carson Wentz into camp to take a look at him.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to give him the job. I'd be stunned if he's a starter in the league next year, wherever he goes.
Right.
But he's a guy you look at because, you look at the arm and you go, well, that's intriguing. You can look at the fact that, the Colts have been a mess since Andrew Luck left, and that Washington, they're always going to be dysfunctional for any number of reasons. But I only mention the Raiders because they have the kind of record that would indicate, they could use help anywhere, and that they have a quarterback gap that screams out, we got to get somebody who looks like he's been a starter in the past.
So you're just basically a bridge type guy.
Yeah, until you can get something you like.
And he would definitely be cheaper than Jimmy Garoppolo, who is another name that's been connected to the Raiders.
Well, Rich Eisen brought that up last week, but I just use the Raiders as an example, not because Carson Wentz would be perfect for the Raiders. I don't think Carson Wentz would be perfect for anybody.
No.
But, he's out there now. And that's pretty much it.
And the Commanders, I believe, picked 16 in the draft. That's around that area of some of these guys. And I know, Ray, I know you're not going to watch the Combine. I'm going to check out the Combine.
You're not a healthy man.
I'm going to kick the tires on the Combine. I'm not going to be sitting there all day long. But yeah, when it's the skill position players, I want to watch. You're just completely out on it?
You have a family, right? You have other stuff in your life.
I do.
But that's a thing you're going to do anyway.
It's going to be, just in between. I'm not just sitting down, grabbing some popcorn and lock it in on the draft.
It's not the draft. It's the Combine.
Combine.
I need to talk to your wife. This is not an expression of
Ray,
interest.
the narratives.
This is a cry for help.
I can't wait for all the narratives that are going to come out of the Combine. Who threw? Who didn't throw? Who didn't run the 40? It's a big deal, Ray.
Wow. It's just not. But be that as it may. The other thing that happened, at least that has something to do with the football side of this, is the competition committee has started its meetings this week. And they're already talking about nudging the rules on the onside kick to have it more like the XFL, where all of a sudden you get a 4th and 15.
Right.
If you convert that, you get the ball back. They're talking about getting rid of the quarterback sneak tush push.
Yes.
That the Eagles perfected. And from Judy Batista of the NFL Network, she says not much is expected to happen out of this, which I think in some ways is a good thing because the NFL is getting into sort of dangerous baseball-like territory in which they start gimmicking up the rules every year, more and more things they throw in. And it's already ungovernable from an officiating point of view.
Yeah. Well, and it's a matter of just because you can change. If we could just marry all these sports together and the powers that be that run them, you'd have a really good league. Because I would love to take some things from each league and combine them. Because the NFL does some things really well. The NBA does some things really well. The NBA does some things poorly. The NFL does some things poorly. Major League Baseball, we're just still trying to figure them out day by day. But the tush push to me, I can already see, Ray, AFC, NFC championship game. It's 4th and inches. And then is the flag, if you see the running back put hands on tush, where does that land? Then, hey, I only put one finger on it. I didn't put a whole hand. Is that worth the flag? I don't want to go down that road, Ray.
No, I think it's overregulation in a sport that is already overregulated.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing they were talking about, and this to me is interesting, they want to make roughing the passer reviewable. And I can't see how this is going to get much traction at all because the NFL over the last 15 years has made it clear that they don't want the quarterback in any danger at all. And that might fly in the face of 100 years of professional football.
Mm-hmm.
But they've made it clear that if we're paying somebody $40 million, we don't want him to get roughed. And the idea that you could take a penalty like that off the board, I think in the minds of some of the people on the competition committee would make them think, okay, then basically now we've changed the risk reward and we don't want to do that. We want to make, touching the quarterback punishable by 15 yards.
They continue to tweak this stuff and not get it right. I mean, how many quarterbacks were knocked out of the game this season on a flagged play? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Tua, he got knocked out. They were not flags on that play. Brock Purdy, there was no flag on that play. So how much of this is correcting an issue that isn't really an issue?
Well, it's all correcting an issue that isn't really an issue in that the teams that come up with these ideas are typically teams who had a quarterback get hurt because of a roughing the passer call or had a roughing the passer call called against them that affected a game.
Mm-hmm.
Most of these proposals are from teams who felt aggrieved a year ago.
Right.
And that's why, in many ways, every time the competition committee wants to engage one of these topics as a debating point, it ends up somehow either in the rule book or as a point of emphasis to the officials the next year, and it gets in the way of the game itself. Because this is not a safety issue.
No.
All it is what's the proper punishment for roughing the passer? And the proper punishment for roughing the passer, if you want quarterbacks to be completely safe, is an ejection. And they're not going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So what is it they're trying to accomplish? Well, it's nothing except to listen to some general manager who feels like he got aggrieved in week 8 the year before.
Sure. And going back to the things that have come and gone, what was it after a couple years ago now, more than a couple, with the Saints and the really bad pass interference call? Then the next year, didn't something come out that they were going to update and make pass interference, you can challenge it or something like that? And I'm watching this year when these things happen, and it all just went away.
Yeah, because they couldn't get enough traction in the room.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the thing about the competition committee is it always tweaks the rule book. But if it's something egregious like that play, I think they find it easier to write it off as, well, that was just official error.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not much we can do about that. We already have review. What else do you want?
Yeah.
So,
and Goodell's already said, I mean, he was saying, was that the Pro Bowl? He was saying that,
officiating's never been better.
Never been better.
Yeah, which, that tells you that he's not even trying anymore at these pressers. He He couldn't be less interested. He doesn't want to know what the question is. He just wants to ask the next one, then ask the next one, then let me get the hell out of here.
Right. And
he really is, he really is showing you that the commissioner's job is basically as a labor and contract rights negotiator. It's not about anything else, because you can't look at Roger Goodell and say, man, he's interested in the fans getting their money's worth. No, he's not. He's interested in the fans' money.
Right. And you don't necessarily realize that because you don't sit there and look up commissioner. Ray, when I finished school, I had a little fad where I really wanted to be an athletic director because I was thinking, okay, you get to hang out with the teams, you get to be a part of the sporting events, things like that. So I actually went in and I interned a couple, colleges around the Bay Area doing it. And then I found out very quickly, you're just raising money. That's all you're doing.
Yeah.
You're not really a part of it. You get to stop by at games and things like that, but you're not directing the athletics, really. You're fundraising.
No, that's all you're doing. That's all athletic directors have ever done. And to remind the alums, if you're going to pay somebody, do it where nobody can see it.
Right.
Do it with cash so it's not traceable.
Yeah.
And now that isn't required in college because you've got NIL.
You get the NIL.
Do it that way.
Well, C.J. Stroud came up and said the current Ohio State coach, Ryan Day, or he came out and said, it was Justin Fields who came out and said that he was getting a big bag. And I don't know if the NCAA can now say, oh, okay, well, because he did break the rules before they were no longer rules. I don't know if Ohio State. And then he says it on a podcast and it just went away, Ray. It just went away.
Because there's nobody there to police it anymore. And there's no interest in policing it.
Right.
I mean, the NC2A, liked the fact that it could be the mall cop until they found out, there's due process involved and it's a lot harder for you to be a good mall cop.
Yeah.
And the price you pay is now what they have, which is they're irrelevant on a football, in the football scheme. And the only thing they have going for them basketball-wise is they still run the tournament. But, that's one gathering of coaches away from being gone too. And they'll run their own tournament.
Yeah. There's always something.
Yeah. And it's always bad.
Where are you at with the tush push?
It doesn't bother me one way or the other. You know what? I mean, it's not a play that you can run on 4th and 5. It's a play you can run on 4th and 2. And do you want to move the chains or not? I mean, it's irrelevant to me. It just unless you start seeing guys getting hurt, and I don't think we've seen that yet. When you can show that there's a safety issue, then I'll get interested. Other than that, it's just mesomorphs on one side pushing over mesomorphs on the other.
Well, they got rid of the ability to launch yourself off a player. But again, I think that one could cause more injury than the tush push.
Yeah. Well, until it does, I don't know that there's a thing to grab there. One other thing from the NFL today, the Washington Post is reporting that Daniel Snyder is threatening the NFL and the other owners that if it does not indemnify him from any lawsuits after he sells the team, he's going to sue the league. So that's a new pie fight with that guy. And apparently it has angered some owners to the point where they would like to renew a pursuit of basically kicking him out of the league, which would guarantee a lawsuit. And I'm all for it because I like chaos. I like billionaires eating other billionaires. I like wealthy people engaged in cannibalism. Please do this today.
Well, CBS, they're even saying they had a write-up saying that Snyder apparently might not even sell the team now.
Oh yeah, no, that's that. Here's the other part of that, because Danny Snyder is almost certainly the worst owner in sports right now. He didn't get any offers that were in the neighborhood of what I believe is the asking price, which was like $7 billion. But he's also made it clear that Jeff Bezos, who owns Amazon and as a sidelight, the Washington Post, can't bid on the team because he hates the Post that much. And he's convinced that Bezos has been sicking the newspaper on him to force him to sell to Bezos. So that's going to be fun. especially when he does sell to somebody who immediately turns around and goes to Jeff Bezos and said, okay, we paid $7 billion for this. Will you pay 10?
Right. There's nobody, you can't hold somebody like that down. And Daniel Snyder, I think we've had the conversation before. What is it that he has? He's got to have something. The way he moves is if he has something that if he drops it, and he's even said, hey, don't make me start releasing this stuff, because the way he moves is as if he feels he could bring everybody down. And if we go back to the Gruden emails and everything that happened, it is still crazy to think that John Gruden was the only one that had some emails that were written the way that they were written. It's hard to think that John Gruden was the only one talking like that.
Well, Bruce Allen gets some grief for that too, because he never said, John, don't stop doing that.
Sure.
So he's culpable in this too. But more to the point, I always say that, it makes Damon crazy. More to the point, everything we know about the National Football League is that it is impervious to pain. Mm-hmm. It's like Bank of America. It's too big to fail. And I don't know what it is that Snyder has on the other owners that could affect the machinery. Mm-hmm. I mean, maybe an owner gets, indicted on something, but does he have goods on all 31? I doubt it. I think it's a threat that basically makes him a nuisance. And I think what he's trying to do is figure out, how much of a nuisance can I be before they blink? And sure. I don't think I think if push comes to shove, they won't blink. They'll go, we'll just steamroll you. Because the only thing preventing that from happening already is that there are some owners who are worried about the precedent, that if you can crush one owner, you could crush another, and that next owner could be me.
Yeah.
And so I think they're a little worried about a precedent when, in fact, the NFL doesn't honor precedents. They don't honor anything because nobody is willing to take them on. I mean, look, their owners have a combined net worth of somewhere in the neighborhood of $200+ billion, which is more than even Jeff Bezos has. So if they wanted to band together, they could buy several states. So I think if Daniel Snyder wanted to push hard enough, I think they go, okay, let's go to court. In the meantime, we're going to step on your neck.
Unless we're not talking, and that's the thing, when we talk about Daniel Snyder having something on these guys, we're not talking about getting canceled here. Okay, we're talking about facing jail time. That, at least that's what I'm thinking. This is not about these guys. That's what was so interesting about the John Gruden thing, because these guys, you can't necessarily cancel people that just are powerful beyond measure. A lot of these guys, they don't care if, you're not going to buy my stuff. You don't even know half the stuff I own. So you're buying stuff and you don't even know that you're still supporting me. So it's not about canceling. It's about if he has something on them that has them looking at jail time.
But how many of those are there?
There can't be a lot. But
okay. There could be. I mean, who knows? But
if it's not a lot, it's some big ones.
Okay. But again, now you have to get the Justice Department to want to pick this fight. Mm-hmm. And I think, I don't know that it's a loser's game, but I think Daniel Snyder likes to bluff. And he likes to play at being the bully. But there are some people you can't bully. And I think the other 31 billionaires, are just going to say, okay, show us what you got. But if you show us what you got and it ain't enough, we'll treat you like gum on the bottom of our shoes.
Yeah, you better have that full house, huh?
Well, I want to see the chaos. Mm-hmm. I want to see blood on the moon, because that's the kind of girl I am.
Well, that's where it's headed.
I hope so. I really do. Because not only would I like to see what dirty businesses the other owners are in, mm-hmm. I'd like to see him get crushed just because he's a dirtbag.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, if this all came out, you still can't beat. If everything came out, I mean, how bad would this stuff have to be for anybody to stop watching football? It's
not about that. It's about what's the level of shame that can get the NFL's owners to blink. Because people are still going to watch football. That's not even part of the discussion here. That thing's bulletproof until people find out that teams and owners are actively manipulating results. And at that point, I think you could get people going, you know what? I bet on that team. The fix is in, and the fix is in all the time. That's about the only thing. Because I think we almost saw death on the field this year.
Yeah.
And the only thing that happened was the rubbernecker factor in that Bills-Bengals game just skyrocketed. People want to see the car crash. So I don't even think it's that anymore. And I used to think that would be it. But now I think it would just be, if you can't guarantee that the thing you're seeing is at least moderately close to genuine, that would be it.
So you felt that if somebody did legitimately lose their life on the field, that could start people thinking, you know what, this is a little much.
It would be too much for me, but I think at least the evidence from the one example that we have, the DeMar Hamlin thing, is that more people were fascinated by it because, among other things, the NFL is absolutely peerless at taking bad news and turning it into good news for them.
Yeah. I wonder how much UFC, and I know we've watched boxing for years, wrestling, whether it's the WWE or whether you're watching, Olympic wrestling, but I wonder how much the UFC, I don't know how much overlap there is, but I know that there has to be a decent bit, and the UFC has continued to grow. Has the UFC affected how we look at football? Because as bad as, I turn around when a knee goes in the wrong direction. I don't need to see that. I just don't. But I also don't really need to see, I also look at that and think, well, UFC has a bunch of blood on the ground and guys just doing hammer punches and a bunch of different things, really just making you more numb to the violence. And I'm not trying to put this all on the UFC because, again, I don't know how much overlap there is. But it doesn't even have to be overlap for actual viewers because I think that actually helps the point. It's the fact that the UFC exists. So somebody like my wife who grew up watching football, parents big football fans, she can watch football and might turn her head at some of the things. But when we're flipping through and SportsCenter has the highlights of a SportsCenter match, now there's a level that's past football to where you are being completely barbaric in front of everybody. Does it make football it's not UFC.
No, I don't think it. They have a lot of relationship, except that I find it hard to believe that anybody would be a UFC fan and not a football fan.
Correct.
But I could easily see people who are football fans who aren't UFC fans.
Right.
Because the violence in UFC is literally, it's fist to face.
But I'm wondering now, has that actually helped the NFL?
No, I think what's helped the NFL is that as our entertainment choices change and as the vehicles by which we view entertainment are changing, the NFL is the one sure thing that's still there. And the reason why it's the one sure thing that's still there is because everybody is going to be interested in Team A or Team B. They're not necessarily going to be interested in Fighter A or Fighter B because we tend to gravitate more toward team sports than individual sports.
Right.
And I think, UFC figured out that we can get the boxing crowd because who watches boxing anymore? It's got to be a sensational fight. And how many of there are those in the course of a year?
I don't know if you saw
Maybe
yesterday.
one.
Jake Paul lost, no longer undefeated.
Yeah, that was a big deal. Bomani Jones had all he could eat on that.
He was ready to go.
Yeah. And you know what? I mean, that speaks to the bankruptcy of that sport is that Jake Paul and his brother Logan can get traction in it. Just fight a bunch of tomato cans. And the first time he fights somebody with a pedigree that is still at least relatively recent, he gets beat.
Yeah.
And beat significantly. So I think the bloom's going to be off that rose pretty quickly. But in terms of why football makes it, I think it's a 3-hour package. It's relatively at the same time every week. You can plot out your week by it. You don't have to, make any special plans about, well, UFC's going on tonight. We were going to go out to dinner with my wife, but I'm going to watch this instead. I don't think it resonates the same way. And I'm not an expert because I don't watch UFC.
No,
but I'm not trying to be judgmental. I just know that football is the template that all other sports, individual or team-wise, want to follow, but it doesn't necessarily translate that way.
No, it doesn't. And there's so much football. I've always said one of the reasons I feel like football is so inherently American is because it's really the only sport that is inherently American. And I think that everybody that watches football, that follows football, buys into it even more. This is our sport. This is what we do. From when you're a kid, the South, it's, what is it, football and religion, they all go hand in hand. With UFC, a lot of these guys are now coming from, international. And you see in football, you see these guys grow up, right? There's not even a G League because you have to wait for your third year in school to go anyway. So you've grown up with these players. And I think that's a big part of it too, Ray. These UFC fighters, if I asked all these people, okay, well, who do you know that's a UFC fighter? I think everybody would first say Conor McGregor. That would be number one. And I don't know how many people could get to 3, maybe?
Yeah, well, but I think that's the wrong way to look at it because UFC has only been operational for 15 years. Mm-hmm. I'm not even sure about the number. But the NFL has, if you want to, do the citizenship argument, the NFL is the only sport of the ones played in America that isn't played anywhere else.
Right.
It's played in Canada. There
was a Europe League, I remember.
There was, but it was basically sponsored by the NFL.
I remember
they pulled out of it.
Well, I remember playing them on Madden, and all those teams were awful.
Well, yeah, because it was an army of Paxton Lynches.
Yeah.
But the NFL is the one thing that isn't exportable anywhere else. You could put an NFL game in Europe or one in Germany, but you can't put a league in Germany. Mm-mm. You can't put a league in England. You can't put a league in France. It doesn't translate yet because their version of the NFL is soccer. And soccer is bigger over there than the NFL is here. And that's just not disputable.
Is there anywhere that you could put a football league that could get as big as the MLS in the U.S.?
It hasn't been done yet, so the easy answer is no. Mm-hmm. But I would say the truthful answer is hasn't been proven yet.
Because I'm saying MLS on purpose because MLS is what? On our scale, is it number 4? Is it behind hockey?
I think at this point, it's in an argument with hockey and will be in an argument with baseball. Mm. Although I really believe that the thing that holds MLS back more than anything else is that it isn't the best soccer in the world. And Americans are label shoppers.
So it's the XFL, or is it even USFL?
I think, well, if you want to compare it to anything, it's sort of like third division European soccer, which is 2 steps down from the big leagues. And the big leagues there, like Lionel Messi, even if you're not a soccer fan, you know who he is.
Right.
I don't know how many people in Europe can name who the best player in football is right now.
I don't know. That's a good question. Patrick Mahomes is obvious.
Yeah, but I don't know how many people in England.
Yeah, no.
Oh, yeah, Patrick Mahomes.
Obvious to us. I don't know how obvious that name. Now, yeah. Tom Brady is, but Tom Brady had to do it for how many years?
Yeah, two decades.
Yeah.
Lionel Messi today got named, FIFA's Player of the Year and has done it now in 3 different decades, which is essentially Brady.
Right.
But people know who he is. I don't know how well that translates in Europe except to a niche crowd, because it's never been tested on the level that soccer has made inroads into the U.S. And even at that, MLS is still a league that is hot in a few places, but otherwise is signing players who are basically too old for Europe.
But they try to grab the ones that still have that name.
Right. Yeah, they sign for name recognition. I mean, there's still hot rumors that Messi's going to play in Miami next year. Why? I don't know. He's probably going to be done by then. I mean, in terms of being a player of force, but he's still a player of recognition. And he's going to get paid an obscene amount of money for it. So I think, getting back to the thing we were talking about earlier, soccer's making inroads here because we have access to the best players. The NFL has not yet been able to do that on a mass scale in Europe or South America. Because they already have their version of the NFL. It's called, European soccer. It just, everybody gets a piece of that, and everybody across the entire continent and all the way to the Far East and all the way south to the, tip of Africa and South America, that's their sport.
Yeah. And if you talk to people that aren't from America, what do they say when you bring up the NFL or American football? You Americans love football, but it's not. Yeah. But soccer's international. It's never you non-Americans love your football. Well, that's a lot of the world. That's a bit
you Croatians. What do you know? No, I mean it's a dynamic that I don't know is going to change, at least in my lifetime, particularly since I think most of the people in the audience are rooting for me to have a quick and painful death. But for the most part, we're seeing just the start of how this is going to play out. And I'm not smart enough to know how it's going to end, but I do know that soccer started to become big in America when we had regular access to the best European leagues. I mean, Mark Grandy is a shameless opportunist for Arsenal. And 3 years ago, I don't even think he was a fan of Arsenal.
Big game on Wednesday, Ray.
Yes, thank you. But he's a classic example of somebody who's gotten to see the best soccer players in the world over the last 5 years, and now he's a fan. Lucas is a soccer fan too, but again, he's got an alcohol problem, so it's hard to know just how much of a fan he truly is.
So here's a question. We've talked about the XFL and we've talked about the USFL and how the product just isn't good enough, right? People like Grandy, people like Lucas that are watching, I guess the learning curve, how tough is the learning curve for American football versus soccer? Because I don't know I know if I watch the XFL and I watch the NFL, yeah, those guys are faster in the NFL. Those guys are bigger in the NFL. If I watched, I guess I'm saying, where did the learning curve happen for Americans to even be into it? Because I would assume at this point, Grandy and Lucas can tell the difference between an MLS game and one of the games that they're watching with their teams. Is it that different?
When Fox started its soccer channel, and that was, I want to say, 15, almost 20 years ago, and they started giving you the Premier League, and you could get like the Bundesliga and the other elite European leagues. Now you're seeing the best players. Now you can get, if you're just a casual fan, that's why people like that. It may not convert you, but at least now you understand it because you're not being sort of forced to accept what is the equivalent of AA baseball if you're used to seeing the big leagues.
I think you also have to know what you're looking for. You have to have patience with it because everyone always talks about how can you be excited for a 1-1 draw when it's only 2 goals scored in 2 hours of game. But if you're watching the best players in the world and actually, now as well with the growth of good graphics on television, you can actually watch how a player is kicking the ball using the outside of his foot, placing it between defenders, using the actual skill these incredibly talented players are doing on the greatest stage. The stuff that they do with the soccer ball is really, really impressive. And if you don't know what you're looking for, then it's hard to fully appreciate it. But once you learn how hard it is, what they're doing, same with hockey, I think. Once you're learning actually how cool the stuff that they're able to do, both with their feet and their head, then you're able to at least appreciate it, I think.
And, it may not translate for you.
Yeah.
But your kids, absolutely.
But I also think that still speaks back to Major League Baseball in that it does help that when Grandy and Lucas decide to fire up these matches, it's packed. Okay, and then from there, well, let me see why it's packed. You show some kid, the Reds and Pirates are playing. These are the best athletes in the world. And you turn on the game and there's 14 people in there. They're going to say, are we sure they're the best? I don't know. I think it does. Well, I think it does make a difference.
I think it does. But, we can continue this on the other side. But first we have to get to the other side, which means we have to stop this side. We are sponsored by AC Transit.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators to join their team. Paid training is provided. Plus, the new hire bonus is paid within 12 months. The $2,000 bonus is subject to terms and conditions. For complete details and to apply.
interesting segments, behind-the-scenes content from the Warriors, and more. It's all on the 95.7 The Game YouTube page. So subscribe and get off our case. We're in the home stretch, Dr. Stiles.
Yes.
Shall we talk about LeBron James?
You led me right where I was going.
Yeah. It almost sounds catastrophic. And I know, we've only had the news for like half an hour that he injured his foot. He's going to miss multiple weeks, according to sources. But at his age, and with his history of problems with the other foot, your mind immediately goes to the possibility that the indestructible man might actually not be indestructible.
We are here in the year 2023. You have LeBron James, who's now out for an extended period of time. You have Steph Curry, who has had multiple stints this season of missing time. And I hate to do the torch being passed thing, Ray, but we're just seeing their mortality. You know, Tom Brady retired for, we think, the real time this time. And it's tough, man. It's just kind of part of it. You never know how these things are going to end. My question with LeBron James is, obviously he wants to get back. It could get to a point, Ray, when it's turning into this whole, managing minutes and all of that good stuff or bad stuff, depending on who you ask, load management. LeBron might have to start weighing if he really wants to pull off this situation with Bronny. How much does he play next season? I have no clue.
But see, these injuries are not wear injuries. Well, I guess they might be because I'm not a doctor. But this sounds like just a freak incident. It's not like, my foot's been bothering me for a while.
But still, Ray, even if it's a freak incident, it's just hard for me to look at it as a freak incident for LeBron James, who's 38, when he didn't have very many freak incidents happen.
No, I know that, but I guess what I'm trying to say is this was not an injury based on erosion. It was based on a specific circumstance.
I think if it's not all connected, then you also have to discuss how long it takes, because then we could say,
that's another conversation. But
right.
I think in the short term, the Lakers are cooked. They built their hopes of anything they were going to do this year around him. Yes, they got Anthony Davis for the day when LeBron James is no longer playing, but they hadn't factored this.
Right.
They wanted to get Durant. They wanted to get Irving. They wanted to get the next super duper star. And they didn't get either. In one case, because the Brooklyn Nets would not consider trading Irving to the Lakers. And then the other one, probably for the same reason, that they told Kevin Durant, all right, I don't know where you're planning to go, but it isn't going to be there. And I don't know that Durant ever expressed a preference one way or the other. So I think the Lakers, they've already missed the playoffs like 8 of the last 10 years. This could extend that out another 3-4 years because they don't have a plan B.
No. And can we be honest here?
No, I prefer you lie.
I think even the run that they were supposed to make, this is what's annoying about this, Ray, because now all the Laker fans, I'm sure Spadoni is going to get on tomorrow morning and say, if LeBron hadn't got hurt, we were heating up, and I don't want to hear that.
Well, here's the thing. Don't listen to Spadoni.
That's true.
You don't get up at, 4:30 in the morning to do that.
No.
You wake up at 4:30 in the morning because a tree fell in your yard. The idea of having that guy in your ear at 5 a.m.
talking Lakers.
You can't pour enough coffee in my eye to make that go away.
Well, here's one for you, Ray, because I know you'll love this. Couple of things on this is actually, I didn't even realize this. Pistons versus Charlotte Hornets. This is the Warriors draft collision course right here. You got James Wiseman, you got LaMelo Ball. LaMelo Ball ends up exiting with an apparent injury. But I know you want this line. Wiseman watch. It'll end soon, Ray, but today's not that day. 8 for 10 from the floor. 1 for 1 from three-point land. 20 minutes, 5 rebounds. He's a -9.
Yeah.
But they're losing, so.
Now, how much are they losing by?
It's 92-85, but I think that's because.
Oh, they've closed it.
I think that's because LaMelo went out, is my guess.
That would be, yeah. I mean, we're talking about the two worst teams in the East.
19 points for James Wiseman.
Well, I think if the Warriors just wanted to let him run free, he could probably have done that here. But they had other needs and other responsibilities for him. And it was those responsibilities that he couldn't grasp quickly enough for them. And I'm not trying to say he could not have grasped them given time and given better injury luck. But the Warriors were up against a deadline, which was the end of the year. And they decided they couldn't wait any longer for whatever's going to happen with James Wiseman to happen. He's playing. I mean, you brought this up earlier when we were talking about Dame Lillard and, not having the expectations. There are no expectations in Detroit.
No.
None. There are at least some in Portland.
Right.
In Detroit, it's, can you win 17 games?
Yeah. 19 points and a monster dunk, Ray. You should have seen this. Just a Skywalker.
I did see it because Lucas kept playing it on them. Just, I don't know. I've never been anti-Wiseman, but I get why they did what they did.
Yeah. Got to make the money make sense, I guess.
Yeah. What's coming up on the game, which is I know was bothering you, is going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. It's Best of the Game, an hour of 95.7 The Game's best content from the day, hosted by that alcoholic Sterling Bennett. I can't imagine what the best of this would have been, although I think it's probably close to this.
A lot of it.
No, actually, it's this right here. Sports don't build character. They build a fast track to the garage.
Hey, it's JP with the Golden State Warriors.